Ah, what the heck is this? In a pink bedroom decorated in a style clearly meant for a little girl, a tiny Loli stood before a wide mirror speaking in a childish voice filled with utter confusion. Standing before the large floor-length mirror, Feng Ling stared blankly at the person inside the glass. The girl in the mirror was petite and adorably delicate, like a shy white lily about to bloom. Her long hair fell like a waterfall down to her waist, her skin as white and smooth as a freshly peeled egg with a faint rosy glow. Her lips were crimson, her teeth, like jade. Even the faintest smile seemed to carry an intoxicating charm. Her arms were as tender and pale as young bamboo shoots. A firm pinch would leave a faint blush. Beneath the white gauzy dress, a pair of slender snow-white legs could be glimpsed indistinctly. Feng Ling could not find words to describe the beauty of the girl in the mirror. She could only think that such a maiden should exist in the heavens, rarely to be encountered in the mortal world. The only flaw was that she was a little on the small side in every regard. Thinking of this, Feng Ling decided she must be dreaming. She savagely pinched her own cheek, and the girl in the mirror made the exact same movement. Ouch, that hurts. Feng Ling covered her small face, a misty sheen gathering in her eyes. Her rims turned red as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Feng Ling finally realized this was not a dream. Once she figured it out, she dropped to the floor with a thump, her little face scrunched like a bitter melon, wearing an expression of wanting to cry, but having no tears left. Woo, where on earth have I ended up? Rubbing her flushed little cheeks, Feng Ling simply could not figure out what had happened. Ahem, host, please don't mind it too much. I merely chose the wrong body for you by accident. At that moment, an ill-timed voice sounded in Feng Ling's ears. Feng Ling was utterly dumbfounded. Reincarnation, a system. Such niche events had actually happened to her. Transmigration and a system. Such a delightful beginning. Beauties in her arms, sword pointed at Kaguya, glory within reach. Yet why of all things had she turned into a woman? System, turn me back. I refuse to live as a woman. Feng Ling spoke to the system in her mind, on the verge of tears. Does the host not find this body adorable? The girl in the mirror, petite and charming with white hair and crimson eyes, was precisely Feng Ling's ideal type. Feng Ling admitted it. Adorable, and a very special kind of adorable at that. So what if it's cute? I can't eat cuteness for dinner. She huffed, waving her tiny fist in indignation. All right. In light of this system's mistake, I'll give you a grand gift pack. The system spoke with lofty pride. Now that's more like it. System, you're not so bad after all. Hearing there was a gift pack, Feng Ling's anger eased considerably. Ding, now distributing the grand gift pack. Does the host confirm acceptance? Yes. Let me see what goodies there are. Rubbing her small hands together, Feng Ling waited expectantly for the gift pack. Ding. Fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin and yang attributes. Full attribute chakra unlocked. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and sage arts learning aptitude greatly enhanced. Requirements for awakening bloodline limits significantly reduced. You have obtained Tianxian Jizi Shueli Sish and Lingya Huanxiang. Tianxian Jizi, a celestial maiden, descends from the ninth heaven. One glance and hearts are ensnared for 10,000 years. As beautiful as a heavenly fairy, none who behold her can help but fall in love. This will keep the host forever at the most beautiful age of girlhood. Youth, eternal, evergreen, and undying. Shueli Sish, tender as flowing water, allure etched into her very bones. This alters the host's constitution, making her more prone to blushing, crying, and evoking others' pity. Lingya Huanxiang, a beautiful girl, is fragrant from head to toe. This alters the host's constitution, allowing her to freely control her own scent. Current fragrance, sweet citrus. Something was off. Extremely, overwhelmingly off. System, what are all these bizarre things? Staring at the rewards, Feng Ling was stunned. Host, don't be ungrateful. These rewards were all carefully selected by me. They are tailored to safeguard the host's growth. The system's proud voice echoed. You, system, I'm convinced you're doing this on purpose. That's all for the rewards. Do you want them or not? If not, I'll take everything back. I want them. Biting lightly at her silver teeth, Feng Ling yielded. Now distributing rewards to the host. Please pay attention to receive them. Beep, beep, beep. System error detected. Reward distribution failed. Mechanical static crackled. Huh, what's going on? This system is way too unreliable. Feng Ling's small mouth parted slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. Beep, beep. Error check in progress. Oh, error detected. Due to a mismatch between the host's soul and gender, rewards cannot be issued. What do you mean? Does that mean even my soul has to change? Hearing the system's report, Feng Ling panicked. The host truly is sharp as ice and snow. Discovering the problem so quickly, the system praised smarmily. Her fists clenched. She was livid. Feng Ling could not help suspecting that the system was toying with her. Can we not change it? Nope. A true man bends and stretches. For such a trivial matter, she would endure. Fine, change it then. Feng Ling squatted on the floor, hugging her knees, looking utterly ruined. Congratulations to the host. From body to mind to soul, you are now a complete and utter girl. the system shouted joyfully. Ignoring the system's noisy celebration, Feng Ling rose to her feet, with empty eyes, and staggered back to the mirror. The familiar white hair and red eyes remained, but her hair now fell even more smoothly. Her eyes sparkled, as if lit from within, and her skin had grown even more delicate, as though a light pinch would draw forth dewdrops. Most fatal of all was that indescribable aura, like that of a fairy, noble and pure, a presence that stifled any trace of profane thought. Cute, beautiful, pure, sacred. So many qualities intertwined that Feng Ling went blank, staring at the girl in the mirror. Was this truly what she was now? It seemed apparently that she might have become a bit excessively cute. Feng Ling's state slowly recovered as she spoke Sundra-like to the voice in her mind. System, you do have some use after all. I'll stop calling you just system. Feng Ling folded her arms over her chest, her face full of haughty pride. Is the host extremely satisfied with her current body? Only a little. Just a tiny bit, that's all. Feng Ling's originally fair face flushed like a ripe apple, her eyes shimmering with panic and guilt. By the way, what time period is this, and what identity do I have? She patted her burning cheeks, asking in confusion. It is currently year 56 of Konoha. The host's identity is Uchiha, Feng Ling, younger sister of Itachi and Sasuke. Then I've only got a few years left to live. No sooner had she finished praising the system than Feng Ling fell into gloom again. In at most 2 years, the Uchiha clan would be slaughtered by Itachi and Obito. At her current age of 5, surviving the night of the massacre would be a hell-level difficulty. All right, host, please believe in this system's capabilities. As the world's #1 beautiful girl cultivation system, I will cultivate the host in body, mind, and strength, and will never allow you to die young. Listen to how proud you are. If you hadn't introduced yourself, I would have thought you were some sort of super perverted system. Hearing this, Feng Ling could not help but retort. System, is there a personal status panel? Yes. Name Uchiha Feng Ling. Age 5. One adorable little Loli. Gender female, from body to soul, a girl through and through. Strength frail and dainty, easy to topple. Even the big white goose at the village gate could bully the host. Abilities: Tianxian, Jizi, Shueli, Sish, Lingye, Huanxiang. What is with this status panel? System, you're bullying me. Seeing the status panel, Feng Ling had every reason to suspect the system was doing it on purpose. Ahem, don't mind such details. Gross. Pervert. Knock, knock, knock. Along with the sound of knocking, a gentle, pleasant voice drifted into Feng Ling's ears. Feng Ling, time to get up. If you still don't get up, Mama is coming in. Mama. Then the person outside should be Uchiha Makoto. Thinking this, Feng Ling trotted over in small steps and opened the door. She opened the door and lifted her head. A gentle face appeared before Feng Ling's eyes. Ding. Mission released. Mission name: a loving form of address. Mission description: as the saying goes, among 100 virtues, filial piety comes first. A warm, affectionate way of address is the first step to closing the distance between parents and child. The host is requested to call Makoto mother. Mission reward: slight increase in chakra and Makoto's lifetime culinary expertise. Listening to the system's mission announcement, Feng Ling smiled with confidence. Too easy as she had thought it would be, much harder. Even if the system had not released a mission, Feng Ling would have called her anyway. Since she had taken over another person's identity as a daughter, she should shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Mama, what is it? Feng Ling looked at Makoto and asked in some confusion. It feels like you're getting prettier and prettier, Feng Ling. Come, let Mama give you a hug. Before Feng Ling could react, Makoto had already pulled her into her arms. A soft, pale mass blocked Feng Ling's line of sight, followed by a tight embrace. So tight that she could not break free at all. After a few attempts, Feng Ling gave up and simply lay in Makoto's arms. Honestly, ever since you turned 5, you've been less close to Mama, Makoto murmured. You don't even sleep with Mama anymore. Without you by my side, Mama can't sleep well at night. Makoto looked at Feng Ling with a face full of grievance. What dangerous words. Madam, please mind what you're saying. No, it's too tight, I can't breathe. Feeling the force of Makoto's embrace increase, Feng Ling could no longer endure it. Mama, it's too tight. Can you loosen up a bit? Feng Ling's little face flushed crimson, her tone soft and sticky. No, Makoto replied lazily, a mischievous smile on her lips, unless you promise to sleep with me tonight. After many futile attempts, Feng Ling surrendered. All right, she said in shy frustration. Hearing Feng Ling's answer, Makoto leaned in close and took a deep breath, then reluctantly loosened her embrace. Hee, little Feng Ling smells so nice. There's a hint of citrus on you. Did you secretly put on perfume? Of course not, Feng Ling protested. Inwardly, she thought this must be the effect of the spirit elixir phantom fragrance, a convenient perfume that let her smell however she wished. All right, Feng Ling. Mama was just teasing you. Seeing Feng Ling's shy little expression, Makoto chuckled. So that's how it is, who I thought. Then what did you need me for, Mama? Shaking off those stray impure thoughts, Feng Ling asked. Here, this box is yours. And this one you're to take to Sasuke, Makoto said. Makoto picked up 2 lunch boxes and placed them in Feng Ling's hands. What about Dad and Itakinai? Feng Ling asked after a moment of thought. Itachi is a squad captain now, very busy. You don't need to worry about him. Fess for your father, ignore him. He's always so busy with work that he never keeps me company, Makoto said, slightly irritated. All right then, I'll be going. Carrying the 2 lunchboxes, Feng Ling stepped out of the house. At this moment the sun was bright and the breeze gentle. Humming a little tune, Feng Ling walked briskly toward the Ninja Academy. She opened the system interface to check her newly gained rewards. Her mind was now filled with detailed recipes for many dishes. At this point Feng Ling was undoubtedly a master of cuisine. She also felt a slight increase in chakra, her body warm and comfortable, though the sensation did not last long. System, with my body strengthened like this, I can beat that big white goose at the village entrance now, right? Feeling the enhancement, Feng Ling eagerly asked the system. Not even close, host. At most you can now defeat a little kitten. Keep training hard. Oh, she glanced at the time. Since it was still a while before classes ended, Feng Ling decided to stroll around first and experience the customs of the ninja world. Looking over the entire world of fire, there were likely many delicacies. There was barbecue, 3-colored dango, charcoal grilled sori, and more, but in Feng Ling's opinion, the most classic of all had to be Ichiraku ramen. Naruto had eaten it from childhood, from the very first episode to the 720th. What a feeling. Ichiraku ramen. Wait, where exactly was Ichiraku again? Fine, better deliver Sasuke's lunch first, then have him treat me. My dear brother surely won't refuse. Huff huff. And so Feng Ling embarked once more on her little lunch delivery journey. Phew, finally here. Wiping away her sweat, Feng Ling looked up at the Ninja Academy. At this moment, on the swing at the academy gate sat a little blonde boy in a yellow outfit with a few whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Feng Ling walked closer and saw that it was Naruto. Ding, mission released. Mission name: the first friend. Mission description: the ninja world is not only about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Naruto, the future 7th Hokage and future strongest in the ninja world. Befriending such a person will let you rise step by step and roam the ninja world with ease. The host is requested to seize this benefactor and become friends with Naruto. Mission reward: the friend-making manual. Hi, what are you doing here all by yourself? With the reward in mind, Feng Ling dashed over at top speed. Naruto lifted his head to see a white-haired, reedy little girl looking at him curiously. Such a beautiful, adorable girl. Was she an angel? Are you an angel? Thinking this, Naruto accidentally said it out loud. Feng Ling covered her mouth and chuckled, set down the lunchbox, and sat beside Naruto. I'm not an angel. My name is Uchiha Feng Ling. What about you? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Though he didn't understand why this girl wasn't afraid of him, Naruto was simply happy that someone was willing to sit and chat with him. Naruto, are you a student at the Ninja Academy? Yeah. What about you? I'm here to bring lunch to my brother, Feng Ling replied. I see. Your brother must be really happy. Naruto rubbed his nose, speaking with a hint of envy. By the way, my brother is Uchiha Sasuke. Do you know him? Uchiha Sasuke. So she was that arrogant Sasuke's little sister. Damn, he was so jealous. Aren't you a student of the Ninja Academy? Why aren't you in class? Turning back, she met that clear gaze and Naruto lowered his head guiltily. I skipped class. I see. Then Naruto must have his own reasons, right? Feng Ling said with a gentle smile. She wasn't angry at all. Shouldn't she think I'm a bad kid for skipping class? Naruto wondered. His heart warmed. Normally, all he ever encountered was malice from others. Yet now someone actually cared about him. That's right. My dream is to become Hokage, so I skipped class to train in advanced jutsu on my own, he declared. Naruto actually lied, something not often seen. He probably didn't want to disappoint me, Feng Ling thought, and chose not to expose his lie. I believe you'll become Hokage, Naruto. Do your best, she said, waving her tiny fist in encouragement. Really? Thank you, Feng Ling. Naruto scratched his head and grinned foolishly. The fish had taken the bait, it was time to reel it in. Naruto, we're friends now, right? Feng Ling clasped Naruto's hand, beaming. Yeah, of course. Naruto's face lit up. A friend. Someone was finally willing to be his friend, his very first one. Feng Ling, I'll definitely protect you. I'll be the one to guard that smile of yours. Naruto looked at the girl before him. On her youthful face was a pure childlike smile. In his heart, he quietly made a decision. Ding. Task completed. Rewards are being distributed. Distribution complete. Please check. Friend-making secret book. Hey buddies. When the host makes friends, the success rate is greatly increased, and there is a chance to directly become good friends. Oh, how should I put it? This skill seems somewhat useless. Looking at the time, it seemed like Sasuke's class was about to end, so Feng Ling got up from the swing. Naruto, I'm going to deliver lunch to my brother, bye. She waved her little hand and said goodbye to Naruto. Naruto, hearing Feng Ling, reluctantly waved his hand. Okay, goodbye. Feng Ling, next time don't skip class. As the future Hokage, mastering theoretical knowledge is also very necessary, right? Recalling the dismal grades from the original story, Feng Ling kindly reminded him. I won't skip class anymore. Naruto nodded with determination. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Feng Ling arrived at Sasuke's classroom. Pushing open the classroom door, she saw Sakura and Ino surrounding Sasuke. Sasuke, try the bento. I made it took me a long time to prepare. Shut up, you violent girl. Sasuke, try my cooking, and I have a love egg too. Surrounded by the two girls, Sasuke coldly stated, no thanks, my sister will come to deliver my lunch. Standing at the classroom door, Feng Ling felt that she might have come at the wrong time. At this moment, Sasuke noticed her standing at the door. Ignoring everything else, he pushed aside Sakura and Ino and quickly walked towards Feng Ling. Brother, I've come to deliver lunch. Have you been waiting long? It's fine. I can wait for as long as it takes. Sasuke smiled slightly and helped Feng Ling with the lunchbox. Who is that girl? Sakura, watching the intimate actions between Feng Ling and Sasuke, felt a surge of jealousy and asked Ino beside her. She seems to be Sasuke's sister, right? Ino replied uncertainly. She has white hair and red eyes. She doesn't look like Sasuke at all. How could she be his sister? Sakura, skeptical, angrily walked towards Feng Ling. Sakura, don't be impulsive. Ino reached out to pull her back, but was brushed off by the furious Sakura. Hey you, stay away from Sasuke. Sasuke is mine. Sakura glared at Feng Ling with indignation. Sasuke is my brother, why should I stay away from him? Feng Ling shook her little head confused. Don't lie. You don't look anything like Sasuke. He has black hair, and you have white hair. Brother, she's bullying me. Feng Ling pouted, tugging at Sasuke's sleeve with a soft tone. Shut up, Feng Ling is my sister, and no one is allowed to bully my sister. Seeing Sakura's reckless behavior, Sasuke's expression turned icy as he said, without any courtesy, Feng Ling, let's go. He took Feng Ling's little hand and walked away without looking back. Just as they were about to walk out of the classroom, Feng Ling turned her head and made a face at Sakura. How infuriating, this little girl must be doing it on purpose. Sakura dared not voice her anger and shot a glare. Just you wait, little girl. You're still too young to compete with me. Feng Ling chuckled. Ignoring the angry Sakura, she ran out with Sasuke. Feng Ling, were you scared? Sasuke gently patted Feng Ling's head, asking with concern. Sticking out her tongue, Feng Ling chuckled. It's fine, brother, let's go eat. The two of them arrived at the rooftop. They found a clean spot to sit down, and Feng Ling sized up Sasuke in front of her. Unlike his cold demeanor towards others, Sasuke now appeared gentle and considerate. Feng Ling wondered if she had mistaken him for someone else, but it was still a good thing. Wasn't it nice to have a harmonious family with a caring brother and sister? What a blissful life. Comparing the current Sasuke with the one from the future who would fight anyone who dared to challenge him, Feng Ling still found the present Sasuke more likable. Currently, Sasuke was wearing a trench coat with black hair and black eyes paired with a delicate little face. You could say he was quite adorable. What's wrong? Feng Ling, is there something on my face? Facing Feng Ling's intense gaze, Sasuke shyly touched his head. It's nothing, brother, let's eat. As soon as he opened the lunchbox, a fragrant aroma from the food wafted out. So delicious. Feng Ling's eyes lit up, eagerly anticipating what tasty food awaited her. There was cabbage greens, a love egg, and a roasted chicken leg. A balanced mix of meat and vegetables. It seems our mother Meichin really cares about her child's health and development. Seeing Feng Ling's cute appearance, Sasuke also happily opened his lunchbox. Ding. Task issued. Task named Brotherly Love and Sisterly Harmony. As the future world's #1 beautiful girl, having a harmonious family and brotherly love is essential. Please host act cute and ask Sasuke for food, strengthening the bond between siblings. Task reward, a dress for Haruhime Sora. Just as Feng Ling was about to indulge in her meal, an untimely voice interrupted. What a buzzkill. After reading the task description, Feng Ling's worldview was once again refreshed. Asking for food by acting cute. What kind of ridiculous requirement is that? And this terrible reward. A dress for Haruhime Sora, could it possibly have any weird attributes? Complaining about the unreasonable task, Feng Ling asked, can I not do this task? Host, you will regret it. This dress will certainly be of great use during the night of clan extermination. Really? What special effects can this dress have? Its utility is quite significant. Haruhime Sora's dress greatly increases Sasuke's fondness for the host and has a chance to activate the SisterCon attribute. What good is that? It seems like just a dress with strange attributes. System, you pervert. Feng Ling's little face turned red and she absolutely could not accept this perverted dress. That's not how you should think, host, think it over carefully. The system entered its big deception mode. Isn't Uchiha Itachi your brother? Yes, what's wrong? By using this dress to increase Itachi's fondness for you, if you turn him into a sisterkin, he won't want to kill you. Hearing the system's words, Feng Ling was enlightened. To endure what others cannot is what makes a true man. Host, are you a true man? The system continued to persuade. Of course. Then host, do your best. With the goal achieved, the system fell silent. Okay. Feng Ling, full of determination, displayed an attitude of not giving up easily. Saying it, she gathered her courage and looked at Sasuke. Brother Feng Ling wants to. Brother Feng Ling wants to. Feng Ling's face flushed, transforming her into a blushing steam girl. Seeing Feng Ling's rosy-cheeked Sasuke was somewhat puzzled. Feng Ling, what's wrong? Your face is so hot, are you running a fever? Sasuke reached out to touch Feng Ling's forehead, speaking with concern. No, it's just. Feng Ling's face grew increasingly flushed. How annoying, how could she express such things? So embarrassing. At this moment Sasuke was also anxious, grabbing Feng Ling's small hand firmly and speaking sternly. Feng Ling, whatever it is, you must tell your brother. I will help you. Now that it had come to this, she could only go all out. Feng Ling leaned closer to Sasuke's ear and whispered, brother, could you feed me? Worried that Sasuke might refuse, Feng Ling decided to be bold. Brother, please, you're the best, you will definitely agree, right? After saying that, Feng Ling reached out her small hand to shake Sasuke's sleeve. With her big watery eyes blinking, she pouted her lips and looked at Sasuke with a pleading expression. Oh no, it was a feeling of excitement. Sasuke covered his chest, feeling his heart thumping, while an indescribable subtle sensation rose from within. Sasuke squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, only to be quickly pressed down again. Finally, after several rounds of this back and forth, Sasuke seemed unable to control himself any longer, bursting into a series of chuckles. Did he exert too much force? It felt like his brother had become silly. What about his task? Watching Sasuke silly with laughter, Feng Ling felt a bit worried. The host need not worry, this kid is secretly enjoying it. At that moment, the system's voice came through, easing Feng Ling's concerns. Secretly enjoying it. This is quite obvious enjoyment. How do I make brother stop? It's simple, host, just continue. Unreliable, just go away. Feng Ling said angrily as she turned off the system. After considering a solution, Feng Ling decided to evoke Sasuke's protective instincts. That's right, when a beloved sister is scared of her brother, he will definitely shake off that feeling of enjoyment. Thus, Feng Ling initiated the brother rescue plan. Brother, please stop laughing. Feng Ling is very scared. Feng Ling tightly hugged Sasuke, her voice trembling slightly. Huh, he was still laughing. Just how much enjoyment was he having? Seeing that Sasuke remained unmoved, Feng Ling activated Plan B. One word, I cry. I don't believe you won't feel sorry for me. Whoa, brother, are you okay? Don't scare Feng Ling. Feng Ling cried with tears streaming down her face, soaking Sasuke's clothes. Indeed, there was that much water. Don't ask, it's just water power. Sasuke, who had been laughing foolishly, suddenly froze in place, feeling the warmth in his arms, and he snapped back to reality. He touched Feng Ling's head, feeling deeply ashamed. He actually made his sister cry. What a failure of a brother. I'm sorry, Feng Ling. I didn't scare you, right? The recovered Sasuke said comfortingly. No. Wiping her tears from the corners of her eyes, Feng Ling's voice was a bit choked. When performing, one must perform fully. Originally, Feng Ling thought the skill water power was useless. However, after using it today, the effect was outstanding. Indeed, every skill has its reason for existence. Let's eat first. Emerging from Sasuke's embrace, Feng Ling spoke a bit shyly. Okay. Oh. Feng Ling sat up straight, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth wide, waiting for Sasuke to feed her. Sasuke scooped a large spoonful of rice and fed it into Feng Ling's mouth. Yummy, so delicious. Oh, after finishing a bite, Feng Ling's cheeks puffed up like a bun. Delicious. Mama Miken's cooking is truly remarkable. As she enjoyed the tasty meal, Feng Ling felt herself immersed in the joy of eating, completely forgetting the embarrassment of being fed. I eat. So fragrant. After eating her fill, Feng Ling rubbed her bloated little belly, looking content and satisfied. Dove, I'm so full. Feng Ling said with her mouth full. Does Feng Ling want to eat a little more? Sasuke asked, looking at Feng Ling's puffy little face happily. Even when eating, my sister is so adorable. I don't mind at all if Feng Ling eats my share too. This is what they call being a feast for the eyes. Sasuke thought to himself. Thank you, no more. If she eats any more, she would burst. Feng Ling decisively refused Sasuke's suggestion. All right then, brother will eat it himself. Seeing Feng Ling refuse, Sasuke said regretfully. Then Sasuke opened his lunchbox and looked at the spoon he had just used to feed Feng Ling, still glistening with a little residue, and he swallowed hard. Gazing at Feng Ling, who was lying comfortably on the ground, enjoying the sun, completely unaware of him, Sasuke felt relieved. Licking the spoon, Sasuke felt invigorated. It was so sweet, reminiscent of the usual sweetness of little oranges. Delicious. He had never eaten such delicious food before. Although Miken's cooking was excellent, Sasuke felt that the meal now was sweeter than ever. With each big mouthful of food, Sasuke felt extremely pleased. System is the task completed. Feng Ling, basking in the sun, lazily conversed with the system in her mind. Perfectly accomplished, host, you are truly amazing. Your acting skills are exceptional. You could win an Oscar. Stop with the nonsense, quickly give me my reward. Feng Ling's lips curved slightly as she feigned a serious expression. All right, the reward has been issued, please check. Looking at the beautiful white dress in the system interface, Feng Ling had a sudden thought. What a cute little dress, I want to try it on right now. Oh, I would definitely look great in it. Wait, something's off. Why do I have such thoughts? Host, loving beauty is a girl's nature. It's just instinct, don't suppress your nature. Shut up. Turning off the system, Feng Ling sat on the ground fuming. Recalling everything that had just occurred, Feng Ling blushed, her face burning. She actually had such thoughts. It had only been a day, and she was quickly adapting to her current female identity, which was not good. Seeing Feng Ling alternating between being angry and being dazed, Sasuke felt a bit guilty. Could it be that the matter of secretly using the spoon was exposed? Would his image in Feng Ling's eyes be ruined? Feng Ling, what's wrong? Sasuke said, feeling guilty. Nothing, just a little worried. I feel like I'm not really myself anymore. Feng Ling sighed and spoke with a somewhat mature tone, so he hadn't noticed, which startled him. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, brother, do you have any money? Feng Ling shook her head, trying not to think about the unpleasant things. Money? Yes, do you want to buy something? Sasuke generously pulled out a large stack of bills and stuffed them into Feng Ling's arms. Wow, so much. Feng Ling covered her small mouth, extremely shocked. No wonder he is the second generation of Uchiha, truly a wealthy family. Brother, I don't need that much, 1,000 taels is enough. Pulling out a silver note from the stack, Feng Ling said somewhat bashfully. Her experience of poverty in her past life had long shaped Feng Ling's habit of frugality, who just a bowl of ramen would suffice, no need to spend extravagantly. All right, Feng Ling, if it's not enough, remember to tell your brother. Sasuke looked at the obedient Feng Ling, saying generously. Brother is the best. I'm going out to play, bye-bye. Feng Ling smiled mischievously and turned to run out of the school, completely unaware of Sasuke's silly grin. My sister is so adorable. Looking at the departing Feng Ling, Sasuke couldn't help but grin foolishly. After a moment of silly laughter, Sasuke fell into deep thought. How did he not notice his sister was so cute before? In his youth, he didn't recognize his sister's goodness, mistaking his brother for a treasure. How he regretted it now. Sasuke suddenly felt that the past 6 years had been in vain. But it's never too late to mend. Sasuke made a decision to protect the best sister in the world. The money has arrived. 1,000 taels should buy a lot of things, right? Standing at the entrance of the ninja school, Feng Ling thought to herself, counting the money Sasuke had given her with a hint of insecurity. Well, let's not worry about it for now. I'm not hungry anyway. He'll have Ichiraku ramen for dinner later. By the way, it seems like Mom hasn't cooked for Dad. Should I go check on him? Remembering the conversation with Mikoto from the morning, Feng Ling finally recalled that her elderly father hadn't eaten yet. As an adult, he shouldn't be unable to find food for himself, right? Forget it. I should go take a look. After all, I'm kind-hearted and beautiful. Then let's go buy some food first. With that thought, Feng Ling wandered her way to the snack street. Listening to the calls of the street vendors and smelling the enticing aroma of food, Feng Ling felt particularly cheerful. Candied hawthorn, delicious candied hawthorn. Super large rice balls, 100 taels for 3, cheap and a good deal. You won't regret it. 3-color dango, buy 1 get 1 free. Isn't this Itachi's favorite 3-color dango? I must buy a few bits, essential for building rapport. Boss, I want 3-color dango. How much is it for 1? Feng Ling asked as she entered the shop. It's 100 taels for 2. Little sister, this is your first time here, right? You can try a sample first. The shopkeeper was a gentle older sister who handed a 3-color dango to Feng Ling. Receiving the 3-color dango happily, Feng Ling took a small bite. So sweet, so delicious. Feeling the sugary taste in her mouth, she cradled her face, looking blissful. Sister, I want 10. Feng Ling pulled out 500 taels from her pocket and handed it to the boss. You're such a cute little sister, he'll give you 2 extra, come often. Thank you, big sister, she replied cheerfully. All right, now I just need to buy rice balls for Dad. Boss, 3 super large rice balls. Is the little girl eating them all by herself? These rice balls are quite large, you might not be able to finish them alone, the elderly lady selling rice balls said gently. I'm buying them for Dad. He hasn't eaten yet, Feng Ling explained. Oh, I see. What a filial child, Bill, make them for you right away. Moments later, the elderly lady handed the packed rice balls to Feng Ling. Why is there an extra one? Grandma, you gave me 1 too many, Feng Ling said, looking at the 4 round rice balls in the bag, puzzled. No, good child, the extra one is a gift for you. The elderly lady smiled kindly. Thank you. With her food in hand, Feng Ling left the snack street. Following the familiar route in her memory, she headed towards the Uchiha police force. At this moment, in the inner office of the Konoha police force, Fugaku was working diligently at his desk. Rubbing his temples, he looked fatigued. He was frowning at the work in front of him. Dad, I'm here. A voice that could melt hearts reached his ears. Fugaku's body jolted, and he looked up to see a petite figure standing at the door with bags in hand. Disregarding his work, Fugaku immediately activated his body flicker technique, turning to Feng Ling and taking the bags from her. Seeing Feng Ling panting from the effort, Fugaku felt a pang of heartache. My dear daughter, what brings you here? I came to bring you lunch, Feng Ling said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Fugaku's heart softened at her words, feeling a gentle tug of emotion. He set the bag aside and bent down to pat Feng Ling's head. You've worked hard, little Feng Ling. Did your mom send you to bring this? Of course not. Mom said this morning that Dad is the one working hardest at home. He hasn't even had time to eat after a whole day of work. If I don't help, who will? 666 Host lying without batting an eye, the system teased with a mischievous tone. I'm just trying to maintain family harmony, Feng Ling replied to the system in her mind. I've really worked hard for this family, she said to the system. Fugaku felt a warmth in his heart from her words, unable to suppress a slight smile. His serious face seemed so gentle in Feng Ling's eyes. Dad, you should eat now? I specifically picked your favorite. Feng Ling handed the bag to Fugaku, urging him hurry, it will get cold and won't taste good. Fugaku obediently opened the bag and first saw the few round super large rice balls, unable to help but laugh. They're so big, did you pick them out specially, Feng Ling? Of course. This one is the cheapest and most practical. But that shouldn't be said aloud, Feng Ling thought to herself. Yeah. Feng Ling proudly placed her hands on her hips, and the elderly lady selling rice balls praised me for being filial and even gave me an extra one. Fugaku picked up a rice ball and took a casual bite. It tasted normal, but a bit thick. However, he pretended to be surprised. It's delicious, Feng Ling, you've worked hard. Not at all. Feng Ling waved her hand and pushed the bag of three-color dango towards Fugaku. And there's this. Three-color dango, is it for Itachi? Fugaku glanced at the bag of three-color dango, raising an eyebrow. Yes, but Dad can have some too, Feng Ling said proudly. And I ate some, they're super delicious. Looking at his lively little daughter, Fugaku felt a significant amount of his fatigue dissipate. As he ate the rice ball, he smiled and asked, how many can I eat? Counting on her fingers, Feng Ling seriously considered, with 5 people in the family and 12 in total, how should they divide it? Feng Ling's smile suddenly froze, tilting her head. She thought for a moment and murmured, if I don't eat it can be evenly divided, but I've only had one. Sigma duh. Fugaku burst into laughter while Feng Ling looked innocently at him, puzzled. Dad, what are you laughing at? I was considering everyone. How can you laugh at me? No, Dad just thinks that our Feng Ling is really a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. Fugaku gently pinched her cheek. Don't worry, Dad doesn't like sweet food, so you can share these with Mom and brother. Feng Ling brightened up immediately. The dilemma was finally resolved. Just then the office door was suddenly pushed open and Itachi's figure appeared at the entrance. He clearly didn't expect to see Feng Ling here. Pausing for a moment. Feng Ling, what are you doing here? Feng Ling was also taken aback. Shouldn't Itachi be in the umbu right now? How did he get off work so early? Nevertheless, she thought it was important to serve him well. Brother Itachi. Feng Ling excitedly ran over. I came to bring Dad lunch. By the way, I specially bought your favorite three-color dango. As she spoke, she took out the package of dango from the bag and held it up in front of Itachi. He took the dango, looked down at it, then raised his head and smiled at Feng Ling. Thank you, Feng Ling, you don't have to buy it next time. How can I not buy it? Feng Ling pouted. You're so busy usually, I just wanted to give you a little surprise. On the surface, Feng Ling was smiling, but inside she was crying. Of course I have to buy it. Serving you well is better than anything else. Otherwise, if you get upset, where would I go to reason with you? Fugaku watched the interaction between the two children, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. He had never seen Itachi be so gentle with anyone except for Sasuke and Feng Ling. Although Itachi was known as a genius outside, only Fugaku knew that he bore too much heavy responsibility. Meanwhile, the lively and cheerful Feng Ling could help Itachi relieve his invisible pressure. On the street, Feng Ling followed behind Itachi, making her way home. Along the way, she appeared to be casually looking around, seemingly observing the street scenery, but in reality, she was anxiously communicating with the system in her mind. System, please help me. What should I do? This is Itachi. Host, don't panic. Have you forgotten about the spring day wild sky dress? Feng Ling immediately envisioned the fresh and lovely white dress in her mind, her heart stirring. But we're still on the way. I can't just change clothes here, that would be too strange. The system replied calmly. What I mean is wear it when you get home, and then wear it every day. Are you afraid Itachi won't notice you? Feng Ling suddenly realized. You're right, I was too anxious. A heavy weight lifted off her heart, and her steps became much lighter, her expression more natural. Along the way, Itachi occasionally glanced down at her with a gentle smile, asking, Feng Ling, did your mother arrange anything for you to do today? Feng Ling stood tall and proud, her face beaming with delight. Mom let me play by myself today, but I am very sensible, I won't be too playful. Itachi smiled slightly, his gaze softening. Yes, Feng Ling has indeed grown up and knows to think of her family. Hearing the praise, Feng Ling smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. Of course. But brother, why are you back at the security force today? Aren't you supposed to be in the umbu? Itachi paused for a moment and replied calmly. The umbu mission has been temporarily completed, and I came back to handle some family matters. Feng Ling blinked her eyes and curiously asked, brother is busy too. But you mustn't tire yourself out like Dad. Look at how hard Dad works every day. He doesn't even have time to eat, so I specially went to deliver food to him. You must take care of yourself too. Itachi couldn't help but chuckle at her words, gently patting her head. All right, I will remember that. Feng Ling, don't tire yourself out too much, just do what you enjoy. As they walked, Feng Ling suddenly stopped, looking at Itachi earnestly, her tone carrying a child's determination. Brother, my favorite thing is to make sure you all are happy. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, then a warm smile spread across his face. Thank you, Feng Ling. Feng Ling tilted her head playfully at Itachi, grinning mischievously. No need to thank me, we are family. Itachi reached out to gently tousle her hair, his tone soft. I will have some free time tomorrow, I can accompany you and Sasuke. Feng Ling, upon hearing this, happily tugged at Itachi's sleeve and gently shook it. Then can you teach me how to cultivate tomorrow? Itachi smiled gently, but shook his head. Sorry, Feng Ling. You are still too young. Wait until you grow a bit older. He habitually poked her forehead. The gesture was light, yet carried the usual brotherly authority. Ouch, that hurts. Feng Ling immediately covered her forehead and pouted in dissatisfaction. Brother, you really are too rough. Itachi looked at her with a half-smile, softly saying, If you promise me one thing, I will teach you. Feng Ling's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, What do you want? Itachi's tone was serious, yet filled with brotherly indulgence, that is. Don't tire yourself out too much during training. Feng Ling was taken aback for a moment. What kind of requirement was this? It was more of a concern than a request. She stared at the gentle and considerate Itachi before her heart filled with mixed feelings. This Itachi perhaps had yet to experience the death of Shisui, nor had he stepped onto that lonely and bloody path. He was still the warm brother, like a spring breeze. Along the way, Feng Ling's steps gradually became heavy. She knew full well that this gentle brother before her would inevitably make a tragic choice for the family and village in the future, sacrificing himself and everything. Feng Ling, what's wrong? Itachi noticed her unusual demeanor, stopped, and looked down at her with concern in his voice. Are you feeling unwell? Feng Ling quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. No. I just suddenly thought that my brother is so amazing, I need to work harder and not lag behind. Itachi chuckled softly, his tone gentle. Feng Ling, you don't need to force yourself. You are already very diligent. Feng Ling hesitated for a moment, calculating in her heart, deciding to take this opportunity to probe Itachi's thoughts. Brother, if one day you had to choose between the village and the family, what would you do? Itachi paused for a moment, his gaze deepening slightly. He crouched down to meet Feng Ling's gaze, his tone gentle yet firm. Feng Ling, life will always present difficult choices, but no matter what, I will do my best to protect those who are important to me. Feng Ling felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this. Itachi's answer was indeed within her expectations, but she knew too well that this protection in Itachi's values likely meant sacrificing himself. She suppressed the complex emotions in her heart, pretending to innocently ask, Brother, who does that important person refer to? Itachi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled softly and replied, Of course it's family. This answer seemed so natural, yet Feng Ling knew that in Itachi's heart that most important person had always been Sasuke. Walking beside Itachi, Feng Ling silently vowed that no matter what, she would try to change the impending fate. Even a slight deviation might spare him from enduring so much pain and sacrifice. As night fell, their figures were elongated by the streetlights and cast onto the ground, resembling a warm yet fleeting painting. During dinner, the 5 members of the family gathered together, and a warm atmosphere filled the entire room. Sasuke sat next to Itachi, animatedly recounting amusing stories from school, occasionally mimicking the expressions and tones of his classmates, which made Itachi unable to suppress a tender smile. Itachi occasionally ruffled Sasuke's hair in encouragement, while Sasuke continued his speech with a satisfied expression. Fugaka sat at the head of the table, eating his meal with a serious demeanor, his brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of authority, even without anger. Though he didn't speak, his gaze occasionally swept over the children at the table, revealing a hidden affection. Feng Ling glanced at Mikoto, who was busy in the kitchen, and an idea struck her. Mom, let me help you. Mikoto turned from the stove, holding a pair of chopsticks, looking at Feng Ling with surprise. Can little Feng Ling do it? Cooking in the kitchen is no joke, you might get burned. Don't worry. Feng Ling confidently patted her chest, saying, I promise to shine today. Let me handle the last dish, Mom, you go take a break. Mikoto hesitated for a moment, but seeing the sparkle in Feng Ling's eyes and her eager expression, she nodded. Then be careful. If you don't understand something, just call for Mom. No problem. Feng Ling smiled as she rolled up her sleeves, pushing Mikoto out of the kitchen. Mom, just relax, I guarantee you'll be surprised. Once in the kitchen, Feng Ling looked around, pondering what to cook. Suddenly, a funny video she had seen in modern times flashed into her mind, where Itachi used the Sharingan to fry an egg, causing her to grin. Hee, let's make a heart-shaped fried egg, Feng Ling muttered to herself, rolling up her sleeves, preparing to show off her skills. She took 5 eggs from the fridge and skillfully cracked them into a bowl. Then she heated the pan, poured in the oil, and gently added the egg mixture, skillfully maneuvering her wrist to create a perfect heart shape. While the eggs were frying, she arranged some tomato slices and cucumber shreds on the plate, even carving a smiling face with a carrot for decoration. The entire process was seamless. The aroma of the frying eggs spread slowly, and Feng Ling looked at her creation with confidence. Hee, it's done. Itachi and Sasuke will definitely be amazed. Carrying the plate out of the kitchen, Feng Ling stood at the dining table, clearing her throat and putting on a serious expression. The last dish is here. Come everyone, each of one, and taste my exclusive culinary skills. The whole family looked at her in unison, their eyes focused on the steaming heart-shaped fried eggs on the plate. Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, Feng Ling, you can cook now. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a gentle smile. It looks really good. Mikoto stepped forward in surprise. Little Feng Ling, did you really make these? The heart shape is quite cute. Feng Ling put her hands on her hips, proudly declaring, of course. Not only do they look good, but they taste amazing. Come on everyone, hurry up and try it. Sasuke eagerly picked up a fried egg and took a bite, immediately showing a look of surprise. Hey, it's delicious. It's really tasty. Better than what mom makes. Fugaka meanwhile ate his fried egg leisurely while nodding. Not bad. Feng Ling, you did well this time. Hearing everyone's praise, Feng Ling was overjoyed inside, but maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Haha, it's no big deal. Ooh, just tell me what you want to eat in the future. Itachi also picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, chewed slowly, and then nodded with a smile. Feng Ling's cooking skills are indeed quite impressive. Of course. But brother, don't think I'll let you eat this easily. Next time you have to teach me a ninjutsu in exchange. Feng Ling's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. Itachi chuckled lightly, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Alright, it seems I need to prepare for the next training lesson. The family enjoyed the heart-shaped fried eggs together, laughter ringing around the dining table. Even Fugaka's lips couldn't help but curve into a rare smile. Feng Ling watched everyone's happy faces. A wave of warmth surged in her heart. This warmth from her family moved her deeply, and she unconsciously closed her eyes. Let's talk about the future later. As for now, just take it slow. Feng Ling silently replied, in her heart her face still adorned with a sweet smile. This meal Feng Ling felt was the warmest moment since her rebirth. Today the path felt a bit long. Oh, I should take a good bath. Feng Ling silently encouraged herself, trying her best to ignore the subtle feeling of guilt. Feng Ling patted her face and muttered to herself, I just like being clean, nothing more. With a change of clothes in hand, she pushed open the bathroom door, and a wave of warm air rushed towards her. The mist in the bathroom enveloped her like a thin veil, easing her tension slightly. Through the mirror, Feng Ling saw her fair face, slightly flushed from the steam. Instinctively, she touched her cheek, which was as tender as a peeled egg, causing her to involuntarily break into a self-satisfied smile. I really don't get tired of this appearance. After admiring herself in the mirror, she nodded in satisfaction, and then lowered her gaze, noticing her graceful figure. Her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, and Feng Ling hurriedly averted her gaze, yet the peculiar sensation of her racing heart lingered. It feels a bit strange, she murmured while slowly removing her outer clothes. Her flawless skin glistened softly under the light, resembling fine porcelain. Halfway through, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, striving to calm her increasingly chaotic emotions. Calm down. Calm down. It's just my body, why be shy? Feng Ling patted her face and silently began reciting a calming mantra. The cold is eternal, all things remain still, the heart should be tranquil, and I alone am divine. Despite this, the heat still clung to her, prompting her to hasten her movements, shedding all her clothes and quickly diving into the bathroom. As the warm water flowed over her skin, the feelings of shame and discomfort gradually receded. She gently caressed her body. The warm touch relaxed her nerves, yet there was still an indescribable awkwardness. Suddenly, she let out a soft hum, the sound delicate and vague, as if a secret from the depths of her heart had accidentally slipped out. This body is too sensitive, isn't it? Feng Ling's face turned even redder, her ears feeling as hot as boiled shrimp. She muttered and quickly turned on the bathtub faucet, wanting to cover her embarrassment with a bath. As the bathtub gradually filled with hot water, the warm steam transformed the entire bathroom into a sauna. Feng Ling slowly slipped into the water, feeling completely enveloped until her body was thoroughly relaxed. Feng Ling exhaled a breath of warm air, her gaze somewhat dazed, and her mind inexplicably filled with indescribable thoughts. No wonder the protagonists in transformation stories never revert back once they change. Feng Ling suddenly realized something and bit her lip, so that's how it is. Thinking of this, she felt another wave of heat on her face and quickly shook her head, trying to cast away all those unhealthy thoughts. Naughty thoughts, go away. Feng Ling, you must have self-respect and self-love. Never let yourself sink. She quickly submerged herself in the steaming bathtub, the warm water wrapping around her like a mother's embrace, dissipating the last remnants of shame and tension. Feng Ling closed her eyes and let out a long breath, feeling as if she was melting. She allowed herself to slowly sink into the water with just her little head floating on the surface, blowing bubbles like a content little fish. This feeling is simply too comfortable. Feng Ling murmured softly, her voice laced with a hint of laziness. The bathroom was tranquil and warm, filled only with the gentle sounds of water lapping and occasional splashes. Feng Ling's thoughts gradually emptied, and the complex emotions from earlier were washed away by the hot water. Completely immersed in this moment of relaxation, Feng Ling even began to doubt if she had been too exhausted in her past life, which was why she pursued moments of comfort so desperately in this life. Feng Ling, don't soak for too long. Miken's voice came from the other side of the door, gentle, yet slightly admonishing. Startled from her complete relaxation in the bathtub, Feng Ling froze for a few seconds before responding weakly, all right, he'll be right out. Reluctantly standing up from the warm water, Feng Ling slowly dried her body, changed into a loose bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom, her wet hair still dripping, resembling a freshly steamed bun. In the living room, Mei-chin was sitting on the sofa with a book in hand, seemingly waiting for her. Upon seeing Feng Ling come out, Mei-chin put down her book and waved, little Feng Ling, come here. Mom, I'm done washing up. Feng Ling walked over to Mei-chin, obediently, still pondering if she had done something wrong, causing Mei-chin to wait for her. Mei-chin looked affectionately at her dazed little daughter, gently pulling her into her embrace and helping to dry her damp hair with a towel. Feeling a bit uneasy and wanting to avoid the contact, Feng Ling attempted to pull away, but Mei-chin pressed her shoulder gently, saying softly, don't move around. Your hair will get cold if it's wet. Feeling the tenderness of Mei-chin's touch, Feng Ling gave up struggling and contentedly enjoyed her mother's care, until Mei-chin suddenly asked, little Feng Ling, you haven't forgotten about what you promised your mother, right? Promised. Feng Ling was taken aback, her mind filled with question marks as she tentatively looked up. What did I promise? Seeing her reaction, a mischievous smile flickered in Miken's eyes. She couldn't help but reach out to rub Feng Ling's soft face, her tone tinged with mock reproach. Really? You forgot so quickly. You clearly promised to sleep with your mother tonight. Huh? Feng Ling was stunned, instinctively retreating, a bit stuttering. Mom, are you joking? Of course not, Mei-chin replied, seriously looking at Feng Ling as if this matter was too important to be disputed. Feng Ling's face flushed bright red, her hands awkwardly tugging at her bathrobe. A girl should avoid her mother. Who says that? I've never heard of such a thing, Mei-chin responded with a smile, effortlessly grabbing Feng Ling's flailing little hand and lifting her up without any effort. Mom, put me down. Feng Ling's voice changed in pitch from embarrassment, her small face buried in Miken's embrace, resembling a little cat with ruffled fur. Be good, don't squirm, Mei-chin gently reassured, carrying Feng Ling directly towards the room. This scene was perfectly witnessed by Fuyue, who was sipping tea on the sofa. He set down his teacup, lingering his gaze on his wife and daughter for a moment before finally speaking. What about me? Mei-chin paused, turning back with a faint tone of indifference. You sleep on the sofa. Fuyue was taken aback, then quickly realized a hint of helplessness crossing his face. He opened his mouth to refute, but seeing Miken's unyielding gaze, he could only silently sigh. Watching his wife carry their daughter away, Fuyue leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. His emotions were quite complicated, a gentle and virtuous wife, a lovable and filial daughter, which should have been a double blessing, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. After a moment, he seemed to remember something, and turned to Sasuke. You little rascal, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Sasuke, who was reading nearby, looked up, and was taken aback. Huh? What? Are you disdaining your old man? Fuyu's tone carried a hint of authority. Sasuke was somewhat at a loss, casting a furtive glance at Itachi, trying to seek help. Yet Itachi just smiled helplessly, gently flicking Sasuke's forehead. Sorry, Sasuke, tonight your dad is all yours. Damn it, brother, you don't love me anymore. Sasuke shouted in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. He pouted. Memories of Feng Ling's adorable antics from earlier flashed in his mind, silently jotting down a note against Itachi. If Feng Ling knew, she would definitely help me. Brother's performance today is truly disappointing. In the room, the dim yellow light cast upon the soft bedding, filling the air with warmth. Feng Ling curled up in her little blanket, leaving only her rosy face exposed. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at Mei-chin beside her, then quickly shift her gaze away, much like a little cat caught in a mischievous act. Mei-chin sat on the edge of the bed, watching her small daughter bundled up, feeling both heartbroken and amused. She gently pulled back the tightly wrapped blanket around Feng Ling, drawing her into her embrace, tenderly stroking her head. Little Feng Ling, why are you all curled up like this? Are you cold? Being held by Mei-chin, Feng Ling's heart raced. Her mother carried a pleasant fragrance, and the warmth of the embrace made her involuntarily relax, even slowing her breathing. Feng Ling's nose twitched slightly, sensing the unique tranquility and peace that belonged to her mother, a surge of complex emotions swelling within her. Feng Ling looked up, gazing at Miken's loving face, feeling a bit ashamed deep inside, yet harboring a hint of delight. Mom is really good to me. Feng Ling whispered in her heart. Gradually, the earlier bit of awkwardness and shyness melted away. Actually, I shouldn't always resist my mother's closeness, Feng Ling thought to herself. In her eyes, I will always be a child. How sad would she be if I constantly rejected her care? With this thought, Feng Ling suddenly felt a pang of regret, even a surge of the impulse to act cute. She quietly took a breath, her face as red as a ripe apple, mustering up courage to softly call out, "Mom." Mei-Chin slightly lowered her head, looking at her little daughter in her arms, her eyes growing even softer. Feng Ling bit her lip, her voice as small as a mosquito's. "Can you hold me a bit tighter?" As soon as the words left her mouth, her face flushed deep red, unable to look at Mei-Chin, burying her head deeper into her embrace, as if wanting to hide. Mei-Chin was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile, her eyes full of pampering. She reached out to gently rub Feng Ling's little nose, playfully asking, "What's this? Not shy anymore?" Feng Ling mumbled in response, but unconsciously leaned closer into Mei-Chin's embrace, as if seeking more security. Her little hand clutched Mei-Chin's clothing, her voice low, yet full of dependence. "It feels so good when you hold me, Mom." Mei-Chin was utterly melted by this soft and adorable request. She didn't say anything more, but wrapped her arms tightly around Feng Ling, gently patting her back softly, saying, "My little Feng Ling will always be Mother's treasure." Feng Ling nuzzled against Mei-Chin, her small head lightly brushing against her shoulder, resembling a little cat acting cute. Closing her eyes, feeling her mother's warm embrace and the rhythm of her heartbeat, she felt unprecedentedly relaxed. "Mom," she softly murmured, adding goodnight. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm light across the room, landing perfectly on Feng Ling's small face. She wrinkled her nose and reluctantly opened her eyes. Glancing at the still sleeping Mei-Chin, Feng Ling quietly pulled back the quilt and carefully climbed out of bed, afraid of waking Mei-Chin. "System-equipped Chunri-used dress," Feng Ling silently recited in her heart, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement. A faint glow passed over her, and the wrinkled pajamas were replaced by a pure white dress, its hem gently swaying like morning dew, so clear and translucent. Feng Ling ran to the small mirror in the corner of the room, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of herself, her bright, sparkling eyes full of curiosity and pride. I look just like a mini version of Chunri-Yayu. Except for the red eyes being a bit strange, otherwise I'm exactly the same." She twirled around her dress, fluttering with the movement, and couldn't help but grin. Next, Feng Ling rubbed her belly, her tone filled with a touch of childish pride. "I should make breakfast for everyone first. This will surely make Mom very happy." Just then a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "The host is truly virtuous, taking the initiative to make breakfast." Feng Ling was taken aback, stamping her foot in irritation. "System, you scared me again." I just think the host is really great, diligent, and sensible, surely a model child in the future." The system's tone was cheeky, leaving Feng Ling with a headache. "Stop flattering me," she muttered softly, suddenly thinking of something, and looking up to ask, "By the way, do you have family?" "This system has none." The system's tone suddenly became serious. Feng Ling blinked, pouting. "That makes sense. You don't understand the benefits of family bonds." The system fell silent for a moment, then a soft sobbing sound came through. "No family is so pitiful, am I? Am I a failure?" Feng Ling was a bit flustered by this display as she scratched her hair and said in a bit of a panic, "Hey, don't cry. I was just joking. Whoa, but I'm so sad. Without family will I never be complete." All right. Feng Ling pouted, her voice tinged with impatience. "Then, from now on I'll be your family, okay?" "Really?" The system's voice instantly brightened, the crying tone disappeared without a trace. "The host is willing to be my family. That's wonderful." Feng Ling rolled her eyes and muttered, "This is too much, being stuck with such a system." The system didn't hear her complaints and was happily chatting to itself. "Now that I have family, it'll definitely treat the host better in the future." "Then you'd better behave. Don't give me any more strange tasks." Feng Ling placed her hands on her hips, seriously educating the system. Completely forgetting that she had just been admiring herself in the dress, Feng Ling hummed a little tune and skipped towards the kitchen, happily thinking about preparing a special breakfast for her family. "I wonder how Itachi will react when he sees me like this." Feng Ling talked to herself in the mirror, fiddling with the hem of her dress, satisfied as she turned around. "Don't worry." The system's familiar cheeky voice popped up. "This system guarantees top quality. Host, you will definitely amaze them." Feng Ling rolled her eyes at the system's confidence, but still felt a bit of anticipation. She flicked her dress and walked decisively into the kitchen, starting preparations for today's breakfast. About half an hour later, the aroma wafted from the kitchen, and a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the dining table. Golden fried eggs, tempting bacon, glistening congee, and beautifully presented side dishes. The table full of delicious food made Feng Ling feel quite proud. "Everyone, time to eat." Feng Ling clapped her hands and turned to the rooms, gently knocking on doors to wake her family. Dad, Mom, brothers, get up. Breakfast is ready. Feng Ling's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of pride. Her sweet calls echoed throughout the Uchiha household, and several adults and children poked their heads out of their rooms, still a bit sleepy. When everyone sat down at the dining table, the sight of the full table of dishes stunned everyone. This? Mei-chin looked at the spread, incredulous. Feng Ling, did you make all this? Fuyu rarely showed an expression beyond his usual sternness. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and exclaimed, not bad. I didn't expect our Feng Ling to have such skills. Feng Ling stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. Humph, did you think I could only fry eggs? This is my true strength. The astonishment of the two parents was clearly directed at the array of dishes, but as for the two brothers, their gazes were more focused on Feng Ling. Sasuke looked up, his eyes a bit dazed. Seeing Feng Ling in her white dress, the hem swaying gently with her proud movements, her red eyes and white hair shining with pride, she looked as lovely as a character from a painting. Sasuke's heart couldn't help but tremble, unable to resist asking, Feng Ling, where did you get this dress? It looks really good on you. Itachi, on the other hand, appeared much steadier. He silently glanced at Feng Ling, his gaze gentle yet profound, as if he saw another side of his sister's growth. With a slight smile, he softly said, Feng Ling's cooking and fashion sense are both impressive. Feng Ling felt her ears turn slightly red under their gaze, waving her hand lightly. Stop praising me, eat up. It's best to eat while it's hot. Sasuke lowered his head to pick up some food, but glanced over at Feng Ling from time to time, as if wanting to remember this scene. Itachi remained calm, only taking a few more bites, as if showing his approval of Feng Ling through his actions. The family sat around the dining table, the atmosphere relaxed and warm. Feng Ling watched everyone enjoy the food, while secretly observing her two brothers' reactions, feeling a bit proud. Oomph, the effect is outstanding. At the dining table, Feng Ling was busy as a bee, her chopsticks dancing like butterflies, picking up this and that, constantly adding food to her family's bowls. Eat more, eat more. Dad needs to work hard, and Sasuke, you need to study well. Feng Ling smiled, while placing a fried egg in Fuyu's bowl and a tender piece of meat in Sasuke's. Sasuke buried his head in his food, but his gaze couldn't help but sneakily glance at Feng Ling. Why did the food she picked taste so good? One bite could lift his mood, completely sweeping away the grievances of waking up early for school. Fuyu's face was full of contentment as he looked at his little daughter with gentle eyes. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and couldn't help but exclaim, girls are really thoughtful. Unlike these two brats who just know how to eat. After saying this, Fuyu glanced at Sasuke, who was busy eating, and shifted his mood, lightly tapping Sasuke's head in irritation. You little brat. You let your sister serve you food, can't you move your own hands? Sasuke, looking like he wanted to cry, thought, why is it always me who gets in trouble? But meeting Fuyu's gaze, he could only obediently cover his head and softly admit his mistake. Got it. Mei-chin, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently saying, Fuyu, don't always pick on Sasuke, he's still just a kid. But Sasuke should also learn to take care of his sister. Look how sensible Feng Ling is. Sasuke glanced at Feng Ling, seeing her happily serving food with a soft smile on her face, feeling a twinge of guilt. After hesitating for a moment, he clumsily picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Feng Ling's bowl, softly saying, Sister, this is for you. Seeing Sasuke's gesture, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, brother. That soft, thank you, brother, combined with Feng Ling's radiant smile, instantly struck Sasuke's heart. Sasuke was stunned for a few seconds, touching the spot on his head where his dad had tapped him, suddenly realizing that his head no longer hurt, and even the little bit of gloom in his heart was swept away. Indeed, little sisters are the cutest. Fuyu watched this scene, unable to help but nod. At least you're not entirely heartless. He glanced at Itachi. You should learn too, don't always let your sister do all the work. Itachi smiled gently. The food Feng Ling makes is really delicious, but he picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Feng Ling's bowl. Brother also has a gift for you. Mei-chin nodded in satisfaction, then picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of fried egg in Feng Ling's bowl. Feng Ling should also eat more. Don't just take care of others, all right? After finishing her meal, Feng Ling leaned towards Itachi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brother, teach me how to cultivate. You promised. Itachi smiled slightly, put down the book in his hand, and stood up. All right, let's go. He quickly tidied up, took 2 kunai, and led Feng Ling to a secluded training ground outside the village. The training area was small, with a few wooden stakes and some tall trees clearly designated for practice. Itachi turned around and took out a chakra test paper from his equipment bag, handing it to Feng Ling. Focus your mind and channel your chakra into the test paper. This way I can determine your chakra nature. Feng Ling took the test paper, responded softly, closed her eyes, and began to mobilize the chakra within her body. As the chakra flowed into the paper, it quickly transformed, splitting into 5 sections, each displaying the characteristics of lightning, fire, water, earth, and wind. Itachi was taken aback, a hint of astonishment appearing in his eyes. Feng Ling, you have all chakra natures. Feng Ling looked down at the test paper in her hands, a proud smile, unable to be concealed on her face. Hee, is it impressive? She pretended to be shocked, touching her head with a look of I didn't expect this either. Itachi nodded, his tone affirming, of course. All chakra natures are extremely rare, you might be a genius. Hearing this, Feng Ling's heart bloomed with joy. She secretly felt proud. With 5 chakra natures, isn't that like a knockoff Kakashi? No, it's a super high-end version. Then let's start formal training, Feng Ling said eagerly. Itachi smiled slightly. All right. However, I primarily excel in Jinjutsu followed by Ninjutsu. Which would you like to learn first? Feng Ling tilted her head in thought, then decisively said Ninjutsu. She was calculating in her mind, although Jinjutsu is also powerful, top figures in the ninja world mostly rely on strong ninjutsu, such as Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the future Naruto and Sasuke. To stand at the peak, ninjutsu must be the priority. Alright, I'll first teach you a crank ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi then raised his hand and began to demonstrate the hand signs. Watch closely, the sequence of hand signs is Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu-yin. Did you remember? Feng Ling nodded vigorously. I remembered. She then began to attempt the hand signs. However, the system clearly did not grant Feng Ling the hand sign talent. Her fingers fumbled in the air for a long time, but she couldn't smoothly complete the entire set of actions. This is so troublesome. Why can't I just clap my hands and have it happen? Feng Ling mumbled softly, her tone laced with a hint of complaint. Itachi stood nearby, watching patiently, without rushing her, instead gently encouraging, don't rush, take your time. Feng Ling took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and continued to try. After several failures, she finally completed a smooth set of hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. The moment she finished speaking, Feng Ling inhaled sharply, then forcefully exhaled a blazing fireball. The flames quickly expanded into a gigantic fireball, nearly engulfing the entire forest. Yay, I did it. Feng Ling jumped up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. However, when Feng Ling looked around, she realized that the entire training ground had been consumed by the raging flames. The firelight reflected off her small face, and she stood frozen, staring dumbfounded at the burning trees. Huh? Feng Ling instinctively voiced a question, her mind blank. Itachi stood on the scorched earth, gazing at the nearly burnt-down forest, unable to maintain his usual calm expression. Itachi frowned slightly, his thoughts complicated. This level of destructive power is far beyond what a crank ninjutsu can achieve. But the raging fire is an urgent problem. The flames spread rapidly, with the wind igniting the surrounding trees, and the tongues of fire lashed out wildly, threatening to consume the entire training ground. Itachi's gaze sharpened, his hands quickly forming hand signs. Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive dragon made of water appeared out of nowhere, roaring towards the blazing inferno. The water dragon accurately struck the flames, and the powerful water flow instantly extinguished the raging fire, sending up a cloud of white steam that enveloped the entire training ground. As the last ember was extinguished, the area finally returned to calm, leaving only charred stumps and a steaming ground. Feng Ling stood in place, witnessing it all, feeling both astonished and apprehensive. After the fire was completely put out, she jogged over to Itachi, her small face filled with guilt and unease. Brother, did I do something bad? Feng Ling tugged at Itachi's sleeve, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, seemingly afraid of being scolded. She was secretly reciting in her mind, setting the mountain on fire, imprisonment for life. This modern warning phrase occupied her mind for a moment, making her feel increasingly anxious. Itachi looked down at Feng Ling, his previously serious expression gradually relaxing. He reached out and gently ruffled Feng Ling's hair, speaking softly. It's okay, this is just a minor issue, the fire is out now. Feng Ling looked up at Itachi's smile, feeling a little relieved, but also somewhat guilty. But that fire, it was too big, was I too careless? Indeed, the power was a bit excessive. Itachi nodded, not denying it, while gently reminding her. But next time you need to pay attention to chakra control. You have great talent, but you also need to learn to control it well. Feng Ling nodded her head, looking down. I will do my best, brother. Itachi looked at the obediently apologizing Feng Ling in front of him, but inside, he couldn't help but feel a stir. The power of that great fireball was something that ordinary beginners could not achieve. Even when he used the great fireball technique for the first time, he did not possess the earth-shattering momentum that Feng Ling just displayed. The talent of my sister is truly astonishing, Itachi thought to himself. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. There was pride as an elder brother mixed with deep concern. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Itachi knew better than anyone that this ninja world does not allow overly dazzling existences to remain unscathed. Being too outstanding isn't necessarily a good thing. He raised his hand and ruffled Feng Ling's head again, his voice softening. Don't think too much, let's take our time. I will always be with you, Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked up at Itachi, seeing that he did not intend to blame her, finally showing a relieved smile. Thank you, brother. Then I want to learn other ninjutsu too. Feng Ling looked up at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Itachi frowned slightly, looking at Feng Ling with hesitation. He did not want to teach, but he understood from a young age that greed leads to failure, and mastering one technique is better than knowing 100. Even if Feng Ling has outstanding talent, learning too many ninjutsu could backfire. Won't it be too much, Feng Ling? Itachi's voice was gentle, revealing concern. Don't worry. Feng Ling tightly grabbed Itachi's sleeve. Her small figure, paired with her innocent smile, made her particularly endearing. I want to learn more ninjutsu to protect everyone in the future. After saying this, she didn't forget to lean on Itachi's sleeve, her face full of pleading. Itachi sighed inwardly, knowing he could not resist his sister's pleading attack. Looking down at Feng Ling's expectant little face, he ultimately relented. All right, but remember, once you feel uncomfortable, you must stop, understand? Got it, you're the best brother. Feng Ling cheered. In the time that followed, Itachi began to teach Feng Ling step by step. Body replacement technique. Itachi demonstrated replacing himself with a wooden stake, then appearing to explain, this is a basic ninjutsu, used to quickly evade danger in battle. Feng Ling watched attentively, then tried a few times according to Itachi's instructions. Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, she quickly grasped the essence of the body replacement technique. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. After forming hand signs, Itachi unleashed flames resembling dancing phoenix feathers, accurately hitting the target stake. Feng Ling excitedly mimicked him. Although her flames were somewhat scattered, she successfully released them. Shadow clone technique. Itachi pointed next to the stake, and a clone appeared silently. Wow, this is so cool. Feng Ling excitedly tried quickly summoning 2 clones. Although one looked a bit transparent, it was already quite impressive for a beginner. Time and again, Feng Ling continued to learn and try. Her talent was indeed astonishing, as she could master nearly every ninjutsu in a short time. As Itachi guided her, he felt gratified by his sister's potential, but also harbored a subtle sense of unease, worrying that she might overexert herself. Finally, after completing the last shadow clone technique, Feng Ling felt dizzy, and her small body swayed a bit before she steadied herself against a nearby wooden stake. I'm so sleepy. Feng Ling murmured softly, her body softening as she directly fell to the ground. Itachi quickly caught her, lifting her up, and then sitting down gently, placing Feng Ling on his lap. Ugh! Feeling Itachi's intimate gesture, Feng Ling's small face instantly turned red, and she awkwardly tried to wriggle free. Brother, I can do it myself, no need for this. Itachi gently pressed down on her shoulder, his tone tender, yet firm. Stay still, you've exhausted your chakra. You need to rest now. Host, a task has arrived. Just as Feng Ling had barely closed her eyes, the system suddenly appeared. Feng Ling frowned slightly, blinking her drowsy eyes, and weakly said, I can't even move right now. Are you serious about the task? Don't worry, host, this task absolutely does not require you to move. The system spoke with an air of solemnity, seemingly fully anticipating Feng Ling's doubts. Oh, Feng Ling instantly became alert to a task that didn't require movement. She furrowed her brow, turning the thought over in her mind, and simply couldn't figure out what task could be done without any movement at all. However, having just taught the system a lesson in the morning, Feng Ling thought it should be too timid to act recklessly. Right? All right, then go ahead and assign the task. Feng Ling sighed helplessly and closed her eyes, waiting. The system then emitted a prompt sound. Task name: Brother's Back. Task introduction: as a younger sister, a brother's embrace and back are indispensable sources of security. This task aims to cultivate the host's ability to form emotional connections, enhancing the intimacy between siblings through the task. Task objective: the brother must voluntarily carry the host on his back for a duration of over 3 minutes. Task reward: the host's stamina will be restored by 60, and the skill whatever you call is what you get will be granted. As the name suggests, all ninjutsu can be performed without hand seals. Feng Ling opened her eyes to read the task introduction, her expression gradually shifting from confusion to rigidity, then to a deep blush. System, do you have some misunderstanding about not needing to move? She used the little strength she had left to clutch her head, gritting her teeth and questioning. Host, I am telling the truth. The system's voice was filled with innocence. You really don't need to move. You just need to lie on Itachi's back. You. Feng Ling was instantly left speechless. Lying on Itachi's back indeed sounded like it didn't require her to move, but the problem was, if she had to say it out loud, would she still have any shame left? I refuse. Feng Ling decisively declared, intending to just lie down and give up. The system exaggeratedly sighed. Host, this is designed with great care to help you better immerse yourself in the role. You must understand my good intentions. Good intentions, my foot. Feng Ling glared angrily at the system panel in her mind, but unfortunately, she felt weak all over, so all she could do was act tough verbally. What a strange task, I'm not doing it. The system earnestly explained the task reward is so generous doesn't that tempt the host. Feng Ling rolled her eyes in silence, so of course, she was tempted. With a clap of her hands, whatever she called would come to her. This was certainly much better than the clumsy hand seals. While Feng Ling was still complaining, Itachi noticed that she was restlessly frowning in his arms, seemingly troubled. Itachi turned his head and looked at Feng Ling's flushed little face and her somewhat shy demeanor, asking curiously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Feng Ling bit her lip, feeling the heat on her face rising. She whispered, "Brother, I'm so tired I can't walk anymore." Itachi paused for a moment, then smiled, gently reaching out to rub Feng Ling's head. "Is that so? Then I'll carry you." Itachi smiled, not saying much. He turned around and squatted down. "Hop on." Feng Ling was taken aback for a moment, then slowly climbed onto Itachi's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her face pressed against Itachi's shoulder, feeling both nervous and shy. Her heartbeat raced alarmingly. Itachi stood up steadily, carrying Feng Ling on his back with gentle steps. "If you're tired in the future, just tell your brother, okay?" "MHM." Feng Ling buried her face, quietly responding, but the corners of her mouth secretly lifted in a sweet arc. At this moment, the system popped up again, cheekily, saying, "Host, you're doing great. The reward has been credited. Please check." "Shut up. Feng Ling, have you been tired lately?" Itachi asked as he walked, his tone filled with concern. "A little bit, I guess." Feng Ling buried her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but in her heart, she felt an immense sense of peace. Feng Ling quietly lay on Itachi's back, listening to his steady footsteps and heartbeat. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Itachi continued walking, saying, "Feng Ling, sometimes you should think more about yourself. Oh, being so young, don't always focus on your family." His tone carried a hint of helplessness and even more tenderness. This little sister of his was so understanding, it was almost heartbreaking. Clearly still a child, yet she was already thinking about how to make her family's life better, not only serving dishes at the dinner table, but also training hard, claiming it was to protect everyone. Lying on Itachi's back, Feng Ling replied in a muffled voice, "I know." However, her reply sounded perfunctory and guilty. Itachi gently shook his head, knowing that Feng Ling hadn't really absorbed it. To avoid making the atmosphere too serious, he turned back, smiling at Feng Ling. "Feng Ling, let's go buy some dango." "Oh, does brother want to eat?" Feng Ling was taken aback, not expecting Itachi to suddenly change the subject, feeling a bit out of sorts. "MHM." Itachi nodded, his eyes holding a hint of indulgence. Before long, the siblings arrived at a stall selling three-color dango. Itachi skillfully took out some money to buy several skewers, then unexpectedly stuffed the dango into Feng Ling's arms all at once. "Aren't you eating, brother?" Feng Ling looked down at the dango in her hands, her expression somewhat puzzled. "Brother is carrying you right now and can't free his hands," Itachi earnestly explained, though his tone concealed a hint of mischief. "Oh." Feng Ling nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. She looked at the colorful three-color dango in her hands, her eyes brightening, unable to help but smile with joy. Since she had tasted the sweetness of this dessert last time, she had fallen in love with its sweet and glutinous texture. Unable to wait, she took a bite, the soft and sweet flavor instantly melting in her mouth. "So delicious." Feng Ling couldn't help but exclaim, her mood soaring instantly. After finishing one skewer, she picked up another and held it to Itachi's mouth. "Brother, open your mouth." Itachi was momentarily stunned as he saw the three-color dango right in front of him. He had originally just wanted to use the excuse of buying dango to make Feng Ling happy, while also coaxing her to eat more, but now to his surprise, Feng Ling was feeding him. "Hurry and eat, brother." Seeing Itachi not moving for a while, the blush on Feng Ling's face crept up to her ears. Feng Ling glanced around and noticed many passers-by were watching. Her shyness intensified, and her voice unconsciously rose a few decibels. Itachi looked at Feng Ling's flushed face, amused in his heart, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. He lowered his head to take the dango that Feng Ling offered, saying lightly, "Thank you, Feng Ling, it's really delicious." Feng Ling felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Itachi's praise, but the blush on her face deepened. To hide her shyness, she pretended to be angry and puffed out her cheeks. "If it weren't for the fact that you're carrying me, I wouldn't feed you." Seeing her proud yet adorable appearance, Itachi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Carrying Feng Ling on his back, he walked steadily through the bustling marketplace where the surrounding noise seemed to fade away, leaving only the sweet murmurs of his little sister and the lingering aroma of the dango. In that moment, Itachi suddenly felt that such an ordinary day didn't seem too bad. As Itachi carried Furukawa on his back along the path home, a figure blocked their way. Itachi and little Furukawa. Furukawa raised her head at the sound, looking curiously at the newcomer. Before them stood a man with a head of black curly hair and a gentle face, a short blade slung across his back. Furukawa immediately recognized him, Uchiha Shisui. Shisui's arrival made Furukawa scrunch her face in discontent, silently muttering, "What is Shisui doing here? It can't be anything good." She knew him all too well. He was a top expert from the Uchiha clan known as Shunshin Shisui with a notorious reputation. Deeply devoted to his village and family, he was Itachi's closest friend. Unfortunately, in Furukawa's eyes, this older brother had already been completely brainwashed by the will of fire of the third Hokage. Thinking of this, Furukawa awkwardly turned her head away, unwilling to look at him any longer. Shisui. Itachi's voice was steady, yet there was a hint of seriousness in his gaze, as he had likely guessed that Shisui's arrival was not a trivial matter. Itachi, let's talk at my place. Shisui glanced at Furukawa, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Little Furukawa, I'm sorry, but I need to borrow your brother for a while. Furukawa clung tightly to Itachi's back, her little face scrunching up in discontent as she huffed in protest at his words. Itachi felt somewhat awkward, turning to softly ask her, "Can you walk by yourself?" Furukawa pouted, clutching Itachi's clothes, her voice filled with youthful defiance. "No." She inwardly grumbled, "You want to get rid of me, don't you? I won't let you. You two getting together can't be anything good. You're probably plotting how to pass some information to that old dog, the third Hokage. Next thing I know, I'll be sold out." With that thought, Furukawa, frustrated, lifted her small hand and lightly punched Itachi's back. Though her strength was small, her punch surprised Itachi, while Shisui felt somewhat awkward, his smile momentarily frozen. Shisui looked at the scene with a mix of amusement and confusion. He scratched his head and helplessly said, "Little Furukawa, did I do something wrong?" Furukawa didn't turn back, only muttering softly, "Don't think I don't know what you're planning." Shisui was taken aback, more confused than ever, and couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Itachi. Itachi could only sigh helplessly, saying, "Furukawa, don't be willful. Your brother and Shisui have some important matters to discuss. Then take me with you." Furukawa clung even tighter, looking like she wouldn't let go of Itachi. Shisui helplessly shrugged and smiled wryly, saying, "All right, since Furukawa insists, let's all go together." Itachi said nothing more, simply carrying Furukawa as he stepped forward, following Shisui towards his home. The atmosphere became subtly tense. "Furukawa, do you have a problem with me?" Shisui couldn't help but break the silence, a resigned smile on his lips. He truly couldn't understand why this little sister, who usually seemed close to him, was acting so awkwardly today, like a spooked kitten. Furukawa, resting on Itachi's back, pouted and mumbled, "Of course not." Though she felt that way, she didn't want to voice it. Shisui was a good person, but sometimes good people could be too naive, unable to distinguish who their true enemies were. As a time traveler, Furukawa was well aware of the fate awaiting this gentle older brother. Just thinking about it brought a wave of discomfort to her heart. Shisui let out a soft sigh and glanced at Itachi. "Is your sister in a bad mood today, eh?" Itachi didn't answer directly, only nodding slightly to signal Shisui not to ask further. He understood Furukawa's temperament all too well. Though she usually seemed gentle and obedient, at times she could be remarkably stubborn. It was clear that she had something on her mind, but refused to say it. The three of them traveled in silence until they quickly arrived at Shisui's home. Shisui's house was simply decorated, lacking much personal touch, appearing cold and plain. "Furukawa, sit for a while." "Itachi, let's talk inside," Shisui said, his gaze carrying a trace of apology. Furukawa's eyes darted and she clung to Itachi's neck, whining, "I don't want to stay here, I want to go in too." Shisui looked at Itachi helplessly, who gently patted Furukawa's hand. "Furukawa, your brother and Shisui need to discuss some important matters. Please wait here for a bit, okay?" "No way." Furukawa squirmed like a little snake, clinging to Itachi, refusing to come down. "It's about family matters, and I want to hear it too." Shisui was truly at a loss, having to surrender as he said, "Furukawa, there are some topics we discuss that are not suitable for children. You might feel unhappy if you hear them." "I'm not afraid of being unhappy. I'm not a child anymore." Furukawa straightened her back, attempting to appear more mature, yet her childish voice and flushed cheeks instantly shattered her authority. Itachi sighed helplessly, placing Furukawa on a chair. He squatted down and spoke softly, "Furukawa, I promise when we're done I will tell you everything you can know. For now, just wait here for a little while, alright?" Furukawa blinked, looking into Itachi's gentle eyes, finally softening a bit. She pouted and nodded. "Then you must come back quickly, or I will be angry." Itachi smiled slightly, standing up and walking inside with Shisui. As soon as they left, Furukawa jumped off the chair like a little cat, sneaking to the door and pressing her ear against it. "The recent movements of the clan are becoming increasingly dangerous. The third Hokage is..." Shisui's voice was low and serious. Furukawa listened, unable to hold back a roll of her eyes, confirming it was once again something related to that old dog, the third Hokage. "Brothers, when will you finally understand that the third Hokage and Danzo are the real troubles?" The atmosphere in the room grew especially heavy, with sunlight filtering through the wooden window, casting long shadows of the two. Shisui lifted his head, a look of deep contemplation in his eyes, and spoke solemnly, "Itachi, what is the clan leader's attitude?" Itachi stood by the window, his expression complicated as he gazed at the night outside. He paused for a moment, speaking in a low tone. Father probably doesn't want to rebel. Shisui pressed further, but Itachi's gaze darkened, taking a deep breath. The Uchiha clan is like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. The disputes between the radical and conservative factions, coupled with various grievances against the village, were like sparks that could ignite the powder keg at any time. Shisui remained silent, simply listening intently. Itachi continued, as the clan leader, my father appears to be the highest decision-maker in the clan, but in reality, he is caught between internal strife and external threats, unable to control many matters. Shisui's brow furrowed slightly, a look of contemplation passing over his face. After a moment's thought, he lifted his head, his gaze suddenly sharp. He slowly stood up, looking directly at Itachi, and said slowly, Itachi, look at me. Itachi was startled by Shisui's tone and instinctively lifted his head. At that moment, Shisui's eyes suddenly changed, revealing the Sharingan with a black background and red patterns. This is... Itachi's pupils constricted, shock evident in his eyes. Shisui, when did you? Shisui retracted the Sharingan, speaking calmly and coolly, that's not important. What matters is the technique in these eyes. What technique? Itachi quickly regained his composure, but deep down, he felt a hint of unease. Shisui slightly closed his eyes as if gathering his emotions before slowly saying, Konoha Massacre, a technique that can permanently change a person's thoughts. Itachi's pupils constricted once more, instantly realizing the terrifying nature of this technique. To directly control a person's will. He knew all too well what that meant. What's the cost? Itachi's voice was low, laced with a barely perceptible tension. Shisui paused for a moment, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. To activate Konoha Massacre requires 10 years to recover my eye power. In other words, I can only use it once. Itachi's heart was a mix of emotions. Such a powerful force could indeed be the key to resolving the internal strife within the Uchiha clan. So you plan to? Itachi asked tentatively, vaguely guessing Shisui's intentions, but unwilling to believe he was correct. Shisui continued, I've already explained the capabilities of Konoha Massacre to the higher-ups, and they've agreed to give us some time, refraining from taking further action against the Uchiha for now. I plan to first use this technique on the clan leader, allowing him to accept peaceful coexistence with the village from the bottom of his heart. If successful, then try to control several elders among the radical faction of the clan and guide their thoughts onto the right path. Once the core voices change, perhaps the turmoil within the clan can be quelled. Shisui raised his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle, yet his tone carried a resolute calm. The future of the Uchiha clan must not be built upon the ruins of rebellion and destruction. If someone has to sacrifice, I am willing to be that price. The room fell into a suffocating silence as soon as he finished. Itachi stood still, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He stared at Shisui's back, a complex mix of emotions in his eyes, seemingly wanting to say something, but unsure how to start. Shisui, have you considered the consequences of doing this? Itachi finally broke the silence, his voice low and trembling. Though Konoha Massacre is powerful, if it fails you will face the scorn of the entire clan. Shisui turned around quietly, looking at Itachi, interrupting him. Itachi, for the village, for the clan, I have long prepared for the worst. His words were calm, yet each one felt like a knife carving into Itachi's heart. His gaze was steadfast and passionate, as if igniting an unshakable belief. Shisui, are you truly willing to give your life for this? Itachi's voice was hoarse. He understood Shisui's determination, but found it hard to accept. Shisui gently sighed, walking to Itachi's side, patting his shoulder, his voice low, yet filled with strength. Itachi, this is our responsibility. Both you and I bear the future of the clan and the village. Everyone has their own fate to shoulder, and this is mine. After saying that, he gazed out the window, his eyes seeming to pierce through the night, looking towards the future of the Uchiha and Konoha. Itachi's eyes turned slightly red. He was deeply aware of Shisui's loyalty and the resolve he had to sacrifice, yet the internal conflict made him immensely pained. Shisui, if this is truly your decision, then I can only support you, Itachi said softly, but his tone was filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Shisui smiled slightly, patting Itachi's shoulder. Don't worry, Itachi. If one day you feel my decision is wrong, don't hesitate to make your own choice. The sunlight poured onto Shisui's face, his smile carrying a hint of relief, yet it also conveyed an unspeakable sense of tragic heroism. Feng Ling held her breath behind the closed door, struggling to process what she had just overheard. Her delicate face tightened with tension, and her small hands nervously gripped the hem of her robe. Shisui is actually planning to act against father. Her head buzzed with disorientation. Shisui's audacious, yet naive scheme left her utterly stunned. But what truly drove her to distraction was his reckless disclosure of his ultimate trump card, the Konoha Massacre. A man bears no guilt, yet possession of a priceless treasure brands him guilty. Shisui, where is your mind? Feng Ling nearly burst through the door to shake him awake. She knew well that the third Hokage and Danzo were no benevolent figures. Once Shisui's Konoha Massacre drew their attention, it would be tantamount to inviting conflagration upon himself. Worse still, as a transmigrator intimately familiar with the original narrative, Feng Ling understood that Shisui's plan was doomed to fail, and his fate. Even contemplating it sent chills down her spine. Shisui, do you truly believe that old dog Danzo abides by any code of honor? His mastery of psychological manipulation outstrips yours by several leagues. You'll be ensnared before you even realize it. Just as Feng Ling prepared to slip away unnoticed, she collided head-on with Itachi and Shisui emerging from the doorway. Hey! She blinked, sheepishly feigning composure. Shisui studied her, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. With his formidable prowess, he should have sensed her eavesdropping instantly, yet he hadn't. Had he truly erred? He probed gently. Feng Ling, did you hear everything? No, I heard nothing at all. She shook her head vigorously, her expression the very picture of guileless innocence, though her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. A faint twitch tugged at Shisui's lips. If not for my sharp eyesight, I might have almost believed this little fox. He paused, then turned his gaze fully upon Feng Ling. With the heightened perception granted by his Mangekyo Sharingan, it defied logic that anyone could eavesdrop undetected. Shisui glanced at Itachi and silently conveyed, "Is this your sister?" Itachi sighed, inwardly massaging his brow. The usually obedient and thoughtful Feng Ling today bore the mischievous air of a sly little kitsune, suspicious in every regard. He knelt to meet her gaze, his voice as gentle as ever. "Feng Ling, whatever you may have heard, do not speak of it to anyone. Understand?" Feng Ling gazed at Itachi, inwardly scoffing. "So you truly won't stop Shisui? If father learns you two conspired to use the Konoha Massacre on him, his heart will surely shatter." What a dutiful son indeed. Though her mind seethed with unspoken reproach, she nodded meekly. "I know, but brother, you really are dutiful." Itachi's expression stiffened, a subtle tremor crossed his lips before calm reasserted itself. "For the future of the Uchiha clan, father will understand." His voice carried an unwavering conviction. Feng Ling rolled her eyes, thinking, "I yield to your peculiar logic of filial piety. This is nothing short of acting first and explaining later." Seeing his unyielding stance, Feng Ling abandoned pretense and stepped directly before Shisui, lifting her chin with youthful resolve. "Shisui, I have something important to say to you." Shisui blinked, his gaze sharpening with curiosity. He hadn't expected her to approach him voluntarily. "What is it?" he asked, voice soft. Feng Ling met his eyes steadily and declared with rare gravity, "I've learned of your plan, and I believe it cannot succeed." Shisui froze, then chuckled wryly. "Didn't you just say you heard nothing?" Her cheeks flushed crimson. She coughed twice, glancing everywhere but at him. That was earlier. Now, there are things I must tell you." Shisui raised a brow, his tone gentle. "Oh, what things?" Though she was but a child, Shisui dismissed no word from her. Perhaps this little one possessed insight uniquely her own. Feng Ling lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him, her voice uncharacteristically solemn. "Have you considered the consequences of revealing the existence of the Konoha Massacre?" Shisui paused, then nodded slowly. "Of course I have. You know." Feng Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Shisui smiled faintly. "Feng Ling, perhaps you underestimate me. The Konoha Massacre is an extraordinary power. I am acutely aware of that. Such strength inspires fear in all who perceive it. Yet the third Hokage is our leader. I trust his moral compass." At those words, Feng Ling nearly rolled her eyes again. She drew a sharp breath, urgency coloring her tone. "Morality. Don't you realize truth must reside firmly in one's own hands? And forget the third. Have you forgotten others exist?" Shisui's expression shifted subtly. "Others? You mean?" Feng Ling nodded decisively. "Yes, Danzo." Itachi, who had been quietly observing Feng Ling, now registered quiet astonishment. "Is this truly my sister? The same girl who normally only seeks affection and comfort?" Shisui fell silent for a moment, then offered a gentle smile. "Feng Ling, don't worry. I'll proceed with caution." "Caution isn't enough." Feng Ling's voice rose instinctively. "You must guard yourself, especially against his eyes." Shisui recoiled slightly, brows knitting. "His eyes, eh?" Feng Ling pressed her lips together, steeling herself. "His eyes are Sharingan." The word slipped out, and Shisui froze, suspicion dawning in his gaze. "How could you possibly know such a thing?" Her heart lurched violently, sweat beaded along her forehead. "Disaster. I've blurted it out." Was she truly about to confess she'd witnessed the future, the unfolding of events themselves? Wouldn't that be walking straight into the abyss? Seeing Shisui's unmistakable doubt, she stammered, "In any case, the information is true. You must believe me." Shisui pondered briefly, then shook his head with a mild smile. "Feng Ling, did you overhear some idle gossip among the clan elders?" "I told you, it's not gossip. Believe me." Feng Ling nearly leapt with frustration, her face burning scarlet. Shisui's smile remained warm. Then tell me, how did you learn it? I. Speechless, she clenched her jaw and impulsively declared, I can see the future. Do you believe me? Shisui stared for several seconds, then broke into soft laughter. Feng Ling, I know you care for me, but Danzasama fought alongside the third Hokage. He would never endanger the village. Feng Ling nearly exploded with exasperation. She balled her tiny fists and stamped her foot. You're going to ruin yourself, utterly and completely. Yet Shisui remained unmoved, his calm demeanor unshaken. Feng Ling glared at him for a long while, until finally grasping the cruel truth, this frail childish body held no authority whatsoever. Gritting her teeth, she flung over her shoulder, just wait, I'll be back. And with that she spun and dashed away, leaving Shisui and Itachi standing alone in the quiet aftermath. Itachi watched his sister's retreating figure, then murmured after a pause, Shisui, he seems deeply concerned for you. Shisui smiled, his expression layered with quiet complexity. She's still a child. Perhaps she overheard rumors and simply wishes me to take greater care. That was what he said aloud. Yet beneath it a quiet seed of doubt had taken root. Feng Ling's certainty had been far too absolute. Itachi placed a hand on Shisui's shoulder, his voice laced with weary affection. I must return now, or Feng Ling will surely grow angry again. Shisui shook his head lightly, teasing, how fortunate you are to have such adorable younger siblings orbiting you like stars. Itachi followed Shisui's gaze, and they're not far ahead. Feng Ling paused every few steps to glance back, her eyes clouded with quiet unease. A tender smile curved Itachi's lips. Sometimes it's exhausting. She clings so tightly. Shisui snorted, a hint of envy edging his tone. Yeah, stop showing off. Itachi laughed outright. Not at all, I'm off. When Itachi caught up, Feng Ling hurried forward, her expression fiercely earnest. Brother, you must persuade Shisui more strongly. He's terribly unreliable. Itachi chuckled, kneeling to gently pinch her cheek, his voice playful. So concerned for Shisui. You must truly care for him. Even I, as your elder brother, feel a pang of envy. Feng Ling's face flamed scarlet. She swatted his hand away, pouting indignantly. You're incorrigible. Don't you understand? I'm doing this for his sake. Itachi laughed softly, rising to stroke her hair. All right. I acknowledge your noble intentions. But truly, Feng Ling, you must also trust Shisui. He is stronger and far more perceptive than you imagine. Feng Ling kept her head lowered, the blush still lingering as she mumbled, I hope he's as clever as you claim. Itachi tilted his head, studying her expression, his heart brimming with tenderness. He knew Feng Ling was sensitive and intelligent. A girl whose sharp tongue masked deep loyalty, whose fierce devotion to family and kin ran as deep as any bloodline's roots. Don't worry, everything will turn out well. Silently, Itachi vowed, no matter what lies ahead, I will protect this sister's smile, always. As they walked side by side, Feng Ling's steps were light and quick, yet she kept glancing back at Itachi, mischief dancing in her eyes. Feng Ling, what shall we eat tonight? Itachi asked softly, his voice warm. She tilted her head, feigning deep contemplation, then pouted, sweet and sour ribs without meat, sour cabbage fish without fish, and she deliberately stretched the paws, eyes gleaming with playful triumph. Itachi arched a brow, unperturbed. And what else? Tomato and egg stir-fry, with no eggs. Feng Ling raised her voice playfully, as if ensuring he'd heard clearly, then blinked widely, arms crossed, waiting expectantly for his reaction. Oh, Itachi appeared to ponder seriously. That sounds rather pleasant. Feng Ling hadn't anticipated such composure, and deflated instantly, cheeks puffing like a dumpling. Brother, are you serious? Sweet and sour ribs without meat. That's just sweet and sour flavor. A faint upward curve touched Itachi's lips. He saw right through her ruse, and asked softly, Are you angry now? Not at all. She turned her head away, whispering, red-faced, then abruptly pivoted the conversation. Well, will you eat it or not? Itachi's low chuckle resonated warmly. Of course I will. That's better, Feng Ling declared, nodding with satisfaction, before adding with mock gravity, but this time, truly no meat. Let's see if you can still smile. Itachi merely smiled, gently watching the triumphant sparkle in her eyes, and shook his head lightly. It doesn't matter. Whatever you prepare I will eat. Feng Ling faltered, then her cheeks warmed anew. Pretending offense, she whirled and quickened her pace. You're far too smooth. Humph. Itachi followed, laughter trailing softly behind. They followed a winding path bathed in the golden warmth of the setting sun. Sunlight gilded their forms. Feng Ling's small silhouette stretched long and slender across the earth, while Itachi's steady stride maintained a distance, both protective and perfectly attuned. Again and again she glanced back, only to find Itachi's unwavering gentle smile, and each time her own lips lifted in quiet, involuntary delight. In that hushed amber twilight, her feigned indignation and his soft laughter wove together into a single luminous tapestry, forever preserved in the stillness of dusk. System, open the personal panel. A familiar blue light flashed before Kazahana, and the system interface reappeared. Name Uchiha Kazahana, age 5, gender female, both body and soul are that of a girl. Even mentally, she is not far off. Items held: a dress from Haruno Sora, a friendship manual. Abilities: heavenly talent, spirit, liquid, illusion, water power, whatever you call comes. Strength assessment completed. The critical transition from an ordinary person to a ninja, currently possessing the strength of a genin, but far from the peak of a genin. Looking at her personal panel, although the content was still as infuriating as ever, Kazahana felt a little proud upon seeing the strength assessment. My efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. During these days, Kazahana began a life of a 2-point routine. Every morning, she would wake up early, roll up her sleeves, and rush into the kitchen to prepare a delicious breakfast for her family. After breakfast, Kazahana would start her solo training time. Itachi and Dad were too busy, so most of the time, it was Kazahana training alone. After training, she would go find Shisui to chat, and after their talk, she would return home and sleep with Mom Mikoto. What did they talk about? Do I even need to ask? Of course, it's about persuading Shisui to be wary of Danzo. However, now Shisui was thoroughly annoyed with her running away at the sight of her hiding from her every day. Today was no different. Kazahana stood at Shisui's doorstep shouting into the yard, "Shisui, I'm here to find you." Her voice echoed in the morning air, but the yard was silent with no response. Kazahana frowned, hands on her hips, pouting angrily. Strange, where did he hide again? At that moment, Shisui was hiding in the thick branches of a tree not far away, pressing himself tightly against the trunk, holding his breath, afraid to make a sound, terrified of revealing his position. Phew. He quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured to himself, "Good thing I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been caught by Kazahana again." Sitting on a branch, Shisui looked at Kazahana, standing in the yard, unable to help but recall the terrifying experiences of the past few days, instantly feeling his scalp tingle. Every day, he had to face Kazahana's incessant chatter. "Trusting Danzo will lead to no good, you will regret it. Danzo is no good, he even wants to become Hokage and seize power. In the future, Danzo will pluck out your eyes. Are you afraid?" Such words came in various forms, endlessly, with hardly any repetition. What drove Shisui to despair the most was that Kazahana completely disregarded the occasion. In the morning, if he slept in a little, Kazahana would pull the covers off him and shout in a sweet, yet intimidating voice, "Shisui, the sun is shining on your butt." During meals, just when he hoped to enjoy a moment of peace, Kazahana would chatter on about Danzo's evil deeds. Before bed, thinking he would finally have some peace, Kazahana would even tell him bedtime stories. The content was nothing more than how cunning and treacherous Danzo was, while also threatening Shisui to take good care of his eyes. This 24-hour uninterrupted care made Shisui feel utterly miserable. Yet every time Kazahana completed her mission, she would return home satisfied, leaving him stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. Recalling this, Shisui couldn't help but sigh, heavens, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. Kazahana stood in the yard looking around for a while, suddenly feeling something was off. She stopped, hands on her hips, tilting her head and muttering to herself, "Strange, is Shisui really not here? Why do I feel like he's nearby?" Shisui felt a chill down his back, pressing himself tighter against the tree trunk, praying that Kazahana wouldn't discover him. However, Kazahana frowned again, looking around carefully, suddenly revealing a cunning smile. She whispered, "System, detect Shisui's location." Indeed, one of the system's functions was to detect the location of living beings within a 100-meter radius, making it a people-finding artifact. The system's voice immediately sounded with a hint of glee, "Host, he is in the tree. Go get him." Kazahana immediately locked onto her target, a wicked smile appearing on her face. "Shisui, don't blame me." With a wave of her small hand, she chanted water style, water ball jutsu. Before Shisui could react, a series of water balls rained down, directly hitting the branch where he was hiding, accompanied by a loud bang. Shisui was drenched to the bone. "Ha ha ha, finally caught you." Kazahana put her hands on her hips, laughing uncontrollably. Shisui jumped down from the tree, shaking off the water droplets while looking at her helplessly. "Kazahana, aren't you being too excessive with this water splashing? Who told you to keep hiding from me?" Kazahana pouted, "Him seriously trying to help you. That guy Danzo is really dangerous. Why won't you listen to my advice?" Shisui rubbed her little head with a sigh of resignation. All right, I was wrong. Lady Kazahana, please give your instructions." Hearing this, Kazahana immediately puffed out her small chest, ready to start a new round of hard education. Seeing Shisui's expression of despair, yet helplessness, Kazahana couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Next, I'll ask you 3 questions, and if you answer them correctly, I won't bother you," she said mischievously, her eyes sparkling with a little devilish light. Upon hearing this, Shisui felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. His spirit lifted, and the originally drooping gaze instantly became resolute. Okay, he promised earnestly, as if answering these 3 questions would allow him to escape from Kazahana's clutches. Kazahana, seeing him so cooperative, nodded in satisfaction. Well, since you are so confident, let's begin. The first question, who is Danzo? Shisui's mouth twitched, and he sighed inwardly. As expected, this question was again related to Danzo. Fortunately, this was a golden sentence that Kazahana repeated every day. He was already familiar with it. Shisui cleared his throat and answered solemnly, Danzo is a cancer of Konoha, a parasite of society, using power for personal gain, treacherous and cunning. One day he will be detrimental to the Uchiha clan, and we must always be on guard. Each word was spoken with conviction, as if reciting. Kazahana listened, nodding in satisfaction, clapping her hands. Not bad, this answer is quite commendable. Shisui felt a sense of relief in his heart, secretly pleased. It seemed this little girl wasn't really trying to make things difficult for him. But before he could catch his breath, Kazahana continued, alright, the next question is, what is your responsibility? Shisui instinctively frowned. He knew the answer to this question as well. After all, this was a code of conduct that Kazahana had emphasized countless times at the dinner table. He straightened his back and answered again in a reciting tone, always follow Danzo closely, never go solo, never show off, never rush, prioritize personal safety above all. Kazahana glanced at him, nodded. Not bad, I'll give you a passing mark. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. He had answered 2 questions flawlessly, and the last one would be a piece of cake. However, when Kazahana posed the 3rd question, his expression suddenly froze. The 3rd question, if you were to face Danzo right now, what should you do? Shisui's brows furrowed deeply. This question was too tricky. After all, Danzo was one of the elders. How could one act recklessly? He pondered for a moment and cautiously answered, I should run away immediately. Kazahana shook her head, waving her finger in front of Shisui, her tone laced with disappointment. No, that is not the standard answer. Shisui felt flustered and couldn't help but ask then, what do you think the answer is? Kazahana smiled triumphantly, waving her hand seriously, stating the answer is simple. You should first cast a genjutsu, then swiftly perform a flying kick, and finally run away. Shisui was taken aback, his expression going from shock to speechless, then to helplessness. Isn't that a bit wrong? Kazahana squinted, her eyes raised an eyebrow, her aura suddenly changing, clearly displeased with his doubts. Seeing her like this, Shisui couldn't help but shiver hastily, waving his hands. No, what I meant is, this tactic is too dangerous and not suitable for me. Kazahana, with her hands on her hips, retorted without reservation, dangerous? You, a powerful figure known as instantaneous Shisui, are scared of such a small scene. Shisui opened his mouth wanting to refute, but he really didn't know how to continue. He could only silently sigh. Alright, go home and reflect on this. Kazahana waved her hand, looking at him with disappointment. Kazahana turned away, standing on her tiptoes, walking a few steps, while shaking her head, mimicking an old scholar, muttering to herself, a stubborn child cannot be taught, rotten wood cannot be carved. Shisui watched Kazahana's little adult demeanor, his mouth twitching. He wanted to say something, but fearing another education, he could only silently sigh. Yet he ultimately couldn't hold it in weakly asking Kazahana, will you come again next time? Kazahana paused, turning her back to Shisui, tilting her head slightly, revealing a sly smile. He guess. Shisui was taken aback, feeling something ominous. This? Just kidding, I won't come again. Kazahana turned her head, winked at him, showing a playful smile, then skipped away. Shisui watched Kazahana's retreating figure, feeling relieved, yet vaguely uneasy. Is she really not coming again? Or is it just a temporary reprieve? Kazahana walked a few steps, glanced back at Shisui. Seeing his relieved expression, her mouth couldn't help but curve upward, full of a sense of accomplishment. Looks like my education was quite successful. In fact, Kazahana understood that if Shisui were to face Danzo, completely avoiding it might be unrealistic, but it was good to have some caution in his heart. This way he wouldn't end up like in the original story, having his eyes plucked out. With that thought, Kazahana felt a sense of pride mixed with emotion. Educating a stubborn brother is really not easy. After completing Shisui's education, Furin suddenly found herself adrift, without purpose or direction. This is rather dull. What's the matter, little Furin? Mikoto watched the small figure lying on the sofa, sighing listlessly, and asked with gentle concern. Mama, I want to go to school, Furin murmured, her head bowed, voice faint and weary. The Konoha 12, young prodigies destined for greatness, were figures she longed to meet in person. After all, they were the protagonists of tomorrow. Furin, you're still too young for school. Mikoto gently ruffled Furin's hair, her voice soft, yet tinged with quiet resignation. It's so boring. I have no one to play with, Furin pouted, her expression crumpling with grievance. Then it struck Mikoto, aside from family, Furin truly had no peers, no friends her own age. A pang of tenderness tightened in her chest. I'll discuss it with your father tonight. Yes. Furin's eyes lit up instantly. She sprang off the sofa and tugged Mikoto's hand, clinging to her with affectionate insistence. That evening the family gathered around the low table, but an unspoken tension hung thick in the air. Fugaka sat stern and silent, as immovable as a monolith. Sasuke appeared quietly exhilarated, his small hands fidgeting beneath his knees as though already dreaming of something wondrous. Itachi remained serene and composed, seated upright, patiently awaiting what came next. Yet the stillness lasted only a moment. "I absolutely forbid it," Fugaka declared first, his brow furrowed, his voice grave and unyielding. "Furin, you're far too young." "Why not?" Furin protested, lips jutting into a sullen pout. "School isn't like home. What if someone bullies you?" Fugaka's face hardened, his tone laced with paternal authority. "Indeed," Itachi added, nodding calmly, his voice mild yet firm as tempered steel. "Furin, there's no rush. You may begin school when the proper time arrives." Furin's face fell, her heart swelling with quiet indignation. She understood their concern, but surely this was overcaution bordering on absurdity. "Bully me," she thought wryly. "With my identity as the daughter of the Uchiha clan head. Who dares? Besides, I'm already a genin. Defeating children half my age would be effortless." Seeing the elders' arguments flow smoothly and unassailable, Furin turned her gaze squarely to Sasuke and tugged gently at his sleeve, her voice melting into honeyed entreaty. "Onai, I can say something, please." Sasuke glanced down, and there she was, eyes redrimmed, brimming with unshed tears that clung trembling to her lashes, poised to spill at any moment. His heart flared, heat surging through his veins, blood rushing to his head. "I—" But the next instant his gaze met Fugaku's, a heavy shadowed stare that seemed to swallow him whole. A shiver ran down Sasuke's spine, the fiery resolve within him doused in an icy wave. He instinctively hunched his shoulders. "I think." Furin's pulse quickened in alarm. "This won't do. Onaikin, I'm counting on you." Hydraulic deluge activated. "Onaikin." Furin tugged his sleeve again, sniffled softly, and a single tear dropped onto his hand with a quiet, heart-wrenching plink. "I want to go to school with you." "Don't you want to go to school with Furin?" Each drop burned his skin like scalding rain, searing straight into his chest. Sasuke shot to his feet, fists clenched, voice trembling. Not with fear, but fierce, unbroken resolve. "I believe Furin is absolutely right." Fugaku arched a brow, his gaze settling upon Sasuke. "Oh." A low, resonant hum escaped his lips, his eyes deep as an abyss. Sasuke felt a chill crawl up his spine, his father's stare pressed down like a mountain, cold sweat prickling his brow. He stole a glance at Furin, her eyes glistening, her face twisted with such raw, heartbreaking sorrow that it felt as though her grief were twisting his very heartstrings. "No, this is unacceptable. A man must never back down. I am her older brother." Jaw set, Sasuke straightened his spine and spoke, voice steady despite its tremor. "I believe it's beneficial for Furin to attend school. She spends too much time alone at home. School offers peers her age, crucial companionship for her growth." Fugaku's gaze sharpened, intense, penetrating, edged with quiet menace. "Sasuke, are you certain you understand the weight of your words?" I do." Sasuke swallowed hard, knuckles white where he gripped his fists, straining to project unwavering conviction. "I believe Furin should go, and as her brother I will protect her, without fail." "Protect her?" Fugaku scoffed, voice glacial. "You've yet to master your own training. Whom exactly do you intend to protect? And have you considered what dangers school might hold?" "I'll train harder, become stronger," Sasuke blurted out. Furin's heart leapt. This is the moment. He can't bear this alone. She rubbed her eyes, drew a soft, sniffling breath, and spoke with tender earnestness. "Papa, I know you worry, but Furin is growing up. I'll take care of myself. There are teachers at school, and Onaikin too." She tugged Sasuke's sleeve once more, lifting her small, tear-streaked face toward Fugaku with heartbreaking vulnerability. "Besides, I just want more friends. Right now I only play with Onaikin and Shizuiniazan, and poor Shizuiniazan is nearly driven mad by me." Fugaku faltered, genuinely moved yet still anchored by duty as patriarch. Then Mikoto spoke, her voice warm yet imbued with quiet, unshakable strength. "Fugaku, I believe Furin makes a fair point. Wouldn't it be valuable for her to experience the wider world? And with Sasuke beside her she'll be safe." "Yes, father." Itachi added, calm as ever. "Furin truly needs broader social engagement. As family we may observe closely and adjust our course should genuine concerns arise." Fugaku looked from his wife to his sons, and finally to Furin, whose hopeful gaze shimmered with quiet intensity. He exhaled slowly, a sigh heavy with reluctant concession. "If you all feel so strongly, then let it be." However, his tone shifted, sharpening into solemn command. "Sasuke, since you have stepped forward and spoken, you will uphold your word. Guard your sister without fail. Ensure she suffers no injustice, no slight, no sorrow at school. Do you understand?" Relief flooded Sasuke's face. He snapped, upright, voice ringing clear and proud. "Understood, father." "Thank you, Papa." Furin launched herself forward, wrapping her arms around his arm and nuzzling affectionately. You're the very best. Fugaka shook his head, a soft, resigned smile, touching his lips as he stroked Furin's hair. Don't celebrate too soon. School isn't playtime. Study diligently, heed your teachers, understand. Yes, yes. Furin will study so hard. She nodded vigorously, eyes alight with anticipation. I want to be in the same class as Onaikin. Furin pressed her advantage, wide-eyed, winsome, irresistible. All right, Fugaku relented, surrendering to his daughter's charm with repeated gentle nods. Hearing her words, Sasuke felt a sweetness bloom deep within his chest, warm, golden, and rich as honey. Sacrifice had borne fruit. From now on he'd see her every day, truly wonderful. He savored the thought, a quiet, private triumph. That night Furin's wish was fulfilled. Meanwhile, Sasuke slipped into his room, pressed a hand to his pounding chest, and released a long, slow, deeply relieved breath, feeling for the first time like a true hero. Elsewhere, Makoto and Itachi exchanged a knowing, gentle smile. Their shared satisfaction quiet, profound, and complete. Furin lay in bed, eyes wide open, already lost in vivid daydreams of the school days soon to come. The Konoha 12. No, I Uchiha Furin am the protagonist. In the early morning, sunlight streamed down onto the streets of Mai, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. Wind Bell and Sasuke walked side by side down the wide street, heading toward the ninja school. Sasuke felt particularly relaxed today, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth, and his steps carried a hint of lightness. Unable to resist, he glanced down at Wind Bell walking beside him. The little one's face was as soft and pink as a freshly hatched chick-fair, with a rosy tint resembling a porcelain doll. A wave of satisfaction washed over Sasuke, making him feel like the happiest brother in the world. He could already imagine the expressions of his classmates when they saw Wind Bell: envy, jealousy, and perhaps even sparks of fury. After all, he had such a lovely little sister while they had nothing. If I have a sister, and you don't, Sasuke thought, filled with pride. Thinking about his classmates, especially Naruto, the bottom of the class, he figured they would instantly be envious upon seeing Wind Bell, likely left speechless. However, his thoughts were not entirely immersed in happiness. A sense of vigilance crept into Sasuke's mind. The class would surely like Wind Bell, but that also meant trouble, especially with that Sakura. Remembering the time Wind Bell came to bring food and was bullied by Sakura, ending up crying in his arms, Sasuke felt an increased sense of protectiveness. At this moment, Wind Bell was completely unaware that Sasuke had already simulated dozens of protective plans in his mind. She could only see him occasionally break into a silly smile, prompting her to roll her eyes. Brother, what are you doing? Wind Bell tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. Ahem, nothing, Sasuke snapped back to reality, trying to cover up his earlier drama queen thoughts. I was just thinking that when we get to school you might become the center of attention for everyone. Huh? Wind Bell tilted her head, confused. Sasuke explained seriously, you're so cute that many people will want to be your friends. Boys will rush to offer you snacks, and girls will swarm around you to play. Just thinking about it is troublesome. Wind Bell rolled her eyes. Brother, you're overthinking it. I'm not a celebrity. Besides, it's not a bad thing. I can have free food and drinks. Listening to this, Sasuke felt an even stronger need to keep an eye on Wind Bell. Sasuke quickened his pace to walk alongside Wind Bell, his expression serious, as he said, regardless, Wind Bell, if anyone bullies you, you must tell me. Brother will step in for you right away. Got it. Wind Bell waved her hand dismissively, but brother, I am Uchiha. Wind Bell, a real adult, doesn't need protection. Sasuke twitched his lips, unable to refrain from retorting, do adults whine to their brothers and say, Sasuke, I want this, or Sasuke, help me with that? Wind Bell's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare that's called the way of family interaction. What do you know? The two bickered all the way, and before they knew it, the gates of the ninja school appeared before them. Wind Bell looked at the bustling students at the entrance, feeling a bit excited. Ninja school. Here I come. Arriving at the classroom door, Wind Bell peeked through the gap. The classroom was noisy, but Irika, who was giving a lecture, looked particularly spirited. Wind Bell raised her small hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Please come in. Irika's voice rang out in the classroom. As the door slowly opened, the classroom instantly fell silent. Walking through the door was a little girl with silver hair and red eyes. She wore a white dress, her small face soft and pink, exuding a sense of cuteness and innocence. Seeing this scene, Irika couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She looks like a well-behaved and understanding child, definitely a relief to have. New student, welcome to our class, Irika said with a broad smile. Please introduce yourself. Wind Bell nodded, stepping lightly onto the stage, her silver hair swaying slightly with her movement. The students below erupted into excitement. Wow, what a cute girl. The boys all raised their heads, their eyes sparkling. At this moment, the originally drowsy Shikamaru couldn't help but open one eye, mumbling, so troublesome. But indeed quite cute. Kiba stared at Wind Bell's small face, excited. She seems to like dogs too. We have to let Akamaru play with her. The girls, though not as exaggerated as the boys, began to gossip quietly. Her face is so small, like a doll. One girl couldn't help but reach out to touch Wind Bell's little face. Naruto stared at Wind Bell, his eyes shining like two light bulbs. Elated Wind Bell. She's actually in our class. Now I won't be lonely. Sakura, however, held her forehead, looking somewhat troubled. Why is this little brat here? She won't follow Sasuke every day, will she? Just the thought of possibly losing her chance to be alone with Sasuke made her feel exhausted. Wind Bell on the stage completely failed to notice the reactions below, standing naturally, as she sweetly said, "Hello, everyone, my name is Uchiha Wind Bell, and I am Sasuke's sister. I like to spend time with my family, and I don't dislike anything. That's it." Her brief introduction stirred up a commotion in the classroom. Sasuke's sister. Damn, that guy actually has such a cute sister. The girls in our class are already chasing after him, and now there's another one. Why is my life so miserable? The boys ground their teeth in jealousy, flames of envy raging. Sasuke-kun's sister. Then she must be the future sister-in-law. We have to build a good relationship. The girls exchanged secret glances, already brainstorming ways to get close to Wind Bell. All right, everyone, quiet down. Irika tapped on the desk, signaling the students to calm down. Wind Bell, please find a seat. Wind Bell nodded, stepping down from the stage, scanning the classroom. Sasuke immediately stood up, wanting to find a secluded spot to sit, but Wind Bell's eyes landed in Naruto's direction. She saw Naruto excitedly waving at her, so she pointed to the seat next to Naruto. "Brother, let's sit over there." Sasuke frowned slightly. Wind Bell, that guy is the bottom of the class. Before he could finish, he saw Wind Bell's ruby-like big eyes blink, hinting at a bit of a spoiled tone. Reluctantly, Sasuke nodded, all right. The two walked towards Naruto, who was practically about to go insane with joy, thinking Wind Bell was going to sit right next to him. He shouted excitedly, "Wind Bell, come here. There's a spot here." But when Wind Bell stopped, Naruto's expression instantly shifted from anticipation to confusion, because Sasuke plopped down right next to him, looking down at him. "Bottom of the class, what do you want?" Sasuke spoke coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. "Huh, that. Naruto stuttered, unable to find his words. He secretly glanced at Wind Bell, only to find she had already sat down on Sasuke's other side, smiling and nodding at him. "Oh, she's really sitting next to me." Naruto's spirits instantly lifted, his mouth involuntarily breaking into a smile. Even though Sasuke was like an iceberg blocking the way, he still felt incredibly happy. Wind Bell stood by, unable to hold back a laugh, but still pretended to be serious, saying, "Naruto, thank you for saving us a spot." Naruto scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. No problem." Sasuke snorted softly, "Bottom of the class, don't get too proud." Then he whispered to Wind Bell, "Don't call him brother, casually, it'll lower your IQ." Naruto, angered, slammed his hand on the table. "What did you say?" "Sasuke, if you have the guts, fight me." "Humph." Sasuke didn't even lift his head, clearly ignoring him. Watching the two bicker, Wind Bell knew this trip to the ninja school was well worth it. In the classroom, Feng Ling leaned against the desk, listening to Irika passionately explain the great significance of the will of fire. Every word from his powerful voice seemed to ignite the students' fighting spirit. Unfortunately, the ignited fighting spirit clearly had nothing to do with Feng Ling, who was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this ideological education class. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. Irika suddenly slammed his palm on the podium, as if he had transformed into a burning flame, radiant and dazzling. Feng Ling's eyelids twitched, and she inwardly sighed. No wonder the kids in the class were so rowdy. With this level of brainwashing, even an adult would have crumbled long ago. Feng Ling helplessly yawned, propping her small head up, her eyes flickering open and shut as she began to nod off like a bobblehead. Before long, her head tilted to the side, and she was on the brink of sleep. Just as she was about to drift into dreamland, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind, Host, don't sleep. A task has arrived." Feng Ling frowned, mumbling back, "What is it?" "I'm in class, don't disturb my cultivation." The system's tone carried a hint of excitement. "Host, the way you're attending class is called fainting, not cultivation." "All right, listen up, this is an absolutely important task." "Oh, what's it this time?" Feng Ling asked absent-mindedly. The task interface popped up in her mind with a chime. Task name: friendship with the Konoha 12. Task description: gain the friendship of the Konoha 12 and become good friends with them. Task reward: Nangong Wenya's head patting technique. Feng Ling was momentarily stunned, then her mouth twitched. Head patting technique. What on earth is that? The system's voice was full of pride. "This is a powerful weapon. Let me introduce it to you. When you use Nangong Wenya's head patting technique to pat someone on the head, you can purify their soul. Especially against villains, the effect is doubled." Feng Ling almost laughed out loud, suppressing the urge to retort, "So, who do you want me to use this on to reform them? The third Hokage, Danzo, or that one who wants to destroy the world, Obito?" The system replied seriously, "Host, this reward has been tailor-made for you. Just look at the current Konoha 12, they are all the future pillars of strength. Building a good relationship with them is definitely beneficial. And you are Uchiha Feng Ling, their friendship is a done deal, just a little effort on your part is all that's needed." Feng Ling stroked her chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. In that case, it really is a good opportunity. Plus, getting to know them will make it easier for me to enjoy the gossip later. Seeing that Feng Ling was starting to take it seriously, the system hurriedly added, "Then, let's get started, host. Didn't I prepare the friendship manual for you? Just follow it, and you'll win for sure." Feng Ling's mind instantly filled with the contents of the friendship manual, flipping through the various strange methods written on it. Methods such as acting cute and adorable, pouting, and rolling around, eating together, and creating minor conflicts to resolve later, etc. When she saw the last entry, proactively giving gifts, her eyes lit up. Interesting, why didn't I think of these earlier? Feng Ling raised her eyes and scanned the classroom, considering how to proceed. Sasuke doesn't count, just skip him. He's my brother, I don't need to put in special effort to make friends with him. Naruto. Easy, I've already made friends with him on the first try. Kiba. Let's play with his dog. Hinata. Thinking of that shy little girl, Feng Ling smiled faintly. A direct approach will do. Going through the options quickly in her mind, Feng Ling smiled, feeling cheerful. The remaining few might be a bit troublesome, but it's not a big deal. Head patting technique, here I come. Host, don't just be happy these kids aren't a bunch of easily swayed little ones. The system timely poured a bucket of cold water. You need to show some real skill. Feng Ling felt a tightening in her heart. That's a fair point. So she took a deep breath, tapped the manual in her hand, and secretly resolved, let me, the great Feng Ling, show them some colors. During the break, Feng Ling was just about to pick some clever tricks from the system's manual to start acting when unexpectedly boys and girls from the class swarmed around her, surrounding her tightly. While this feels good, Feng Ling smiled slightly, feeling pleased in her heart, quickly building friendships in one day, just as expected of me. She scanned her surroundings, swiftly identifying tactical targets to tackle one by one. To deal with Shikamaru, Feng Ling chose to ask for help. Shikamaru, I don't understand this question. Could you teach me? She pretended to be confused as she leaned over, handing him a rather simple math problem, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shikamaru initially wanted to wave his hand, too lazy to think, but seeing Feng Ling's innocent and obedient appearance, he could only sigh helplessly. What a hassle. Fine, I'll teach you. Feng Ling took the opportunity to nod, repeatedly complimenting him with Shikamaru, you're so smart, and Shikamaru, you're amazing, causing a hint of a proud smile to unconsciously appear on his face. Not bad, I guess. Shikamaru lazily leaned back against the chair, completely unaware that he had fallen victim to Feng Ling's compliment barrage. To deal with Ino, Feng Ling chose to give her a gift, hitting the nail on the head. She pulled out a beautifully illustrated insect guide from her pocket, handing it to Ino with a smile. Ino, this is for you. It has many pictures and information about rare insects. Ino pushed up her sunglasses, looked at Feng Ling, took the guide, flipped through it, and nodded. Thanks, this is indeed nice. Feng Ling secretly rejoiced, cold-faced friendship achieved. To deal with Choji, Feng Ling chose to directly go the foodie route. Choji, this candy is really delicious. I brought a lot. Do you want to try some? Feng Ling smiled brightly as she presented a bag of sweet candies to Choji. Really? Choji's eyes lit up as he took the candy, eagerly unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Yum, it's tasty. Thank you, Feng Ling. As Feng Ling watched Choji happily enjoying the candy, she patted his head. You're so cute. This action made Choji's face turn red. To deal with Kiba, Feng Ling aimed for Akamaru. Akamaru, you're so cute. Feng Ling squatted down, gently rubbing Akamaru's fluffy little head, while sincerely praising Kiba, your dog is amazing. Kiba laughed heartily, hands on his hips, looking very proud. Of course, Akamaru is the best dog. Yes, I'm really envious that you have such a great partner. Feng Ling continued to flatter him, and with just a few words, she had Kiba grinning from ear to ear. To deal with Hinata, Feng Ling unhesitatingly chose a direct approach. Hinata. Feng Ling ran up to Hinata, grabbed her hand, and blinked her big eyes, saying, you're really so cute. Can I come over to your house to play? I really love playing with you. Hinata's face immediately flushed red, shy to the point of barely being able to lift her head. Feng Ling-chan, can I really? Of course. I love being with you, Hinata-kun. Feng Ling smiled brightly, shaking her hand. Seeing Hinata's blissful expression, Feng Ling silently nodded in her heart. Got it. As for Ino and Sakura, Feng Ling chose to bring out her trump card, Sasuke. Sakura-kun, Ina-kan, I want to be friends with you. Ino eagerly agreed, while Sakura looked troubled, having just had a conflict with this little girl and not wanting to approach her for friendship. They'll bring my brother to play with you. Okay. Sakura instantly transformed her expression. Turning around, Feng Ling approached Sasuke. Brother, come play with Ino and Sakura. Feng Ling innocently tugged at Sasuke's clothes. Sasuke frowned. No, I'm not interested. But they want to see you. Feng Ling intentionally softened her tone, gently pushing Sasuke. Please, just help me out this once. Sasuke looked at Feng Ling's spoiled demeanor and could only resign himself. Fine. Thus, Sasuke was reluctantly brought before Ino and Sakura, and Feng Ling took the initiative to say, Ino, Sakura, let's play together. When Ino and Sakura heard this, they immediately came running over, especially excited at Sasuke's arrival, almost bouncing with joy. Feng Ling watched the excited expressions of Ino and Sakura, then glanced at Sasuke, who looked utterly defeated, secretly chuckling, "Sorry, big brother, they'll sacrifice you for a while to gain 2 friendship points." After a round, Feng Ling surprisingly managed to make friends with the other classmates as well. No choice, just familiar with the methods. Feng Ling proudly clapped her hands, watching the friendship points in the system rise continuously. She was over the moon. But then she suddenly remembered a problem. Naruto, Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, though all sorted out, but what about Neji, Tenten, and Lee, who aren't in the class? Feng Ling stroked her chin, falling into deep thought. Looks like I need to come up with another way to increase these guys' favorability. After a long day of studying, Feng Ling let out a long sigh, feeling as though she might fall apart. This day felt like a large social event. Feng Ling not only had to deal with the enthusiastic entanglements of her classmates, but also received various snacks and small gifts. With items in her hands, food in her mouth, and a few candies stuffed in her pockets, she had clearly become the favorite of the class. Feng Ling rubbed her sore little arms and said with some sentiment, sometimes having too much charm can also be a burden." On the way home, Feng Ling walked ahead with a light step, while the trailing Sasuke lagged behind, looking exhausted. Feng Ling turned around, observing Sasuke's weary appearance, and with a hint of displeasure in her voice, asked, "Why are you walking so slowly?" Sasuke looked down at the heavy bags he was carrying, and then glanced at Feng Ling's empty hands, feeling utterly drained. "Feng Ling, I think we should just leave these things behind," Sasuke complained breathlessly. "There's no use bringing them home. They are just a bunch of useless trinkets, and they're killing me." "That won't do." Feng Ling raised her small face, her tone serious, as she retorted, "These are the goodwill of everyone. We can't just throw them away." "But I really—" Sasuke was about to say more when he suddenly saw Feng Ling lean closer, her little face almost touching his. "Brother, please help me out," Feng Ling said, blinking her big innocent eyes and using a cute tone. "You are the best, the strongest." Sasuke was momentarily stunned as Feng Ling's sweet and soft voice echoed in his ears, and his once exhausted body instantly filled with energy. "Let's go." Sasuke gritted his teeth and mustered the strength to move forward towards home. Upon arriving, he nearly collapsed from fatigue as he dropped off the items. He casually threw the packages into a corner and then flopped down onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Itachi heard the noise and came over to look at the pile of items on the floor, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Where did you get all this stuff?" Feng Ling was bent down, rummaging through the bag for snacks. Hearing this, she looked up with pride and said, "These aren't bought, they're all gifts from my classmates." "Aren't they impressive?" Itachi raised an eyebrow, glancing between Feng Ling and Sasuke, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "You're quite popular." Mikoto also peeked out from the kitchen, smiling gently as she asked, "With all this, it seems like you had a great day, Feng Ling." "Of course." Feng Ling then ran up to Fugaku, her little face brimming with confidence. "Dad, now you believe that I won't be bullied at school, right?" Fugaku looked down at his daughter's expectant red eyes, smiled helplessly, and ruffled her hair, saying, all right, I believe you." Feng Ling's smile became even brighter, while Sasuke on the sofa let out a grunt, turning over to bury his face in the cushion and muttering, "So annoying." The house was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, but only Sasuke was exhausted and lamenting not wanting to carry any more gifts home. The next day, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze flowed. It was the weekend, and Feng Ling got up early, took a couple of bites of breakfast, and began to ponder her plans for the day. She planned to start with Hinata, as she had gotten along well with her in class, and their relationship was already quite familiar. Hinata had a brother named Neji, and as long as she got close enough to Hinata, she should also be able to win over Neji. Feng Ling happily bounced her way to the Hyuga family's territory, looking up at the magnificent and solemn mansion, her little face filled with apprehension. The Hyuga clan. This is one of the strongest families in Konoha. The relationship between the Uchiha and the Hyuga is so delicate. As a member of the Uchiha, am I asking for trouble by coming here? She swallowed hard, but remembering the task reward Nangong, when Kai's head-patting technique, her gaze firmed up a bit. "He'll go for it, I'm all in." Feng Ling raised her small fist and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in Hyuga clan clothing. His Byakugan eyes swept over Feng Ling like a sharp blade, his expression stern and cold. Feng Ling felt a chill from those icy Byakugan eyes, thinking to herself, those eyes are so fierce. Hinata's eyes are definitely cuter. "Who are you?" The gatekeeper's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an air of unapproachable authority. "What do you want at the Hyuga clan?" I am here to play with Hinata." Feng Ling stood tall, trying to speak sweetly. The gatekeeper's expression remained cold. "Sorry, the young lady is currently training and doesn't have time to play with you." After saying this, he began to close the door. Seeing the door about to shut, Feng Ling's little face flushed with urgency. "Uncle, please let me in. I'm Hinata's good friend." Hearing the words "good friend," the gatekeeper looked down again at Feng Ling's sparkling big eyes, hesitating for a moment. Just a little girl, as she didn't look like a bad person. Besides, how much trouble could she cause? He sighed lightly and stepped aside, saying, "All right, come in." "Thank you, uncle." Feng Ling flashed a sweet smile and dashed inside. After passing through the front yard, Feng Ling spotted Hinata practicing in the courtyard from a distance. In the training area, Hinata was practicing her gentle fist against a wooden post, each strike accompanied by a crisp ha. Her little face was filled with seriousness. "Oh, too weak." Hisashi frowned, his hands clasped behind his back, disappointment evident in his tone. "As my daughter, how can you still be at this level? When will you be able to carry on the family name?" Hearing this, Feng Ling instinctively clenched her fists. She glanced at Hinata, who had lowered her head. The girl's movements faltered, clearly wounded by her father's words. Feng Ling gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to rush out, and quietly found a place to sit nearby, patiently waiting for the training to finish. After a while, Hisashi finally noticed Feng Ling sitting nearby, and his brow furrowed again. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Feng Ling quickly stood up, showing a well-behaved smile. "Hello, I'm Uchiha Feng Ling, and I'm here to play with Hinata." Hisashi's eyes flashed with surprise, then he asked warily, "A member of the Uchiha clan. How do you know Hinata?" Feng Ling had prepared for this, smiling, as she said, "We're classmates. Hinata is really nice, I love playing with her. Don't worry, I won't disturb her training." Hearing the word classmates, Hisashi's expression softened slightly. He turned to Hinata and said, "Since she's your friend, you can handle it yourself." Hinata nodded and quickly walked up to Feng Ling, asking quietly, "Feng Ling, why are you here?" Feng Ling looked at Hinata's soft little face, smiling as she took her hand. "Of course I want to play with you. But training is important, so let's talk after you're done." Hinata's little face turned red as she glanced at Hisashi standing nearby. Hisashi frowned slightly, glancing at the two of them, and waved his hand. "Today's training is over." He then turned and slowly left the training area, hands clasped behind his back. As he reached a corner, he paused, looking up at the blue sky of Konoha, a hint of deep thought crossing his brow. Uchiha Feng Ling, Fugaku's daughter. Why is she at the Hyuga clan? Just a coincidence or some kind of test? Moments later, Hisashi shook his head, closing his eyes and ceasing to ponder. He buried these doubts deep in his heart, deciding to observe the situation. In the training area, Feng Ling watched Hisashi's figure recede, whispering, "Hinata-kun, is that your dad?" Hinata gently nodded, the blush on her face still not fading. "Yes. Your dad is so fierce." Feng Ling mumbled, recalling Hisashi's sharp Byakugan, sending a shiver down her spine. But Hinata softly said, "Dad actually means well, he just hopes I can become stronger." "Oh." Feng Ling nodded thoughtfully, then grabbed Hinata's hand, smiling brightly. "Let's not talk about that. Let's go to your room." "Okay." Hinata smiled slightly, leading Feng Ling towards her room. Deep within the Hyuga estate, Hinata's room was clean and bright, decorated warmly. A faint scent of lilies wafted through the air, making one feel incredibly relaxed. As soon as Feng Ling entered, she looked around, her little hands touching here and there, her curiosity bubbling over like an adventurous little cat. "Wow, it's so clean here. Hinata-kun, your room is so beautiful." Hinata blushed a bit from the compliment, gently tugging at Feng Ling's sleeve. "Don't touch everything." Feng Ling giggled and flopped onto the soft bed, pulling Hinata down with her. The two little girls rested their heads together and engaged in casual chatter. "Hinata-kun, what do you like to eat?" I like eating red bean dumplings." "I like them too. Next time I'll bring delicious dumplings for you." "Really?" "Of course. I keep my promises." Time flew by unnoticed as the two girls chatted happily until suddenly a system voice echoed in Feng Ling's ear. "Ho, stop playing around. There are important matters to attend to." Feng Ling rolled over, reluctantly responding, "I know, stop rushing me." She bit her finger, contemplating, then turned to Hinata and asked, "Hinata-kun, do you know Niji?" Upon hearing the name Niji, Hinata paused for a moment and nodded. "Brother Niji. I certainly know him." "Then can you take me to see him?" Hinata lowered her head, her expression somewhat dim. "Brother Niji hasn't talked to me in a long time. He might not want to see me." Feng Ling immediately understood some of the situation, recalling Niji's complex background and resentment towards the clan in the original story. She couldn't help but frown. It seems a bit tricky. However, she quickly shook her head, her face breaking into a bright smile as she patted Hinata's shoulder. "Hinata-kun, don't worry. He'll handle this." Hinata looked surprised at Feng Ling's words, but more disbelief filled her expression. "Feng Ling, can you really? Brother Niji. He's always so cold and never wants to talk to me." Hinata lowered her head, her voice growing smaller, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and sadness. Feng Ling looked at Hinata's pitiful little appearance, her heart filled with a pang of sorrow, while determination also surged within her. "Hinata can have faith in me. Since he is your brother, he must still care about you. He just has some things preventing him from expressing it right now." Feng Ling reached out, patting Hinata's shoulder confidently, as she said, "I will definitely make him smile again." Hinata looked up, meeting Feng Ling's determined gaze, her little face turning slightly red as she nodded gently. "I believe in you." Feng Ling stared at the ceiling, listening to the system's incessant chatter while recalling Ning Si's personality and background in her mind. I know, stop nagging. I'm thinking of a way. The system huffed, falling silent, but Feng Ling began to feel a headache. Feng Ling understood Ning Si's emotional turmoil well. The conflict between the Hyuga's branch and main families combined with her father's sacrifice left him with a deep sense of anger and helplessness towards fate. Such a heavy burden on a child is unimaginable in terms of the pain he must feel. Tisk, if this were a simple task, it wouldn't be the system's style. Feng Ling pouted. Let me think. How did Naruto persuade Ning Si? It seems like it was through a fight first, and then some words. Let's just give it a try. With that thought, Feng Ling and Hinata arrived at the training ground of the Hyuga clan, and indeed Ning Si was there. In the training ground, Ning Si was focused on practicing his gentle fist technique, his movements skillful, each punch swift and precise, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Though he was just a child, the cold aura surrounding him far exceeded that of his peers. Hinata looked at Ning Si, her expression somewhat tense. Feng Ling, Ning Si looks very fierce. Feng Ling squinted her eyes and patted Hinata's shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm here. She walked into the training ground with a light step, a sweet smile on her face. Good morning, Ning Si. Hearing the voice, Ning Si paused, turned his head to look at Feng Ling, and frowned slightly. Who are you? Feng Ling stepped forward, smiling brightly. I'm Hinata's friend, Uchiha Feng Ling. I heard you're really strong, so I came to ask you for advice on gentle fist. Ning Si didn't respond, merely casting Feng Ling a cold glance before turning back to continue his training. However, Feng Ling was undeterred, directly standing in front of Ning Si, hands on her hips. Hey Ning Si, is this how you treat your guests? I came sincerely to learn from you. Ning Si was slightly taken aback, stopped his movements, and coldly said, gentle fist is not something to be taught to outsiders casually. Feng Ling tilted her head, a sly smile creeping on her lips. Humph, if you don't teach me, I'll just keep bothering you, and see if you can concentrate on your training. After saying that, Feng Ling really sat down beside him, resting her chin on her hands, staring intently at Ning Si. Ning Si sighed helplessly and turned to Hinata. Is she the friend you brought? Hinata whispered, yes, Ning Si, Feng Ling really wants to be your friend. Ning Si fell silent for a moment before coldly saying, friends. People from the Uchiha clan cannot possibly become friends with our Hyuga. This statement instantly drained the color from Hinata's face. She lowered her head, her small hands twisting together, unsure how to respond. However, Feng Ling laughed. Ning Si, you can't say that. You think there's a barrier between the Uchiha and Hyuga, but I'm just Feng Ling. I'm not one of those adults who argue all the time. Ning Si was momentarily taken aback and remained silent. Feng Ling continued, you have a lot of grievances against fate, right? But I think fate isn't the most important thing. What matters is whether you are willing to change it. Upon hearing this, Ning Si's pupils slightly contracted. He pressed his lips together, staring at Feng Ling as if contemplating something. Seeing this, Feng Ling felt a surge of joy and added, how about this, Ning Si? Let's have a match. If I can withstand 3 of your moves, will you agree to be friends? Ning Si raised an eyebrow, glancing at Feng Ling. You want to fight me? Feng Ling patted her chest, full of confidence. That's right. Although I'm not from the Hyuga clan, I've also learned some martial arts. Ning Si coldly snorted, fine, if you can withstand 3 moves, I'll agree to be friends with you. Deal. Feng Ling's plan began to take shape, and this spar was destined to be an important step toward her success in the task. 3 moves were not just Feng Ling boasting, she truly believed she could defeat Ning Si within 3 moves. After all, in her eyes, she was quite confident against peers. Then let's go, Ning Si said coldly, his tone revealing a hint of arrogance. He didn't take this suddenly appearing Uchiha girl seriously, but he also didn't let his guard down. The two formed opposing stances, and Feng Ling smiled slightly. Be careful, Ning Si. Hinata stood outside the ring, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, filled with worry. Ning Si's strength is very strong. Will Feng Ling get hurt? Feng Ling remained silent, focusing intently on Ning Si. Feng Ling took a deep breath, her foot moved, and she shouted, him coming. Her figure shot towards Ning Si like an arrow, her speed astonishing. Ning Si frowned quickly, raising his hands to block Feng Ling's sweeping kick. Although he successfully defended against the attack, he was somewhat surprised. Such speed. But strength. Not enough. Ning Si exerted a light force, sweeping Feng Ling's leg aside, then retreated 2 steps and stood firmly. His Byakugan narrowed slightly, and he assumed the starting stance of gentle fist, coldly stating, next, I won't hold back. However, Feng Ling showed no signs of retreat, even wearing a smile. Then neither will I. Ning Si, be careful. Before her words fell, her movements suddenly quickened, lightly stepping and charging towards Ning Si once more. This time her speed was even faster, seeming to stir a subtle whoosh in the air. Ning Si's pupils constricted. He did not expect this girl could increase her speed. Without time to think, he swiftly leaned back to evade Feng Ling's straight punch, but her attack was clearly more than just a simple punch. She missed with her right fist, smoothly transitioning and her left leg swept in a whip-like motion towards Ningxi's waist. Bang! Ningxi managed to raise his arm to block it, but his feet were forced back half a step due to the impact of the force. The strength of this blow far exceeded his expectations. His brows furrowed deeper as he contemplated how can this little girl be so strong. It shouldn't have been like this. Feng Ling landed, but did not halt her momentum, quickly charging at Ningxi again. This time her movements were even more agile than before, her body gliding through the air like a willow leaf, making her difficult to predict. Ningxi gritted his teeth. He knew that if he continued to be passive, he would eventually lose the initiative. So he shouted, gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams palms. He suddenly swung his hands, the gust from his palms rushing towards Feng Ling's front. Feng Ling was already prepared. At the instant he launched his palm, she slightly turned her body skillfully, avoiding most of the force. At the same time, she forcefully stepped her right foot onto the ground, her figure darting toward Ningxi like a released arrow. So fast. Ningxi was startled, but there was no time to retreat as Feng Ling's fist was already right in front of him. Ningxi only felt a gust of fist wind rush past, carrying a faint scent. By the time he reacted, he saw Feng Ling's small fist halting just an inch away from his face, her bright eyes smiling at him. I lost. Ningxi lowered his head, his voice filled with unwillingness. Do you accept the bet? Feng Ling tilted her head, her tone lighthearted, as if playing. I accept the bet. Ningxi took a deep breath, his tone tinged with resignation. Then we are friends now. Feng Ling grabbed Ningxi's hand, smiling like a mischievous little fox. Ningxi instinctively wanted to pull back his hand, his cheeks slightly flushed. Being defeated by a girl younger than him was humiliating enough, and being held like this made him feel even more embarrassed. Feng Ling actually won. How impressive. Hinata beside them covered her mouth in surprise watching this scene. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's face instantly flushed a little, revealing a shy yet proud smile. Of course. I'm quite impressive. She then shifted the topic, pulling Hinata's hand with her left hand and directly forcing their hands together. Ningxi sensed something was off and was about to break free, but Feng Ling seized the opportunity to firmly lock their hands together. Don't move. Feng Ling said seriously. Ningxi, if you're unhappy with the main family and fate, then you should resist. Keeping it bottled up only hurts yourself. Your sister has been worried about you all along. Ningxi's gaze flickered, and the struggling motion he had just made suddenly stopped. He lowered his head, glancing at the small hand pressed on his palm, then stealing a look at Hinata's face, his complex emotions surging within him, yet he couldn't say a word. Hinata whispered, Ningxi, I really hope you can be a bit happier. Feng Ling noticed, and secretly raised the corners of her mouth, her face full of mission accomplished expression, great success. She proudly turned to Hinata. Hinatakin, I've helped you solve such an important matter, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Hinata nodded repeatedly, sure. Ningxi should come along too. Upon hearing this, Ningxi's expression stiffened, crossing his arms and turning his face away, whatever. Feng Ling, undeterred, grabbed Ningxi with one hand and Hinata with the other, cheerfully, saying, all right, stop being all awkward, just say it clearly, right? Let's go, I'm hungry. Ningxi sighed helplessly, letting Feng Ling lead him out of the training ground. Hinata, on the other hand, lowered her head, a hint of blush appearing on her face. The three of them gradually walked away, exiting the training ground. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the training ground, a figure slowly emerged. It was Hyuga Hizashi. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing complexly at Feng Ling's departing figure, the corners of his mouth lifting into a slight, meaningful smile. His eyes reflected a mixture of contemplation and inscrutability, yet also contained a trace of long-lost softness, as if he found the recent events somewhat unexpected and gratifying. Uchiha Feng Ling. He murmured to himself, seemingly pondering something. What an interesting child. Moments later, he sighed softly, turned, and left, disappearing on the other side of the training ground. Feng Ling brought Ningxi and Hinata to barbecue, her mood bright and cheerful all the way there. As they pushed open the door, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted in, causing Feng Ling's stomach to growl. Standing at the entrance was a gentle waitress who smiled and leaned down to look at them softly, asking, hello, how many of you are there? 3. Feng Ling raised her little hand confidently. The waitress chuckled lightly, her tone becoming even gentler. Please come this way, little ones. Little ones. Feng Ling's expression froze instantly, her lips twitching slightly. This form of address was quite maddening, but she ultimately held back her retort. After all, the most important thing right now was to eat meat. She couldn't let trivial matters get in the way. The three of them were seated at a window-side table, with Feng Ling, Hinata, and Ningxi taking their places in order. The dining table was covered with a clean tablecloth, and a few menus were placed nearby. When it came time to order, Feng Ling unhesitatingly ordered a full table of meat, causing Ningxi to briefly wonder if she had 2 or 3 stomachs. Although Hinata wanted to suggest ordering less, she felt embarrassed to interrupt and could only nod obediently in agreement. Soon the meat was served, and Feng Ling eagerly picked up her chopsticks to start eating. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere was lively. Ningxi picked up a piece of medium-rare beef and with a hint of confusion in his eyes looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling, how exactly do you train? Do you train hard every day? With this question, Feng Ling almost dropped the piece of meat she had just picked up. Feeling guilty, she recalled her own rather inconsistent training approach and smiled awkwardly. Actually, I'm not particularly diligent. Ningxi raised an eyebrow. Really? I thought your strength came from rigorous training. How should I put it? Feng Ling scratched her head, her eyes spinning as she quickly changed the topic. If we're talking about diligence, we must mention Shaoli. Shaoli. Ningxi's mind was whisked away and the image of Shaoli in his tight green outfit with a serious expression immediately came to mind. He nodded. Yeah, I know he's really good at physical techniques. Feng Ling put down her chopsticks, smiling broadly. You know he's good, but you don't know how hard he really works. It would scare you to hear about it. Ningxi and Hinata both looked at Feng Ling with curiosity, and Hinata couldn't help but ask softly, how does Shaoli usually train? Feng Ling lowered her voice mysteriously. Listen closely, he runs 50 laps around the village every day and does push-ups while upside down. The key point is if he fails, he punishes himself double. For instance, if he fails once, he runs 100 laps, and if he fails twice, 200 laps. What? Ningxi looked shocked. That's too exaggerated. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to believe someone could train to that extent. Exaggerated. Feng Ling raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of pride. It's not exaggerated, he really does that. Shaoli is the epitome of a hard-working genius. Ningxi fell silent for a moment, a complex expression flashing across his face. He considered himself diligent in his training, but compared to Shaoli, he seemed to fall short. Hinata said softly, Shaoli is really amazing. Feng Ling nodded vigorously while munching on meat. So brother Ningxi, if you want to become stronger, go learn from Shaoli. Don't keep dwelling on fate. Hard work is the way to go. Ningxi lowered his head in thought for a while, seemingly seriously considering Feng Ling's words, while Hinata quietly picked up a piece of grilled beef tongue and placed it in Feng Ling's bowl softly, saying, Feng Ling-chan, eat this, don't talk too much, or you'll choke. Seeing Hinata's gesture, Feng Ling felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. Hinatakin is the best. Ningxi raised his head and looked at the interaction between the two girls, suddenly feeling a long-lost warmth. He slightly curled his lips and said softly, perhaps I really should rethink things. After a simple gathering ended, Ningxi stood up, patted the crumbs off his clothes, and said nonchalantly, I plan to go see Shaoli. Feng Ling's eyes lit up, and she immediately stopped her action of picking up meat, raising her hand excitedly and shouting, me, I want to go too. This was a great opportunity. How could she miss the chance to make friends with Shaoli? Feng Ling was already plotting in her mind that befriending this passionate boy might even benefit her training in the future. Hinata, however, seemed a bit hesitant. She gently touched her fingers together and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, Buzz'll head home first, or I have training this afternoon. Feng Ling pouted, looking reluctant. Hinata is really busy. Hinata revealed a gentle smile, reaching out to ruffle Feng Ling's hair. I'm sorry, Feng Ling, I'll accompany you another time. Feeling Hinata's gentle hand stroking her hair, Feng Ling was momentarily stunned, a hint of astonishment appearing on her face. This isn't right. Why does it feel like being comforted like a pet by a little girl? Hinatakin, don't pat my head, but feels so strange. Feng Ling protested softly, her face turning red. Hinata, however, smiled even brighter and didn't stop her hands, but I really want to touch it. I can never touch it during school. You can only touch it for a little while. Feng Ling's tone carried a hint of helplessness as she blushed and nodded in compromise. Okay, Hinata replied happily, but her movements became more serious as she softly murmured, Hivaho. After a while of stroking, Hinata finally felt satisfied and stood up to bid them farewell. Then Feng Ling, I'm heading home now, see you next time. After watching Hinata leave, Feng Ling turned around to see Ningxi standing nearby, a slight smile on his lips, seemingly holding back laughter. Feng Ling immediately flared up, angrily shouting, what are you laughing at? Let's go, lead the way. Ningxi couldn't help but chuckle softly, replying, all right, let's go. The two of them made their way through the streets and eventually arrived at a secluded training ground. There Shaoli was practicing hard, drenched in sweat, his green outfit almost soaked through. He was punching a sturdy wooden post, the thud of each punch resonating, making Feng Ling's ears itch. 987, 988. Shaoli continued to strike the wooden post, each punch filled with power and focus. Feng Ling blinked in amazement and turned to Ningxi. See, I told you I wasn't wrong. He really trains hard. Ningxi watched Shaoli in the training ground, silently nodding, his expression complex, seemingly deep in thought. 999, 1000. With the final punch delivered, Shaoli shouted and exhaled a long breath, finally stopping his movements. At this moment, he noticed Ningxi and Feng Ling standing beside him, and a brilliant smile immediately appeared on his face. Ningxi and Shaoli's gaze turned to Feng Ling, clearly puzzled, not knowing who this unfamiliar little girl was. Feng Ling patted her chest enthusiastically, saying, I am Feng Ling. Uchiha Feng Ling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes instantly sparkled with fighting spirit. Is she a genius from the Uchiha clan? What brings you here? Want to spar? Feng Ling looked into Xiao Li's intense eyes, and her lips twitched, secretly sighing. Indeed, passionate boys are all one-track minded. However, Feng Ling had no intention of sparring with Xiao Li. She looked up at the sky, helplessly thinking sparring with this guy. Too troublesome. What if he sees her as a lifelong rival? That would be terrible. But on second thought, Xiao Li's destined friend and rival should actually be Ningxi. With this thought, Feng Ling's eyes turned mischievously towards Ningxi, secretly laughing. You dared to laugh at me earlier. Now you'll have a hard time. Xiao Li, actually, it's brother Ningxi who wants to spar with you. Feng Ling suddenly said seriously, her tone carrying a hint of innocent cuteness. He said he admires people like you who train hard. Hearing this, Ningxi's mouth twitched, and he shot a glare at Feng Ling, but did not immediately refute. In truth, he was indeed curious about Xiao Li's dedication and wasn't entirely opposed to sparring. Once Xiao Li heard this, he immediately became fired up, his eyes shining brightly. This is youth. Ningxi, we are destined to become best friends. Ningxi sighed and said blandly, best friends are a bit much. Xiao Li, however, was undeterred, clenching his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. Are you doubting my strength, Ningxi? That's fine, I'll make you acknowledge me. Before Ningxi could respond, Xiao Li had already assumed a combat stance, eager for a fight. Seeing this, Ningxi sighed, helplessly took up his stance, and formed the opposing hand seal with Xiao Li. Feng Ling stood outside the ring, blinking her eyes, her face full of excitement, as if watching a show. She cupped her hands into a horn shape and shouted loudly, go for it, Xiao Li. You must bring out your most passionate side. Xiao Li, upon hearing this, became even more excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, striking a signature pose and waving at Feng Ling. This is youth. Feng Ling covered her mouth and chuckled, completely unwilling to explain how juvenile the term youth sounded to her. The battle erupted in an instant. Konoha Hurricane. Xiao Li shouted, charging towards Ningxi with a fierce whirlwind of energy. The speed of the move was so fast that all Feng Ling could see was a blurred green shadow. Ningxi inwardly cursed and quickly sidestepped to block the incoming whirlwind kick. However, the force of the impact was so strong that he instantly felt a tingling in his arm, his face showing a hint of shock. What a heavy force. Ningxi gritted his teeth, rapidly assessing his opponent's assault. I didn't expect that this seemingly small Xiao Li would have such terrifying explosive power. Come again. Xiao Li's voice was filled with enthusiasm and fighting spirit as he used the wooden post as a pivot, instantly turning around for another high-speed downward kick. Ningxi quickly retreated, crossing his hands to unleash his soft fist, attempting to counterattack. The air around them seemed to crackle with the sound of intense collisions as their figures intertwined like a fierce wind, moving so fast that Feng Ling could hardly keep up. Wow, Ningxi isn't even being suppressed. Feng Ling rested her chin on her hand, amazed. But I still stand with Xiao Li, who after all, youth is unbeatable. The two combatants had no time to heed her cheers. Xiao Li grew more spirited with each passing moment, every punch and kick delivered with a momentum as fierce as a raging tide. Although Ningxi was being somewhat pressured, his calmness and the cleverness of his soft fist were vividly displayed, managing to deflect Xiao Li's attacks at crucial moments. Ningxi, you're really strong. Xiao Li shouted as he attacked, but that only makes me even more excited. Come on, let's keep fighting. This is youth. Ningxi defended while coldly responding, stop talking nonsense and focus. Outside the ring, Feng Ling had squatted down, munching on seeds, while watching with great interest, shouting, go for it, Xiao Li. Turned Ningxi's cold face into a passionate one. This is youth. Xiao Li replied with an even louder shout. Listening to their back and forth, Ningxi's lips twitched slightly, silently vowing to settle accounts with Feng Ling later. The steel fists were swift, breaking through myriad techniques with sheer force. The soft fists were restrained, using minimal effort to achieve maximum effect. In the arena, the fierce clash between Ningxi and Xiao Li had reached a boiling point, with both sides exchanging life-threatening blows. Feng Ling stood to the side, watching with great interest, unable to contain her excitement. She crossed her arms and commented, this is quite enjoyable to watch. Ningxi's figure was light and agile, facing Xiao Li's thunderous onslaught with calm composure. Each time he expertly dodged or deflected Xiao Li's force, appearing effortless, yet concealing profound skill. Every punch Xiao Li threw felt like hitting cotton. Despite using all his strength, he could never land a solid blow, which only made him more frustrated. Go for it, brother Xiao Li. Feng Ling shouted from the sidelines, waving her little fists. Don't let brother Ningxi's soft fists intimidate you. Upon hearing her, Xiao Li's eyebrows instantly ignited with determination. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze becoming resolute, and quickened his steps, as if all his chakra was focused on his speed. I can go even faster. Xiao Li murmured to himself, suddenly vanishing from sight, his speed elevating to another level, transforming him into a streak of green light. Ning Sis' expression sharpened, instantly realizing that if he continued to hold back, he would likely be overwhelmed by Xiao Li's steel fists. He took a deep breath, positioning his hands in the soft fist stance, his tone calm, yet tinged with respect. In that case, I can only give it my all. Byakugan, activate. Ning Sis' temples bulged, and his snow-white pupils glimmered with a cold light, his aura suddenly surging. Seeing this, Feng Ling couldn't help but squint her eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, brother Ning Xiai is unleashing his full power. Now this is impressive." Ning Xiai in the arena stopped evading and took the initiative to engage. His hands moved like a dancing dragon, weaving through Xiao Li's aggressive attacks, his fingers swiftly targeting Xiao Li's acupoints. Soft fist technique, Bagua 32 palms. Xiao Li's assault was like a torrential storm, while Ning Sis' palms acted as a gentle breeze amidst the downpour, hitting the target with precise angles. With each palm strike, Xiao Li's chakra flow halted momentarily, causing his speed to decrease. Konoha, Great Whirlwind. Xiao Li, unwilling to yield, shouted, attempting to counter with his last ounce of strength. However, Ning Xiai remained unfazed, delivering the 32 palms like thunder in succession, causing Xiao Li to stagger. His attack halted. "Your acupoints are sealed. Can you still fight?" Ning Xiai was shocked, as he had thought this strike would determine the outcome. Yet Xiao Li gritted his teeth, swaying as he stood upright, a radiant smile appearing on his face. "I still can't give up." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Li's body finally succumbed to the strain, falling backward. Ning Xiai reacted quickly, reaching out to support him, gazing at this exhausted opponent with a complex expression. Leaning on Ning Sis' shoulder, Xiao Li maintained his signature smile, revealing a big grin. "As expected of you, Ning Si. Truly strong enough to get my blood boiling. But I will continue to challenge you." Ning Xiai remained silent for a moment, then replied lightly, "You are strong too." Feng Ling, seeing this scene, excitedly clapped her hands and ran to the two. "Brother Ning Xiai, you look so cool. But brother Xiao Li is great too." She turned to Xiao Li and playfully added, "Brother Xiao Li, keep working hard. Next time you challenge brother Ning Xiai, remember to call me to watch the show." Xiao Li weakly waved his hand. "Don't worry, this is the promise of youth." Ning Xiai sighed helplessly, helping Xiao Li to sit down slowly. He glanced at Feng Ling, who was smiling mischievously, and couldn't help but think this girl truly enjoys stirring up trouble. Feng Ling glared at Ning Xiai with dissatisfaction, hands on her hips, her tone questioning. "Brother Ning Xiai, during the previous match, did you let me win? Did you only use 2 palms because you looked down on me?" Ning Xiai was taken aback, silently cursing himself for the misstep, but he still tried to maintain his composure. "I said I broke through at the last moment. Do you believe that?" "Not a chance." Feng Ling decisively saw through him, her voice filled with certainty. "Don't try to fool me. You must have thought I was a child, easy to brush off, right?" Ning Xiai sighed helplessly. "So what do you want?" Feng Ling proudly lifted her chin, hands on her hips. "But even if you didn't let me win, you still couldn't beat me." Xiao Li, overhearing this, suddenly lit up with excitement, looking at Feng Ling. "Really? Little sister Feng Ling is that strong?" Feng Ling sensed trouble and hurriedly waved her hands in denial. "Oh, brother Xiao Li, don't listen to Ning Sis' nonsense. I'm just a little upset," and saying it casually. As she spoke, she shot Ning Xiai a glance, signaling him not to expose her. Ning Xiai glanced at her. Although he was puzzled by Feng Ling's hidden strength, he couldn't be bothered to say more, and simply gave a nonchalant hum in acquiescence. Xiao Li, seeing this, suddenly had an epiphany. So that's how it is. But for little sister Feng Ling to spar with Ning Xiai and make him take it seriously, that's already quite remarkable. Feng Ling secretly sighed in relief, adopting a humble demeanor. "Oh, brother Xiao Li, you shouldn't flatter me so." However, seeing Xiao Li believe her so easily, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Then she suddenly changed the topic. "Brother Xiao Li, I brought you such a great rival. Who don't you think I'm your best friend?" Xiao Li nodded solemnly, his tone filled with emotion. "Of course. Little sister Feng Ling, you are my friend of youth." "Yage." Feng Ling silently cheered in her heart, her face still smiling, calculating, "Just one more thing, and the task will be complete." She looked up at Xiao Li, smiling sweetly. "Then you and brother Ning Xiai should communicate well. He actually wants to be your best friend." Without waiting for Xiao Li to react, Feng Ling turned and dashed away. Ning Xiai finally reacted. "Feng Ling, come back." He intended to chase after her, but glanced at the weak Xiao Li beside him and could only stop in his tracks helplessly. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he trembled, asking Ning Xiai, "Ning Xiai, is what Feng Ling said true? Do you really want to be my best friend?" Ning Xiai furrowed his brows, looking at Xiao Li with a complex expression. This guy is way too honest, getting played by Feng Ling so easily. "Whatever you say." There was a hint of helplessness in Ning Sis' voice, but he didn't completely deny it. Xiao Li immediately jumped up with excitement, completely disregarding his fatigue. "Ning Xie, I knew it. We are friends who understand each other. This is youth." Ning Xie sighed silently, noting Feng Ling's mischief in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Ling had already run out of the training ground, hiding behind a tree and watching everything, a sly smile on her face. She waved her hand gently. Brother Ning Ci, brother, shall we enjoy your friendship? Then she quickly slipped away, smugly thinking, plan successful. Well done, Lady Feng Ling. On this day, Feng Ling had originally planned to find Tian, but before she could leave the house, she was blocked by Mei Qin at the entrance. Mei Qin looked at Feng Ling with a serious expression, arms crossed, as if she had uncovered a significant secret. Feng Ling looked down at her outfit, the spring day wild sky dress, and couldn't help but frown. This is my life-saving artifact. Ew, I can't take it off. Today let's go shopping with Mom, and he'll buy you some new clothes. What kind of girl always wears the same outfit? Mei Qin spoke earnestly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. But I really have things to do today. Feng Ling frowned, attempting to argue her case. No buts, be good, Mei Qin said firmly, giving Feng Ling no chance to defend herself. Seeing this, Feng Ling had to pull out her ultimate move. She ran to Mei Qin's side, grasped her hand, and tilted her little face to plead, Mom, please, I really can't today. I'll accompany you tomorrow, okay? Mei Qin looked down at Feng Ling's red eyes and soft tone, a faint smile creeping on her lips, but she quickly masked her expression, saying no. Feng Ling was instantly petrified. Her usual charm and cuteness were utterly useless against her mother. Mei Qin bent down and rubbed Feng Ling's small face, saying, enough chatter, let's go out. Today you must get a few new outfits. Feng Ling's little face scrunched up, but in the end she dejectedly conceded fine. So the two of them stepped out of the house. Mei Qin held Feng Ling's hand tightly, afraid she might suddenly run away. As they reached the food street, Feng Ling couldn't help but tug at Mei Qin's sleeve, whispering, Mom, I'm hungry. We'll talk about food after we finish shopping, Mei Qin rejected without looking back, her tone reflecting a mother's firmness. Feng Ling instantly put on a pitiful expression, wah, Mom, you are so heartless. Mei Qin glanced at Feng Ling's exaggerated expression, shaking her head with helplessness, but still showing no signs of softening. Minutes later, the two arrived at the clothing street. The dazzling array of clothing stores made Mei Qin's eyes light up, and she directly dragged Feng Ling into a children's clothing store. As soon as the sales clerk saw Feng Ling, she eagerly approached, saying, oh my, this little girl is so cute. Are you here to buy her clothes, madam? Mei Qin nodded and smiled. Yes, our little girl always wears the same outfit and no amount of persuasion works. Today I finally caught her. Feng Ling stood to the side, listening to her mother's complaints, her little face turning red to the roots of her neck. The sales clerk looked at Feng Ling and then at Mei Qin, displaying a professional smile. You both really resemble each other. It's obvious you're mother and daughter. Resemble? In what way? One with white hair, and one with black hair, one with red eyes, and one with black eyes. It's like they could stick a contrast mother and daughter label on us. Feng Ling couldn't help but complain inwardly. But she had to admit Mei Qin indeed possessed an undeniable maternal authority. As for herself, she was merely like a well-behaved little shadow. Without waiting for Feng Ling to think more deeply, Mei Qin smiled and replied, really? Then we must pick out more suitable ones today. Thank you. You're welcome. We just received a new batch of clothes today, perfect for your daughter. Please wait a moment while I'll go get a few. Minutes later, the sales clerk returned triumphantly, carrying a pile of clothes. The colors of the clothes ranged from pastel pinks to pure whites, with styles from fresh to glamorous piled up like a small mountain descending upon Feng Ling. Little girl, try these on. With such a pretty little face, anything will look good on you. Feng Ling stared at the heap of clothes, dumbfounded. Do I have to try them all on? Mei Qin stood to the side, arms crossed, wearing a gentle yet dangerous smile. Of course you have to try them to know which one looks best. Feng Ling took a step back, trying to negotiate for a sliver of hope. But Mom, with so many clothes, can we? No. Mei Qin decisively interrupted Feng Ling, pointing to the fitting room. Hurry up and go in. Feng Ling instantly wilted, dragging her feet toward the fitting room, her eyes filled with resentment. Tian, wait for me. I will definitely come find you. After this is over, I will escape this misery. The first outfit was a white dress with ruffled edges, the skirt light and playful. After changing into it, Feng Ling emerged from the fitting room, her little face scrunched up. Mom, this is way too revealing. The sleeves and shoulders are gone. Mei Qin examined her for a moment, nodding with satisfaction. Very fresh, looks like a neighbor's little girl. Feng Ling tugged at the straps on her shoulders, but I don't want to be the neighbor's little girl. Next outfit. Mei Qin completely ignored Feng Ling's complaints and handed her the second set of clothes. Feng Ling resignedly changed into one outfit after another, from floral dresses to princess gowns, even a particularly ethereal tulle skirt. After trying on several outfits, Feng Ling was almost exhausted. Mom, is it enough now? Mei Qin shook her head with a smile. 2 more outfits to go. Feng Ling looked down at the pile of clothes she had already tried on, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. After the whole fitting, she had completely lost her vitality. She sat on the chair with vacant eyes, like a little hamster that had been hollowed out, exuding the aura of a shattered porcelain doll, as if she might collapse at any moment. Mom, I'm done trying on. Can we go home now? Feng Ling's voice was soft and weak, having lost even the last shred of fighting spirit. Mei Qin elegantly clapped her hands, signaling the clerk to tidy up the clothes that had been tried on, then nodded. All right, let's call it a day here. Call it a day? Will there be more in the future? Feng Ling's heart suddenly filled with a sense of dread, feeling that she could not escape her mother's grasp. Before Feng Ling could breathe a sigh of relief, Mei Qin suddenly smiled contentedly. Little Feng Ling looks good in anything. Oh, let's buy them all. Feng Ling instantly jumped up from her chair. Even her little cowlick stood upright in surprise. Huh? Buy them all. She quickly grabbed Mei Qin's hand, her little face filled with panic. Mom, you don't have to spend so much. These clothes will last me for several years. Mei Qin gently patted her hand, her tone so tender that it was hard to argue against its fine. Girls should have more clothes. You're still young, and you'll understand once you grow up. What do you mean? I might have to dress more simply in the future. Feng Ling was complaining wildly in her heart, but facing Mei Qin's gentle, yet undeniable gaze, she knew resistance was futile and could only watch as the clerk packed the clothes one by one. At that moment, Feng Ling suddenly sensed something was off. Mei Qin's smile seemed a bit strange, especially when looking at her, an inexplicable sparkle in her eyes. Oh no, Mom isn't about to unlock some strange attribute, is she? Feng Ling silently covered her face, feeling desperate. She suddenly recalled the ominous premonition she had when being dragged into the clothing store. Everything was coming true. Mom isn't really buying clothes for me, she's treating me like a doll to dress up right. The more Feng Ling thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Tentatively, she said, Mom, so many clothes are expensive, how about we just buy one or two? No. Mei Qin decisively rejected, her voice exuding undeniable authority. You're still small and don't understand these things. Mom works hard to give you a comfortable and beautiful life. This money is nothing. Then she gently stroked Feng Ling's little head, saying softly, all right, we've shopped long enough for today. Let's go eat something delicious to reward my good Feng Ling. Hearing about food, Feng Ling's attention was slightly pulled back, muttering softly, I knew you would bribe me with food. But she didn't dare to continue, silently following Mei Qin out of the store with only one thought left in her mind. She could never let her mom drag her out shopping again, otherwise she would truly be doomed for life. As they stepped out of the store, the mother and daughter were about to head to their next destination when a familiar voice suddenly called out, Sister Mei Qin and little Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked up and saw a woman dressed in Uchiha clan attire, standing not far away, smiling and waving at them. The woman had long black hair that reached her waist, gently swaying in the breeze, and her warm smile felt like a refreshing spring breeze to those who beheld it. Feng Ling blinked, and a name popped into her mind, Uchiha Izumi. It was Itachi's rumored girlfriend. Izumi, Mei Qin greeted her with a smile. What brings you here? What a coincidence, is Sister Mei Qin out shopping with little Feng Ling? Izumi's voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, making one instinctively lower their guard. I bought some clothes for this child. She is growing fast and needs a new wardrobe. Maiken's tone conveyed a mother's pride as she gently pinched Feng Ling's cheek. Upon hearing this, Izumi crouched down, reached out to tousle Feng Ling's white hair, and smiled. Indeed, you should buy a few more pieces. Such a cute child, she looks good in anything. Feng Ling instinctively backed away, but Izumi was quick and pretended to reach for her little face. Hey, don't move around. Feng Ling slapped away Izumi's restless hand, glaring at her and asking, do you know me? Izumi laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped, teasingly replying, Itachi mentions you every day, how could I not know? As soon as Itachi was mentioned, Feng Ling immediately became alert. What did he say about me? Izumi purposely elongated her tone, answering leisurely, he said, you are incredibly adorable. Feng Ling was taken aback, the corners of her mouth secretly lifting slightly, but she quickly put on a stern face and said stubbornly, you're lying, you must have made that up. Seeing this, Izumi suddenly reached out and pinched Feng Ling's little face, quickly, the soft touch making her unable to help but chuckle. Oh dear, you really are cute. Feng Ling covered her face, jumping in anger. This is infuriating. Mom, look, she's bullying me. Mei Qin covered her mouth and laughed gently, saying, Sister Izumi is just playing with you, don't be mad. Oomph. Feng Ling turned her head away, feigning anger, though her ears had secretly turned red. Izumi stood up, brushed off her clothes, and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Sister Mei Qin, I wish you a pleasant shopping experience. I have to go buy some ninja tools now. Hearing this, Feng Ling's ears perked up, her eyes sparkling with a thought, isn't this a great opportunity to sneak away? She hurriedly ran up to grab Izumi's hand, her face full of anticipation as she exclaimed, I want to go too. Buy ninja tools. Mei Qin frowned, not too pleased. What does a child need ninja tools for? It's not suitable. Feng Ling's mouth twitched, and she immediately put on a flattering smile. I won't buy anything. They'll just tag along with Sister Izumi for the fun. Mei Qin looked at Feng Ling, her expression a bit hesitant. But didn't you just say you were hungry? I'm not hungry anymore. Not at all. Feng Ling waved her hands eagerly. Mom, please let me go. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Izumi looked at Feng Ling, then at Meichin, smiling as she said, "Sister Meichin, how about I take her with me? It won't take long to buy a ninja tool anyway." Meichin thought for a moment and instructed, "Just keep an eye on her, don't let her wander off." Izumi smiled slightly, "Don't worry, Sister Meichin." Feng Ling secretly rejoiced in her heart, pulling Izumi's hand as they walked away. "Then goodbye, Mom. Sister Izumi, let's hurry." Watching Feng Ling's swift departure, Meichin shook her head, helplessly smiling as she muttered, "What a clever little rascal." Meanwhile, Feng Ling was linking arms with Izumi, cheerfully asking, "Sister Izumi, where are you going to buy ninja tools?" Izumi looked down at Feng Ling, her smile bright. "Weren't you just angry? How did you forget all of a sudden?" Feng Ling replied assertively, "Oh, that was then, and this is now. Kids don't hold grudges." Izumi was entertained, unable to help but chuckle. "No wonder Itachi always mentions you, saying you are quite mischievous." Feng Ling lifted her chin, looking unconvinced. "You're lying. He must have said I'm well-behaved and sensible." Izumi's lips slightly curled up, not responding to this, but instead said, "All right, no more talk. I'm going to buy ninja tools from Granny Cat." Upon hearing Granny Cat, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled as she immediately launched a persuasion plan. "How about we go to another place instead?" "Why, oi?" Izumi raised an eyebrow, looking at Feng Ling with curiosity. "Do you know about the Daily Ninja Tools shop? It's super popular lately, though I've heard they have many new arrivals especially suitable for someone as beautiful and capable as Sister Izumi." Feng Ling earnestly recommended, her eyes seemingly saying, "I'm doing this for your own good." Izumi tilted her head, thinking for a moment she had indeed heard of the Daily Ninja Tools shop, but still preferred Granny Cat's shop. "I've been to Dayla's shop, it's good, but the quality can't compare to Granny Cat's. I still prefer to go to Granny Cat's." Hearing this, Feng Ling immediately became anxious and tentatively said, "Then I'll just go by myself." Izumi immediately pressed down on Feng Ling's little head. "No way. Sister Meichin asked me to keep an eye on you, you can't run off alone." Feng Ling, upon hearing this, secretly cursed the web of restrictions set by Meichin and decided to change tactics. Clearing her throat, she mysteriously said, "Ahem. Sister Izumi, do you like my brother Itachi?" Upon hearing this, Izumi's face immediately flushed, her tone becoming a bit stuttery. "What nonsense are you talking about, little child?" Feng Ling looked up at her with a serious expression. "Sister Izumi, if you don't accompany me to the Daily Ninja Tools shop, I'll tell others you like my brother." Izumi immediately froze, her blush deepening. "Where did you hear that?" Feng Ling shrugged, looking as if she knew everything. Hurry up and agree with me, or I'll spill it out." Izumi sighed, helplessly, feeling both speechless and amused. But she couldn't actually get mad at her as she squatted down and asked in a low voice, "All right then, tell me, where did I show a flaw?" Feng Ling smiled slyly and whispered, "Well, that's a secret." Izumi looked at Feng Ling's smug little face and ruffled her little head. "You little rascal, always trying to scheme. So are you going with me or not?" Feng Ling raised her face, her smile particularly sweet. Izumi sighed, helplessly, finally relenting. All right, I'll accompany you to check out Dayla's shop." Feng Ling jumped in joy. "Deal. Let's go to Dayla's shop." Izumi stood up, crossing her arms with a bemused smile, following behind Feng Ling. "I really don't know if I'm watching over you, or if you're dragging me along." Feng Ling turned around, a mischievous smile on her face. "Sister Izumi, if you become my sister-in-law, I would be quite happy." This statement almost made Izumi stumble as she raised her hand to lightly tap Feng Ling's head. "Don't say such things in public." Feng Ling held her head, feigning pain. "Ouch. You're reacting so strongly. It seems Sister Izumi has a crush." "Ahem, I accidentally let it slip, sorry." Izumi, hearing this, felt her blush deepen, even her ears turning pink. "You little brat, how old are you to meddle in adult matters?" "But this is a big deal," Feng Ling stated solemnly, then revealed a sly smile, whispering to herself, "However, if Sister Izumi really marries my brother Itachi, I would definitely gain. Thinking of this makes me feel like I can eat a few more bowls of rice." Feng Ling. Izumi shot her a glare, but looking at her cunning little face, she ultimately sighed helplessly. "What on earth is going on in that little head of yours? Always thinking about such random things." "This is called family harmony," Feng Ling stated confidently. "Look, I'm helping you connect with my brother Itachi to find happiness. Isn't that super filial?" Izumi couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. "That's just messing up a match. You should really stop worrying about it." "Hee, enough talking, enough talking." Feng Ling quickly waved her hands, suddenly putting on a mysterious expression. "But Sister Izumi, don't feel shy. I actually support you a lot. My mom will definitely support you too." "Your mom?" Izumi was amused by this, stopping in her tracks and unable to help but laugh. "How do you know Sister Meichin would support?" "Do I need to say? My mom loves gentle and virtuous daughters-in-law. As long as I mention it, she will surely look at you in a new light." Quan and Feng Ling bickered all the way to a small shop's entrance. Feng Ling looked up at the sign that read Everyday Ninja Tools Store and felt a surge of joy in her heart. The task was right before her. "System, is Tian here?" Feng Ling quietly asked in her mind. Yes, she's about 5 meters away from you. The system's cheeky voice rang out, but this time it felt strangely familiar to Feng Ling. All right. She pushed the door open and walked in with Quan. As soon as they entered the shop, Feng Ling's gaze was immediately drawn to a person. Behind the counter, a girl, in exquisite Chinese style. Clothing was focused on her tools. With her hair styled into 2 buns, she appeared both capable and vibrant. Wasn't that Tian Tian? Feng Ling's eyes sparkled as she excitedly skipped to the counter, leaving Quan, who was picking out ninja tools, behind. Tian Tian noticed the suddenly appearing Feng Ling, raised her head, and looked at the little girl in a cute dress with red eyes and white hair, her eyes shining like stars with some confusion. She wondered to herself, whose child is this? Feng Ling, however, wasn't shy at all. She directly extended her little hand and smiled brightly, saying, "Hello, Tian Tian. Let's get acquainted." Tian Tian hesitated for a moment, but still shook Feng Ling's small hand. The soft and delicate touch made Tian Tian momentarily stunned. The little girl's hands were as if they had never done any work, truly pampered. "Do you know me?" Tian Tian couldn't help but ask. Feng Ling nodded and sweetly replied, "My name is Feng Ling. I've admired you for a long time. I'm especially fond of you." Tian Tian was both amused and speechless by this compliment, unable to resist smiling as she patted Feng Ling's head. "Wow, I have a fan now." "Is that true?" Feng Ling seized the moment to continue flattering Tian. "Tian, your buns look so good. And this outfit, it's really super beautiful." Tian Tian's eyes lit up as if she had found a kindred spirit, and she tightly held Feng Ling's small hand. "Really? You like Chinese style?" Yes. Feng Ling nodded vigorously and, taking the opportunity, said, "Tian Tian, I want a bun hairstyle too. Can you style one for me?" Tian Tian carefully examined Feng Ling and pondered. "The dress you're wearing follows an elegant style, and although buns are cute, they don't quite match your outfit. I'll give you a more suitable one." Feng Ling blinked, her big eyes filled with anticipation. "Really? Tian Tian, you're amazing. I knew I was right to come to you." Tian Tian smiled confidently and said, "Of course. Just wait, sister will give you a unique hairstyle that will definitely make you beautiful." After saying that, Tian Tian stood up, took a comb and some hair ties, and briskly walked in front of Feng Ling. Feng Ling immediately sat, obediently behaving like a little cat waiting to be styled. Tian Tian focused on styling Feng Ling's hair. As she braided, she softly said, "Your hair quality is really good, smooth, like satin, truly enviable." Feng Ling couldn't help but feel a bit smug hearing this, but she still humbly replied, "Your skills are amazing, Tian Tian. I absolutely trust you with my hair." After a while, Tian Tian clapped her hands in satisfaction. "All right, come and take a look." Feng Ling walked to the mirror and was instantly delighted. In the mirror, her long hair had been braided into 3 strands, skillfully arranged into a classical double loop hairstyle, with the ends adorned with red satin ribbons and a few silver hair accessories on the sides, exuding both nobility and the lively charm of Chinese style. "Wow!" Feng Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Tian Tian, you're incredible. This hairstyle is so beautiful." Tian Tian smiled proudly, "Of course. My taste has never been wrong. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Feng Ling raised her head and earnestly nodded. "You didn't lie to me. Tian Tian is amazing." The two talked more and more happily, with Feng Ling frequently exclaiming, "Really? Tian Tian is so amazing." Meanwhile, Quan stood to the side, holding ninja tools, unable to suppress the twitching of her mouth. So Feng Ling brought herself here to make new friends. She sighed, watching the two, already looking like they had known each other for ages, and couldn't help but interrupt their lively chat. "Little boss, 5 kunai, 10 shuriken, and a set of 10 explosive tags. Please pack them up quickly." Only then did Tian Tian notice Quan's presence. She put away her smile and immediately returned to her sharp business demeanor. "No problem, just a moment." Feng Ling's eyes twinkled cheerfully, saying, "Tian Tian, this is my friend Quan. She's a super powerful ninja." Tian Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at Quan meaningfully. "Feng Ling's friend. Since she's introduced by Feng Ling, I'll give you a 10 discount as a friendly gesture." Quan was taken aback, looking at Feng Ling's mischievous smile, unable to help but rub her forehead. "You little rascal, seriously." However, despite her words of exasperation, her hand reached out to ruffle Feng Ling's little head. "Fine, you still have some use after all." Feng Ling beamed with pride and quickly took the opportunity to say, "Tian Tian, you have to take good care of us in the future. Quan is really reliable." Tian Tian nodded with a smile and quickly packaged the ninja tools, handing them to Quan. "Here you go with a 10 discount. Remember to come often." After purchasing the ninja tools, Feng Ling reluctantly bid farewell to Tian. "Tian, I'm so happy to meet you today. Goodbye." Tian Tian waved her hand, showing a bright smile. "Goodbye. Come play often when you have time." The two parted ways while Quan watched Feng Ling, still immersed in the joy of making a new friend, and couldn't help but tease, "Are you really that happy about making friends?" Feng Ling stuck out her tongue and laughed. "It's a win-win, Sister Quan. Making new friends is great. Plus discounts and a new hairstyle." Quan snorted, but the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, feeling both exasperated and more affectionate towards this mischievous little one. Come here. Quan beckoned, her tone somewhat mischievous. What is it? Feng Ling tilted her head a bit warily, approaching, her eyes revealing a hint of caution. Just as Feng Ling got closer, Quan suddenly reached out and ruffled Feng Ling's hair, turning her carefully styled hair into a mess, her white hair frizzing out like a puffed-up little cat. Oh, Sister Quan, you're so mean. Feng Ling widened her eyes and covered her head with her hands, protesting angrily. Quan, however, blinked innocently and chuckled. Who told you to trick me into coming out with you? Consider this a small punishment. Feng Ling stomped her feet in anger, her small face puffed up like a bun with her messy silver hair draping over her shoulders, looking just like a fluffy little rabbit that had been pranked. Sister Quan, you are too much. She placed her hands on her waist, trying to look serious, but her petite frame combined with her messy hair made her look quite comical. Seeing Feng Ling's flustered appearance, Quan couldn't help but laugh. Even more, her earlier gloom completely dissipated. Indeed, this little Feng Ling was the cutest. Her frizzy look could sweeten anyone's heart. Quan chuckled. It's still this little Feng Ling that is endearing. Feng Ling grew even angrier, cupping her hair with both hands, and started tidying it, mumbling, if you like me, don't bully me, Sister Quan, you're the worst. Seeing this, Quan suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, so she gently rubbed Feng Ling's cheek, smiling, and saying, all right, sister was wrong. How about I buy you some dango to make up for it? No way. Even if you buy it, I will still be angry. Feng Ling pouted, still looking dissatisfied. How about 3 skewers? Quan made a hand gesture for 3 with a smile in her eyes. Only 3. You messed up my hair, at least 5. Feng Ling tilted her head, arguing her case with a serious face. Quan helplessly shrugged. All right, then 5 skewers, how about that? Feng Ling instantly lit up and nodded. That's more like it. Walking up to the dango shop, Quan handed the shopkeeper a few coins, turning to look at Feng Ling, who was already eagerly selecting colors, and smiled helplessly. With your little temper, 3 skewers of dango easily pacify you. With a skewer of dango in her mouth, Feng Ling's round face puffed up slightly. Because she was eating too quickly, her voice muffled as she said, that's because Sister Quan is easy to talk to. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be so negotiable. Quan tilted her head, watching Feng Ling eat, so sweetly, unable to hide her fondness. She couldn't help but lean in a little closer and softly asked, so, in the future, how about I do your hairstyles? Feng Ling alertly paused, chewing, squinting her eyes at her for a few seconds with the skewer of dango in her mouth. She huffed, no way. You'll definitely style my hair beautifully first, and then mess it up again, you're so naughty. Quan smiled and gently patted her head, as if acquiescing to Feng Ling's accusation. Then casually threw in, I'll buy you something to eat. Feng Ling's eyes brightened, swallowing the last bite of dango, and without hesitation replied, deal. But this time I want 2 more skewers to compensate my wounded little heart. Quan shook her head helplessly. What a little foodie. As they were talking, Quan suddenly leaned in a bit closer, lowering her voice, but laced with a hint of mischief. Actually, I want to be Feng Ling's sister-in-law. Feng Ling froze for a moment, almost dropping the skewer in her hand, her mouth forming a small O shape. Oh, really? Sister Quan, you've finally come to terms with it. Quan smirked, her gaze sly. Of course I've come to terms with it, because this way I can see little Feng Ling every day. How blissful. Her face was only a finger's distance from Feng Ling's, her eyes gentle like spring water, even her breath lightly brushing against Feng Ling's cheek. Feng Ling's head felt like it exploded, her face turning from her ears to her neck, as if she had been thrown into a furnace, hurriedly taking a step back. Sister Quan, you are too much. I'm not listening. Feng Ling shouted in panic, covering her face with both hands, even tossing the skewer aside, her little heart racing like a drum. Quan looked at Feng Ling, who was blushing and embarrassed, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry and finish the remaining dango, or else it will get cold. Feng Ling peeked through her fingers at Quan, who was grinning brightly, and stomped her foot angrily. Sister Quan is the worst. However, she touched her belly and mumbled, the dango is pretty delicious. After parting with Izumi, Feng Ling returned home with a light step. As she pushed open the door, a familiar aroma of food enveloped her, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling warmth in her heart. System, has the task been completed? She asked quietly while changing her shoes. Beep. Task completed. Nangong Wenya's head pat technique has been successfully unlocked. The system's voice was calm and emotionless, but Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. The head pat technique. Feng Ling pondered, resting her chin on her hand. The skill description says it can purify the soul and soothe the spirit. This powerful technique definitely needs to be tested on someone, right? As she thought about it, a gentle voice came from the living room. Feng Ling, you're back. She looked up to see Mei Qing sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea, smiling warmly at her. Got it. Feng Ling's heart stirred, and she immediately pinpointed her experimental target. Her own mother, Mei Qing. Yes. Feng Ling sweetly responded, and quickly ran to the sofa, leaning over the backrest, her head bobbing like a spoiled little animal. Mei Qing smiled, gently reaching out to rub Feng Ling's head. You didn't trouble Izumi, did you? Of course not. Feng Ling shook her head vigorously, then blinked and leaned closer to Mei Qing, presenting her offer. Mom, let me give you a massage. Mei Qing immediately broke into a radiant smile upon hearing this. Oh, Feng Ling, you're getting more and more sensible. Feng Ling climbed onto the sofa, mimicking how Mei Qing usually massaged her shoulders, her little hands kneading Mei Qing's shoulder. Mei Qing closed her eyes, her expression relaxing. Not bad. Little Feng Ling's strength is just right. Seeing that the timing was right, Feng Ling quietly extended her small hand and gently placed it on Mei Qing's head, then began to massage slowly according to the skill's instructions. Mei Qing was slightly taken aback, and then her expression became even softer. A few seconds later, with a contented smile on her lips, she whispered, Feng Ling, did you practice this? It felt like a warm current flowed through her head, and her body instantly relaxed, her mind filled with beautiful images. Really? Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's heart was filled with joy, secretly amazed at the effectiveness of this skill. Of course it's true. Mei Qing opened her eyes, looking at her with a smile, gently saying, Feng Ling is truly my little lucky star. Feng Ling scratched her head shyly but couldn't help but break into a proud smile. Hee, that's right. However, Feng Ling soon switched to another question. If this skill works so well on Mom, what about on villains? Could it change them for the better with just one touch? Thinking of this, Feng Ling felt excited for a moment, but then immediately shivered and shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. No, that's too dangerous. I should find some easier test subjects first. She quickly shifted her focus to the next target, Naruto, who faces the most pressure. Of course, it's that little Naruto who is looked down upon by the villagers every day. Mom, I'm going out first. Feng Ling bounced off the sofa, grabbed her small bag, and quickly ran towards the door. Mei Qing shook her head, helplessly watching her daughter's small figure grow distant, and couldn't help but sigh softly. This child just got home, and she's off again. Ding dong, ding dong. The night was deep, and Naruto squinted his eyes, mumbling, Ugh, it's so late, who would come looking for me? He yawned while dragging his feet toward the door. With a faint creaking sound from the door, Naruto rubbed his eyes and peered through the crack, seeing a familiar figure. Standing outside the door was none other than the little Feng Ling with white hair and red eyes. She stood there with a smile like a warm ray of light, causing Naruto to momentarily freeze. Feng Ling, you're here. Naruto's eyes widened in excitement, his spirit lifting as he hurriedly opened the door to let Feng Ling in. Feng Ling nodded gently and walked into Naruto's room with a smile. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she was taken aback by the messy sight: unfinished milk bottles scattered on the floor, tables piled high with opened instant noodle boxes, and even a few discarded clothes haphazardly thrown in the corner. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed as Feng Ling looked around, scratching the back of his head and awkwardly smiling. It's too messy at home. I haven't had a chance to clean up yet. Feng Ling, however, didn't mind at all and directly pulled out a chair to sit down, as if she was already used to such scenes. She swung her little legs, glanced thoughtfully at the instant noodle boxes, and asked, Do you usually eat these, Naruto? Yeah, but these are no ordinary instant noodles, they are limited edition. Naruto said proudly, seemingly trying to salvage some dignity. Feng Ling wrinkled her little nose, looking somewhat displeased. Naruto, you can't keep eating instant noodles. Eating too much isn't good for your health. Naruto lowered his head, scratching his hair, and said awkwardly, It's the only way I can fill my stomach. But it's okay. I occasionally go to Ichiraku Ramen for a proper meal. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's heart tightened, her nose feeling a bit sour. Others may not know who Naruto is, but she knew very well. He was the son of the 4th Hokage, yet he lived like this. And those who should have protected him, the village higher-ups, merely watched him with cold eyes, not even caring about his basic needs, which made Feng Ling clench her small fists. She steadied herself, looking at Naruto's bright but thin smile, and suddenly blurted out, Naruto, if you run out of money in the future, just tell me. Feng Ling has money. Naruto was taken aback, then waved his hands in quick refusal. No, I have money. Really? His eyes conveyed a stubbornness, as if accepting Feng Ling's kindness was an insurmountable hurdle. Seeing the stubborn and resolute look in his eyes, Feng Ling bit her lip, knowing this guy would never easily accept her help, so she changed her approach then. Can I treat you to Ichiraku Ramen? No way. Naruto still maintained his stubborn attitude, firmly stating, I'll treat you. Feng Ling, you've helped me so much, how can I let you spend money? Feng Ling's mouth twitched in frustration, glaring at Naruto as she quietly muttered, What a stubborn old mule. Naruto, unable to hear what Feng Ling said, asked curiously, Feng Ling, what did you just say? I said you really know how to take advantage. Feng Ling, now incensed, stood up with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Naruto grinned widely. Of course. Who told me I have such a good friend like you? Mingren let out a mischievous chuckle, grabbed his little frog wallet, and looked at Feng Ling with eyes that glittered. Come on, Feng Ling, I'll take you to Ilu Ramen. Feng Ling nodded gently and followed behind him, though a bittersweet ache stirred in her chest. She watched the thin little wallet in Mingren's hand and couldn't help thinking brother Mingren's life is already hard enough. Tonight, I must not let him spend any money or I would be consumed by guilt. Night lay thick and deep. A cool breeze brushed the street and pale moonlight fell upon the two children like a delicate veil of frost. The street was sparsely traveled, only the occasional passerby hurrying by. Distant lamps blinked like stars, underscoring the village's hush and warmth. They had not walked far before they stood before the small Ilu ramen shop. The moment Mingren stepped inside, his whole demeanor brightened. Wearing his habitual spirited smile, he called aloud toward the interior, shouted Daxu. "One bowl of miso ramen, please." Shouted Daxu poked his head out of the kitchen and answered with a grin. "All right, one miso ramen." He added, "And you little miss?" Feng Ling looked up and said softly, "I'll have a bowl of seafood ramen." Shouted Daxu nodded. "Very good, 2 bowls of ramen coming right up." As he bustled about, he chatted cheerfully with Mingren. "So little Mingren brought a friend today?" Mingren beamed, ear to ear, pride lighting his face. "Yes. Her name is Feng Ling. She's my best friend." Shouted Daxu paused for a moment, then his smile deepened. He glanced at Feng Ling and then at Mingren, his eyes full of warmth. "That's wonderful. Little Mingren finally has someone to accompany him." He continued, "You used to come eat ramen all by yourself, but used to make my heart ache to see it." Feng Ling felt a sharp pang in her chest and lowered her head, pretending not to hear. Mingren was unfazed and boisterously replied, "That was only because people didn't know me back then. It's much better now. Feng Ling doesn't look down on me, does she?" Feng Ling looked up at Mingren's sunlit face, feelings welling within her. She nodded and said earnestly, "Of course not. Brother Mingren is the best." Shouted Daxu, watching the scene, couldn't help but laugh. "Little Mingren, you must cherish Feng Ling and make more friends like her. Don't always be alone." "Hee, I know." Mingren scratched the back of his head and let out 2 sheepish laughs. Soon enough, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were brought to the table. Mingren could hardly contain himself as he picked up his chopsticks and said to Feng Ling, "Dig in. Ilu ramen's taste is truly sublime." Feng Ling lifted her chopsticks, took a timid mouthful of noodles, and found the broth rich and the noodles springy. Indeed, just as Mingren had boasted, delicious. She glanced furtively at Mingren and saw his face alight with happiness. She couldn't help but smile softly. "Is it tasty?" Mingren murmured through noodles pinched between his teeth. His voice mumbled, but his blue eyes full of expectation. Feng Ling nodded gently, a small smile curving her lips. "Yes, it's delicious." She picked up a few more strands and ate them thoughtfully, then pushed her bowl toward Mingren with a mischievous grin. "Brother Mingren, I can't finish this." Mingren's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Ling's bowl, which was barely touched. Puzzled, he asked, "Feng Ling, why did you eat so little? Don't you like it?" Feng Ling shook her head with eyes crescented in a smile. "I like it very much. But I truly can't eat more. Please help me finish it, or we mustn't waste food." Mingren scratched his head, grinning more broadly. "You're right. No wasting." He picked up Feng Ling's bowl and began slurping it down with great satisfaction. He was clearly delighted with the meal. While Mingren buried himself in his ramen, Feng Ling quietly slipped some money from her sleeve and winked at Shouted Daxu. Shouted Daxu returned the gesture with a knowing smile, accepting the money without a sound and giving Feng Ling a thumbs up as he murmured, "Feng Ling, you truly are a good girl." Feng Ling lowered her voice and smiled. Don't let him know." After that small exchange, she turned back to watch Mingren devour his noodles, warmth spreading through her chest. She slowly reached out a petite hand, laid it on Mingren's head, and began to gently massage, her touch as tender as caressing a kitten. Mingren immediately lifted his head, his cheeks flushed a deep red, and with a shy lilt he asked, "Feng Ling, why are you touching my head?" Feng Ling blinked and smiled with innocent mischief. "Is it not allowed?" Mingren scratched his head and stammered, "Of course it's allowed. It's just a bit unfamiliar." He sniffed, eyes rimmed with moisture, speaking in a low voice, "You're the first person to treat me like this." Feng Ling looked at him, her motions growing even gentler, and her tone as soft as a spring breeze. "Brother Mingren, you will never be alone again." Feng Ling's hand continued to stroke Mingren's hair with delicate care. Mingren's slight blush stiffened into a tremulous stillness. He sniffed, his eyes glistening faintly. The warmth of that touch was like a gentle shaft of sunlight melting the cold corner that had long dwelt in his heart. "So warm, so happy," Mingren murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. Images of lonely days, of secret tears shed in corners, seemed to be driven away by the comfort of this instant. His world had never felt so bright, as if a beam of light had pierced through the dark. Feng Ling watched Mingren's dazed expression, and her smile softened even further. She thought to herself that this little skill of hers was indeed rather magical. When Mingren finished the last mouthful, Feng Ling stood and clapped her hands. "Oh no, it's getting late. I must go home, or mother will worry." Mingren rose reluctantly, scratching his head as he said, "Okay. Feng Ling, next time come again. I will treat you to Ilu ramen." Feng Ling smiled and waved. All right, see you next time. She turned and stepped out of the shop with a light, quick stride, her silhouette melting into the night as the moonlight fell upon her like gentle silk. Mingren watched her until she vanished from sight before coming back to his senses. He turned to Xiao Daxu and declared, "Xiao Daxu, the bill." He took out his frog wallet and solemnly slapped it down on the counter, pride ringing in his voice. "Tonight, I treated Feng Ling." Xiao Daxu waved his hand with a chuckle. "Since little Mingren brought a friend today, this meal's on me." Mingren froze for a moment, then grinned foolishly. "Xiao Daxu is so kind." "Then he'll try even harder," Mingren added. Unseen by them, Feng Ling stood quietly behind a large tree in the distance, watching the scene with a satisfied smile. In the end, it wasn't me who paid after all. She rose lightly on her toes, then melted into the night like a soft ribbon of moonlight, slipping away unnoticed. My name is Jiu Lama, and the world knows me as the Nine-Tailed Fox. Looking back on my life, it cannot be said to be without hardships. In fact, it is filled with humiliation and oppression. To summarize it in one sentence, born at the wrong time, my fate is fraught with misfortune. On that day, I was leisurely lying under the sunlight deep within the forest with only the sounds of the wind and birds in my ears. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes intruded into my line of sight, causing my entire body to tremble as if my soul had been nailed down. Those were the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. He said nothing, only stared at me coldly, and I, without any resistance, fell under his control, becoming his summoned beast. What followed was even more absurd. He summoned me like a proud master, directing me to fight that guy Senju Hashirama. Yes, Senju Hashirama, a monster known as the god of shinobi by the world. Madara commanded me, "Nine-Tails, go. Use your strength to overwhelm him." So I bared my fangs and roared as I charged at Senju Hashirama, but before my tailed beast ball could take shape, he clapped his hands and a wooden figure appeared beside me. Its palm as large as a small mountain aimed at my forehead and came crashing down with a loud smack. My massive body was forcibly pinned to the ground with no chance to resist. What followed was a humiliating beating. My paws, tail, and face were all struck painfully. I, the dignified Nine-Tailed Fox, had become his punching bag. Madara didn't fare any better, being beaten into a miserable retreat by Hashirama. And me? I thought he would show mercy and release me back to the forest to continue being my free fox, but guess what he said? "Nine-Tails, you are too powerful to be set free." Powerful? Damn it, no matter how powerful I am, I was still beaten to the ground by you humans. Hearing this, I was so angry that my tail was about to explode, but I had nowhere to vent. Before I could gather my thoughts, Hashirama sealed me into a woman named Uzumaki Kushina. From then on, I completely lost my freedom, unable to run in the forest anymore, and could no longer feel the warmth of sunlight on my fur. In its place was endless darkness and a cage of confinement. I could only curl up in this cold ceiling space, listening to the clamor of humans and their foolish fights. The Nine-Tailed Fox is an evil existence that must be suppressed. The fox's power is a dangerous weapon. How dangerous? Evil. You self-righteous humans are the most terrifying beings in the world, forcing me to serve you, depriving me of my freedom, and even treating my existence as a tool. Each time I was summoned, controlled, and used, my hatred for humans deepened. From that moment on, I, Jiu Lama, vowed humanity is too evil and must be exterminated. You destroyed my freedom, imprisoned my soul, and one day I will use my tailed beast ball to blast you all into dust. Unfortunately, this vow has yet to be realized. Sealing came one after another, each more tight than the last. I hated so much that I gritted my teeth, yet could only let my anger build deep inside, waiting for the day I could break free from it all. Time flew by, and Uzumaki Kushina ultimately could not withstand the ravages of time. She died, and I thought this was my chance with freedom I had waited years for, finally in sight. However, reality is always cruel, and opportunities often vanish in an instant. Before I could break the shackles of my seal, I was easily re-imprisoned by humans, and this time my host was a woman named Uzumaki Naruto. This seal was even more solid, and the cage was indestructible. I could only curl up in darkness like a bird deprived of its right to fly, my wings drooping, filled with reluctance. As the years passed, more than a decade had gone by, and I was still trapped within him like a prisoner, accompanied by darkness and solitude. Yet fate once again granted me hope. Uzumaki Naruto became pregnant, and the stupidity of humanity finally revealed its flaws. During her pregnancy, the seal was at its weakest, and I knew it, as did she. I did not act recklessly, for I knew this would be my only chance. So I lay low in the darkness, quietly waiting for the right moment to arrive. Finally, the day of childbirth arrived. With her pain and weakness, the seal began to shake, and the cage binding me cracked open a gap. Seeing this fleeting opportunity, I roared and crashed against the seal, using all my strength to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, it felt as though I saw a glimmer of dawn. Suddenly, a strange, yet powerful force surged in. I was stunned as I had not fully broken the seal, and then felt my body suddenly lighten. Next, I appeared in an open space with soft earth beneath my feet and a full moon hanging overhead. I breathed in the long-lost fresh air, recklessly savoring the taste of freedom. However, before I could revel in my newfound freedom, I sensed a dangerous aura approaching. I looked up to see a pair of crimson eyes reflected in my gaze, and that familiar pattern swirling like a demon's vortex, consuming my will entirely. The Mangekyo Sharingan. It's you, Uchiha, again. I roared, trying to break free, but it was all in vain. I was controlled once more, becoming someone else's tool. The man in the black cloak manipulated me, leading me toward Konoha. Though I hated the feeling of being controlled, seeing Konoha ignited my rage. It was because of Konoha, because of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, that I lost my freedom and became a prisoner. Now I will destroy it all and erase Konoha from this land. Tailed beast balls erupted from my mouth, wreaking havoc on everything in sight. I destroyed buildings, trees, and crowds without a care, wanting Konoha to feel true terror. At that moment, a man with golden hair appeared in my line of sight. He was dressed in ceremonial robes, his gaze firm, radiating an undeniable authority. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Nine Tails, you will not wreak havoc any longer. His voice was resolute and calm. Then we engaged in a protracted battle. His speed was like lightning, while my strength surged like a massive wave, neither side yielding. Unfortunately, in the fierce clash, I still underestimated this human's determination and strength. Just as I thought I had finally defeated him and pinned him to the ground, he suddenly performed a strange, forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. I watched as he formed hand seals, and a figure of death appeared behind him. That death god looked at me coldly, and the dagger in its hand sliced through my body, splitting my power in half. As the Yin attribute of me entered the Pure Land along with Minato Namikaze's soul, the Yang attribute was sealed within a newborn infant, Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at that crying baby, I roared in my heart, it's Konoha again, it's the Uzumaki clan. You will never find peace from me. Now I have been sealed within Naruto's body for exactly 6 years. In these 6 years, time seems to stretch endlessly in my eyes. The cage of darkness is my only home, while what I see through Naruto's perceptions is a nauseating sight. This child, from the moment he was born, has been isolated and rejected. What he faces is not the warmth of familial affection and friendly smiles, but cold glares and indifferent backs. Every day he eats either expired milk or instant noodles. Not a drop of soup remains, and he even has to lick the cup clean himself. Look, Minato Namikaze, this is the Konoha you sacrificed your life to protect. What you exchanged everything for are these cold-hearted people who even abandon your child. My voice roared within Naruto's heart, filled with anger and resentment. Humans are indeed grotesque. Yesterday, Naruto made what he thought was his first friend. He was so happy that he almost jumped up, babbling all the way about how Furin is my best friend. Friend. Ridiculous. In the world of humans, so-called friends are merely a thin layer of skin underneath, which lies betrayal and deceit. Even more infuriating is that this friend happens to be an Uchiha. Uchiha Furin. Damn Uchiha clan, they are the group I hate the most in my life. I tried to shut off my perception of the outside world, no longer wanting to see that child. After shutting it off, all that remained was darkness and that damned cage. Though it annoyed me greatly, at least I didn't have to see that Uchiha's face. To avoid seeing that Uchiha's face again, I made a firm decision to close off my perception of Naruto's sight. But, in the pitch blackness, it was suffocating. No light, no sound, only me and this damned cage. I cursed softly, yet found myself unable to resist reopening my perception. Don't get me wrong, this is definitely not out of curiosity, but simply to monitor that Uchiha. Yes, monitor. She better not think of playing any tricks. Oh, I will not let the Uchiha clan scheme succeed. That day, Naruto and Furin went to eat at Ichiraku Ramen together. Through my perception, I saw them sitting at the steaming ramen stall. Naruto's face, which always wore a silly grin, appeared especially joyful. Watching him enjoy his ramen, I couldn't help but feel a strange stir within me. How many years has it been since I tasted food? Then I witnessed something that perplexed me greatly. Furin actually reached out and touched Naruto's head. And Naruto, that kid who usually acts so brashly, was unexpectedly moved to tears by this small gesture, the tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Ha ha ha, how ugly. Just because someone touched your head, you're so emotional. Naruto, you really have no ambition. I sneered mockingly. Yet, strangely, I felt a flicker of a different emotion from that scene. That small hand gently stroked Naruto's head as if passing through layers of seals, transmitting warmth, tranquility, and peace. A feeling that had long been forgotten surfaced quietly in my heart. I was stunned. This feeling was too familiar, yet it caught me off guard. In that moment, I felt as if I had returned to a long, long time ago, to the days spent with the Sage of Six Paths and the other tailed beasts, Shikaku Nibi and Komi. We sat together listening to the Sage of Six Paths talk about the beauty of this world. At that time, I was innocent, carefree, with no hatred in my eyes, only longing and hope. No, it's impossible. This must be an illusion. I shut my eyes tightly, trying to expel this inexplicable emotion. Yet those images seemed to be imprinted in my mind, refusing to vanish. I saw the Sage of Six Paths' loving gaze witness the other-tailed beasts playing and frolicking, and saw a tranquil world. It was a pure beauty, a peace untouched by humanity. No, it's impossible. I shook my head vigorously. How could humans have such a beautiful side? This must be an illusion, a trick commonly used by the Uchiha. I closed my eyes, wanting to escape this inexplicable feeling. However, the more I closed my eyes, the clearer the images in my mind became. The laughter of children, the warm sunlight, the scene of Furin gently stroking Naruto's head. All of it unexpectedly filled me with envy and longing. Hatred, anger, pain. These emotions gradually became blurred, replaced by an indescribable warmth. This warmth was like a ray of sunlight penetrating the cage and darkness shining into my heart. I tightly closed my eyes, trying to block out all distractions, repeatedly telling myself, no. Giolama, you are a fox spirit. Hatred is the meaning of your existence. Hatred is your driving force. Yet even so, that indescribable emotion still seeped silently into my heart, like spring rain. Ultimately, I found myself reminiscing about that warmth. Hatred seemed to vanish from my mind, and that deeply rooted resentment began to waver, replaced by an unprecedented emptiness. I tried to recall those images that made me hate humanity. I was trapped in a cage, living in unending darkness, those aloof humans looking at me with cold eyes, Uchiha Madara controlling me to become his weapon, Senju Hashirama violently suppressing my freedom. In every image, I attempted to awaken the flames of anger within me. But when those images resurfaced, my heart did not stir. That fierce anger, that impulse to tear everything apart, now seemed like wisps of smoke gently blown away. This is impossible. I roared, my voice echoing in the cage, sounding hollow and powerless. Without hatred, what can I do? All my past efforts, struggles, and pain were supported by that deep-seated resentment, weren't they? That resentment allowed me to endure through the repeated seals. That resentment helped me survive countless long, dark days. But what about now? I tried to grasp that once burning anger, only to find it had long since turned to ash. Without hatred, what can I still be? I murmured softly, my tone filled with deep confusion. In that moment, I began to fall into self-doubt. The past Giolama was furious, was filled with hatred, was struggling to survive in pain. But now these feelings that supported me were gradually replaced by an inexplicable warmth, and I suddenly found myself at a loss. I am no longer that fox spirit defined by hatred, yet I do not know what kind of being I should become. Damn it! I slammed against the cage, trying to wake myself up with pain. However, that emptiness still existed, refusing to dissipate. Uchiha Furin. I roared within the cage, my voice booming in the confined space. I need to see her. What exactly is she daring to impact my mind with such strange things? I grumbled angrily, restlessly shifting my limbs, my claws scraping against the iron bars of the cage, producing a harsh sound. I thought of her, that small figure, that gentle gaze, and that hand resting on Naruto's head. No way. This is too much. This warm feeling does not belong to me, Giolama. Yet just as my anger flared, my stomach suddenly growled twice, breaking the serious atmosphere. And I licked my lips, swallowed. I want to eat meat. It's been so long since I smelled the aroma of meat. Thinking back to those days of unrestrained hunting in the forest, images of roasted wild boar, tender venison, and bloody prey immediately surfaced in my mind. My tail involuntarily wagged a few times, and I was almost drooling. Looking at this dilapidated cage full of dampness and mold, not even a mouse in sight. That kid Naruto eats instant noodles and expired milk every day, and I am almost starving to death inside him. Damn Uchiha Furin. I muttered angrily, I want to see her. Does she have meat? Is there a possibility that when she strokes my head she might feed me a bite? Thinking of this, my heart suddenly became less resistant, even feeling a hint of anticipation. No, wait, this is not anticipation, it's just that I need to monitor her, definitely not for that false warmth. Yes, I nodded vigorously, I want to see her in person and see what kind of monster this Uchiha descendant is. Naruto, don't let me sleep, wake me up quickly. The nine tails roared within Naruto's body, its voice reverberating and causing Naruto's ears to buzz. Naruto lazily scratched his belly, turned over, and mumbled, let me sleep for 5 more minutes. I haven't finished my instant noodle dream yet. Get up, old man. The nine tails, infuriated, raised its fur and whipped its tail, kicking up a cloud of dust in the cage. It focused its energy-condensing chakra into a red tail that emerged from behind Naruto. Slap. A loud smack echoed in the room, and Naruto was directly knocked off the bed and onto the floor, landing on his back. Wow. Naruto winced in pain, rubbing his behind as he sat up, looking confusedly at the red tail that had emerged behind him. What's going on? I have a tail now. Be quiet. The Ninetales' voice was filled with impatience. This is my tail, don't flatter yourself. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, and exclaimed, who are you? Could it be? You are the Ninetales fox inside me. Stop with the nonsense. The Ninetales barked, close your eyes and calm your mind, I need to talk to you about something serious. Naruto blinked, feeling anxious, but still closed his eyes. Following the Ninetales' instructions, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. In the next moment, his consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space where the air was thick with a suffocating aura. At the end of this darkness, a massive cage loomed, and behind it sat a gigantic fox, its 9 tails swaying back and forth with red eyes that burned like flames fixed on him. Naruto widened his eyes and gasped, You are the Ninetales. No kidding. Who else could it be? The Ninetales lazily lay against the back of the cage, lifting one massive paw to scratch its ear. Casually, have you seen enough? Hurry up and listen to me. Naruto was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly showed an excited expression. Wow. You are really big. Much more handsome than the pictures in the books. The Ninetales was taken aback, then coughed slightly, but still pretended to be serious. Humph. Stop flattering me. I have something important to discuss with you. Naruto scratched his head. Important? What important matter? The Ninetales narrowed its eyes slightly, speaking in a heavy tone. Uchiha Kazan. Huh. Naruto looked bewildered. What happened to Kazan? What did she do to you? The Ninetales' tail anxiously thumped against the ground. I need to see her. Kazan. Naruto thought for a moment, then suddenly excitedly said, oh right. She even patted my head yesterday. It felt really warm. Warm. The Ninetales suddenly stood up, its tail sweeping through the cage like a whirlwind. Impossible. That kind of feeling should not exist in humans. But Naruto scratched his head and grinned. I think she's really nice. The Ninetales glared at Naruto, falling silent for a few seconds, then gritted its teeth. Fine. I want to see her myself. I want to see if she is really a monster. How can you say Kazan is a monster? Naruto immediately flared up at these words, retorting angrily, Kazan is so cute, and she's my best friend. I won't allow you to have any ill intentions towards her. The Ninetales looked at Naruto's protective demeanor, twitching at the corner of its mouth, feeling a complex array of emotions. This little brat usually endures cold ridicule from others, but as soon as that Uchiha girl is mentioned, he explodes like a lit firecracker. The Ninetales gritted its teeth and explained, do you know how troublesome the Uchiha clan is? They are all troublemakers. Do you think just because she patted your head and bought you food she is genuinely kind to you? She might just be using you. Naruto crossed his arms, raised his head, and declared firmly, Kazan wouldn't do that. She is my best friend. The Ninetales looked at Naruto's lovesick expression, its tail suddenly drooping. It tiredly tapped the cage bars with its paw, the tone now laced with weariness. I wouldn't do anything despicable. Stop thinking too much. I don't believe you. Naruto frowned, puffing up his cheeks, looking stubborn. Every word you say raises a question mark for me. The Ninetales was completely pushed into a corner, gritting its teeth and saying, enough already. I swear by the heavens I will absolutely not do anything bad. It paused, slapped its tail against the ground again, and seriously added, is that enough? Are you satisfied now? Naruto squinted, staring at the Ninetales for a long while as if trying to see through its soul. Finally, he reluctantly nodded, his tone still filled with vigilance. All right, I'll trust you this once. But if you dare to touch a single hair on Kazan, I will definitely not let you off. The Ninetales rolled its eyes dramatically, looking utterly speechless. I'm not a man-eating demon. Do I really need to use force against a little girl? Stop overthinking, hurry up, and take me to see her. Naruto remained cautious, but still reluctantly nodded. Fine. Okay. But remember, I'm watching you all the time. On the way home from school, the sunset's glow spilled over the leaves on both sides of the path, filling the air with a warm tranquility. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by Naruto's hurried footsteps. Kazan. Kazan. Wait. Naruto panted as he ran up to block Kazan and Sasuke. Kazan stopped and turned to look at Naruto, her face lit up with a smile. Naruto, what's wrong? Just as Naruto was about to speak, he felt a cold gaze directed at him. He looked up and met Sasuke's eyes, which were filled with obvious displeasure. Kazan, let's go. Sasuke grabbed Kazan's hand and walked straight ahead. His face bore an unmistakable anxiety and vigilance. Recently, Kazan had been getting too close to this blonde kid, and as her brother, he couldn't just stand by. Naruto immediately panicked, stepping forward to stand in front of them. Hey, Sasuke, I have something to say to Kazan. Sasuke halted slightly, narrowing his eyes, his tone low, yet filled with undeniable authority. Stay away from Kazan from now on. I don't want to say it a second time. What did you say? Naruto jumped in anger, rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight. Even if you are Kazan's brother, I will still take you down. The two instantly confronted each other, the air crackling with tension as if sparks were flying. Kazan helplessly held her forehead, thinking to herself, what a dramatic turn of events. Shouldn't I say please don't fight anymore? However, just as Kazan was still conflicted, the Ninetales' voice echoed in Naruto's mind, filled with excitement and encouragement. Naruto, go for it. I'll lend you my power to make him call you dad. Naruto was taken aback, silently refusing. I won't do that. The Ninetales chuckled wickedly, its voice laced with schadenfreude. Uchiha, Kazan, now, I want to see how this ends. However, unexpectedly, Kazan did not say don't fight. Instead, she tiptoed and gently patted Naruto and Sasuke on the head. Kazan, what are you doing? Naruto and Sasuke both questioned simultaneously, but their voices no longer held any trace of anger. Both were stunned, their faces suddenly flushed. No, not this damn tenderness again. The Ninetales was at a loss in Naruto's mind, originally prepared to watch the excitement, but Kazan's head pats had completely reversed the situation. At the same time, a wave of inexplicable warmth surged into the Ninetales' heart, as if spring breezes were melting the ice and snow. It involuntarily fell silent. Kazan looked at the two, her tone soft, yet slightly reproachful. No fighting. Naruto scratched his head, muttering softly, okay, I won't fight anymore. Sasuke, looking awkward, stubbornly said, Kazan, I'll listen to you. But Sasuke hesitated, his ears slightly reddening. Can I pat your head again? After saying it, he quickly covered his mouth, freezing in place. Kazan widened her eyes, looking at Sasuke in shock. No way. Has my second brother's true nature been exposed? Naruto burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Sasuke actually acts cute to his own sister. How embarrassing. Sasuke's face instantly turned bright red, but Kazan did not refuse. Instead, she smiled slightly and reached out to pat his head. Good boy, brother. Sasuke was stunned, lowering his head and remaining silent, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift like a cat being petted, radiating satisfaction. Naruto stared wide-eyed at Kazan and Sasuke, feeling a pang of jealousy. No way. She actually patted him. Looking at Sasuke's triumphant expression, Naruto felt a tightening in his chest, as if his stomach was twisted. He lamented, wanting to bang his head against the wall. If I had known, I wouldn't have held back. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke's contrasting expressions, a hint of confusion crossed Feng Ling's face as she blinked and asked, Naruto, is there something wrong? Naruto scratched his head and replied mysteriously, this is quite important. Let's discuss it at my place. Feng Ling smiled, slightly nodded, and agreed without hesitation. No way. Sasuke immediately interjected, his tone firm and undeniable. Feng Ling was taken aback by the sudden refusal, tilting her head in confusion towards Sasuke. What's wrong? Why not? Sasuke pursed his lips, his ears slightly reddening as he spoke softly. Feng Ling, I'm just worried. Feng Ling blinked and then laughed as if she suddenly understood. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Naruto is a really good person, there won't be any problems. Sasuke's expression became even more unnatural as he turned his head, pretending to be calm, and said, in any case, I said no, so it's a no. Seeing this, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled as she suddenly smiled, even sweeter. She reached out, took Sasuke's hand, and gently shook it, her tone soft and pleading. Oh brother, you're the best. Just let me go, okay? Besides, my brother will definitely protect me, right? Sasuke's ears turned completely red, and he bit his lip, unable to utter a word for a long time. Finally, under Feng Ling's bright gaze, he reluctantly squeezed out a word, fine. Feng Ling secretly laughed in her heart, but put on an innocent smile on her face. Thank you, brother. You're so nice. Meanwhile, Naruto watched the entire scene with shock written all over his face. He was about to say something, but held back, silently complaining in his heart. Can you believe this guy is so easy to coax? Should I try acting cute too? However, reason told Naruto that would definitely not work. He would surely get beaten up. Feng Ling turned to Naruto, smiling. Let's go, Naruto. Naruto perked up, instantly nodding vigorously. All right. The three made their way to Naruto's house. Naruto closed the door, turned around, and looked at Feng Ling with a mysterious expression. Feng Ling, actually someone wants to meet you. Feng Ling tilted her head in confusion. Oh, so mysterious, coming all the way to your house. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. You'll find out soon enough. Just as Feng Ling was filled with curiosity, Naruto suddenly heard Kurama's deep voice in his mind. Naruto, reveal the seal. Let Feng Ling touch the seal, and she will be able to see me. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out as he exploded in his mind. What? Reveal the seal. Doesn't that mean I have to lift my shirt in front of Feng Ling? Isn't that just being a pervert? Tisk, stop whining. As long as she touches the seal, she can talk to me. Kurama replied impatiently. I finally decided to see her myself, so stop stalling. Naruto was instantly furious. You fox don't understand. Exposing my belly in front of a girl will definitely make me look like a pervert. What if Feng Ling thinks I'm a weirdo from now on? Kurama scoffed. Humph, that little girl seems smarter than you. She wouldn't care about such things. Besides, isn't that little brat Sasuke also nearby? If he dares to say anything, you'll scold him too. Naruto clutched his stomach, his face alternating between green and white, internally struggling like a student facing a test. He secretly glanced at Feng Ling's innocent eyes, then at Sasuke's cold, expressionless face, gritting his teeth and muttering, damn it, even if I lose face, I can't let Kurama look down on me. Feng Ling watched Naruto's face change constantly and couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. Naruto, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Naruto forced a smile and waved his hand. No, it's nothing. I'm feeling a bit hot. Saying this, he grabbed the hem of his shirt, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly lifted his shirt to reveal his belly. Here, Feng Ling, look here. As he spoke, Naruto leaned his belly towards Feng Ling, his face, flushed voice trembling. Just touch this spot, and you'll know. Feng Ling was momentarily stunned, blinking and looking down at the seal pattern on Naruto's belly, thinking, isn't this the seal of the Nine Tails? What is Naruto trying to do? Sasuke on the side furrowed his brows, sharply glaring intently at Naruto's exposed belly, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. He coldly said, Naruto, what are you doing? Put on your shirt. Naruto felt so embarrassed he almost wanted to dig a hole to hide in, but for Kurama's plan, he gritted his teeth and said, don't worry about it, Feng Ling, just touch the seal quickly. Feng Ling hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out and gently touched the seal. The moment her finger made contact with the peculiar pattern, her vision suddenly went dark, and she immediately saw a massive fox lying behind bars, its fiery red eyes fixed on her. Well, little girl, finally got to meet you. Kurama grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his voice deep yet tinged with mockery. Feng Ling froze in place, her expression shifting from surprise to panic in an instant. She couldn't help but take a step back, her voice trembling. You're the Nine Tails, right? Why do you want to meet me? A multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. Oh no, Naruto really brought me to meet the Nine Tails. This guy is a monster that once destroyed the entire Konoha. What on earth is Naruto up to? I thought he was a reliable brother, but it turns out he tricked me. Kurama watched Feng Ling's trembling figure, the amusement in his eyes growing deeper, and suddenly burst into laughter, his voice booming. I thought you had some courage, but this is it. Feng Ling's face turned red, her lips moved, but she couldn't squeeze out a word for a long time. Her little hands clenched into fists nervously, yet it seemed more like a guilty thief. Kurama, however, found it increasingly amusing, his massive tail, swaying leisurely, seemingly with no intent to attack, but rather enjoying a funny spectacle. He tilted his head, his tone filled with teasing. Yes, just like that. Fear me. Be afraid of me. Ha. Feng Ling's face paled, and she cursed inwardly. Is this fox sick or something? Does he really enjoy watching people be scared of him? But she dared not voice it, only swallowing hard and trying to steady her trembling voice. I am not afraid of you. Don't get too proud. All right, I won't scare you anymore. I have some questions to ask you. Kurama waved his paw, his tone unusually serious. Feng Ling was taken aback and asked curiously, what question? Kurama stared at her, a smirk on his face. It's about your head patting. Why is it so strange? I feel something is off. Have you awakened some strange ability? Head patting. Feng Ling was stunned, her heart racing. This fox can't have discovered my head patting skill, right? Thinking of this, her mind raced, and she decided not to admit it. I didn't do anything. What do you mean you didn't do anything? I was almost controlled by you. Kurama roared in displeasure, his tail smacking the ground, heavily shaking the entire space. What? Feng Ling's eyes widened in shock, utterly confused. I remember not touching this fox at all. Tell me, what is the use of your abilities? The Nine Tails asked through gritted teeth, its tail flicking as if it were suppressing its anger. Feng Ling swallowed, nervously shrinking her neck, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. To comfort the heart and persuade one to turn back to the right path, I suppose that's about it. What is that? Just this. The Nine Tails was taken aback. Feng Ling nodded, showing a look of, I am very honest, and glanced at the Nine Tails, increasingly sensing something was off. This Nine Tails seems a bit unusual. Feng Ling blinked and cautiously asked, Nine Tails, have you turned to goodness? As soon as the words left her mouth, the Nine Tails almost bumped its head against the ceiling wall. Nonsense. The Nine Tails, furious, glared at Feng Ling, its voice booming like thunder. I and the mighty Nine Tails' ferocity and terror are my synonyms. Turn to goodness. Isn't that an insult to me? Feng Ling was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just that you are not what I imagined. What do you mean by that? The Nine Tails raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced. Feng Ling lowered her head in thought for a moment, then raised it and cautiously said, the proper Nine Tails should be fierce and terrifying, but you. What about me? You talk a lot, Feng Ling said seriously. The Nine Tails twitched its mouth, its tail swinging violently in the air, almost sending Naruto's soul flying. Who are you calling talkative? Feng Ling hurriedly waved her hands, putting on an admiring expression. No. That's not what I meant. I just think that Lord Nine Tails must be very powerful. I definitely misunderstood earlier. How could my abilities possibly affect such a powerful being as you? The Nine Tails' expression softened somewhat upon hearing this, even feeling a bit smug. At least you have some self-awareness. Lord Nine Tails, you are truly the strongest. You are indeed the legendary king of the tailed beasts. Feng Ling said, cupping her face, her eyes sparkling. The Ninetales' tail swung even more joyfully, its mouth almost stretching to its ears. Ha! I didn't expect this little girl to be quite perceptive. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Ling spoke in a soft, spoiled tone. Then Lord Ninetales, since you are so powerful, would you let me touch you just for a moment? The Ninetales immediately put away its smile, its tail flicking. No way. Feng Ling blinked innocently. Lord Ninetales, my patting won't have any effect on you at all. What's the harm in letting me do it? Are you afraid, Lord Ninetales? Feng Ling smiled playfully, her tone dripping with mockery. What did you say? The Ninetales raised an eyebrow, its gaze carrying a dangerous glint. Feng Ling deliberately lifted her chin, flicking her hair, putting on a proud look. It seems that Lord Ninetales is afraid of my patting attack. Tisk, what a pity, I thought you were fearless. The Ninetales was fuming, its eyes wide as saucers. Nonsense. How could I possibly be afraid of you? Feng Ling, looking completely innocent, raised her hands. Then just let me touch you, it's not a big deal. The Ninetales snorted, wanting to refuse, but felt that if it continued this way it would lose even more face. It narrowed its eyes and coldly said, you can touch, but if you dare to act recklessly, I won't let you off easily. Feng Ling's eyes lit up upon hearing this, excitedly rubbing her hands together. Hee, then I will begin. The Ninetales closed its eyes, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. How had it come to the point of being patted on the head by a little girl? Ninetales, you're too tall, bend down. I can't reach. Feng Ling said, hands on her hips, speaking with an air of entitlement. The Ninetales raised an eyebrow, its fox eyes narrowing, showing a bit of displeasure. Tisk, what a hassle. Though I complained, my massive form still obediently lowered itself, the enormous fox head coming close to Feng Ling, slightly tilting. Are you satisfied now, little girl? The Ninetales pouted, its tail lightly swaying on the ground, striking a pose of aloofness. Feng Ling's eyes instantly brightened at this sight. This fox is actually so accommodating. It seems my patting attack is truly invincible. If it can indirectly make the Ninetales' attitude soften, then going directly to pat it. The Ninetales will have to obediently listen to me, right? Thinking of this, Feng Ling's lips curled slightly as she reached out her small hand and gently placed it on the Ninetales' forehead. The touch was softer than she had imagined. The fur, which she thought would be prickly, was unexpectedly smooth, carrying a unique warmth. Wow, so fluffy, so comfortable. Feng Ling couldn't help but exclaim, her palm unconsciously rubbing a few more times, as if she were caressing a precious treasure. The Ninetales felt her movements, its tail stiffening momentarily, its fox ears twitching gently. Hey, little girl, don't take advantage of me. Though its tone remained tough, the slowly swaying Ninetales betrayed its inner feelings. It seemed it didn't actually dislike this sensation. Feng Ling didn't stop, instead softly saying, Lord Ninetales, you are truly magnificent. So powerful, and yet so cute. Cute. The Ninetales' previously tense expression instantly crumpled, its ears perked up. Who told you to use such words to describe me? I just think you are both magnificent and cute. Feng Ling laughed like a little fox, her hand still moving, even smoothing out the Ninetales' fur, as if giving it a beauty treatment. The Ninetales stiffened for a moment, its once wary gaze gradually softening. Its tail lightly tapped the ground as it turned its head away, snorting dismissively, Humph, you have good taste. Feng Ling watched the Ninetales' awkward demeanor, secretly chuckling in her heart. This fox is so proud to the extreme, but it feels really nice to pat. I could go for a few more times. Lord Ninetales, I heard you are the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts. While patting, Feng Ling softly praised, her tone filled with admiration and sincerity, even deliberately, making her voice slightly sweet. The Ninetales' expression gradually shifted from serious to slightly relaxed, seemingly at a loss, its tail swaying even more joyfully, but it still insisted, Humph, indeed. In my eyes, the other tailed beasts are all mere chickens and dogs. Feng Ling suppressed a laugh, looking up at the Ninetales, her eyes revealing a hint of cunning. Then, Lord Ninetales, if there's ever anything you need help with, you must cover for me. Humph, I am the magnificent Ninetales. If anyone dares to harm you, I will naturally not sit idly by. Feng Ling listened, secretly laughing to herself. This fox is so cute despite its harsh words, it's really too fun. Then thank you, Lord Ninetales. I will pat you again as a thank you. As she spoke, Feng Ling's hand gently rubbed the Ninetales' forehead once more. The Ninetales' ears twitched again, its nose letting out a soft huff, but it did not stop her, instead feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort rising from within. Lord Ninetales, are you comfortable? Feng Ling asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of probing. The Ninetales' ears twitched, it instinctively wanted to retort, Humph, how could I possibly? But before it could finish, Feng Ling once again gently pressed her hand against its forehead, stroking in the direction of its fur. The Ninetales immediately fell silent, producing a low nasal sound. Feng Ling almost burst into laughter, quickly holding it back, stealing a glance at the Ninetales' expression. This guy actually looked like it was enjoying it. Oh dear, Lord Ninetales, what about your imposing demeanor? Feng Ling teased intentionally, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. The Ninetales, caught off guard, immediately opened its eyes and glared at her solemnly. Don't think I will easily. Its tail, however, betrayed its feelings, flicking uncontrollably, interrupting its words. It seems your tail has betrayed you, Feng Ling couldn't help but tease. The Ninetales' face flushed instantly. Though its fur was originally oranger, the tips of its ears and nose were still a bit darker. Little girl, don't take advantage too much. Okay, I won't take advantage, Feng Ling replied with a laugh, continuing to gently stroke the Ninetales, her fingers gliding through its fur, bringing a sense of reassurance. The atmosphere between them surprisingly grew harmoniously. Meanwhile, Naruto swallowed hard, looking at Sasuke, who was in a furious state, feeling a deep sense of foreboding. Feng Ling, if you don't come out soon, your brother is going to kill me. Naruto finally couldn't help but break the silence. The Ninetales glared, suddenly flicking its tail. Naruto, shut up, don't disturb me. Then I will head back first. Feng Ling waved at the QB with a beaming smile. The Ninetales watched her cheerful figure depart, his gaze slightly darkening, filled with helplessness. Damn you, Naruto, ruining my good fortune. I was just enjoying myself. Just as Feng Ling was about to turn and leave, the QB suddenly spoke up. Wait. Feng Ling halted her steps, turning back in confusion. Huh? The QB slowly raised his paw. A warm and peaceful white chakra orb flew out from his body, floating in front of Feng Ling, radiating a gentle glow resembling a small sun in its brilliance. Take this with you. The QB grinned confidently, looking like a generous big fox. Feng Ling stared at the orb, blinking. What is this? The QB flicked his tail proudly, a hint of boastfulness in his voice. This is my Yang attribute chakra, extremely pure by your human standards, probably equivalent to several shadow-level chakra amounts. Feng Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Shadow-level chakra, and not just one shadow level. Does this mean I can freely use ninjutsu? The QB looked at her reaction, waving his tail proudly. Humph, now you know how impressive it is, right? But I have plenty of chakra, lending it to you isn't a big deal. Carefully, Feng Ling reached out her hand, catching the white chakra orb. The moment she felt it flow into her body, a warm energy filled her entire being, giving her the illusion of a surge in power. Lord QB is so good to me. Feng Ling smiled widely as she pounced on the QB, vigorously rubbing his big head, moving quickly and fiercely, showing no mercy to this imposing, tailed beast. Though the QB pretended to disdain it, he didn't shy away and even enjoyed it a little. He snorted indifferently. Humph, don't think that I'm being nice to you. I'm just being a little generous because I find you somewhat interesting. All right. Feng Ling chimed in with a laugh, her hands never stopping as she continued to mess around with the QB's fluffy head, her face clearly saying, You're such a tsundere. Go play, don't bother me. The QB's tone still carried a hint of tsundere coldness, but his gaze unknowingly softened. Watching Feng Ling's figure, he felt a rare sense of ease. Feng Ling stepped out of the ceiling space, her heart already blooming with joy. With this chakra, I can freely use ninjutsu in the future. I'm back. Just as Feng Ling exited the ceiling space, she saw Sasuke riding on Naruto's back, throwing punches, while Naruto had his upper body bare, looking utterly despondent. Feng Ling was taken aback, raising her hand to shield her eyes and peeking through her fingers. Is this the wrong time for me to come back? Hearing her voice, Sasuke immediately stopped his actions, turning to look at Feng Ling, a hint of embarrassment still on his face. Feng Ling, you finally came back. He quickly jumped off Naruto's back, pretending nothing had happened, while Naruto, struggling to get up, complained with a grimace. Feng Ling, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have been beaten to death by Sasuke. Feng Ling tilted her head, watching Naruto's disheveled appearance and Sasuke's slightly flushed face, feeling a bit confused. Oh, so they were fighting. But why is Naruto brother not wearing clothes? This scene is too confusing. Feng Ling, don't let your little head wander. But Naruto brother, I have to ask you, why are you still undressed? Hearing this question, Naruto's expression froze, and he quickly waved his hands in explanation. Feng Ling, listen to me. I don't have many clothes, what if they get ruined? So, I just took them off. Feng Ling let out an oh, as if realizing something. So it's because you were afraid your clothes would get damaged. Of course, I'm poor, Naruto replied seriously. However, Feng Ling thought for a moment and felt something was off. Wait, didn't I just leave for a little while? How did you two end up fighting? Naruto covered his head, fiercely pointing at Sasuke with a wronged expression. Ask him. Feng Ling looked at Sasuke, who had a hint of redness in his ears, scratching his head awkwardly, his voice dropping an octave. It's because you took too long to come back, I thought. Thought what? Feng Ling asked curiously. Sasuke paused, glanced at Naruto, and then whispered, I thought Naruto had tricked you somewhere. Feng Ling facepalmed, but her tone softened. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Feng Ling, where did you go just now? Sasuke asked, his tone carrying a bit of concern. Feng Ling blinked, a smile creeping onto her lips. I'm at a big fox. Big fox? Sasuke frowned, clearly not understanding what she meant. Naruto quickly added, it's the QB. She just entered my mental space and met the QB. QB. Sasuke's expression instantly turned serious, a hint of tension in his eyes. He grasped Feng Ling's shoulders, speaking hurriedly. Are you okay? The QB is very dangerous. Naruto quickly chimed in. Right, that guy has a terrible temper. Anyone who encounters it should be cautious. He even hit me this morning. Feng Ling, however, waved her hand dismissively, blinking her big eyes and smiling. Really, it's fine. Lord QB was quite good to me, even gave me a big chunk of chakra. Chakra? Sasuke exclaimed, standing up in alarm, full of vigilance. The QB gave you chakra. What does it want? Naruto's eyes widened. The QB is really that generous. That's impossible. I've been with it for so long, and all it ever gave me was a big bag. Feng Ling spread her hands, looking as if it were obvious. Don't be so nervous, Lord QB. Even praised me for being smart and cute, saying I'm very special. Sasuke's expression grew graver. It must have some ulterior motive. You don't trust it too much. Naruto stroked his chin suspiciously, saying, is it possible that the QB has grown old and is starting to change? Feng Ling couldn't help but laugh. Don't think too much, it's just a bit fierce, but I think it has a good heart, at least it's gentle with me. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Regardless, you need to be careful in the future. Don't approach the QB casually again. I know. Feng Ling pouted in agreement, thinking to herself, Sasuke is truly a worrying older brother. Even this needs to be managed. But the QB really isn't that scary. It has long since surrendered under my sweet words. Naruto suddenly thought of something, staring at Feng Ling and asking, Hey Feng Ling, when you went to see the QB, did you touch it? Feng Ling paused for a moment, then her face broke into a proud smile. Of course. Its fur is so fluffy, it feels amazing. What? Both Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in shock. Naruto looked incredulous. You actually dared to touch the QB's head. It didn't bite you. Feng Ling raised her chin proudly. It actually enjoyed it, even let me touch it for a bit longer. Sasuke's expression shifted from surprise to speechless. You really have guts. Hey Naruto brother can also try it. Feng Ling laughed triumphantly, even striking a victory pose on purpose. Naruto shook his head, sighing. I wouldn't dare touch that guy. What if it bites me? Sasuke snorted coldly. Even so, you mustn't act recklessly in the future, understood? Alright, I'll listen to you. Feng Ling smiled sweetly at Sasuke. He slightly froze, the tips of his ears turning red, but he turned his face away, forcing a calm demeanor. Just remember that. System, open my personal interface. At Feng Ling's call, a translucent virtual screen materialized in her mind, displaying her attributes with crystalline clarity. Name, Uchiha Feng Ling. Age 5 years old. Gender, female. Her body, soul, and psyche alike embody femininity. Possessions, Kasagano Sora's dress, the art of making friends. Abilities, celestial talent, spiritual liquid fragrance, hydrodynamic, burst, command manifestation, headpat mastery. Combat assessment, though empowered by the Nine Tails chakra, she possesses formidable offensive power, yet fragile defenses, equivalent to a Jonin's destructive capacity, but overall strength at Chunin level. Feng Ling touched her head lightly, recalling Naruto's activation of the Nine Tails chakra mode in the original Chronicles, and a spark of fierce resolve ignited within her. If she now wielded the Nine Tails chakra herself, could she awaken a comparable mode? No hesitation, she acted at once. Feng Ling flicked her sleeves and dashed toward the training ground. She closed her eyes and focused inward, attuning herself to that vast searing chakra surging through her veins. At first, the Nine Tails power had felt alien, unwieldy, overwhelming. Now, however, it flowed with growing familiarity, filling her with a thrilling sense of earth-shaking potency. With a soft cry, warmth flooded her limbs, and a radiant white aura erupted from within, swirling around her like living mist. It lacked Naruto's dazzling golden luminescence, yet this pristine chakra shimmered with elegant purity. With a casual sweep of her hand, a training log before her split cleanly apart, splinters scattering like startled birds. Staring at her own palm, then at the wreckage at her feet, she broke into a triumphant grin. Right now, I could defeat 100 of my former self. Yet as she surveyed the empty training ground, she scratched her head. Pity there's no opponent. I'd know just how much stronger I've grown. She mentally ran through her family members. Itachi, too busy. Sasuke, outmatched. Her parents, utterly unwilling to spar with her. I'll have to find someone else, she muttered. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Shisui. His image flashed vividly in her mind, and a mischievous smile curled her lips. It's been ages since I last pestered Shisui. Perfect time to test my fists on him. With that thought, she scampered off, arriving breathlessly at Shisui's small cottage. She stood before the door, cupped her hands beside her mouth, and called in, Shisui. I'm here for you. Inside, Shisui paused mid-bite, chopsticks freezing in midair. It hadn't even been half a month, and yet she'd appeared again. Was she about to deliver another ideological lecture? Shisui sighed softly, set down his chopsticks, and walked to the door, opening it to find Feng Ling beaming up at him. Little Feng Ling, what brings you today? Hee hee. She grinned, dimples deepening, baring her tiny fangs. Shisui, I've come to train with you. Train? Moi. Shisui blinked. Then a wry, knowing smile tugged at his lips. Very well. I could use some exercise myself. Training's fine, but this time I'll repay you properly for that arrow incident. A flash crossed Shisui's mind. The memory of Feng Ling's relentless, ideological education, leaving him drenched in sweat. This time he resolved to teach her a gentle lesson, and gauge just how far she'd truly grown. Oblivious to his scheming, Feng Ling beamed with unguarded anticipation. Shisui, I don't hold back this time. I've improved so much. Oh, then let me see for myself. His lips lifted, not in mockery, but in quiet challenge. Side by side, they left the cottage, walking toward the training ground. On the training ground, Feng Ling and Shisui faced each other, hands forming opposing seals, their gazes alight with fierce mutual intent. Feng Ling struck first. Around her, the white chakra surged violently, coalescing into a soft, luminous aura that enveloped her like a unique battle mode. Shisui's pupils contracted faintly. A question flickered across his mind. This chakra mode resembles Kumogakure's lightning release armor, but its nature is neither lightning nor wind. What then is it? Before he could unravel the mystery, Feng Ling cried out, Shisui, don't stand there daydreaming. I'm coming. Even as she spoke, a blazing fireball erupted from her mouth, streaking straight toward him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shisui instinctively activated the body flicker technique, vanishing in a blur and reappearing behind a towering oak. Glancing back, he felt a subtle jolt. Did she even form the hand seals? Why did I miss her movements entirely? Could this be an unseal technique? But Feng Ling's assault was far from over. A rapid series of sharp detonations echoed. Dozens of miniature fireballs like guided projectiles arced toward him. Fire release Phoenix, Sage Fire technique. For one so young, her mastery of fire release is astonishing. Shisui murmured wryly, drawing his short blade, the sun glinting fiercely off its crimson-hued edge. In swift, precise motions, he cleaved through the incoming fireballs, then vanished again in a body flicker, closing the distance to Feng Ling in an instant. This time, I'll take the initiative. He appeared behind her, blade whistling through the air in a feint aimed at her shoulder. Yet Feng Ling's white chakra flared outward, solidifying instantly into a colossal chakra hand that shot forth like lightning, gripping Shisui tight. Caught off guard, Shisui froze, immobilized within the spectral grasp. Got you. Feng Ling crowed, her face radiant with victory. Shisui, however, remained utterly unruffled, his lips curving into a serene, knowing smile. Too naive, little Feng Ling. As he spoke, his body dissolved into a flock of cawing crows, scattering into the air and vanishing. Seconds later, the crows coalesced anew, reforming him at a distance. His gaze held a playful glint. Catching a clone won't count, you know. Shisui, you're so unfair. Feng Ling pouted, eyes wide with disbelief. His smile deepened. Battle isn't won by strength alone. Let's get serious now. Even as he spoke, his Sharingan ignited, 3 tomos spinning slowly in blood-red irises radiating palpable pressure. Feng Ling's stiffened nerves snapping, taught the warm-ups over. Shisui means business. She drew a deep breath and silently chanted, Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release Phoenix, Sage Flower technique. Yes, this was Feng Ling's newly devised dual technique, launching 2 jutsu simultaneously while using her visible hand seals to mislead the opponent. Shisui watched calmly, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Feng Ling, those sluggish hand seals won't evade my Sharingan. But before the words fully left his mouth, a searing fireball burst from Feng Ling's lips, hurtling directly at his face. Shisui flinched, swinging his blade to cleave the fireball apart, only for it to vanish, replaced instantly by a barrage of smaller flames that forced him backward step after step. Wait, the great fireball technique requires seals. She didn't complete them. Shock rippled through him. Yet when he looked again, her hand seals were unmistakably slow, deliberate, and incomplete. How did she do it? He steadied himself, resolve hardening. Win first, analyze later. His Sharingan flared, the 3 tomo pulsing sharply. As he whispered, Jinjutsu shackling stakes technique. Feng Ling froze mid-motion, her eyes glazed, unfocused. She had fallen under the Jinjutsu. Shisui flickered beside her, instantly appearing at her side, and gently placed his hand atop her head, voice warm and tender. Feng Ling, you've lost. You used Jinjutsu. You're cheating, she sputtered, cheeks flushing crimson. On the battlefield, no such rules exist, he replied lightly, a teasing lilt in his tone. Didn't Itakini teach you that? Her face burned hotter still, like a wound probed. She mumbled, voice barely audible, I haven't learned it yet. Shisui raised an eyebrow, smile widening. Haven't learned it? So your repertoire is limited to just the Great Fireball and Phoenix Sage Flower. I. Her lower lip trembled. Her face flushed deeper, ripening like a summer apple. I haven't learned. Don't say another word. She brandished tiny fists, striving for dignity, though her indignation only made her seem all the more endearing. Shisui chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Itakini, I called you a prodigy. Why haven't you studied? Hey. She finally snapped, leaping up, swinging wildly at him. You're the cheater. Using Jinjutsu. That's no real skill. One more round. I won't fall for it again. Shisui sidestepped her flurry with effortless grace. Again? Are you certain? No tears if you lose, mind you. I won't cry. She puffed her cheeks defiantly. This time, I will win. Watching her bristle with indignant fervor, Shisui found himself unexpectedly charmed by the sparring. A gentle smile touched his lips. He gestured politely. Very well, let's begin again. But Feng Ling, remember, in shinobi combat there is no second chance. I'll prove it to you this time. She raised her small fist stance, firm eyes blazing with unwavering determination. Shisui stood motionless, calm, observant, already deciding with quiet amusement to hold back just a fraction. After all, he'd rather avoid watching her explode into full-blown tantrum mode. Feng Ling muttered, I should have learned more ninjutsu. She struck a pose once again, her eyes filled with seriousness and determination. Though her small figure appeared somewhat immature, her momentum was already formidable. Shisui stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of a helpless smile on his lips. Little Feng Ling, are you coming again? However, no matter how serious you are, these few moves won't be of any use. Just watch how I win this time. Feng Ling glared at Shisui defiantly, her words dripping with stubbornness. The battle commenced once more, with Feng Ling launching a series of attacks using the Great Fireball and the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, occasionally attempting to seize Shisui with the Chakra Giant Hand. Yet no matter how relentless her attacks were, Shisui effortlessly countered them. While dodging, he teased, Great Fireball, Phoenix Flower, Chakra Giant Hand. Is that all you've got? Little Feng Ling, is this all the ninjutsu you possess? Feng Ling's face flushed with embarrassment from his words, stomping her foot in anger. How infuriating. Just wait. She gritted her teeth and made a firm decision. It seems I must bring out a new technique. Feng Ling formed hand seals and whispered, Ninetales Chakra Mode, all out. In an instant, a torrent of white rich chakra surged from her body, sweeping over the entire training ground like a tidal wave. Her figure was instantly enveloped in light, her hair slightly floating, and her gaze became even sharper. Zishui's eyes narrowed slightly. This chakra is already comparable to that of a tailed beast. Feng Ling grinned widely. Watch closely. This time in the super evolved version. Super Great Fireball Jutsu. Feng Ling opened her mouth wide, and a fireball 100 times larger than a normal Great Fireball erupted forth, resembling a small meteor hurtling straight towards Shisui. The ground beneath it was charred black wherever it passed. Shisui furrowed his brow and quickly moved his feet, activating the body flicker technique. Yet even with his speed facing such a massive fireball, he felt a sense of pressure. This power is indeed astonishing, Shisui thought to himself, skillfully weaving through the trajectory of the fireball. Feng Ling observed that her attack seemed to finally be effective, her confidence surging. She turned back with a self-assured pose, whispering, Gone na. Cricket, Shisui isn't so impressive after all. However, just as she reveled in her triumph, a soft bang echoed from above her head. Ouch! Feng Ling gasped, covering her head. When she turned to look, she found Shisui standing right in front of her, utterly unscathed, not a speck of dust on him. How are you? Fine. Feng Ling stared at him dumbfounded, as the grand fireball technique seemed to have had no effect on Shisui at all. Shisui smiled slightly, raising a hand to give her a playful head pat, his tone both dangerous and gentle. Was that quite the spectacle, little Feng Ling? Feng Ling took a step back, feeling guilty, and forced a laugh. It's fine, it's fine. Fine. Zishui's smile gradually took on a hint of mischief. I forgot to mention, he paused, his tone teasing. That was all an illusion. What? Feng Ling froze in an instant, her finger trembling as she pointed at Shisui. Shisui Guyu. You tricked me again. Shisui blinked innocently. Trick you? There's no such thing as tricking in battle, you know. Feng Ling stomped her foot, her face flushed with anger. You're so mean. This isn't fair at all. You're the one being too naive, little Feng Ling, Shisui said, ruffling her hair with a light chuckle. Winning against me isn't something that can be accomplished with flashy moves alone. Just then the system jumped in to join the conversation, its tone dripping with sarcasm. I told you you're at the level of a chunin, yet you come to challenge Shisui. Aren't you just looking for trouble? I'm so mad. You useless system, why are you butting in? The system sighed dramatically. I'm just looking out for you, little master. Honest words can be harsh, but they're beneficial for growth. Feng Ling clenched her small fists in anger. Just wait. I'm going to train right now. Shisui coughed lightly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Little Feng Ling, training is certainly a good thing, But do you know what your strengths and weaknesses are? Feng Ling paused for a moment, then replied after some thought. Strengths. Plenty of chakra. Weaknesses. Few ninjutsu. Shisui nodded slightly, and then replied earnestly. That's right, having plenty of chakra is indeed your advantage, but it's far from enough. Your issues. No proficiency in illusions, inadequate ninjutsu. And what about physical arts? Had just a beginner's skill. The most critical point is that you lack experience in combat and battle skills. After hearing this, Feng Ling's eyes widened in anger. Shisui, go. How does that sound like I'm a useless person? Shisui couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat her head. I never said you're useless, I'm simply offering an objective evaluation. Feng Ling puffed out her cheeks in anger, glaring at Shisui like a little cat with its fur bristling. Objective evaluation. Not at all objective. I'm only 5 years old. Who are you comparing me to? Shisui looked at Feng Ling's expression, suppressing a smile, and asked, all right, no more of that. Just answer me one question first. What question? Feng Ling asked impatiently, crossing her arms as if ready to fire at any moment. Zishui's gaze turned serious, his tone slightly more earnest. Why do you have so much chakra? He continued. And what about those ninjutsu you just used without hand signs? Feng Ling's expression froze. She felt as if she had been struck mute, her body stiffening, her mind racing, yet she couldn't think of how to respond. Shisui didn't rush her, simply standing quietly waiting for her response, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Feng Ling racked her brains and finally managed to stutter out a half-hearted explanation. I might be exceptionally gifted, haha. Shisui raised an eyebrow, clearly not satisfied with this answer. Exceptionally gifted. The Uchiha clan's talent is already quite strong, but your level of chakra reserves is probably even less than that of an ordinary tailed beast Jinchuriki. Well, that might be because I eat a lot. Feng Ling quickly thought on her feet, throwing out a reason that sounded utterly ridiculous. Eating more meals, replenishing nutrition, makes the body strong, and naturally chakra increases. Shisui stared at her for a while, a half smile on his face. Oh, then next time I should also try eating a few more bowls of rice. Maybe I can catch up to you. Feng Ling awkwardly laughed, trying to change the subject. Haha, well, Shisui, I'm going to train now. As she fled the scene, Shisui scratched his head, pondering whether he had hit her too hard. After suffering a crushing defeat against Shisui, Feng Ling felt the immense gap in strength igniting her indomitable spirit. Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a small notebook, Feng Ling furrowed her brow, her small face serious, as if she were preparing for something significant. Her fingers gripped a pencil, swiftly writing in the notebook, punctuating each line forcefully at the period, as if she intended to pierce the paper. Plan Feng Ling's strengthening operation. 1. Learn ninjutsu as much as possible. Feng Ling drew a big circle with determination, adding beside it, must achieve the fearless of 100 ninjas. At least 10 advanced ninjutsu must be learned. 2. Physical arts and illusions must also be studied. Feng Ling recalled how Shisui effortlessly circled her, silently appearing behind her, and her face flushed. I can't be weak in physical arts, nor can I be foolishly toyed with by illusions. I am Uchiha Feng Ling. If I don't improve in these 2 areas, how can I hold my head high in the clan? 3. Enhance combat experience. I may not be able to defeat Shisui, but I can certainly spar with others. Feng Ling added in the back, Naruto, Sasuke, Neji Lee. Though they are somewhat weaker, they still have their uses. 4. Precise control of chakra. I can't just spray it everywhere, I need to learn precision guidance. She nodded while writing, drawing a small tail of 9 tails chakra on the paper. 5. Daily training check-ins, no slacking allowed. Feng Ling wrote this in large letters, drawing a smiley face and a cross-out version of a lazy Feng Ling beside it, writing underneath, slacking equals self-sabotage. After finishing these, Feng Ling looked at her notebook, feeling that her plan was flawless, and nodded in satisfaction, deciding to implement the first step. Feng Ling leaped up, stuffing the notebook into her clothes, patting her outfit, and headed straight for her father Fugaku's study. Dad. Feng Ling pushed the door open, her small head peeking and looking at Fugaku with a big smile. Fugaku was sitting at his desk, and upon seeing Feng Ling raised an eyebrow. Feng Ling, what's the matter? I want to enhance my strength, can you lend me some ninjutsu scrolls to study? Fugaku put down his pen, looking at Feng Ling with slight surprise. Want to enhance your strength? What brought on this sudden idea? Feng Ling puffed her cheeks, feigning ease as she said, well, it's just that I feel too weak and am always bullied. After saying this, her gaze wandered, as if she was reluctant to mention her defeat by Shisui. Fugaku pondered for a moment, then stood up and walked to the bookshelf, his fingers brushing over a row of scrolls. Since you are determined, that is naturally a good thing. However, ninjutsu cannot be mastered overnight. Are you truly committed? Feng Ling patted her chest, affirmatively replying, of course. I will not back down. Fugaku smiled faintly as he handed her a few basic ninjutsu scrolls. These are basic ninjutsu scrolls. If first get these mastered before thinking about anything else. If you can't even grasp these, then don't think about learning more advanced techniques. Feng Ling received the scrolls and looked down, seeing they were all simple D and C rank ninjutsu, such as substitution technique, clone technique, and fire release, great fireball. Feeling somewhat disheartened, this is too basic. Can't you give me something stronger? Fugaku raised an eyebrow, looking at Feng Ling with a hint of interest on his face. Oh, then tell me, what kind of ninjutsu do you want? Feng Ling, upon hearing this, unabashedly extended her finger, counting one by one. Let me think. How about a bit of each release technique? Preferably a rank ninjutsu, the more the better. She paused, then excitedly elaborated. For example, water release. Great waterfall, that one is super cool. And wind release. Vacuum sphere, that sounds really strong. As for fire release, we Uchiha signature move fire release, great fire destruction, though its blanket looks particularly domineering. Lightning release, can't be left out. Dad, please give me some powerful ones. By the way, I want to learn illusions as well. Oh, after all, our clan is a cradle of illusion geniuses. And I also want a few sealing techniques. They sound particularly advanced. Feng Ling became more and more excited, her eyes seemingly sparkling, her hands gesturing, her face full of hurry up, give me everything expressions. Fugaku listened, his smile gradually fading, replaced by seriousness. He narrowed his eyes and calmly asked, Feng Ling, are you serious? These ninjutsu are not to be taken lightly. Do you really think you can handle them? Feng Ling was taken aback for a moment, but then stood tall, without backing down, declaring loudly, of course. I will master every single one. Fugaku looked at her confident little face, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he sighed helplessly. This girl truly has ambition, but isn't she a bit too unrealistic? Fugaku chuckled helplessly, his expression slightly solemn. Is that so? Since you are so confident, then let's see what you can do. Use your strongest move and attack me. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling immediately perked up, clenching her small fists and shouting, all right. But Dad, don't regret it. However, she looked around and wrinkled her little nose. This place is too small. Ooh, I can't unleash my full potential. Fugaku raised an eyebrow. Unleash. Then use physical arts instead. But I'm not good at physical arts, Feng Ling replied without hesitation, her tone implying it was a matter of course. Fugaku's mouth twitched slightly, veins on his forehead pulsing. Not good, yet so self-assured. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then said lightly, then let's go outside. The two arrived in the courtyard and Feng Ling stood firm, a look of determination appearing on her small face. This time, I must show Dad a strong move, otherwise he definitely won't give me the ninjutsu scrolls. She secretly tightened her fists, her eyes showing a hint of stubbornness. Are you ready? Fugaku stood still with crossed arms, his tone calm, yet filled with authority. Of course, Feng Ling excitedly replied, taking a deep breath and forming hand seals with her hands. Super fire release, great fireball technique. As Feng Ling shouted with overwhelming momentum, a massive fireball resembling a meteor from the heavens thundered down towards Fugaku. The scorching flames nearly warped the surrounding air, and a fierce heat wave surged forth, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire courtyard. Fugaku had not anticipated that this little girl could unleash ninjutsu of such scale. His eyes widened slightly, momentarily stunned. This. How is that possible? By the time he reacted, the fireball was almost upon him. There was no time to dodge. Fugaku gritted his teeth, channeling chakra, and hurriedly formed seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged suddenly from in front of him, crashing into the fireball. The clash of water and fire produced a sizzling sound, and white steam instantly filled the entire courtyard. The collision of water release and fire release ultimately ended in a stalemate, but Fugaku was still swept back by the residual flames, stumbling several steps in disarray. Fugaku helplessly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the small figure before him, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. He sighed deeply. A genius. Definitely a genius. My daughter Feng Ling has the potential to become Hokage. Hearing this, Feng Ling became even prouder, raising her small head and unceremoniously extending her hand. Of course. Bring out the secret scrolls. Fugaku was taken aback. What secret scroll? What else? The ninjutsu secret scrolls. I no longer have any interest in these trivial techniques. Bring out something truly powerful. Feng Ling assumed a demeanor of entitlement, crossing her arms, her eyes filled with anticipation. Fugaku was both amused and exasperated, about to refuse, but when he saw the shining excitement in Feng Ling's eyes, he felt his resolve soften. Fugaku sighed. All right, since you are so determined, I will make an exception and let you see these secret scrolls. However, you must promise me that if you find you can't learn them, you will stop immediately and not harm yourself. Feng Ling nodded repeatedly, snatching the secret scrolls. Don't worry, Dad, I'm clever. Watching his daughter run back to the courtyard with the secret scrolls, Fugaku couldn't help but mutter with concern. I hope this isn't just a moment of reckless enthusiasm. In the courtyard, Feng Ling arranged the scrolls in a row, squatting on the ground like a little strategist, studying them one by one. She mumbled to herself, fire release, great fire destruction. I must learn this, it's an amazing skill from Lord Ban, so cool. And this one, fire release. Dragon Flame Song, the name sounds powerful. What about lightning release? Lightning release is also incredibly cool, must learn it. Earth release, water release. I can't miss any. Oh, and this one, the multiple shadow clone technique. This is the signature skill of Naruto from the original story. I've been coveting it for a long time, and today I can finally give it a try. Without hesitation, Feng Ling quickly opened the scroll for the multiple shadow clone technique, formed hand seals with her hands, and shouted multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! With a crisp sound, a cloud of white smoke rose, and suddenly 7 identical clones appeared beside Feng Ling. Feng Ling proudly placed her hands on her hips. Haha, success. I am indeed a genius. At this moment, her clones stood neatly in a row, all looking at Feng Ling with expressions full of expectation and helplessness. With her excitement for directing Rising, Feng Ling pointed her finger. Listen up, let's assign tasks. Feng Ling, no. 1. Go learn fire release. Feng Ling, no. 2. Water release is yours. Feng Ling, no. 3. Earth release. Feng Ling, no. For you must understand lightning release. Feng Ling, no. 5. Wind release is up to you. Feng Ling, no. 6. Illusion technique is on you. And Feng Ling, no. 7. You can't neglect martial arts. After assigning the tasks, Feng Ling clapped her hands. All right, tasks are clear, let's get moving. Dismissed. The 7 shadow clones exchanged glances and rolled their eyes in unison. She really thinks we're just laborers. However, Feng Ling's command was their mission, and the clones eventually picked up the scrolls to start studying according to the instructions. Meanwhile, Feng Ling herself lay down comfortably on the grass in the courtyard, crossing her legs and leisurely swinging a blade of grass in her hand, as if she already owned the world. This scene happened to be witnessed by Fujiwara, who had not yet left. Fujiwara stood outside the courtyard with his arms crossed, a bemused expression on his face. I thought this girl was very diligent, but it turns out she's relying on shadow clones to slack off. But I guess it's a way to do things. At this moment, Feng Ling was completely unaware that her plan was somewhat ahead of schedule. She had already begun to imagine, once all the clones have learned these ninjutsu, and the experiences flow back to me then. However, Feng Ling overlooked one extremely important point. Shadow clones not only share her memories, but also inherit her personality. And what is Feng Ling's personality? Lazy. Very lazy. This means that although these 7 shadow clones appeared to be full of fighting spirit, they were essentially just as lazy as she was. At first, Feng Ling's clones reluctantly opened the scrolls and pretended to read for a while. But before long, Feng Ling one couldn't help but yawn, dropped the scroll and slumped down on the ground. Learning ninjutsu is indeed physically demanding. There are too many words in this fire release scroll. My eyes are going blurry. Why don't we take a break before studying again? Feng Ling, no. 2 immediately echoed. Exactly, such a thick book, my head is spinning. Let's rest for a while. It's not too late to study after we regain our energy. The steps for water release are too complicated. I can't remember them at all. Feng Ling, no. 3 complained and simply sat down cross-legged like no. 1. Beginning to fiddle with the grass on the ground. If you all aren't studying, wouldn't it be unfair for me to study alone? Feng Ling, no. For glanced at the lightning release scroll, felt it was too difficult, and decisively joined the lazy team. Before long, all 7 shadow clones lay lazily in various corners of the courtyard, some rolling on the grass, others simply falling asleep, and even one clone secretly moved closer to the main body, picked up a blade of grass, and pretended to ponder life. The main body, Feng Ling, lay on the grass with her eyes closed, completely oblivious to her clone's lack of work ethic, until she heard a soft complaint. Hey, can someone tell me why we're so unlucky and have to do so much hard work? Feng Ling suddenly opened her eyes to find Feng Ling, no. 5, who was lying beside her, and venting, while we're working, you're just lying there comfortably, right? The other clones chimed in. Are you the one learning ninjutsu, or are we? Why is it only you who's slacking off? Feng Ling sat up, hands on her hips, and retorted, hey, let's get this straight. You all are shadow clones meant to serve me. Otherwise, why would I need you? But we are also part of you. Doesn't that just mean you're lazy too? Feng Ling, no. 1 shot back defiantly. Right. You don't want to learn, but you make us work. How unfair. Feng Ling, no. 6 rolled her eyes. The main body, Feng Ling, was left speechless by the retort, holding her head in her hands. Okay, I admit I'm a bit lazy, but aren't you all too? Since we're all the same, can we try to work a little harder? The shadow clones exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Fine, we'll give you one last chance. So Feng Ling watched with anticipation as the clones picked up the scrolls again, but not even 3 minutes had passed before she heard complaints from the distance again. Sigh, I can't take it anymore. This is so tedious. Let's play for a while before studying. Agreed. We can talk about it later. Forget it, we won't need to use these right away. Let's take a break. Feng Ling was left speechless. She finally realized that her lazy personality had caused her trouble. Feng Ling glared at her clones, determined to supervise them thoroughly and not let these clones slack off any longer. She put her hands on her hips and said, word by word, from now on you will report your progress every 10 minutes. Anyone who dares to slack off will be made to disappear on the spot. The clones looked at each other but were intimidated by Feng Ling's authority and had no choice but to temporarily compromise, pretending to study seriously. Feng Ling triumphantly clapped her hands, turned to the edge of the yard, and prepared to pretend not to watch them while secretly observing. At this moment, the seventh shadow clone suddenly raised its head and pretended to ask seriously, Master, I see that the scroll for this martial arts technique is a bit complex. Could you demonstrate it? After all, learning martial arts requires hands-on teaching. Feng Ling was taken aback by the question, hesitated for a moment, and replied, me. I'm not very good at it either. How about you just research it yourself? That won't do. Martial arts must be practiced. What use is it to just watch? The seventh clone was adamant, adopting a if you don't teach me, I won't learn attitude. Exactly. The water release scroll also said that water release requires control over chakra. You have to demonstrate it. The second clone chimed in, seizing the opportunity. Fire release is the same. Especially this dragon flame song. The scroll says it requires precise hand seal speed, and I can't do that. The first clone raised the scroll, pretending to be serious. Feng Ling instantly felt as if she was being besieged, gulped nervously, and feigned calmness. Then. You all practice casually for now, and I'll figure out how to teach you. Saying this, she quickly slipped to a corner, hugged the scroll, and pretended to study while internally cursing, what a useless clone. Aren't they here to help me work? How come now they're asking me to teach? And they're all trying to push the responsibility onto me. Seeing the main body retreat, the clones immediately slumped down one by one, starting to slack off. Some used the scroll as a pillow, some played hide and seek, and others began planting flowers in the yard. At this scene, Feng Ling could no longer endure. She slapped her hands together and shouted loudly, you all better focus. Anyone who dares to slack off will be dismissed immediately. The clones were startled, but quickly returned to their lazy demeanor. The seventh clone even said defiantly, you're just as lazy, so we're all the same. After all, this is still your own problem. Feng Ling exploded, so you're not learning, huh? Dismissed. Bang, bang, bang. 7 clouds of white smoke flashed, and all the shadow clones disappeared. At the same time, all the memories of the clones instantly returned to the main body's mind. Feng Ling felt as if her head was stuffed with a mess of things, huh? What's with planting flowers, slacking off, and playing hide and seek? What on earth were they doing? She angrily paced in the courtyard, finally stamping her foot and gritting her teeth. Fine. I won't rely on the clones anymore. I'll learn it myself. After dispelling her shadow clone, Feng Ling slumped onto a small stool, her delicate face etched with frustration. She rested her chin on her palms and frowned intently at the towering pile of scrolls before her, her heart a tangle of conflicting emotions. Sigh, that shadow clone is utterly unreliable. Why is it just as lazy as I am? She muttered under her breath, her bare feet absently kicking pebbles across the ground, a quiet discontent simmering within. Apparently Naruto's method doesn't translate well to me. It seems I'll have to rely on my own diligence after all. With another soft sigh, she reached for a ninjutsu scroll and flipped it open at random. Better start studying on my own. Self-reliance is always the safest path. She tried to rally herself with quiet resolve, yet failed entirely to notice the profound weariness woven into her own words. Feng Ling picked up a thick, weighty fire release manual whose cover bore bold characters, Fire Release Dragon Flame Anthem. She spread the scroll across her knees and scrutinized it closely, brow furrowed in concentration. This requires precise chakra control and mastery over flame dispersion trajectories. Doesn't seem particularly difficult. She murmured to herself, her fingertip tracing patterns across the parchment as if already brimming with quiet confidence. Just then the system materialized with its customary air of mild disdain. Host, have you forgotten the innate talent I granted you at the outset? Huh? Talent? What talent? Feng Ling blinked, lifting her gaze in genuine bewilderment. The system nearly chuckled in exasperation. Truly, your memory is astonishingly selective. I bestowed upon you extraordinary aptitude for ninjutsu acquisition and unparalleled chakra mastery. Didn't you master the multiple shadow clone technique almost instantly? How long has it been? And yet you've already erased it from your mind. A spark of recollection flickered. She had grasped the multiple shadow clone with negligible effort. Scratching her head sheepishly, she offered a wry smile. Oh, right. You're absolutely correct. So I'm not actually inept. I'm just slightly lazy. The system retorted without mercy. Not merely lazy. You've achieved laziness as an art form perfected to its zenith. That's an exaggeration, she pouted, defiant but unconvincing. It's simply wisdom. Knowing when to rest ensures enduring motivation. The system dismissed her rationalization outright, its voice cool and uncompromising. Enough idle talk. Begin training now. That scroll rests in your hands. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not squander it. Flustered by the system's stern admonishment, Feng Ling stuck out her tongue and lowered her eyes back to the scroll. Drawing a deep breath, she slapped her cheeks lightly. All right. I won't tarnish my reputation as a prodigy. If I must study, then I shall study with full dedication. With that, she smoothed the scroll flat upon the earth, settled into lotus position, and began parsing each character with meticulous care. The manual meticulously detailed the incantation sequence, critical precautions, chakra distribution, ratios, morphological transformations of flame, and precise techniques for guiding its aerial trajectory. The more Feng Ling read, the more captivated she became, her focus deepening, her spirit alight with fascination. So that's how it works. Infusing chakra into flame, then splitting it into multiple serpentine paths coiling like dragons through the sky. How exhilarating. She whispered softly, her fingers already sketching the incantation's motion across the packed earth. Then sealing her hands into the first hand sign, she summoned chakra from deep within her core. In that instant, searing heat surged forth from her body, as though the very air around her trembled on the verge of erupting into inferno. Excitement bloomed across Feng Ling's features. She closed her eyes, centering her will and directing chakra flow with unwavering precision, guided by the scroll's ancient instructions. Fire released Dragon Flame Anthem. Her clear, bright voice rang out, and from her lips erupted a torrent of blazing fire, coalescing midair into several roaring serpentine fire dragons that spiraled upward in fierce, majestic arcs. The dragons roared as they lunged toward a distant withered tree, engulfing it entirely in a radiant conflagration. I did it. Feng Ling punched the air triumphantly, her face radiant with unrestrained joy. Her gaze lingered on the scroll as if it shimmered with inner light. With quiet pride, she murmured, "Next one, then the next. Onward I go." Without hesitation, she threw herself headlong into the pile of scrolls, burying herself in the boundless ocean of knowledge. For the remainder of the afternoon, Feng Ling moved with tireless energy. The scroll archive became her sovereign domain. She dashed in 3 strides, selected her next target technique, then sprinted to the courtyard, cradling the scroll like sacred scripture to pore over beneath open sky. If comprehension eluded her at first, she read again, twice, thrice, until understanding dawned. When theory proved insufficient, she dared experiment boldly. Occasionally, misformed hand signs triggered explosive mishaps. Unfazed, she brushed ash from her sleeves and began anew. Water release, water dragon bullet, complete. Feng Ling leapt with glee as a colossal water dragon rose majestically above her. Wind release, great breakthrough, yes. Another success. A sudden gale swept past, sending her twin braids fluttering wildly upward. Fire release, headstrong flame, effortless. Small fireballs detonated rhythmically before her, bursting like brilliant fleeting fireworks. Scroll after scroll unfurled beneath her hands, one formidable technique after another yielded to her relentless perseverance. Sweat glistened on her brow, but her smile never wavered, wide and unbroken. By dusk, fatigue finally settled upon her. She sank onto the small garden stool, wiped perspiration from her forehead, and gazed at the scattered scrolls strewn across the earth. Then proudly tapped her chest. Truly, only I could accomplish this. To master so many techniques in such a short span. This innate brilliance is beyond dispute. Counting on her fingers, she declared, 2 water techniques, 3 fire techniques, 2 wind techniques, 1 lightning technique. And I even practiced basic taijutsu. Jinjutsu. Tomorrow, perhaps. She added with effortless self-justification, true mastery demands balance. Rest is not indulgence, but strategy. Today's work concludes here. Rising, she stretched languidly and glanced skyward. The sun dips low. Perfect timing for a delicious meal. Her thoughts already danced with culinary delights as she skipped cheerfully toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, far across the garden, Fuyue watched quietly, the stoic observer who had spent the entire afternoon observing Feng Ling's tireless endeavors. He had initially intended only to gauge how long her enthusiasm would last. Yet she had immersed herself in the scrolls with startling depth and discipline. Watching her repeated attempts, her focused determination, and finally, the pure unguarded radiance of triumph upon successful execution, Fuyue's stern expression softened into quiet satisfaction. Indeed, this girl truly possesses prodigious talent. He shook his head, gently, a rare warmth threading through his voice. Yet as his gaze swept over the garden, its scorched earth, cratered soil, and scattered debris left by her relentless experiments, his brows drew together in quiet concern. Still, such destructive potential must be tempered. Otherwise, soon there will be no home left to call our own. Inside the Hokage building, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. An Umbu member knelt on the ground, respectfully reporting to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third, the Uchiha clan has been found to have signs of fierce fighting. According to the inspection at the scene, these signs were caused by an unprecedented advanced fire release technique. Preliminary speculations suggest it might be related to Uchiha Furin. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, pausing his movements with the pipe in his hand, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Furin, the youngest daughter of Fugaku. A child, how could she possibly master such a level of ninjutsu? Is it an illusion? Or? His voice lowered, yet the worry in his brow deepened. From the shadowy corner of the Hokage's office, a deep voice emerged. Hiruzen. Danzo slowly stepped out, his voice laced with unmasked threats and dissatisfaction. The Uchiha clan's recent activities have been increasing steadily. Restless, they are becoming increasingly restless. He approached Sarutobi, his voice low but filled with undeniable aggression. Within the clan, even a child can stir up such commotion. Oh, what more can this imply? Their ambitions are laid bare. You should have made up your mind sooner and taken preemptive action against them. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond immediately. He lit his pipe, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, his gaze seemingly looking beyond the window to a distant place. After a moment, he finally spoke softly, his tone calm, yet filled with unwavering conviction. Danzo, I trust Shisui and Itachi. Danzo scoffed coldly. Shisui and Itachi. Don't forget they are also part of the Uchiha. You are too indecisive. This will endanger Konoha. The Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. The third's voice suddenly turned stern, his eyes carrying an air of undeniable authority. Whether it be Shisui or Itachi, they are both protecting the village in their own way. I choose to trust them. Danzo, however, was unyielding, his tone growing harsher, almost accusatory. Hiruzen, your mercy will ruin Konoha. Once the threat from the Uchiha erupts, the consequences will be unimaginable. If you do not take action soon, you may not even have the chance to regret it. The third Hokage slammed his pipe heavily onto the table, producing a loud thud, his gaze piercing as he stared at Danzo. Enough, Danzo. Danzo was momentarily silenced by this overwhelming authority, his face turning pale, but his anger and dissatisfaction were evident on his face. He angrily waved his sleeve and turned to leave. You will regret this, Hiruzen. The door to the office was violently flung open by Danzo, and then slammed shut, creating a thunderous noise. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone in the office, remaining motionless for a long time. The smoke from his pipe curled in the air, resembling the worries that lingered in his heart. He murmured to himself, his tone laden with deep resignation and heaviness. It is a time of troubles. Konoha cannot withstand internal strife. The wind blew past the flags outside the Hokage building, fluttering loudly. After an indeterminate amount of time, the third Hokage stood up from his chair, pacing to the window, gazing at the faint morning light illuminating the streets of Konoha, his expression complex and contemplative. Uchiha Furin, this child's potential is worth noting. I must meet her no matter what. The next morning's sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves onto the streets of Konoha, the air carrying a hint of warmth. Uchiha Furin walked alongside Sasuke to the ninja academy, her small backpack on her back, looking rather listless. Furin stretched lazily, yawning as she mumbled, "Sigh, today will definitely just be another day of listening to Iruka Sensei lecture on theory, which is completely pointless. Not practicing ninjutsu and only talking about useless stuff is just a waste of youth." Her previous afternoon's determination had already depleted the last bit of her spirit, and now her lazy soul had completely taken over, resembling a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Sasuke glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "If you don't want to learn, just sleep. We'll cover for you." Furin's face lit up with joy as she grabbed Sasuke's hand, shaking it with heartfelt emotion. "Brother is simply an angel." In that moment, as Sasuke felt her small, soft, warm hand, a slight blush crept onto his cheeks, and his ears subtly turned pink. His thoughts drifted far away. Is her hand so soft because she eats well and sleeps soundly? Sasuke's mind began to wander uncontrollably. But on the surface, Sasuke maintained a calm facade, clearing his throat and casually saying, "Just so you know, today in the classroom, you can only sit next to me." Furin cheerfully agreed. Okay, sitting next to you is the safest." Hearing her cheerful response, Sasuke's heart bloomed with happiness, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Just as he was lost in his happy fantasies, preparing to find more reasons to chat with his sister, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. It was an Umbu ninja, their fox mask gleaming coldly in the morning light. They spoke in a stern and concise manner. "Uchiha Furin, Lord Third wishes to see you. Please come with me immediately." Furin was startled, her heart sinking. What does he want with me? It can't be anything good. Her small face displayed clear resistance. Just thinking of that old man with a wrinkled face and the smell of smoke gave her an ominous premonition. While lost in her thoughts, Furin put on an innocent expression, trying to play it off. I still have to go to school. Can I go later? Iruka Sensei will call the roll." The Umbu ninja replied expressionlessly, "The absence has already been taken care of for you." Furin was instantly petrified, cursing inwardly, "Truly worthy of being a cunning old fox. Not a single detail is overlooked, and my escape route has long been blocked off." In the end, Furin resigned herself to fate, shouldering her small backpack and reluctantly following the Umbu, preparing to meet the third. However, after taking 2 steps, she noticed Sasuke, standing there looking at her with a complex expression. "Brother, you should go to school quickly. Don't be late because of me, okay?" Furin turned back to say. Sasuke said nothing, only watching her small hand slip from his palm, feeling a hint of loss in his heart. He sighed softly, muttering, "Come back early." Furin waved at him, forcing a smile. "It's fine, I'll be back soon." Sasuke watched Furin's figure gradually fade into the distance, his fists quietly clenching and then quickly relaxing. He lowered his head in thought, ultimately turning toward the direction of the school, his silhouette appearing somewhat lonely. Meanwhile, Furin hurriedly kept pace with the Umbu, but her mind was already calculating, "What should I do later? I can't pretend I don't know anything. What exactly does this old fox want?" The Umbu ninja ahead seemed to sense her unease, glancing back slightly with a calm and unruffled tone. "Please rest assured, Lord Third simply wishes to understand some matters." "Really?" Furin asked, half doubtfully, staring at his back and probing. "Then he won't hit me, right?" The Umbu ninja paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by her question, then replied softly, "No." Furin sighed in relief, but in the next moment, she couldn't help but worry. "He won't hit me, but what if he scolds me?" The Umbu ninja. The corner of the Umbu ninja's mouth seemed to twitch, yet he maintained his professional demeanor, not turning back, simply continuing to walk in silence. Seeing him not respond made Furin feel even more anxious. She tugged at her silver hair, talking to herself. "Not answering means it's an admission, right? What if the third scolds me with harsh words? Like, 'You little brat,' or 'See if I don't strip your father of his position as clan leader.'" The more she thought, the more wrong it felt, and Furin couldn't help but stop hesitating whether to find an excuse to run away directly. Finally, amidst Furin's various wild thoughts, they arrived at the Hokage building. The Umbu ninja stopped, turning back to her and saying, "We've arrived. The third is waiting for you in his office." Furin stood at the door, taking a deep breath and patting her chest. "It's fine, Furin, you can do this. At worst, just play dumb. After all, I'm still just a child." The Umbu ninja silently complained in his heart, while pushing the door, "Could you not say that yourself?" The dark ninja pushed open the door and respectfully said, "Lord Third Uchiha Kazaling has arrived." "Come in," a steady voice came from inside the room. Kazaling steeled herself and stepped into the Hokage's office, glancing around only to be stunned by the strong smell of smoke that hit her. The entire room was filled with swirling smoke, as if even the sunlight was shrouded in a layer of gray veil, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting behind the desk with a pipe, resembled an old man hidden in the mist. Cough, cough. Kazaling coughed lightly, feeling her nose itch, her small face scrunched up. As she waved her hand to try to disperse the smoke in front of her, she couldn't help but silently complain, "This old man is really impolite, smoking in front of a child. Not only is he smoking, but it also feels like a foggy forest in here." Sarutobi Hiruzen heard her cough and noticed her pinching her nose with a frown, seemingly guessing what she was thinking. He gently cleared his throat, set the pipe aside, and quietly extinguished the flame. Then he revealed a kind smile, his voice as gentle as a grandfather coaxing a mischievous granddaughter. "Kazaling has arrived, please take a seat." Kazling's eyes darted, scanning the chairs before she slowly moved to sit down, yet her body remained slightly leaned forward, as if always ready to escape. She squinted her eyes and secretly observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking to herself, "This old fox smiles so kindly, there must be something wrong. I heard he specializes in boiling frogs in warm water, appearing amicable while secretly plotting mischief. So how have you been recently?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his tone still warm and friendly. Kazaling was taken aback. The question sounded harmless, but she dared not let her guard down. Thus she pretended to display an innocent and obedient smile, softly replying, "Pretty good. I go to school on time every day, learn ninjutsu, and come home with Sasuke. My life is very regular." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked as Kazaling prepared to leave. "Wait, Kazaling, what do you think of Konoha?" Kazaling was taken aback, her heart alarmed. What kind of question is this? Her little mind quickly turned, deciding to adhere to a strict rule. Just compliment. "Konoha. Of course it's amazing. The environment is beautiful, the streets are clean, and the people are particularly friendly. And there's you, Lord Third, you're the backbone of our village, the Hokage that the entire ninja world praises." As she spoke, Kazaling nodded vigorously, her flattery pouring out as if it cost nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened with a beaming smile, nodding. Not bad, not bad." He took a gentle sip from his teacup, seemingly savoring her words. Observing this, Kazaling felt a sense of pride in her heart. It seemed this tactic really worked. flattery was indeed the universal key to breaking the ice. The third continued to smoke, looking gently at Kazling, and asked in a soft tone, "Little Kazling, do you know about the will of fire?" I know. Kazling quickly nodded, appearing confident. "Teacher Irika taught us. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. That's the meaning, right? Everyone should unite and help each other, not abandon or give up, just like fire. Even if it goes out, it can reignite from a spark." As she spoke, Kazling became more and more animated, even waving her little hands. The will of fire is not only the belief of ninjas, but also the spiritual pillar of the entire village. With it, Konoha can grow stronger, and the villagers can be happier. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kazling's earnest little face and couldn't help but smile and nod. Very well said. At such a young age you can understand these things, Kazling. You are indeed very smart. Kazling waved her hand, modestly replying, "Oh no, Lord Third, you're overpraising me." Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment and seemingly casually asked, "So Kazling, are you friends with Naruto?" Kazling was taken aback, then narrowed her eyes, feeling furious. "Oh Lord Third, how dare you ask this question? I must seize this opportunity to diss you." She immediately put on a concerned expression, her tone innocent, yet somewhat aggrieved. Yes, Naruto and I are good friends. Naruto is really pitiful, eating instant noodles and expired milk every day. His clothes are all tattered, and there's not even a decent table in his house. Lord Third, why is Naruto so pitiful? Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile immediately froze, and a flicker of guilt passed through his eyes. Seeing this, Kazling continued relentlessly, "Also, I've noticed that the villagers in the village really dislike Naruto. He hasn't done anything wrong, and even actively helps others. Why doesn't anyone like him? I remember Teacher Irika said that everyone in the village should love each other. Why is it like this?" Each question struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like a hammer, and after a moment of silence, he finally said softly, "This is my oversight." Kazling sneered coldly in her heart. "Oversight? No way, Lord Third, you are the big boss of the village. How could you not see these things?" But on the surface, she still maintained an obedient demeanor. "Oh, I see, Lord Third, you should pay more attention to Naruto in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, seemingly reflecting on something. In the following time, the third asked Kazling several more questions, such as her views on school and her aspirations to be a ninja, and Kazling obediently answered, trying to showcase her understanding. However, her thoughts had long drifted away, feeling this conversation seemed to have ulterior motives. Finally, after answering the last question, Kazling couldn't help but ask, "Lord Third, what exactly did you want to talk to me about?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently and said, "Nothing special, just wanted to chat with little Kazling. A busy Hokage looking for me to chat. Who would believe that?" Kazling silently cursed in her heart, yet her face still wore a obedient smile. "Oh, I see, can I go home now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. "Of course, you've worked hard today." Kazling displayed a sweet smile, obediently bowing, then ran out of the office. As soon as she stepped outside, she let out a sigh of relief, looking up at the sky and mumbling, "Tisk, I thought there was something important, but it turned out to be like this, eh? However, this old fox must have other plans. I need to be cautious." She gently patted her face, regaining her spirits. "Forget it, I won't lose anything. Let's go home and have a meal." As she turned to leave, Kazling's mouth curled up slightly. I wasted another morning for nothing today, and the old fox tried to test me, but at least I managed to leave unscathed." After Kazling left the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, quietly taking a puff before slowly saying, "Kakashi, keep an eye on Kazling for me. If necessary, protect her." The dark ninja, hidden in the shadows, slightly nodded and knelt on one knee, responding yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. Danzo's recent attitude is subtle. I know his methods all too well. I need to be cautious. The Uchiha clan is now a powder keg, and we cannot further escalate the situation. After the dark ninja responded softly, he disappeared from the room. If Kazling were there, she would surely exclaim, "Isn't that guy the dark ninja who guided me just now?" On the other side, Kazling ran all the way home, and before entering the door saw her father Uchiha Fugaku pacing back and forth at the entrance. His brows were tightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. "Dad, didn't you go to the guard team today?" Kazling asked in confusion. Fugaku turned to look at her, his expression complex. "Kazling, did the Lord Third look for you?" Kazling was taken aback and nodded. Fugaku eagerly pressed, "What did he ask you about?" Kazling frowned, trying to recall. The will of fire, insights about the village, and a bunch of random things." Hearing this answer, Fugaku's expression slightly eased, but worry still lingered in his brow. After a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, "Did he ask anything else?" Kazling shook her head. "No, it was just chatting." Fugaku then finally let out a long breath. After thinking for a moment, he said gently, "It's good that you're fine. Go play now." Kazling cheerfully responded, "Oh, Watching his daughter's figure, Fugaku's face revealed a hint of guilt and helplessness. He murmured softly, "As long as the child is fine." The fierce-eyed Fugaku has indeed grown weak. Fugaku clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the force, seemingly struggling against some inner turmoil. After a long while, he took a deep breath, looked towards the distance, and said in a low voice, "Lord Third Hokage, I hope you won't turn against my child. Otherwise, don't blame me, Uchiha Fugaku, for being ruthless." Fugaku's words were heavy yet filled with a repressed anger and protective instinct. At this moment, Feng Ling had already run far away, slipping onto the small path leading to the Uchiha clan territory, feeling unusually relaxed. She looked around, occasionally greeting passing clansmen. Although many wore indifferent expressions, they were quite tolerant of her, the little daughter of the clan leader. As Feng Ling walked, she silently mused. Actually, the people of the Uchiha clan, though not very popular in the village, are quite nice among themselves. Especially when it comes to sparring, they are incredibly friendly. Although their expressions are cold and their attitudes a bit fierce, they surprisingly take the time to point out where you went wrong and what needs improvement after a spar. Isn't that the mark of a great teacher? It would be even more perfect if their attitudes were a little better. However, Feng Ling was not bothered at all. She had discovered a key secret to dealing with the Uchiha clan. Just compliment them. The Uchiha clan is proud, yet pampered. Like a cat, you just need to stroke them the right way. With this thought, Feng Ling hummed a little tune as she ran to the exclusive training ground of the Uchiha clan. This place is one of the busiest spots in the entire clan territory, where clansmen are almost always sparring, training, or simply passing the time. As soon as Feng Ling arrived, she saw that the training ground was indeed packed with people. Some were competing, others were watching and cheering, while some simply sat on the ground pointing out others' flaws. Indeed, it's another lively day. Feng Ling muttered to herself, casually placing a small stool she had brought from home to the side before sitting down. She also held a bag of oranges she had taken from the kitchen. After all, watching others spar without keeping her mouth busy was a waste of time. This taijutsu is quite good. The footwork is so agile. Oh, this fire jutsu is so cool. Too bad it has smoke, but no damage. Feng Ling was completely immersed in audience mode, occasionally muttering a comment or two. The clansmen at the training ground had already noticed her. At first, they were a bit displeased. What was a little kid doing intruding on their fun? Do we have a white-haired person in our clan? Oh, she's the clan leader's daughter. What's her name? Feng Ling. Oh, I've heard she's quite talented, but too lazy. Feng Ling's smile instantly froze upon hearing the word lazy. She shoved an orange segment into her mouth, thinking resentfully, where am I lazy? I simply love a balance of work and rest. Feng Ling pouted, ignoring the whispers, and continued to eat her oranges quietly. But just as she peeled her third orange, a young ninja at the training ground suddenly stopped what he was doing and walked over to her. Hey little girl, it's one thing to come watch, but you're not just sitting there eating oranges, are you? A voice suddenly sounded from the side, tinged with impatience. Feng Ling looked up and followed the voice, seeing a tall young ninja standing not far away, arms crossed with an unfriendly expression on his face. Uchiha Taihua. Feng Ling recognized him. This guy is a well-known jonin in the clan with no flaws in strength, but his temper is notoriously blunt, always acting like a supervisor reprimanding subordinates. Not someone to provoke. Feng Ling muttered to herself, then raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a flattering smile. She picked an orange from her pile and held it out to Taihua with both hands. Here, you can have this. Her voice was soft with a hint of a coaxing tone. Taihua was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Feng Ling to react this way. Looking down at the peeled, fragrant orange, and then at Feng Ling's big, watery eyes, his mouth twitched slightly before he awkwardly accepted the orange. You sure know how to read the room. At that moment, other Uchiha clansmen also noticed the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Hey Taihua, as a jonin, you're actually asking a little girl for oranges. A clansman teased, his tone full of ridicule. Taihua, don't bully Feng Ling, she's just a child, another older ninja said with a laugh, his tone laced with a hint of fondness. Feng Ling, don't be afraid of Taihua, this guy just wants you to train. He's not good with words. Another ninja laughed, trying to salvage some face for Taihua. Haha, Taihua, remember to eat slowly, don't choke. Someone seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. Taihua's face turned a bit dark from embarrassment as he peeled the orange. He glared fiercely at the few clansmen who spoke up. Shut up. Or come and spar with me and see who can still laugh. However, the threat had no effect. The clansmen laughed even more happily, and some even made provocative gestures as if to say, come at me. Feng Ling watched this scene, unable to suppress a smile. It turned out that not all Uchiha clan members were so aloof. They were quite amusing. Feng Ling blinked, tilting her head seriously as she examined Taihua. Oh, I get it. She suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and broke into an innocent smile. Taihua brother is actually concerned about me, right? Thank you. This call of Taihua brother was sweet and sticky, instantly causing laughter to erupt in the training ground, with some even doubling over in laughter. Taihua's face darkened and his mouth twitched fiercely twice. Who's concerned about you? I'm worried that if you keep eating oranges you'll become a little chubby, and you won't even be able to do taijutsu. Feng Ling shrank her neck completely unafraid, and instead held her little face, feigning a pitiful look. Then Taihua brother teach me, I promise I'll learn seriously. Of course. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. Even if you're young you cannot be lazy. Can you achieve anything by just eating oranges every day? Hurry up and get up, let's spar. But you have to promise not to scold me or hit me. Taihua was taken aback, then looked at her with a twitching mouth. Do I look like someone who hits kids? Feng Ling tilted her head, scrutinizing Taihua carefully, and nodded earnestly, a bit like it. The surrounding clansmen burst into laughter, some pounding their thighs and shouting, Feng Ling, you're really brave to say that to Taihua. Taihua's face darkened, taking a deep breath. Good, very good. Since you think like that, I must personally train you now. Come, let's go. Taihua asked, what ninjutsu have you learned? Feng Ling tilted her head in thought for a moment, then began counting on her fingers, responding earnestly. Fireball, jutsu, phantom flower, water bullets, earth walk, and a few others. The reason she didn't reveal everything was that she felt some things were better kept hidden. After all, being too astonishing could backfire. Her image as a little genius was enough. As for her true talents, aside from Itachi Shisui and her father, no one else really knew. Taihua's expression clearly showed surprise after hearing her words. He recalled that at Feng Ling's age he had only learned the body flicker technique and fireball jutsu, while this girl casually mentioned these ninjutsu, each of which was quite complex. Could she be bragging? Taihua frowned slightly, scanning Feng Ling from top to bottom, trying to discern whether she was speaking nonsense. However, Feng Ling wore an innocent expression on her small face, her clear eyes betraying no hint of guilt, but instead exuding a touch of pride. The Uchiha clan members nearby exchanged astonished glances. None of them expected that today, during a casual spar, they would discover a genius. Perform for us, Taihua said in a low tone, clearly wanting to verify her claims. Feng Ling, however, spread her hands and smiled cheerfully, saying, I can perform, but I have to charge a performance fee. What? Taihua was momentarily taken aback, wondering what scheme this girl was up to. Feng Ling surveyed the crowd with a smug look and elongated her words, saying, how about everyone here teach me one ninjutsu each? At this, the entire clan was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. This girl really knows how to calculate. She's quite an interesting little one. However, the Uchiha clan was generally generous towards geniuses, and teaching one personally was also a delightful experience for them. Thus, several clan members readily agreed with smiles. Alright, since you want to learn, I will teach you Fire Release Phantom Flower Claw Red, which is a more complex version than the ordinary Phantom Flower. I'll teach you Water Release Water Gun Wave. Don't say I'm holding back, this is a relatively rare water technique. Then I'll teach you Earth Release Earth Flow Wall, so you can learn how to defend yourself. Feng Ling watched as everyone chimed in, her face blossoming with joy, thinking to herself, I really hit the jackpot. Taihua shook his head helplessly, although he said nothing. He had already acknowledged this clever little genius in his heart. Then he pointed to a target in the field, his tone slightly testing. Alright, since everyone is being so supportive, why don't you show us a couple of moves? Let me see if what you just said is genuine. Feng Ling stood up, clapped her hands, and confidently declared, then I will take this seriously. Feng Ling stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, slowly formed hand seals, and recited Fire Release, Fireball, Jutsu. A blazing fireball erupted from her mouth, soaring towards the distant practice target, smashing it to pieces and scattering with shavings everywhere. Before the clan members could react, she quickly formed seals again and consecutively unleashed the Fire Release, Phantom Flower Jutsu, Water Release, Water Bullets, and Lightning Release, Earth Walk techniques. Each ninjutsu was executed cleanly and decisively, with no hesitation whatsoever. At that moment, the entire training ground fell silent as the clan members stared at Feng Ling, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. After a few seconds, someone finally couldn't help but speak up. This little girl is truly a genius. Indeed, such talent is likely on par with Shisui and Itachi. Tisk, she truly is the daughter of the clan leader. The clan members shifted from initial shock to enthusiastic discussion, and the atmosphere became lively. Taihua was also taken aback, staring at Feng Ling for a long while before finally sighing helplessly. Alright, I'll admit you're impressive. This performance has truly opened my eyes. Feng Ling turned her head and flashed a sweet smile at Taihua, her eyes crescent-shaped. Don't forget about the performance fee, Taihua Gidge. Taihua's face twitched slightly, his mouth curling into a grimace. Don't call me Gidge. Well, then should I call you Uncle? Feng Ling playfully stuck out her tongue, looking like she was taking advantage while acting innocent. Uncle. Taihua's expression instantly twisted, as if he couldn't quite process this title. He held his forehead, taking a deep breath, clearly unsure how to handle this quirky little girl. The clan members around them watched this comical scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Someone smacked their thigh and said, "Taihua, you actually let a little girl get to you like this, how embarrassing." Others teased, "Taihua, you should be grateful she calls you Gidge, are you still complaining?" The atmosphere instantly lightened with everyone watching the two frenemies with smiles. Finally, Taihua sighed, helplessly waving his hand and saying, all right, enough fooling around, come over here, and I'll teach you a couple of taijutsu moves." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling immediately put down the orange in her hand, bouncing over excitedly. "Taihua, Gidge is the most reliable." The way she dragged out the word Gidge made Taihua's expression turn dark. Taihua patiently began to instruct Feng Ling on taijutsu movements, demonstrating a set of basic defensive and counterattack stances. Though simple, the movements required extreme precision. Watch carefully when an opponent attacks from the front. Remember to use this move to block, then quickly sidestep to counterattack. Feng Ling listened and practiced. Although her movements were a bit awkward, she was very serious about learning. Taihua observed this and silently nodded in approval. This girl is not only talented, but also quite perceptive. Other clan members were also busy gathering around to share some practical tips with Feng Ling. Some taught her how to observe the opponent's weaknesses, others demonstrated how to cleverly counter with taijutsu, while some directly shared their combat experience, explaining the key points of combining ninjutsu and taijutsu. Under the guidance of these seniors, Feng Ling quickly grasped several new skills, and her smile grew brighter. Every time she learned something new, she would sweetly thank them, making the clan members even fonder of this clever little girl. After the round of instruction ended, Feng Ling sat on the ground, hugging her knees and panting, but her face was full of joy. Phew, this was quite a bargain. Everyone taught so well. All right, that's enough for today. Taihua looked at her covered in sweat and waved his hand, saying, "Go home and practice well. Oh, don't just learn without training." Feng Ling stood up with a beaming smile, bowing to everyone. "Thank you all for your guidance. I will definitely come back to trouble you again. Feng Ling, come back next time, and I'll teach you an even more powerful shuriken technique. Don't forget there's also the rhythm for releasing ninjutsu that I mentioned. I'll remember everything. Thank you, everyone." Feng Ling happily waved goodbye to the clan members, holding her little notebook. Feng Ling hummed a little tune as she ran home, feeling exceptionally good. Not only had she learned a bunch of practical skills today, but she had also successfully pranked Taihua. It was truly a fruitful day. The moment she pushed open the door, she saw Sasuke sitting at the entrance with his arms crossed, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly looking like he had been waiting for a long time. "I'm back," Feng Ling cheerfully shouted, bouncing as she changed her shoes. "Where did you go?" Sasuke slightly raised his head, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. "I went to train." As she spoke, Feng Ling pulled out the oranges she had hidden in her clothes, proudly showing them to Sasuke. Sasuke stared at the pile of oranges and then glanced at Feng Ling's dusty little face, suspiciously asking, "Did someone bully you?" "How could that be? Who do you think I am?" "Uchiha Feng Ling." Feng Ling shouted while casually peeling an orange and offering it to Sasuke, smiling cheerfully. "Want to eat an orange? They're super sweet." Sasuke took the orange, but didn't eat it. He carefully scrutinized Feng Ling, noticing that her hair was a bit messy and there were a couple of faint gray smudges on her face, making her look rather disheveled. His heart raced with alarm. "What's going on? Didn't you say you want to train? How did you end up like this? Training just gets you dirty." Feng Ling waved her hand nonchalantly. "Really, nobody bullied me. Everyone was really nice to me today and taught me a lot." "Don't move." Sasuke ignored her, directly standing up and walking in front of Feng Ling. "What are you doing?" Feng Ling instinctively shrank her neck. "Your hair is a mess. It looks terrible." Sasuke frowned, raising his hand to help her fix her hair. Feng Ling stared wide-eyed, frozen in surprise. Sasuke's movements were gentle, as if afraid to hurt her. Seeing his serious expression, Feng Ling suddenly felt her face heat up as she softly muttered, "I can do it myself." "Don't move." Sasuke's tone was resolute. Feng Ling obediently stood still, but her heart was in turmoil. Is he really mad? "Who did you train with?" Sasuke continued fixing her hair while asking, his voice softer than before. "With Taihua Gidge." Feng Ling tentatively answered, "We even sparred a bit." "He didn't bully you, did he?" Sasuke's expression became subtle as he thought of the burly Taihua. "No, not at all. Oh, everyone was really nice and even praised me as a genius." Feng Ling proudly puffed up her chest, "And I learned several new techniques today." Seeing her excited expression, Sasuke couldn't help but smile slightly. "What for?" Feng Ling tilted her head, looking at him. "To train with you," Sasuke said softly, his tone carrying an undeniable seriousness. Recently, strange things have been happening in Feng Ling's life. For instance, she often encounters several fluffy little cats on her way to school. These cats seem unusually interested in her, either sitting in a corner watching her, or suddenly darting in front of her, even playfully circling around her feet. Moreover, when she goes out to buy snacks, she always feels an inexplicable gaze fixed upon her. Although she pretends to casually look back several times, she never discovers anything unusual. However, curiously, this feeling always vanishes without a trace the moment she stands in front of her door as if it had never existed. Finally, one day Feng Ling could no longer hold back and complained to the system, "I suspect I am being followed." The system quickly responded, "You're not mistaken. The mini-map shows that someone has indeed been following you lately." Feng Ling tensed up, instantly asking who. It wouldn't be someone from the Akatsuki, would it? The system teased Mask Man. Feng Ling paused. "What's his name?" The system replied, "Kakashi." Hearing this name, Feng Ling froze. After a moment, her eyes widened. Who? Hitaki Kakashi. That single dog who is always holding the little prince. Ding. Task released. The system's notification sound rang out abruptly. Task name: uncover Kakashi's true identity. Task description: reveal Kakashi's mask in person and witness the legendary true face. Task reward: perfect transformation technique never penetrated version. Feng Ling stroked her chin, her eyes lighting up at the task reward: perfect transformation technique. Never penetrated version. Sounds interesting. Feng Ling began to daydream. If I master this transformation technique, wouldn't I be able to turn into Rin to fool Obito? Or turn into Yahiko to fool Nagato? But that feels a bit reckless. Looking at the task objective, Feng Ling smacked her lips. Uncover Kakashi's mask. It seems this guy will only reveal it at the end. This task is a bit difficult. The system added, but the reward is quite tempting, isn't it? Feng Ling pondered for a moment, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the reward. All right, Kakashi, just you wait. I will uncover your true face. Meanwhile, perched on a distant treetop, Kakashi lounged leisurely, one hand holding Ica Paradise, while the other held a small notebook, completely absorbed in writing and drawing. Achoo! Kakashi suddenly sneezed, and then covered his mask, mumbling narcissistically, "Who's thinking of me? Could it be that I'm just too charming?" After speaking, he lowered his head to continue writing in his notebook, which read: Monday, Feng Ling bought a roasted sweet potato at the snack stall. Tuesday, Feng Ling passed by a cat cafe and stayed for 3 minutes. Wednesday, Feng Ling was caught reading comics during class break by the teacher. The contents of the notebook were a dazzling array, all detailing Feng Ling's daily life. Kakashi closed the notebook, nodding with satisfaction, feeling deeply, "Oh, what a leisurely job this is. Having such leisurely free time is simply wonderful." Putting away the diary, Kakashi leisurely leaned against the tree branch, taking out Ica Paradise and blissfully flipping through the latest chapter. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a special tranquility on his half-covered mask. Feng Ling stared at the system panel softly, saying system lock onto Kakashi's location. The system replied, left rear, 20 meters. He's completely engrossed in Ica Paradise. Ho, scare him. Feng Ling's mouth curled into a smile. All right, watch me make him stumble this time. With that, she stealthily circled around to Kakashi's back, moving as lightly as a nimble little cat. At this moment, Kakashi was entirely focused on the pages of his book, completely unaware of Feng Ling approaching from behind. Feng Ling quietly leaned and catching a glimpse of Ica Paradise in Kakashi's hands. The story inside reads: Saori blushed as she looked at the man before her, lowering her head shyly and saying, "Kikikun, actually I." Feng Ling immediately frowned in disdain. Isn't this just a little love story? Kakashi actually reads this kind of thing? What a loser. Seeing the boring plot, Feng Ling could no longer hold back, quickly reaching out to grab Kakashi's mask while softly shouting, "Monada. Gotcha." However, before her hand could touch Kakashi's mask, it was accurately caught by him. Kakashi didn't even turn around, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Kakashi slightly tilted his head lazily, saying, "Being naughty will get you punished, you know." Feng Ling, caught red-handed, remained unflustered, grinning as she tried to change the subject. "What are you reading?" "Let me see." Kakashi let out a light sigh, closing the book. "Well, these books aren't meant for kids your age. If your family finds out that I let you read this, they might just kill me." Feng Ling glared at him disdainfully. "Tch, it's just a love story. What's so great about it?" "So stingy. Kakashi, uncle, you really are a loser, single to the point of only reading books like this." Kakashi immediately felt 4 heavy blows hitting him. 1. A love story. He loved deep adult literature. 2. Kakashi, uncle. This title made him feel 10 years older. 3. Loser. He didn't know why, but it inexplicably infuriated him. 4. Single. Being mocked by a child regarding his relationship status. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand gripping Feng Ling's neck, tightening a bit, lifting her slightly off the ground. "So you call me a loser, uncle?" Kakashi's tone was lazy but carried a hint of threat. Feng Ling immediately smiled, awkwardly waving her hands in a plea. "Uncle. No, wait. Kakashi, brother, I was just joking. I was really joking. Please don't take it seriously." Kakashi gave her a faint glance, then slowly spoke. "A joke, huh? Good, then I'll take you home now and tell your dad how funny your joke was." Feng Ling froze for a moment, then started to struggle, flailing in the air like a caught cat. "Wow. You're actually going to tell my parents?" Kakashi, I really hate people like you. And let me down, or I'll call for help. You can call for help all you want. Kakashi was unfazed, even swiftly using the body flicker technique to leap several streets, heading straight toward the Uchiha clan's direction. Help! Someone's abducting a child. Feng Ling shouted in the air, trying to attract the attention of passers-by. Sure enough, her voice successfully caught the attention of some villagers who paused their activities to look up at her and Kakashi. It's Kakashi. A villager recognized him, waving his hand with a smile. He's the most trustworthy ninja in the village. It's probably just a child being naughty. Right, Kakashi is taking the child home. It should be fine. Another person chimed in. Feng Ling was stunned, staring in disbelief at the villagers' faces filled with such unwavering trust, her heart a mix of feelings. Hey, everyone, I'm the one being kidnapped, okay? Why aren't you helping me? Feng Ling shouted, but all she received were the villagers' kind laughter. Haha, little girl, stop messing around. Just go home with Kakashi properly. Yeah, don't keep the adults worried. Feng Ling was completely dumbfounded, internally lamenting, you're ruthless. I didn't expect your reputation in the village to be so high. Can't anyone resist? Kakashi glanced down at her distorted face, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting him. Not shouting anymore. That's good. Kakashi, don't get too smug. Feng Ling glared at him angrily, then her eyes rolled, changing to a softer tone. Is it wrong for me to admit my mistake? Please let me down, Kakashi brother, I promise I won't talk back again. Kakashi remained unyielding, his gaze unchanged, but his tone still calm. Can I trust you? Feng Ling immediately displayed a serious expression. Yes. Absolutely. I swear. Kakashi chuckled lightly, shaking his hand. No need, I think it's better to tell your dad directly. This time it could be said that she lost both her husband and her troops as Feng Ling gritted her teeth in fury. She was being held by Kakashi like a kitten suspended in midair, her legs flailing helplessly. As she looked at the gate of the Uchiha family coming closer, she had lost all strength to struggle, hanging her head as if resigned to her fate. In her mind, she could already vividly foresee the upcoming scene. Kakashi reporting to her father Fugaku with a face full of heartfelt sorrow. Lord Fugaku, your daughter has been causing trouble outside and even attempted to sneak attack my mask. What? She even looked at books she shouldn't have. Feng Ling covered her face, her mind already concocting the aftermath. Have you heard? The little genius of the Uchiha family, Feng Ling, actually sneaked up on Kakashi's mask. What? Kakashi's intimate paradise was also something she peeked at. Oh my, this child is quite remarkable. And a genius at that. This gossip is explosive. Feng Ling felt her scalp tingle. If her newly established genius image was spread like this, it would be utterly destroyed. Isn't this just a nightmare scenario of being caught doing something bad by the neighbor when she was a child? Moreover, this neighbor not only caught you, but also personally brought you home, educating you on how to behave along the way, and then conveniently reporting you. Simply a hellish torment for every child. Kakashi, you devil. Feng Ling thought angrily, her heart ablaze with fury. She glanced up at Kakashi, her heart jolting. This guy's eyes are almost squinting. He must be secretly laughing. Feng Ling's anger surged, and in her mind a little figure was already waving its fists ready to pummel Kakashi. Kakashi was holding back laughter, especially seeing Feng Ling's miserable face, full of despair, which inexplicably delighted him. Ah, this little girl is quite interesting, Kakashi thought to himself. He looked down for a moment, almost unable to contain his smile, though Feng Ling's expression was as vivid as a little criminal walking to the gallows, completely listless, head hung low and her eyes void of light, having lost all previous spark. Hey, don't look like the sky is falling. I'm just taking you home, Kakashi finally couldn't help but tease. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling exploded. How dare you say that? Adults who report to parents are the most detestable. Feng Ling, feeling increasingly unwilling, tentatively twisted her body. Hey Kakashi, can you put me down? Can we talk properly? Oh. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. What shall we talk about? About how you sneak attacked my mask. Feng Ling was immediately choked up, glaring at him. Anything is fine. Just let me down first. Don't go home, can I just admit I was wrong? Kakashi remained silent, his step steady as he completely ignored Feng Ling's negotiations. One step, two steps, the distance to Feng Ling's house grew closer, and her mood shifted from indignation to panic. Kakashi, don't open the door. Feng Ling finally couldn't help but shout, her voice tinged with urgency. Kakashi paused, tilting his head to look at her. What did you call me? Call you? Feng Ling was about to retort, but suddenly realized that Kakashi was clearly trying to push his advantage, making her teeth clench in anger. But given the current situation, she took a deep breath, lowered her voice, and tried to squeeze out a soft, pitiful tone. Kakashi, I was wrong. Kakashi's lips instantly curved upwards as if he had just eaten a piece of candy, looking quite pleased. He slowly nodded. Now that's better. As soon as he finished speaking, he loosened his grip, and Feng Ling landed steadily on the ground with a soft thud. Did you change your mind? Feng Ling's eyes lit up, her voice brimming with excitement, as if she had just escaped from the clutches of death. Kakashi stood with his hands behind his back, lightly nodding. I won't report to your parents for now. Feng Ling let out a long breath, patting her chest. You're quite sensible. Kakashi squinted slightly, his tone drifting through the air, carrying a hint of danger. Feng Ling bit her teeth in humiliation. You're the most handsome in Konoha. After saying this, she couldn't help but shiver. Ugh, what a disgrace. I will remember this grudge. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, seemingly quite satisfied with this title, his smile widening. He looked down at Feng Ling's face, which was filled with ingratiating smiles, and sighed lightly. Your mouth is quite sweet. It seems you are good at escaping punishment. Feng Ling chuckled, adopting a naive and innocent expression. Oh no, Kakashi, you flatter me. Kakashi stared at her for 2 seconds, a smile on his lips. All right then, I'll let you off today. However, Feng Ling was taken aback. However what? But if I catch you doing something bad again, next time I won't let you off easily. Kakashi leaned slightly closer, his tone flat, yet it sent a chill down Feng Ling's spine. Feng Ling pouted in frustration, mumbling softly. TCH, even a nobody knows how to threaten people. Moi. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at her. It's nothing. Kakashi, you're the most handsome in the world. Feng Ling immediately raised her hands in surrender, revealing an even sweeter smile than before. Only then did Kakashi turn away with satisfaction, taking leisurely steps as he walked away, his back as lazy and unruly as ever. I'm leaving. Kakashi waved his hand, looking extraordinarily cool. Don't go. How about I treat you to a meal? Feng Ling suddenly had a brilliant idea. At the same time, Feng Ling was calculating in her heart, during a meal, I don't believe you can keep wearing the mask the whole time. Although in the anime he indeed never took it off, this is reality. Feng Ling assumed a serious thinking pose. How about barbecue? Moreover, she shifted her tone, smiling slyly. I'll invite a few more people to liven things up. Kakashi nodded, all right. Feng Ling's smile deepened, secretly pleased. If I can't handle you alone, then I'll gather support. With the Konoha 12 plus me, Feng Ling, ITLL, make 13 lords attacking you, Kakashi. 13 against 1, the advantage is mine. She even began to envision the scene, everyone gathered together, trying to lure Kakashi into taking off his mask. Hee Kakashi, I won't let you off. Feng Ling secretly chuckled. Kakashi looked at the calculating smile on Feng Ling's face, but felt no suspicion. Instead, he found this meal even more interesting. After all, this little brat's confident appearance was quite adorable. Then it's settled. Kakashi replied lightly, I'm quite looking forward to it. On the surface, Feng Ling nodded obediently. Yes, I will definitely make you satisfied. Yet in her heart burned the flames of vengeance. A gentleman takes revenge. Even a second late is too long. Feng Ling pulled Kakashi into the barbecue restaurant while secretly plotting in her mind. Upon entering, she held her head high and said to the approaching waitress, give me a private room, the bigger the better. The waitress looked at the dirty little girl in front of her and then glanced at Kakashi standing behind her. Although somewhat confused, she still managed a professional smile and replied, all right, little one, please wait a moment. Kakashi stood behind Feng Ling with his hands in his pockets, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he lazily remarked, a private room is fine, but little one should remember to pay the bill, all right. Feng Ling shot him a glare, deliberately ignoring his teasing, and said to the waitress, please hurry, I'm starving. The waitress nodded and left, and Feng Ling turned to Kakashi saying, you just stay here and don't run off. I'll go buy some oranges and be back soon. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this and smiled slightly. All right, little one, I'll wait here. Feng Ling felt a thrill of joy inside, but pretended to be indifferent as she walked out of the private room. Once far enough away, she whispered to the system, did you see that? He didn't even realize I was insulting him, haha, I've scored a point. The system replied helplessly, host, this behavior is called a psychological victory. Do you understand? Feng Ling pouted. All right, it's none of your business. I have my own clever plans. Leaving the barbecue restaurant, Feng Ling quickly ran towards the alley near the school, muttering to herself as she ran, humph, Kakashi, just wait for me. Dare to threaten me with telling my parents. I'll call for help and they will definitely stand up for me. The system interjected, host, are you sure? Just a reminder, Kakashi is an elite jonin, randomly finding someone might. Feng Ling interrupted, breathing hard, stop worrying. 13 against 1, the advantage is mine. Feng Ling dashed home, and the moment she pushed open the door, she leaped onto Sasuke, clinging tightly to his leg, her eyes glistening with tears as she pitifully cried, brother. A creepy masked man bullied me. Sasuke looked down at his little sister, his face filled with anger as he gently patted her head and said, who dares to bully a member of the Uchiha clan? Let's go, lead the way. Seeing that Sasuke took the bait, Feng Ling felt secretly pleased while her lips curled into a pathetic smile. You're the best, brother. Having secured Sasuke, the first step was successful. Next, Feng Ling hurried off to find Naruto. With a righteous expression, she stood before Naruto and vigorously waved her small fist. Naruto, someone is bullying me, will you help me? Upon hearing this, Naruto pounded his chest with a guarantee, of course. I will definitely help. At that moment, the nine tails within him snorted coldly. I will not agree. How dare anyone bully little Feng Ling? What kind of ninja are they? After receiving Naruto's promise, Feng Ling ran off to find Hinata. With an innocent face, she grabbed Hinata's hand. Hinata, someone is bullying me. Hinata's face turned red in an instant, but she still firmly patted Feng Ling's head and comforted her gently. I will help you. Niji, who was nearby, leaned in and coldly added, it's quite rare for someone to dare bully you. Feng Ling nodded in satisfaction. Brother Niji, do you want to join us in helping? Niji sighed helplessly. All right, I'll also see which brave soul dares to provoke you. Next, Feng Ling turned to Ino and Sakura, and at their first meeting she acted cute. Ino ni Sakura ni, someone is bullying me. Ino and Sakura exchanged glances and immediately agreed. Okay, we'll go with you. It must be mentioned that since Feng Ling initiated a long-term selling brother plan, her relationship with Ino and Sakura had long since thawed, and they not only ceased to be rivals, but had also become good friends with her. Of course, this was not the end. Feng Ling continued to dart around panting while seeking help. She encountered Shino, the usually silent and cool boy. Shino. Feng Ling rushed over in a hurry. Please help me, someone is bullying me. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly replied, Although he only said one word, Feng Ling could clearly feel an inexplicable sense of reliability. Next, she found Shikamaru and Choji. Shikamaru, Choji, help me quickly. Someone is bullying me. Feng Ling anxiously shook Shikamaru's arm. Shikamaru closed the book in his hands with a helpless expression and sighed, so troublesome, but we might as well go take a look. Choji directly pulled out a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to Feng Ling. Don't worry, Feng Ling, we will help you. He reassured her while continuing to chew on his snack. Then Feng Ling ran to the ninja tool shop that Ten often opened, pushed the door open, and shouted, Ten, someone is bullying me. Ten poked her head out from behind the counter looking puzzled. Who? How dare anyone bully our cute little Feng Ling? Look at my hair, it's all messed up like a bird's nest. Feng Ling pointed at her hair with a pitiful expression. Ten couldn't help but laugh, gently ruffling her hair, and said, Don't worry, I'll help you tidy it up. But since it's someone who bullied you, I must bring more ninja tools to teach him a lesson. After leaving Ten's shop, Feng Ling continued to run wildly and found Kiba, who was training. Kiba, someone is bullying me. Feng Ling panted as she rushed towards him, her face full of grievance. What? Who dares to bully you? Upon hearing this, Kiba's anger instantly flared, and he patted Akamaru. Akamaru, let's go and teach that bastard a lesson. Akamaru barked excitedly, clearly ready for a fight. Lastly, Feng Ling ran up to Lee, her eyes shimmering with tears. Brother Lee, someone is bullying your friend of youth. Lee instantly clenched his fist, blood boiling with excitement. What? How dare anyone bully the youthful Feng Ling? I will make him understand the true meaning of youth. This act of passionate revenge is my mission of youth. After successfully gathering the Konoha 12, Feng Ling stood on a raised platform and cleared her throat. Ahem, although some of you may not know each other very well, we are gathered here today for a common goal. Before she could continue, Sasuke interrupted coldly. Get rid of that masked man. Right? Me too. Naruto waved his fists full of righteous indignation as if Kakashi owed him several bowls of ramen. As soon as Naruto said this, the scene erupted with excitement. Get rid of that bastard. Unmask him. Let him know our might. Everyone was filled with righteous fury as if they were standing at the peak of justice. Feng Ling felt a cold sweat trickle down her forehead as she looked at her overly enthusiastic companions, quickly waving her hands to stop them. Wait. Getting rid of him is a bit too much. What I meant was, just help me take off his mask. That's too lenient. Naruto protested first. Sasuke nodded his gaze icy. Feng Ling, you are too kind. Kiba added with a grin. Yeah, don't worry, with so many of us here, we'll definitely handle it. Akamaru seemed to be infected by the atmosphere, jumping up excitedly and barking twice as if echoing his owner's sentiment. Seeing this scene, Feng Ling secretly complained, indeed, leading a bunch of kids astray is a simple and easy task. However, seeing everyone's morale at an all-time high, she couldn't easily dampen their spirits, so she waved her hand. All right, let's split into 2 targets. Primary target, take off the mask. Secondary target, give him a good beating. That's more like it. Naruto slapped his thigh, excitedly bouncing up. However, how can a perfect action be executed without a perfect plan? Feng Ling looked at Shikamaru with an expectant expression. Next, let us welcome our strategist, Shikamaru, to speak. Shikamaru lazily stretched and muttered what a hassle, then focused his gaze and entered the right mindset. He scanned the crowd and slowly began. Feng Ling, we still don't have a clear understanding of the enemy's specific situation. You go ahead and share the intelligence you have. Feng Ling slapped her forehead and began to chatter excitedly. Oh, his name is Kakashi, he is an elite jonin, and he likes reading romance novels. By the way, he is still single. But don't worry, I've already tricked him into the barbecue restaurant. Shikamaru pondered for a moment. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes. I see, since we've lured him to the barbecue restaurant, we can take this opportunity to act. Feng Ling looked at him with admiration. Shikamaru, hurry and tell us your plan. Shikamaru calmly stood up, cleared his throat. All right, next we will assign tasks. He turned his gaze to Choji Kiba and Shino, speaking decisively. Choji Kiba, Shino, you are in charge of toasting. Of course, since we are kids, we will drink milk and let Kakashi drink alcohol. Especially you, Choji, you are an expert in this area. Be sure to lift the atmosphere, getting him to drink a few more glasses. Kiba, you can let Akamaru eat a bit more, and Shino, your bugs can also play a small role in creating some distractions. Choji, munching on snacks, patted his chest. No problem, I will never lose in eating. Kiba smiled confidently, hugging Akamaru. Akamaru, let's go. Shino whispered. The bugs are already prepared. Shikamaru nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Sakura Ino and Hinata. Sakura Ino, Hinata, you are responsible for the emotional offensive. Praise him, flatter him, let him lower his guard, and make him feel like he is the best jonin in the world. Sakura showed an eager expression. Don't worry, leave this to me. Ino smiled meaningfully. A piece of cake, just watch me. Hinata shyly lowered her head, but nodded. I will do my best. Shikamaru continued to arrange. Niji, Lee, Sasuke, Naruto, you are in charge of the main attack. Take advantage of his drunkenness to ambush him, and if it doesn't succeed, try again. There's bound to be a lapse. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and shouted, uncovering the evil Kakashi's mask is the perfect task for me. Sasuke coldly huffed. I don't need to do much, his mask will eventually be mine. Niji nodded. Understood, as long as there's a flaw, I can strike. Lee looked determined. The passion of youth is meant for challenging tasks like this. Shikamaru finally looked at Tintin. Tintin, you are in charge of the final binding work. Once he falls into our trap, use your family's super durable rope to tie him up and make sure he can't fight back. Tintin took out a shiny roll of rope and smiled mysteriously. This is a treasure passed down in my family. It will definitely hold him. As for me, Shikamaru paused, his tone becoming steady. I am responsible for the overall coordination. If anything goes wrong, I will alert you immediately. Feng Ling's eyes lit up with admiration, as expected of the smartest strategist in Konoha. Shikamaru, you are truly impressive. At this point, Feng Ling suddenly remembered something and scratched her head. What about me? What should I do? Shikamaru glanced at her, his tone calm, yet caring. You've already been bullied. Oh, let us handle this matter. You just sit back and watch our performance. Feng Ling was taken aback and touched, wiping her nose. All right, I will leave it to you. The small team instantly became energized, each person rolling up their sleeves, ready to settle the matter at the barbecue restaurant. At this moment, Kakashi was leisurely waiting at the barbecue restaurant, completely unaware that he was about to fall into the encirclement of a group of geniuses. Thus, Feng Ling's plan officially commenced. With a group of carefully selected helpers, they marched towards the barbecue restaurant, Feng Ling's spirits soaring along the way. Pushing open the door to the private room, Feng Ling scanned the area, and there he was, Kakashi lazily leaning back in his chair, holding a familiar book, Ika Paradise. Kakashi flipped through the book without raising his head, casually asking, did you buy the oranges? Feng Ling suppressed her laughter and replied solemnly, yes, the oranges have been bought. However, this orange is not the same as that orange. Feng Ling clapped her hands and the door behind her fully opened. A group of people filed in, standing in a row with an impressive aura. A warm welcome to Konoha's strongest jonin, Hatake Kakashi. Feng Ling announced with a serious face, her tone exaggerated like a host's opening remarks. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, almost losing grip on Ika Paradise in his hands. He glanced at the group of aggressive kids in front of him, feeling a headache coming on. Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan, Niji, the genius of the Hyuga branch, Hinata, the young lady of the main Hyuga house, Tintin, who runs a ninja tool shop never short of hidden gadgets, Choji, the son of Akimichi, Shikamaru, the son of Nara, Ino, the daughter of Yamanaka, Lee, the focus of Guy's attention, Kiba, the Inuzuka clan, Shino, of the Aburame clan. And lastly, Naruto Uzumaki, the teacher's son, who looked a bit dazed. Kakashi silently gazed at this group of kids filled with infinite emotion. What could be more chaotic than a single kid acting up? The answer is 13 kids acting up. The 13 kids settled in surrounding Kakashi, and the atmosphere at the table was exuberantly lively. The meat on the grill sizzled, the hot grease popping tiny sparks, and the delicious aroma wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. Feng Ling raised her drink, first filling Kakashi's glass to the brim, then cheerfully said, all right, Konoha's number one handsome guy, you drink alcohol, we drink juice, let's get started. Kakashi lazily raised his eyelids to look at the table full of kids, his mouth twitching, then picked up his glass. All right, but remember, let's keep it at that for today, don't drink too much. Feng Ling winked at her companions, a secret plan instantly reached a consensus. The assault team took the initiative. Choji was the first to strike. His impressive appetite wasn't just for eating, but also for toasting Kakashi. Uncle, come, let's have a drink. Kakashi helplessly raised his glass, clinking it with Choji's. Then with lightning speed, he downed the drink. His mask remained perfectly still. Just as he set down his glass, Shino pushed the second cup over expressionless. As he said, Kakashi-senpai, have another cup. The reflection of cold light glinted off Shino's glasses, indicating that his little bugs had quite a tolerance for alcohol as well. Kiba was not to be outdone, drinking half the milk himself and pouring the other half for Akamaru while not forgetting to hand Kakashi a cup. Kakashi-sensei, drink this, and we will be the best partners. Faced with the onslaught of the toast team, Kakashi managed to remain calm, even feeling slightly proud. Well, what good kids, polite and understanding. The atmosphere team quickly followed suit. Ino rested her chin in her hands, blinking her eyes exaggeratedly, as she said, Kakashi, uncle, I heard you are an elite jonin, someone as amazing as you must be particularly handsome, right? Sakura immediately chimed in, yes, Ino is right. Elite jonin must easily complete strength missions. Hinata even turned red softly, saying, Kakashi-sensei, you are really impressive. The continuous flattery made Kakashi feel a bit lightheaded. He took a sip of alcohol and waved his hand. You're overpraising me. The future of Konoha still depends on you little ones. After he said this, he glanced at Feng Ling. What about you? Don't you have anything to say? At that moment, Feng Ling was happily enjoying Sasuke's feeding and felt a bit dazed upon being called out. Me. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Yes, aren't you going to flatter me a bit? Feng Ling looked at him, humphed lightly, and said slowly, all right, Konoha's #1 handsome guy, is that title acceptable? Kakashi set down his glass, smiling, you flatter me the best. The strength team then began to act steadily. The rest of the kids began to eat the barbecue in moderation, maintaining their best state. Only Naruto showed no signs of restraint, stuffing his mouth with meat, as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. So delicious. So delicious. At this moment, the Ninetales inside him was also exceptionally excited. Naruto, this is life. After following you for 6 years, I'm finally getting to eat barbecue. Eat more, don't stop. Naruto, while wolfing down food, smiled. Don't worry, Ninetales, I will make sure you eat your fill. The entire scene gradually became lively, the kids continuously toasting and serving food to Kakashi, and Kakashi unwittingly immersed in the siege of these kids, surprisingly beginning to enjoy this gathering. However, he also felt an ominous premonition in his heart, sensing that the enthusiasm of these kids was a bit excessive, especially Feng Ling, who was behaving unusually well. After 3 rounds of drinks, Kakashi's mask had loosened, and he appeared somewhat tipsy. His movements remained graceful, but his eyes carried a hint of laziness, clearly showing signs of intoxication. Feng Ling glanced at the lazy Shikamaru sitting beside her and whispered, so is it time now? Shikamaru shook his head lazily, saying, not yet, he hasn't fully relaxed his guard. Feng Ling had no choice but to continue observing her surroundings. The atmosphere at the table was lively, with groups of people chatting, some already burping, indicating that most had eaten and drunk to their fill. In contrast, Kakashi's wine glass was constantly emptying, yet he appeared at ease, as if he were handling everything effortlessly. How can this guy drink so much? Feeling a bit anxious, Feng Ling's eyes darted around before she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and raised her cup, shouting, Kakashi-ni, another one. Kakashi turned his head to look at her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Oh, little girl, so energetic. Feng Ling proudly tilted her chin, downing her milk in one go before pushing the cup towards him. Come on, let's see who gives in first. Kakashi smiled and slowly filled his glass, downing it in one gulp. As you wish. Another one. Cheers. Thus the two began their drinking contest, with Feng Ling downing cup after cup of milk, while Kakashi consumed glass after glass of wine. As Feng Ling drank, she suddenly felt something was off. Her stomach was bloated, her chest felt constricted, and her stomach churned violently, indicating she had reached her limit. Covering her mouth, Feng Ling's face turned unnatural. Oh no, I think I'm about to throw up. What, can't you do it anymore? Kakashi gently set down his glass, teasingly looking at her. Feng Ling gritted her teeth, mentally complaining, you're drinking him, just downing milk. It's not the same. She braced herself against the table, forcing out a smile. Who said I can't do it? Bring it on. Kakashi gazed at her with interest, leisurely lifting his glass. Then I'll drink another with you. Let's drink. Feng Ling picked up her milk, forcing down another mouthful, but as soon as she set the cup down, her stomach churned again, and she could no longer hold back, quickly covering her mouth and standing up. I can't drink anymore, I need to go to the restroom. Stumbling, she ran off, while Kakashi watched her retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. In the restroom, Feng Ling vomited until the world spun around her, and as she leaned against the doorframe, she muttered, I'll never drink with Kakashi again. That guy is simply a bottomless pit. Returning to the hall, Feng Ling thought the whole battle was over, especially since even she, the strongest warrior, had fallen. But when she looked up, she was surprised to find Kakashi sitting expressionless at the table opposite him was Hinata. Indeed, the usually shy girl who rarely spoke was currently staring intensely at Kakashi, her eyes revealing an unusual determination. On the table, empty bottles had piled up into a small mountain. Is this a dream? Feng Ling murmured to herself, suddenly recalling a memory. Hinata was a hidden big eater in the original story. The legendary girl who became the champion of big eaters by finishing 46 bowls of ramen was now showcasing her strength right before her eyes. A wave of emotion surged in Feng Ling's heart, her eyes even misting over, and without a word, she ran to sit beside Hinata. Hinata is the most reliable. Feng Ling plopped down with pride and admiration, as if cheering for Hinata. Upon hearing Feng Ling's voice, Hinata was momentarily stunned, her face instantly flushed deeper. Shyly she said in a low voice, Feng Ling, do you think I eat too much? Feng Ling shook her head repeatedly, her eyes sparkling. No. You're super cute. Hinata eats so much that looks amazing. You're simply my idol. Hinata's face was nearly crimson as she fumbled with her chopsticks, stuttering, really? You really don't think I'm strange? Strange. Not at all. Feng Ling replied earnestly, her tone firm. Being able to eat is a blessing. And Hinata is so adorable, whatever you eat looks like a movie scene, it's such a healing sight. Upon hearing this, Hinata lowered her head, her little hands clasping her chopsticks, but her lips couldn't help but curl into a sweet smile. Kakashi silently observed the scene, feeling a bit sour for some reason. He took a sip of wine and calmly said, Feng Ling, your encouragement seems quite sincere. But did you forget who was just hiding in the restroom, throwing up? Feng Ling's smile froze as if a balloon had been popped, and she immediately wilted. Don't bring that up. Kakashi chuckled, casually picking up a piece of roasted meat. Next time, remember not to challenge the limits of your elders easily. Feng Ling secretly rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, Elder, just a slightly better drinker among the fish. As soon as she finished speaking, Kakashi's gaze darkened slightly, his narrowed eyes revealing a hint of danger. Feng Ling, did I just hear something interesting? No, I meant that Kakashini is amazing. Feng Ling straightened up immediately, her heart racing. Oh really? Kakashi looked at her meaningfully, a mysterious smile tugging at his lips. Feng Ling quickly turned to Hinata, shaking her hand, her tone slightly spoiled. Hinata, let's keep drinking. Let's take down this fish. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded softly, okay. She felt the warmth of Feng Ling's hand holding hers, her heart fluttering, but she obediently nodded and continued to drink the milk in her hands. After a couple of sips, Hinata suddenly leaned closer to Feng Ling, her cheeks turning even redder, whispering in her ear, Feng Ling, if I win, can I get a reward? Without hesitation, Feng Ling nodded in agreement. No problem. She thought without a second thought that Hinata probably just wanted some small cake or little gift, something simple. As for other rewards like a kiss, Feng Ling hadn't even considered that. However, at that moment, Hinata's eyes sparkled with a hint of light as she continued to drink her milk as if victory was imminent. Meanwhile, Feng Ling regained her spirit, looking at Hinata with starry eyes, excited as if she had seen a savior. Indeed, Hinata is my guardian angel. Kakashi watched the interaction between the two little girls with a helpless sigh. He reached up to ruffle his messy silver hair, his gaze softening a bit, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. Youth is truly wonderful. He felt like a superfluous observer at that moment, as the world of these two little girls clearly didn't require interference from an old man like him. Time passed second by second, and the battle intensified. By the end, Kakashi's face gradually turned red, propping his head up, his whole body swaying, even opening his eyes became a challenge. Kakashi burped, his eyes glazed over, mumbling, I can't do it anymore. How could I possibly drink more than a bunch of kids? He never expected the seemingly fragile Hinata to drink so much. This completely caught him off guard. He even suspected that Hinata had secretly practiced before. Seeing this, Feng Ling seized the opportunity and began to mercilessly taunt. What's wrong? The number one handsome guy in Konoha can't handle it anymore. I thought you were impressive, but it turns out to be nothing. Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at Feng Ling, his lips moved as if he wanted to retort, but ultimately said nothing directly, laying his head down on the table, completely giving up the struggle. Seeing this, Shikamaru cleared his throat and intentionally nudged the cup at the edge of the table with his elbow. The crisp sound of the cup clinking instantly drew the attention of everyone present. At that moment, everyone swiftly sprang into action. Almost at the moment the cup fell, Naruto and Sasuke had already made their move. Naruto dashed forward, firmly grasping Kakashi's left hand, while Sasuke followed closely, expertly locking down Kakashi's right hand. Sasuke, leave the left side to me. Naruto grinned. Just don't mess things up, Sasuke replied coldly. Meanwhile, Neji and Lee exchanged glances, silently coordinating their actions. Neji spun around and grabbed Kakashi's right leg, while Lee even faster directly wrapped around his left leg. Kakashi's limbs were firmly restrained, forming a perfect X shape as he was pinned down. Hey, don't mess around. Kakashi sighed helplessly, a hint of frustration in his tone. What do you all intend to do? Although it would be no problem for Kakashi to break free from the control of these kids, given his strength, he was curious about what kind of trick Wind Bell was trying to play, so he patiently refrained from resisting for now. At this moment, Wind Bell strolled up leisurely from behind, a smug smile on her face, clutching a piece of candy in her hand. She walked up to Kakashi, tilted her head, and laughed. You guys are so weak. Can't even handle a few kids. Weak? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching. He felt a surge of anger rising within him, yet he forced himself to suppress it, deciding to see what trick Wind Bell was up to. Wind Bell, brimming with confidence, tiptoed closer to Kakashi's face, raised her hand, and swiftly grabbed his mask, loudly declaring, Let's see how you escape this time, weakling. Wait. Kakashi struggled slightly, but it was too late. With a flick of her wrist, Wind Bell yanked Kakashi's mask off. However, beneath the mask, there was still another layer of mask. Etch. Wind Bell stared blankly, fixated on the second mask that still covered the lower half of Kakashi's face, utterly stunned. Disappointed, are you? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Wind Bell, the game of pretend is over now. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi's demeanor changed dramatically. His previously relaxed aura instantly turned cold and powerful. With a gentle exertion, he broke free from Naruto and the others' restraint, his movements fluid and seamless, catching everyone off guard. This isn't good. Wind Bell's mind immediately sounded the alarm. Before she could turn to escape, Kakashi effortlessly lifted her up like a kitten in his grasp. Help! Wind Bell shouted in panic, flailing her arms and legs in an attempt to break free from Kakashi's grip. However, Kakashi remained unfazed, holding Wind Bell in one hand while he used his other hand to pull out Intimate Paradise from his pocket. I'm not bad, this position is just right. Kakashi flipped through the book, casually saying calmly, Let's go home and have a chat with your family about your glorious achievements. Hey, you jerk, let Wind Bell go. Seeing Wind Bell captured, Naruto was the first to jump out, adopting a combat stance, fists clenched, ready to charge at Kakashi at any moment. Kakashi. Sasuke's gaze instantly turned cold, his hands unconsciously forming seals. If you dare touch a single hair on Wind Bell, I will. Hinata also earnestly assumed a gentle fist stance, her determined little face staring at Kakashi. Shikamaru followed closely, chewing on Kakashi's shoe. The rest glared at Kakashi menacingly. Shuji sighed helplessly. This is troublesome. The situation has really spiraled out of control. Kakashi, however, seemed completely unfazed, even somewhat amused. Holding Wind Bell, he tilted his head slightly, speaking playfully. Seeing how fierce you all are, I must admit I'm a little scared now. He paused, his tone suddenly turning serious. But you all better behave. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't do something unexpected. This statement immediately caused everyone to halt in their tracks. Although they were still seething with anger inside, they obediently stayed put, not daring to act rashly. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, looking at Wind Bell. It seems you are quite important in everyone's eyes. Wind Bell huffed angrily. You're just using a child to threaten everyone. How despicable. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Since you're the main culprit, you must accept the heavy punishment. As for the other accomplices, none will escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kakashi swiftly formed a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of shadow clones burst forth, surrounding the 12 young ninjas tightly. Clones split up and move out. Kakashi coldly issued orders. Go inform their parents and tell them how their children attacked a Jonin. The clones obeyed, turning swiftly towards the barbecue restaurant, their movements incredibly quick. What? Informing the parents? That's way too ruthless. It's over. Despicable and shameless. This is a real problem. The situation turned upside down, and the originally assaulting young ninjas suddenly erupted, each of their faces turning pale. Even if they were usually bold, they wouldn't dare face their parents like this. Of course, some were unafraid of threats. Jerk, let Wind Bell go. Naruto shouted angrily, stepping forward again, fiercely charging at Kakashi. Do you think I'm scared of you? Kakashi squinted slightly, his voice calm. Naruto, you wouldn't want to disappoint the third Hokage, would you? His words struck at Naruto's weak point, causing him to deflate, immediately mumbling under his breath, TCH. Despicable. Seeing Naruto back down, Neji scoffed, stepping forward with his hands behind his back, proudly stating, Is it fun bullying a little girl? How about I have a match with you instead? Kakashi lazily glanced at Neji, his tone unenthusiastic. Is playing house with Wind Bell really that interesting? Neji, as a genius, how can you be so idle? It's such a pity. His seemingly casual remark landed like a hammer on Neji's heart, causing his expression to change slightly. His lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing further, silently retreating. Kakashi wore a victorious smile, casually lifting Wind Bell, who was still struggling. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Glancing around aside from Shikamaru, who was still busy gnawing on the shoe, no one responded. Feng Ling watched as her meticulously organized team instantly collapsed, her once spirited companions now deflated like punctured balloons, standing dejectedly in place, completely avoiding any gaze towards Kakashi. With a sigh, Feng Ling resignedly raised her hands and announced, "The first ambush by Feng Ling's team against Kakashi has utterly failed." Kakashi, upon hearing this, looked at Feng Ling with a half-smile. Holding Feng Ling, Kakashi addressed the front desk lady, saying, "She will pay the bill." Feng Ling, stunned, struggled to shake off Kakashi's grip, exclaiming, "Hey, I have no money." Kakashi turned his head, a smile seemingly hidden beneath his mask, and said, "The young lady of the Uchiha clan is broke." Feng Ling protested, "I truly have no money, though I never bring any when I go out." Feng Ling gritted her teeth, feeling unlucky. Her original plan was perfect. She was supposed to defeat Kakashi and unmask him. Then she would push the bill onto Kakashi and sneak away with her companions. However, reality was evidently much harsher than her plans. Thus, Feng Ling clenched her teeth, sighed helplessly, and swiftly ran to Sasuke's side, putting on a pitiful expression. "Brother, it's time to pay the bill." Sasuke sighed and took out his wallet, handing over the money. "Here you go." Kakashi then grabbed her by the collar and headed straight to her house, with Sasuke following behind. The other participating companions were gradually picked up by their parents, and it was obvious that this unfortunate bunch would face a mixed double punishment upon returning home. At the Uchiha clan estate in Fugaku's home, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Kakashi stood at the entrance, his face serious, akin to a dutiful reporter, explicitly accusing Feng Ling of her numerous misdeeds. "This little brat not only ambushed me on the street, but also attempted to snatch away my, well, personal property." Kakashi paused, intentionally omitting the term intimate paradise to avoid trouble. "Of course, that's not all. She incited a group of kids to retaliate against me. If it weren't for my decent strength, I might have been done for." Kakashi continued, embellishing his account as if he had nearly lost his life at Feng Ling's hands. Fugaku sat nearby, his expression grim, occasionally nodding to indicate he was seriously considering the feedback. Meanwhile, Makoto stifled her laughter, trying not to let the atmosphere spiral out of control. Itachi sat beside them, his expression mild, though his eyes clearly sparkled with amusement. Feng Ling, sporting a wronged look, quietly defended herself, saying, "He's lying." Yet it was clear that no one present believed her defense. Sasuke, seeing Feng Ling's helpless demeanor, couldn't help but step forward and stated seriously, "I instructed Feng Ling to do it. She was merely helping me execute the plan." This resounding admission made Feng Ling's eyes misty, and she looked at Sasuke with gratitude, exclaiming, "Brother, you are the best brother in the world." However, Kakashi, maintaining a serious demeanor, added, "No, Sasuke is very obedient. He did not participate at all. Instead, it was Feng Ling." Feng Ling's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, glaring at Kakashi with resentful eyes, while he completely ignored her protests and continued to elaborate on the record of Feng Ling's offenses. Ultimately, Kakashi left the Uchiha household beaming with satisfaction, having also managed to snag a free meal. After Kakashi departed, Feng Ling lowered her head, already bracing herself for a scolding. Feng Ling initially thought she would probably face a severe reprimand this time, having simulated countless scenarios of being scolded in her mind. But Fugaku suddenly turned his head, directing his gaze at Sasuke. "Sasuke, do you understand?" Sasuke immediately straightened up, his tone firm. "I understand." Feng Ling looked utterly confused, her head spinning. "What exactly do you understand?" Fugaku continued, "Next time I don't want to see this kind of situation again, especially regarding Feng Ling." Sasuke nodded earnestly. "I will train harder. I will train until Feng Ling can provoke anyone she wants." Feng Ling was left dumbfounded, shocked into silence. What on earth? So this is how the Uchiha educate. But it seems pretty good. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction, then announced the punishment. "Sasuke, your training volume will triple within this month." Sasuke accepted the order expressionlessly. "Understood." He turned to look at her, his tone calm. "Feng Ling, when you cause trouble again, I will shield you from everyone." Feng Ling felt warmth in her heart, but retorted defiantly, "Then you better get stronger quickly. Do I want provoke ordinary people?" Itachi, sitting nearby, discreetly curved his lips, saying nothing, yet his gaze revealed a hint of fondness. He quietly watched his brother and sister bicker, internally resolving it seemed he too had to continue getting stronger, otherwise when Feng Ling truly caused a major disaster, Sasuke alone couldn't handle it. At that moment, Fugaku turned his attention back to Feng Ling, adding, "Feng Ling, you are not allowed to eat oranges for a month." Feng Ling's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her father in confusion. "Why is this the punishment?" Fugaku sighed helplessly. "Do you really want another punishment?" Feng Ling seemed to understand something, moving closer to Fugaku and sweetly saying, Dad is so nice. You won't really be mad at Feng Ling, right?" Afterward, Feng Ling quickly linked her arm with Fugaku's, beginning to act spoiled, as if proving through her actions that she had already admitted her mistakes and was ready to accept punishment. Fugaku was amused by her assertive demeanor, reaching out to tousle her hair. "All right, go play, but don't get into any more trouble." With her father's pardon, Feng Ling instantly ran out of the living room, and before leaving she couldn't resist making a face at Fugaku, shouting, "Dad is the best, love you." Fugaku shook his head helplessly, watching Feng Ling's lively figure disappear, feeling a warmth rise in his heart. Fugaku murmured softly, "This girl, I wonder who she takes after." Afterward, Sasuke approached Fugaku saying, "Father, please teach me as well." Fugaku continued to look at Sasuke, pausing in silence for a moment before nodding. "Sasuke, remember, protecting family is not just about strength, intellect is even more important." Sasuke stood up straight, nodding earnestly, "Yes, father." Feng Ling and Sasuke walked side by side toward the ninja academy. Morning sunlight bathed them both, yet Feng Ling seemed listless, letting out a long, weary sigh. "System, is that guy still tailing us?" Feng Ling murmured, her voice tinged with resignation. The system's reply carried a faint, almost mischievous undertone. Feng Ling sighed again, exasperated. "Honestly, Kakashi, why is he so persistent? Has he turned stalking me into some kind of pastime?" The system teased. "Perhaps he finds it a light and entertaining assignment." Feng Ling curled her lips in mild disdain and dismissed it. "Fine, let him follow." Clearly she had neither the energy nor the will to outwit Kakashi. Not after last night's humiliating episode of being dragged home like a wayward child. All she wanted now was to stay low-key. Upon entering the Ninja Academy, a palpable gloom enveloped Feng Ling. Inside the classroom, students who usually clamored like a bustling marketplace sat slumped and lifeless, wilted as if struck by frost. The moment Feng Ling stepped in, she sensed something was off. Glancing around, she saw exhaustion and resentment etched across every face. Even Naruto, the most boisterous of them all, lay sprawled over his desk, utterly dispirited. She sank into her seat, propped her chin on her palm, and surveyed her classmates with quiet dismay. "It's over. Yesterday's operation ended in total failure. Everyone's been scolded by their parents." A pang of guilt stirred within her. As the de facto leader, I led them straight into disaster. A truly abysmal commander. Sasuke, sensing her turmoil, spoke softly, "Don't dwell on it. Their parents were only worried, not angry." Feng Ling's voice dropped heavy with doubt. "Do you think they'll blame me?" Sasuke replied without hesitation, "Even if someone does, I'll stand by you." At the front of the room, Irika began morning instruction. As always, he radiated infectious enthusiasm, his voice booming as he explained ninjutsu theory, punctuating his lecture with vivid diagrams drawn boldly on the blackboard. Yet the students paid no heed. Sighs echoed through the air, some scribbled aimlessly, others stared blankly into space, or simply collapsed onto their desks. Irika, caught up in his fervor, soon noticed the unsettling silence. He paused mid-sentence, chalk hovering above the board, scratching his head in confusion as he gazed down at his class. "Strange. Why is everyone so quiet today? Weren't you all usually scrambling to outshout one another?" Feng Ling inwardly groaned. "Iruka-sensei, why not conduct a few home visits after class? You'd discover the entire class has been thoroughly subdued by parental discipline last night." Naruto suddenly lifted his head and sighed deeply. "Iruka-sensei, please, skip the lesson today. Just hearing the words ninjutsu theory gives me a headache." Irika frowned sternly. "Naruto, no slacking. Theoretical knowledge forms the bedrock of an exceptional shinobi. It cannot be taken lightly." Yet his earnest appeal fell on deaf ears. Naruto promptly sank back onto his desk. The rest of the class wore expressions of profound detachment, leaving Irika's zeal with nowhere to land. Feng Ling stifled a private smile. What a stark contrast. Passion blazing on stage, souls adrift in the audience. "Iruka-sensei, you have my deepest sympathy." Finally, Irika let out a long, resigned sigh and rapped sharply on the lectern. "Hey, wake up. Today's lesson is vital." But his words vanished into silence. Naruto sank even lower. Sasuke gazed absently out the window. Ino and Sakura quietly passed notes between them. "Enough," Irika declared, feigning nonchalance. "Since you're all so lethargic, let's cancel today's lesson." The classroom erupted. "Really?" Naruto shot upright, eyes gleaming with sudden radiant hope. "Iruka-sensei is the best." Cheers burst forth across the room, their drowsiness evaporating as if it had never existed. Irika's lips twitched. He tapped the lectern once, then shifted tone abruptly. "Since you clearly don't want to learn, how about a test instead?" "A test?" The cheers died midair. The very air thickened with stunned silence. "No way." Naruto froze, disbelief flooding his features as he stared at Irika. "What a pain." Shikamaru propped his cheek on his palm, utterly drained. "Iruka-sensei, you've changed." Groans rose from every corner. Students slammed desks in protest. Irika, long accustomed to such antics, calmly retrieved a thick stack of exams from beneath the lectern and slapped them down with a sharp, resounding thwack. No more complaints. His expression hardened into the unmistakable gravity of a seasoned instructor. This is a theoretical assessment, designed to evaluate your mastery of foundational knowledge. Such competence is indispensable for any shinobi. No one escapes this. Naruto muttered into his desk, "This is unbearable. I thought I'd get a break only to face an exam. Who can take it?" Shikamaru merely nodded, glancing up at Iruka with weary recognition. What a pain. Why must adults insist on diligence? They truly don't understand the art of idleness. Sasuke, though still frowning, already held his pen firmly. His gaze sharpened with quiet resolve. Theory matters too. I won't fall behind. Sakura, however, brimmed with anticipation, clasping her hands together, eyes sparkling, as if envisioning her triumphant ascent to first place. A trivial test like this. Effortless. Truly outstanding individuals shine anywhere they go. Ino tugged Sakura's sleeve and whispered, "Sakura, during the test, I might need help with a few questions." "No chance." Sakura snapped. "I'm aiming for first. This time I do it myself." Meanwhile, Kiba slammed his fist on the desk, defiant. What's the point of theory exams? Real shinobi are forged in battle. Akamaru, nestled in his lap, barked twice in emphatic agreement. Feng Ling blinked, a flicker of nervousness crossing her face. A theoretical exam. It sounded imposing, but surely not difficult. Truth be told, she'd scarcely attended lectures since enrolling at the academy, and hadn't opened a textbook more than a handful of times. Once Iruka distributed the exams, he returned to the lectern, arms crossed, scanning the room with hawk-like intensity, every inch the unyielding examiner. His aura alone seemed capable of piercing through any attempt at cheating. Feng Ling swallowed hard, snatched up her paper, and flipped through it casually. Then slowly her smile froze. Question 1. What was the original intention of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in establishing the ninja school? Feng Ling was stunned. What intention could the old man Senju have? Could it be that he wanted to become a teacher to earn tuition fees? Or did he simply want to raise more little ninjas to serve him? What noble motive could the inherently evil Senju Tobirama possess? Feng Ling muttered softly, flipping to question 2. Question 2. Please draw a distribution map of the various families during the Warring States period and describe the situation at that time. The Warring States period. Distribution map. Feng Ling instantly felt a chill run down her spine. This was clearly a history question. Who could remember which family was where? A vague recollection of family names surfaced in Feng Ling's mind, such as Senju Uchiha Hyuga, but she had no idea where these families were located. Question 3. Please explain the principles of the body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique, and analyze their differences in detail. Feng Ling looked at the question, her mouth twitching. Principles? What principles? Isn't it just forming a hand seal, and then bang, it appears? And I have to analyze the differences. Isn't this just nonsense? Feng Ling, with a face full of despair, flipped to question 4. Question 4. How to make a military food pill. Please list the materials and steps in detail. Feng Ling was completely dumbfounded. Aren't military food pills bought? Who would make this kind of thing themselves? Shouldn't this be a top-secret recipe? Feng Ling, clutching the last shred of hope, turned to question 5 and almost tore the paper. Question 5. Enemy ninjas have occupied a high ground. Please analyze the opponent's defensive layout and explain how to attack at minimal cost. Feng Ling was simply stunned. This isn't an exam anymore. This is a tactical drill. Why should a primary school student worry about war matters? This question is beyond the syllabus. Feng Ling looked up, glancing around for some comfort. However, when she saw the state of her classmates, her heart sank even further. She saw Sakura writing furiously without even looking up. Although Shikamaru moved slowly and wore a troublesome expression, he obviously encountered some significant difficulties. In the corner, Kiba was focused on his answers, occasionally patting Akamaru, as if seeking spiritual support. Even Naruto, usually laid back, was bent over with a desperate look. Though he had already chewed through 2 pens, at least he was writing. No way. Am I really the only one who can't do this? Feng Ling's heart instantly dropped. Feng Ling glanced at Sasuke beside her. This guy was still as perfect as ever, deeply focused on his work, his expression intent, and his movements fluid. Looking at the neat lines of writing, a bold thought suddenly crossed Feng Ling's mind. How about taking a peek? Feng Ling swallowed hard and tentatively leaned a little closer to Sasuke. As if sensing her gaze, Sasuke's hand paused slightly over the paper. He didn't turn around, but subtly shifted the paper a bit towards Feng Ling, his movements natural and discreet, as if he didn't want to attract attention. Feng Ling's eyes lit up and a smug smile crept onto her lips. As expected of my dear brother, this is what sibling affection is all about. Quickly glancing at the answers on the paper, just about to silently copy them down, she felt an ominous gaze shooting from the front. Feng Ling abruptly looked up and indeed met Iruka's eyes, which seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling. Oh no, I've been caught. Feng Ling's heart raced with panic, but she forced herself to calm down, sitting up straight and pretending to answer the question seriously. Irika set down the paper in his hand and slowly walked to Feng Ling's side, his voice gentle, yet laced with a hint of teasing. Feng Ling, are these questions very difficult? Not difficult. Feng Ling's smile was as stiff as a stone, her voice trembling slightly. They're just ordinary questions. I can answer them by writing randomly. Is that so? Irika raised an eyebrow, glancing between Feng Ling and Sasuke, then his tone slightly darkened. You must do your own paper yourself. Feng Ling nodded nervously, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Okay. Sasuke, seeing this, silently retracted his paper and refocused on his answers, while Feng Ling completely wilted, resting her forehead on the desk and poking the paper with her pen, lamenting inwardly. This is it, I can't even copy now. Feng Ling looked at the blank questions on the paper, filled with despair. But she also understood that submitting a blank paper was definitely not a good idea. Thus Feng Ling began to fabricate wildly. Question 1. The original intention of Senju Tobarama in establishing the ninja school. To break the limitations of bloodlines, allowing ordinary people to become ninjas, thereby maintaining the stability of Konoha. Feng Ling couldn't help but sigh after finishing. This sounds quite impressive. I wonder if it's right. Question 2. Distribution map and situation of various families during the Warring States period. This question looked quite difficult, but Feng Ling decided to muddle through by combining text and drawings. She casually drew a few messy circles in the corner of the paper, labeling them with family names like Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, etc. To make it seem more organized, she added a note. The Uchiha family is in the south, the Senju family is in the north, and in the middle is a big brawl. The drawing actually looks quite plausible. Feng Ling looked at her map, feeling secretly proud. Question 3. The principles of the body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. Feng Ling quickly wrote, the body replacement technique involves instantaneously swapping positions using chakra. The shadow clone technique creates illusions, and the transformation technique disguises appearance using chakra. After finishing, Feng Ling let out a long breath, feeling as if she were crafting a novel. I hope teacher Irika can be fooled by my nonsense. It should be like this, right? Question 4. How to make a military food pill. Just mix high-calorie ingredients together and shape them into balls, right? Question 5. How to capture high ground at the minimal cost. Feng Ling stared blankly at the pen for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped her thigh and quickly wrote, use combined ninjutsu to flatten the opposing high ground. Time's up. Teacher Irika announced loudly. All right, the exam is over. Everyone please hand in your papers. As she submitted her paper, Feng Ling's mood felt like walking a tightrope. Carefully handing the paper to Irika, she tried to appear nonchalant, but her insides were churning. Various reactions flashed in Feng Ling's mind as she imagined Irika's expressions when he saw her answers. Shock, speechlessness, even heartache. It's fine, the teacher will surely understand. While Feng Ling muttered to herself, she quickly slipped back to her seat, pretending to be casually flipping through her textbook, but her eyes couldn't help but sneak glances at Irika. Irika took the paper, flipped through a couple of pages, casually raised an eyebrow slightly, then revealed a meaningful smile. Seeing this, Feng Ling's heart began to race. Oh no. The teacher won't really take it seriously, will he? Irika graded the papers with swift decisiveness, marking scores on a stack of test papers in no time. He stood at the podium again, cleared his throat, and said, everyone quiet down, the papers have been graded and will be returned now. First look at the wrong answers and mark them down. I will explain them in detail later. Although the students were reluctant, they obediently sat up straight under Irika's authority, preparing for their judgment. Feng Ling took her test paper, holding it with both hands, feeling anxious inside. She took a deep breath, cautiously covering the score section with her hand, then slowly peeled back a corner to reveal the first digit. It was a 6. Phew. Feng Ling couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, in her heart a hint of delight appearing on her face. I got 60 points, at least I passed right. However, when she eagerly looked to the right, ready to see the second digit, she froze. That's it. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the solitary 6, as if it might sprout a 0 any moment. Unfortunately, no matter how she looked at it, the number remained pitifully thin, just a single 6 lying alone in the score section. Feng Ling was stunned for a while, struggling in her heart. It can't be right. This was obviously a test I worked hard on. How could it be only 6 points? Did teacher Irika make a mistake? Feng Ling stole a glance at Sasuke's test paper beside her, and indeed it displayed a string of despairing numbers, 98 points. Sasuke seemed to notice her gaze and turned to ask, Feng Ling, how did you do on the test? Feng Ling shuddered at the question, quickly flipping her test paper face down on the desk, whispering, well, it was okay. But Sasuke didn't let her off the hook and added, how many points did you get? Show me. Feng Ling knew she couldn't hide it, so she mustered her courage to turn the test paper back over, pointing at the lonely 6 for him to see. She lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, quietly mumbling, "Brother, you might get in trouble again." Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted his expression turned complicated. "Why would I get in trouble? What does this have to do with me?" Feng Ling said softly, Because mom and dad might think that as an older brother you didn't teach your little sister well." Sasuke's expression shifted from speechless to astonished as he looked down at his 98 points, seemingly feeling it was of no use. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh. Naruto, who had been listening to their conversation, curiously leaned over and asked, "Feng Ling, how many points did you get? It must be high." Feng Ling quickly hid her test paper in her arms, forcibly downplaying it. "That's not the point." Naruto proudly raised his own test paper, saying, "What's there to be embarrassed about? I got 28 points." Feng Ling. In the classroom, the reactions of the other students were mixed. Sakura flaunted her high-scoring test paper like a victor. Shikamaru had a "this is such a hassle" expression, but his score still remained above 90. Meanwhile, Ino chased after Sasuke with questions as his brows tightened more and more, clearly troubled about how to handle tonight. 10 minutes later, Irika stood at the podium, cleared his throat, and began to explain the test paper question by question. Though his voice was strong and clear, a low pressure filled the classroom as many students lowered their heads nervously, especially those who had written in a confusing manner, wishing they could disappear beneath their desks. Feng Ling sat in the back row pretending to listen attentively, but her mind was blank, drifting off to the freedom time after school. She even planned in her heart whether to buy some snacks today. But as soon as she thought of her lonely 6 points, she couldn't help but sigh. Finally, as the bell rang signaling the end of school, just as the students felt relieved and began to pack their things to go home, Irika's voice rang out again. "Feng Ling, wait a moment, come to my office." Feng Ling was taken aback, and then her spirit drooped completely as she replied softly, "Got it." Other classmates cast sympathetic glances, but no one dared to say anything more, only silently quickening their pace to leave the classroom. When the classroom was empty, with only Feng Ling left, she dragged her heavy steps towards the office. Upon pushing open the office door, she immediately saw Irika sitting behind the desk, flipping through the test papers. He looked up at her, his gaze warm, yet tinged with helplessness. Feng Ling cautiously walked in, standing in front of the desk, without daring to say a word. Irika looked at this seemingly obedient, yet clever little girl, and sighed deeply. The sigh was long and heavy, as if it contained endless helplessness, making Feng Ling lower her head and shame her face, turning bright red. "Feng Ling." Irika supported his forehead with his hand, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. "Did you just make up your answers?" Feng Ling raised her head, her lips pressed tightly together, and softly replied with an acknowledging it. Irika sighed a second time and spoke earnestly. "Feng Ling, you are a smart child, but do you know that ninjas need not only intelligence, but also a solid foundation and hard work? Theoretical knowledge is very important. You can't always think of trying to get by." Following that, Irika entered his typical heartfelt teaching mode, discussing a ninja's responsibilities, the importance of theory exams, and even connecting it to the future of Konoha and Feng Ling's growth. Feng Ling, starting from feeling ashamed, gradually turned into left ear and right ear out, eventually even being able to replay Irika's classic educational lines clearly in her mind. Finally, after a series of ear storms, Irika stopped his lengthy discourse. He looked at Feng Ling with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Feng Ling, for the next test, I hope you can take it seriously. Do you understand?" Feng Ling nodded, secretly vowing to herself, "I will definitely listen carefully next time and never make things up again." As Feng Ling walked out of the office, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw a large group of familiar figures standing in the hallway. Sakura, Ino, Sasuke, Naruto, Choji, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Hinata. Almost all of her classmates were there. They were either leaning against the wall or squatting on the ground, clearly having waited for a long time. When they saw Feng Ling come out, they immediately surrounded her. Naruto jumped up first. "Hey Feng Ling, did Iruka-sensei scold you? What did he say?" Sakura frowned, worry evident in her tone. "Are you okay? He wouldn't make you copy notes, right?" Ino glanced at Feng Ling's face and smiled, saying, "Looks like you didn't cry, you're quite strong." Sasuke stood quietly beside them, arms crossed, his gaze inadvertently scanning Feng Ling, seemingly confirming whether she had been wronged. Shikamaru propped his head up lazily and said, "So many people waiting for you, what a hassle." But the corners of his mouth curled slightly, clearly caring about her. Hinata, standing at the back, softly said, "Feng Ling-chan, let me tutor you." As Feng Ling looked at her classmates who had waited for so long, a warm current surged in her heart, and the gloom on her face was instantly swept away. Having concluded the small episode of the exam, Feng Ling bid farewell to her friends and returned home with Sasuke. The two maintained a tacit silence regarding the exam, as if that dark history had never existed. Feng Ling was not reprimanded, nor was Sasuke punished, which was truly a cause for celebration. The next morning, sunlight flooded the streets and alleys of Konohagakure. In high spirits, Feng Ling donned a pink and white dress and headed towards Ino's flower shop. Feng Ling intended to buy some flowers for Hinata as she had played an indispensable role in their last confrontation against Kakashi, even though they ultimately lost. Upon arriving at the flower shop, she was greeted by a wave of floral fragrance. Through the glass window, Feng Ling saw Ino gracefully watering a pot of tulips with a delicate small watering, her movements elegant and focused. On the other side, Ino's mother Rina was trimming the leaves of an orchid dressed in a light purple dress that exuded a dignified and gentle aura reminiscent of a noble woman. Feng Ling stepped inside the shop and sweetly greeted, "Good morning, Ino." "Good morning, Rina." Ino turned to glance at Feng Ling and shook her head, saying, "Feng Ling, you need to change how you address us. Rina is my mom, you can't call her sister." Feng Ling paused for a moment, then stuck out her tongue and laughed. "But Rina looks so young, she doesn't seem like someone with children at all." Rina chuckled, covering her mouth, her tone gentle. "Oh dear, this child has such sweet words." "Feng Ling, do you often compliment others like this?" Feng Ling shook her head seriously, saying, "I don't. I only say this when I see someone truly young and beautiful." Rina chuckled softly, shaking her head. "It seems your words can really cheer people up. However, dear, I'm not as young as you girls." Feng Ling and Rina continued to chat happily, feeling like old friends. Ino watched the affectionate interaction between Feng Ling and her mother and quickly tugged at Rina's sleeve. "If this continues, my mom will become someone else's mom." All right, don't take advantage and act coy." "Feng Ling, are you here to buy flowers today?" Feng Ling nodded and said earnestly, "Yes, I want to buy some flowers for Hinata. She has been helping me a lot lately and taking care of me, so I want to thank her." Ino, upon hearing this, revealed a teasing smile. "Oh, a girl giving flowers to another girl, isn't there some little thought behind it?" Feng Ling was taken aback, her face turning red as she waved her hands repeatedly. "No, I just think Hinata is too gentle and want to thank her." Rina smiled and said, "Ino, stop teasing the little girl. Feng Ling, giving flowers is a lovely idea, but there's also a significance to the type of flowers you choose." Ino took over the conversation with interest, saying, "That's right. For a gentle girl like Hinata, it's best to give some small and cute flowers, preferably in soft colors." Rina nodded and added, "For example, lilies of the valley symbolize purity and happiness, or white daisies, which convey sincerity and gratitude, would be very suitable." Feng Ling's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands. "Then let's go with a daisy." Ino nodded in satisfaction and began selecting a suitable bouquet. Meanwhile, Rina carefully explained to Feng Ling how to take care of the flowers. "Daisies enjoy a moist environment, so don't place them in direct sunlight, and remember to change the water in the vase daily." Feng Ling diligently noted every point and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Rina. I will take good care of these flowers." Before long, Ino handed Feng Ling the wrapped bouquet, saying, "All right, the flowers are ready. Remember to come back next time." Just as Feng Ling was about to turn and leave, she noticed Ino casually pulling out a pink envelope from beneath the table and handing it to her. "Here, take this too." Ino's tone carried a hint of mystery. Feng Ling tilted her head as she took the envelope, glanced at it, but showed no intention of opening it, instead asking curiously, "What is this?" "Ino, this letter isn't for me, is it?" Ino gently patted Feng Ling's head and feigned annoyance, saying, "Silly girl, this isn't for you. This is for your brother Sasuke. Oh, and consider this bouquet as my treat. Hurry up and take it." Feng Ling blinked, instantly understanding the underlying meaning. Feng Ling quickly tucked the letter into her pocket, a meaningful smile appearing on her face as she gave Ino an okay sign, saying, "Don't worry, sister, I will personally hand it to Sasuke." Ino was slightly taken aback, regretting letting Feng Ling take the letter, feeling that the girl was smiling with ulterior motives, but it was already too late. Hugging the bouquet with one hand, holding the pink envelope, Feng Ling cheerfully walked out of the flower shop. Passing by a cake shop, she was attracted by the exquisite little cakes displayed in the window. Bringing flowers for Hinata and buying a cake too will definitely make her happy, Feng Ling thought, and without hesitation pushed open the door to the cake shop, buying a small strawberry cake and specifically asking the staff to wrap it in pink paper. With the flowers and cake in her arms, Feng Ling hummed a little tune as she walked towards the Hyuga clan. Soon she arrived at the Hyuga compound. In front of the tall wooden gate stood two guards in traditional attire who were seriously discussing something. When they saw Feng Ling approaching, one of the older men turned to look at her, and a hint of warmth appeared in his eyes. "Little Feng Ling here to see Miss Hinata again." Feng Ling smiled brightly, greeting sweetly, "Yes, good morning, uncle. I'm bringing flowers and cake for Hinata." The older man, upon hearing this, without a second thought, pushed open the heavy gate and gestured for her to enter. "Please go, and Miss Hinata is practicing in the courtyard." Feng Ling was slightly taken aback, then cheerfully replied, "Thank you, uncle. You're so kind. I will tell Hinata later to take good care of you too." The guard chuckled heartily. "Not at all, you come often, we've already become familiar. If one didn't know better, they'd think you were part of the Hyuga clan." Hearing this, Feng Ling blinked and couldn't help but sigh. The friendship between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans is truly precious. With that, she held the bouquet and cake, running joyfully towards the courtyard, leaving behind a trail of bright laughter and the amused yet helpless glances of the two guards. "This little girl is quite a gem," one of them chuckled, shaking his head. "Indeed, I really wish there were more lively children like her in the clan," the other agreed, gazing at Feng Ling's retreating figure with fondness. In the training ground of the Hinata clan, Hisashi stood in the center, instructing Hinata on her movements. Hinata was diligently throwing punches, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the entrance of the training ground. "Hinata-kun, I'm here." Hisashi turned to look, and indeed it was Furin bouncing in with a bouquet and a cake. Although she wore a smile, her unrestrained excitement was almost overflowing. Hinata turned her head, and upon seeing Furin, her previously tense little face instantly relaxed, revealing a shy smile. "Furin." "Hinata, your friend has arrived," Hisashi said helplessly, a hint of a sigh in his voice. In truth, Hisashi had long gotten used to Furin's frequent visits, but even so, his stern father image was gradually crumbling with each of Furin's arrivals. Every time he was a bit strict with Hinata's training, this little creature would sit beside him with her arms crossed, glaring at him indignantly, as if to say, "Are you daring to be stricter?" After a while, Hisashi even had the illusion that he was not training Hinata, but rather performing for Furin. Today's training had just reached a critical point, but seeing Furin arrive, Hisashi had no choice but to abandon further instructions, saying gently, "Hinata, why don't you spend some time with your friend? I'm going to check on Hanabi." Furin's ears instantly perked up, her eyes brightening, and she abruptly stopped her fast pace, excitedly asking, "Is she Hinata-kun's little sister?" "Hanabi is still a little baby. I haven't seen her yet." Hisashi instinctively nodded. Before he could say anything, Furin had already rushed to Hinata's side, taking her small hand and eagerly saying, "Hinata-kun, let's go see her together." Hinata looked bewildered, but nodded gently, "Okay. Sure." "Hey." Hisashi was about to stop them, but the words caught in his throat. Furin's eager little gaze made it impossible for him to refuse, so he could only stand awkwardly and place his expression subtly, watching the two of them run away, feeling in his heart, "So you want both of my daughters?" Furin pulled Hinata along at a swift pace, the bouquet and cake in her hands, swaying gently with each step. "Hinata-kun, I heard Hanabi is super cute. I've wanted to meet her for so long. I didn't expect to be so lucky today." Hinata smiled lightly, a soft expression appearing on her face. "Yes, Hanabi is indeed very cute. She will definitely like you." That's good, that's good." Furin ran faster, as if she could hardly wait to meet that soft little baby. Hinata was being pulled along by Furin and almost couldn't keep up with her pace, softly reminding her, "Furin, don't run so fast." Hisashi stood in place, watching the two run away hand in hand, feeling quite exhausted. He sighed deeply, shaking his head. "Forget it, I'll go report to Fugaka later." Soon after, Furin and Hinata arrived at Hanabi's room. At the door, a maid was gently coaxing Hanabi to drink milk. Little Hanabi was indeed still a baby, her fair and tender little face still chubby, with tiny fists occasionally waving in the air, looking especially adorable. Furin's eyes lit up instantly as she approached, cautiously asking the maid, "Can I hold her?" The maid glanced at Hinata, and only after Hinata nodded did she hand little Hanabi to Furin. Furin carefully cradled Hanabi, gently supporting her little body, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, she's so soft. Hinata-kun, your little sister is just too adorable." Little Hanabi opened her round eyes, seemingly curious about this unfamiliar person, and her tiny hands reached out to Furin's face. "Haha, she likes you," Hinata said from the side, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Furin gently poked Hanabi's chubby little face, her eyes squinting with joy. "Can little Hanabi talk?" As she spoke, she pinched Hanabi's tiny hand and tilted her head, saying to Hanabi, "Come on, call me sister." Hanabi blinked her big eyes and in a babyish voice softly called out, "Sister." Furin instantly froze, her whole body collapsing onto the soft mat beside Hinata, clutching her chest with a face full of happiness. "Wow, she really called me. That little voice is so sweet, and my heart just melted." Hinata watched Furin's exaggerated reaction, unable to help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hanabi has just learned to make some simple sounds as she calls out like that when she sees strangers. Isn't that impressive? Hinata-kun, you are really so lucky to have such a cute little sister. Furin lamented, still lost in the softness of Hanabi's sister. Hinata's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and softly said, "Furin, you can come over often. Our home welcomes you." "Well," Furin laughed, sheepishly scratching her head, "maybe not. If I come every day, Uncle Hisashi would probably be annoyed to death by me." Just as she finished speaking, Hisashi appeared at the door, having just heard the last part. He had originally been worried that Furin would disturb Hanabi standing at the door to observe, but now he couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Am I really that stingy?" Seeing Hisashi, Furin instantly stood up stiffly like a caught little cat, revealing a sheepish smile. No, no, Uncle Hisashi is magnanimous, the most gentle of all." Hisashi's expression softened slightly, but he still couldn't help but sigh as he stepped forward to check on Hanabi. "Just don't make her cry." "Don't worry." Furin raised her hand confidently. I'll be gentle. Hanabi likes me, right, little Hanabi? Hanabi looked at Furin and babbled something, seemingly responding to her. Furin couldn't help but smile widely, gently placing Hanabi back on the soft mat, and turned to Hinata, saying, Hinatakin, let's go to your room. I have something to give you. Hinata nodded and politely said to Hisashi, father will head up first. Hisashi watched Furin's lively figure disappear, his heart feeling complicated. This child always causes a ruckus in the house when she comes over, but she's not annoying. It's rare to have a Uchiha that isn't unlikable. Meanwhile, Furin and Hinata walked one after the other toward the upstairs room, Furin holding the bouquet, her face full of mystery, saying, Hinatakin, I've prepared a surprise for you. It's definitely something you'll like. Hinata looked at her expectant expression and couldn't help but feel curious. A surprise? What is it? Arriving at Hinata's room, Wind Bell mysteriously hid her hands behind her back and swayed at the door. Hinatakin, didn't you say you wanted to reward me last time? I brought it with me today. Hinata's eyes widened slightly at these words, a hint of surprise on her face. Really? Did you remember Wind Bell-chan? Wind Bell winked proudly, of course. But first, guess what it is. Hinata tilted her head and thought for a moment, whispering, is it flowers or snacks? Wind Bell blinked, looking as if to say, Hinata, you're so clever. Wow, you guessed it all right. I brought both. Hearing this, Hinata froze for a moment, a fleeting look of disappointment passing across her face. She secretly hoped Wind Bell would bring something special, like a more personal, heartfelt gift such as a portrait of her or a small handmade item. But Hinata also knew that her thoughts were a bit extravagant. It was indeed too much to ask of Wind Bell, who was naturally carefree and easygoing. Hinata quickly adjusted her emotions, revealing a gentle smile. Thank you, Wind Bell-chan. I'm already very happy that you remembered my words. Wind Bell completely failed to notice the brief moment of disappointment in Hinata spinning around in the room before suddenly turning, revealing what she had hidden behind her back. Tada. Look, I prepared daisies and a strawberry cake for you, Hinatakin. Hinata saw the carefully wrapped bouquet of daisies, pure white with a hint of yellow, simple, yet beautiful, with a small box tied beneath it containing a petite strawberry cake. Hinata's eyes sparkled, her smile growing softer. Thank you, Wind Bell-chan. Wind Bell handed the flowers and cake to Hinata, striking a proud pose. How about that? Aren't I thoughtful? Hinata gently stroked the flower petals, feeling the warmth of the cake box, her heart filled with emotion, as she softly replied, yes, very thoughtful. Wind Bell-chan is so considerate. Wind Bell scratched her head, seemingly a bit shy, mumbling, actually, Ino recommended this, but I think these flowers suit you well, clean and gentle, just like you, Hinatakin. Hinata blushed slightly at this compliment, lowering her head to cradle the bouquet softly, saying, you really know how to say nice things, Wind Bell-chan. Wind Bell smiled proudly, of course. But don't just look at it, hurry and try the cake. I specially chose the strawberry flavor. Hinata nodded and carefully opened the cake box, taking a small spoonful to taste. As she carefully scooped up a spoonful of cake, the sweet cream wafted a delicious aroma, and the strawberries on the cake looked particularly tempting. She smiled slightly and offered the spoon to Wind Bell's mouth. Wind Bell-chan open wide. Wind Bell was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, instinctively stepping back. No. This is a reward for Hinatakin. How could I eat it? Hinata tilted her head, her soft eyes blinking as she said, but cake is much more enjoyable when shared by two people. Wind Bell's heart trembled, feeling unable to refuse this gentle advance. She could only blush and mumble softly, then, if I eat it, you can't dislike me. As she spoke, Wind Bell slowly leaned in towards the spoon, closed her eyes, and took a bite, her teeth grazing the edge of the spoon. The sweetness of the cream spread across her tongue, and Wind Bell felt her cheeks burning fiercely. Wind Bell hurriedly averted her gaze. The taste is quite good. Hinata couldn't help but suppress a laugh at Wind Bell's flushed face. Wind Bell-chan, your expression is so cute. Wind Bell instantly felt exposed, quickly changing the subject. Hinatakin, hurry and eat, this is your reward, don't waste it. Hinata did not respond, but scooped a spoonful to her mouth, gently tasting it before offering another spoonful to Wind Bell. Your turn, Wind Bell-chan. Wind Bell paused for a moment, but still opened her mouth to bite the spoon. Hinata watched as she swallowed the cake with a red face, her heart secretly blooming with joy, and took another scoop for herself. The two of them took turns enjoying the cake. Though the cake was small, each bite was incredibly sweet. As they ate, Hinata couldn't help but exclaim, it always seems sweeter when I eat with you, Wind Bell-chan. Wind Bell, hearing this, felt a wave of guilt and coughed slightly as a cover-up, saying, no way, Hinatakin, you must be mistaken, the cake is sweet by itself. Hinata looked at Wind Bell's obviously flustered expression, her smile deepening as she softly said, then, let's eat cake together again next time. Wind Bell, with her mouth full of cake, mumbled indistinctly, okay. The two exchanged smiles, and the entire room was filled with warmth and sweetness. Even the sunlight outside seemed to soften a bit. However, in life there are always some adults who do not understand the mood. Just as Wind Bell and Hinata were enjoying this sweetness and tranquility, a deep voice came from outside. Wind Bell, it's time to go back, or else dinner will be waiting for you. Wind Bell was startled by the sudden voice, and then scrunched her nose, pouting and calling out towards the door, Uncle Hisashi, can't you let me stay for dinner? I'm a guest. Outside, Hisashi paused for a moment, then replied with a hint of helplessness in his tone, all right, then you just have to help clean the dishes. Hearing this, Wind Bell immediately shrunk her neck, her voice turning delicate, then maybe you'll skip it. We'll just go home for dinner, it smells so good at home. Hinata watched Wind Bell's little demeanor, and finally couldn't help but laugh softly. Wind Belchin, you're really so funny. Wind Bell pouted, and stood up, brushing off her skirt, saying to Hinata, all right, I'm leaving now. If I stay any longer, Uncle Hisashi will really assign me to do chores. Hinata reluctantly escorted Wind Bell to the door softly, saying, Wind Belchin, come play again, next time, both Hinabi and I welcome you. Wind Bell felt warmth in her heart at this, turning around to wave her hand of course. Hinata smiled, gently watching Wind Bell's figure gradually fade away. As Wind Bell walked away, she murmured softly, looks like Uncle Hisashi is already unhappy with me. Ooh, I should bring him a gift next time to smooth things over. The setting sun's afterglow bathed the stone path of the Hyuga clan, and Wind Bell's figure appeared small, yet lively like a breeze, inadvertently carrying away laughter and joy. Returning home, Wind Bell skillfully pushed open the door to Sasuke's room, her head peeking and a hint of pride on her small face. Brother, guess what? I have a love letter for you. Can you guess who sent it? However, the room was empty, with only the fading light from the window and the neatly arranged items in the room coming into view. Wind Bell blinked and murmured softly, strange, no one is here. He must have gone to train again. Since the last time when Sasuke increased his training load, he had almost become a person who never returned home, leaving early and coming back late, seemingly spending all his time on cultivation. Wind Bell sighed, gently, cautiously entered the room and placed the pink envelope on the desk, arranging it neatly. She stared at the letter for a while, then couldn't help but mutter, what a pity I can't hand it to him personally. Sister Gia might not blame me, right? Thinking for a moment, she patted her own face, reassuring herself, it's fine, Sasuke. We'll see it sooner or later, everything will work out. After saying that, Wind Bell turned and walked out of the room, gently closing the door, tidying up the shoes at the entrance, and looking up at the darkening sky. Sasuke still hadn't returned. Wind Bell hesitated at the door for a moment, then suddenly had an idea, and snapped her fingers, why not go see how he's doing at the training ground? The sunset at the training ground illuminated the figures of the siblings, with Itachi standing behind Sasuke, patiently guiding him on the throwing technique of shuriken. The sound of shuriken slicing through the air made Wind Bell's heart flutter. She found a clear spot to sit down, resting her chin on her hand, watching with interest. Before long, Sasuke caught a glimpse of Wind Bell out of the corner of his eye. He was startled, immediately stopping his movements, turning around with a joyful smile. Wind Bell? Sasuke ran over quickly, a bit of sweat from training still on his face. What brought you here? Wind Bell stood up, her hands behind her back, smiling brightly, and said, I came to see how your training is going. Are you tired? Hearing her concern, a warmth spread in Sasuke's heart. He patted his chest, raised his chin, and proudly said, don't worry. I am Uchiha Sasuke, such trivial training is no problem at all. Wind Bell couldn't help but laugh. All right, our Sasuke brother is the best. However, Wind Bell's tone shifted, you missed the target a few times. Just now, Sasuke's face instantly turned a bit red. He glanced at Itachi, who was quietly watching from afar, and stubbornly said, that was just warm-up. I'll definitely hit the target when I'm serious. Suddenly, Sasuke revealed a confident smile. By the way, Wind Bell, I've learned it very well. Do you want me to teach you? Wind Bell blinked, pretending to hesitate for a moment, then nodded vigorously, sure, but you mustn't think I'm stupid. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes gleamed with pride. He patted his chest and assured her, I absolutely won't. With me teaching you, you'll definitely learn it. Itachi, who was nearby, put away his shuriken and walked over gently. He looked at Wind Bell and Sasuke, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Itachi knew well that Wind Bell already possessed the strength of a chunin, and these shuriken throwing techniques were a piece of cake for her. Willing to agree to Sasuke's teaching was clearly to accommodate her brother's competitive spirit. Sasuke drew out 2 shuriken, focused his gaze, and stepped forward steadily. With a gentle flick of his wrist accompanied by 2 sharp sounds of slicing through the air, the shuriken hit the target perfectly, one after another. Sasuke turned back to Wind Bell, a hint of pride in his smile. How about it? Did you see it clearly? Did you learn it? Wind Bell blinked her eyes, putting on a serious expression, but shook her head innocently, it seems. I still can't quite do it. Sasuke immediately showed, I'll help you posture. He stepped forward, took Wind Bell's small hand, and adjusted her gesture, saying like this, relax your hand a bit, don't use too much strength. Maintain this position. Wind Bell looked down at their overlapping hands, then looked up at Sasuke, blinking, is this right? Sasuke met Wind Bell's clear big eyes and suddenly felt a rush of emotions. Sasuke looked down at her with Wind Bell's petite face appearing so close, her delicate nose and slightly upturned lips along with her serious, yet slightly nervous expression made his heart race uncontrollably. Sasuke swallowed hard, his ears slightly flushed, but his tone remained deliberately calm. Right, just like that. Suddenly Sasuke seemed to remember something, lowered his head, and pointed at Wind Bell's leg, saying, "But your leg position is also wrong. I'll help you adjust it." As he spoke, Sasuke directly crouched down, reaching out as if to touch Wind Bell's small leg, while seriously saying, "You're standing too stiffly, your center of gravity isn't right. Relax a bit, don't exert so much force." Sasuke's hand gently touched Wind Bell's calf, and while adjusting the angle, he couldn't help but think, why is Wind Bell's calf so white and so slender? No, what am I thinking? Wind Bell looked down at Sasuke's serious adjustments, her face suddenly flushed, regretting agreeing to this guidance. Although she knew that Sasuke was just teaching sincerely, the distance made her feel too awkward. "This won't do, shift your center of gravity back a bit." Sasuke kept talking while trying to gently push her ankle with his hand. "Your legs should also bend a little, don't stand like a stick." Wind Bell looked down at Sasuke's serious posture correction, her mind filled with one question: does training really require so many steps? So while Sasuke was diligently adjusting her, he monotonously rambled on, "This isn't standard enough, lower your center of gravity a bit more. Leg strength needs to be evenly distributed." Meanwhile, Sasuke's thoughts had already wandered off. Sasuke was thoroughly enjoying the adjustments while Wind Bell's head was about to smoke from anxiety. Finally, after Sasuke seriously adjusted her for a full 5 minutes, Wind Bell couldn't hold back anymore, stepped back, and shouted, "I'm not learning anymore. It's too hard." Sasuke looked up, confusion written all over his face. "Why aren't you learning anymore? Am I not teaching well?" Wind Bell's face turned red as she quickly ran away. "It's not that you're not teaching well, it's that I lack talent." After saying that, Wind Bell turned and ran, shouting as she went, "Brother, I'll come back to learn from you next time. Today ends here." Sasuke stood there watching Wind Bell's retreating figure, then looked down at the position where he just adjusted her stance, scratching his head. "Strange, I clearly taught her well. Did I really do something wrong?" Not far away, Itachi leaned against a tree trunk, witnessing the whole process. Itachi gently shook his head, a slight smile appearing on his face, as if he was reflecting on something. "You're putting on quite the act." Sasuke was taken aback. "What act?" Itachi patted Sasuke's shoulder meaningfully, saying, "Go look in the mirror, your expression has already given you away." Sasuke was stunned for a moment, his face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. He hurriedly looked down to tidy up his shuriken, muttering, "Nonsense. I didn't." Itachi shook his head, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Feng Ling angrily pushed open the door to her home, dashed straight into her room, forcefully slammed the door, and then threw herself onto the soft bed, burying her face deep into the quilt. She groaned under the quilt, but the blush on her face just wouldn't fade away. After a moment, Feng Ling suddenly flung off the quilt, punched her pillow, and muttered, "Next time, I will never let my brother teach me again." Feng Ling turned over, staring at the ceiling, her small hands unwillingly pinching the corner of the pillow, increasingly feeling that something was off. It was just throwing a shuriken. Why was there so much fuss about stances and gestures? It was clearly intentional. Feng Ling's little face puffed up like a bun as she fiercely slapped the bed. He must have bad intentions. Always pretending to be serious, it's just too annoying. But then she thought about Sasuke's focused gaze, and Feng Ling froze for a moment, the blush on her face deepening. But his expression really did seem very serious. Feng Ling hesitated again, gripping the quilt tightly, conflicted as she murmured, "Could it be that I misunderstood him? Did he really just want to teach me, and that's why he was so meticulous?" Feng Ling rolled around in the quilt, burying her head in the pillow, and couldn't help but quietly say, "But he had so many actions. Wasn't it unnecessary to touch for so long?" After much inner turmoil, Feng Ling finally slapped her forehead and muttered, "Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. It's better to stay away from him." Just as Feng Ling was wrapped up in the quilt, secretly frustrated, she suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside the door. "Feng Ling." It was Sasuke. Feng Ling jumped in shock, nearly rolling off the bed, her little face immediately flushing again. She bit her lip, quickly buried her head in the quilt, and resolved in her heart. She absolutely could not acknowledge him. "Feng Ling." Sasuke called out again, his tone tinged with a hint of probing, even mixed with a trace of barely perceptible guilt. But Feng Ling didn't care about that as she held the quilt tightly, closed her eyes, and whispered, "I can't hear. I can't hear. It's just nonsense." Sasuke outside the door couldn't hear Feng Ling's muttering, but he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He frowned, recalling every detail from the training ground, feeling increasingly uneasy. Oh no, Feng Ling must be angry. The thought made Sasuke panic. He paced at the door, his brows furrowed, softly blaming himself. "It's all my fault. Why did I have to go and touch her legs and feet?" The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Sasuke raised his hand and slapped himself, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "Sasuke, are you sick?" Inside, Feng Ling heard the smack from outside and couldn't help but peek out from under the quilt, her head half exposed, looking suspiciously towards the door. "What is this guy doing?" "Feng Ling." Sasuke took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone sincere. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to teach you how to throw shurikens. I really had no other intentions. Feng Ling, still curled up in the quilt, felt her resolve waver a little upon hearing Sasuke's explanation, but she still huffed coldly. I can't hear. I can't hear. It's just nonsense. The room fell eerily silent. Sasuke pressed his ear against the door, faintly hearing a muffled hum from inside. Sasuke felt even more guilty. He lowered his voice and said, how about you hit me to vent your anger? If you're really mad, just say it, don't keep it bottled up inside. Feng Ling, listening to his words from under the quilt, couldn't help but roll her eyes. You dare to ask me to hit you? I'm afraid hitting you would make you too happy. But Sasuke's tone carried a hint of careful remorse, which gradually softened Feng Ling's mood. Feng Ling sniffed, suddenly realizing that continuing to be stubborn wasn't the solution. Taking a deep breath, she poked her head out from the quilt and shouted towards the door, Sasuke, I'm not angry. Don't knock anymore. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Upon hearing Feng Ling's voice, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded, then realized the door was closed and quickly added, then you should rest early. I won't disturb you. Call me if you need anything. Listening to Sasuke's departing footsteps, Feng Ling was stunned for a moment and gently sighed. Sasuke returned to his room filled with regret and guilt. After closing the door, he collapsed onto the bed, the image of Feng Ling being angry still echoing in his mind. Sai, what is wrong with me? Sasuke covered his face with his hands, trying hard to calm himself down. Just as he was about to roll over, he caught sight of a hint of pink out of the corner of his eye on the desk. What's that? Sasuke curiously sat up, walked over, and picked up the pink letter. There was no signature on the envelope, but the delicate lace and soft fragrance made his heart race. Could it be from Feng Ling? No way is Feng Ling going to cut ties with me. Sasuke's mind instantly filled with various scenarios. Feng Ling angrily writing, from now on we won't interfere with each other, or drawing a big cross to indicate I will no longer pay attention to you. Thinking of this, Sasuke felt as if a stone was pressing down on his heart. With a mix of anxiety and complicated emotions, he cautiously opened the envelope. The letter read, Dear Sasuke, I like you. Sasuke's hand trembled, almost dropping the letter. He stared at the words, his heart racing, his head buzzing. No, it can't be. Feng Ling likes me. Sasuke murmured to himself, unconsciously smiling, a wave of warmth surging in his chest, and his cheeks even slightly flushed. Am I dreaming? Sasuke couldn't help but clench the letter tightly, his mind racing with mixed feelings. Should he agree? But Feng Ling seems to still be angry with me. How should I begin? With joy and anticipation, Sasuke continued reading. Every frown and smile of yours, every move you make shines so brightly. Sasuke's smile blossomed as he read this line. So this is how Feng Ling sees me. A warm current surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but imagine Feng Ling shyly handing him the letter, even pondering whether he should rush to find her to express that he liked her too. Wait, wouldn't that be a bit too direct? Maybe I should write a reply first. I can't be too casual. Sasuke had already begun to formulate his emotional declaration in his mind. He read all the way to the end, and his mood soared to the skies. Until, Sasuke confirmed several times to ensure he hadn't misread, and the joy and excitement he felt just moments ago receded like a tide replaced by sheer astonishment. Staring blankly at the letter, Sasuke felt his mind go blank, as if the world had come to a standstill. No way. Sasuke murmured, collapsing into his chair like a deflated balloon. So my excitement just now was all a misunderstanding. Covering his face with both hands, he mumbled in frustration, I actually thought it was from Feng Ling. How embarrassing. Recalling his accelerated heartbeat and overflowing joy, he felt so embarrassed that he wished he could just disappear into the ground. Sasuke lay back on the bed, tossing the letter aside, his mind in a chaotic mess. I really need to find a way to appease Feng Ling, or what if she really cuts ties with me? As for Ino's letter, I might as well pretend I didn't see it. He closed his eyes, tossing and turning, but Feng Ling's angry expression kept flashing in his mind. Sigh, maybe I should buy some of her favorite sweets tomorrow. The next morning, Feng Ling was still in a daze from sleep when she was startled awake by a series of knock sounds at the door. Rubbing her eyes, Feng Ling, with her messy hair, dragged her weary feet to the door and shouted with a hint of irritation, Who is it? It's too early to disturb someone's sleep. Opening the door, a familiar face came into view. Feng Ling, it's me. Outside, Sasuke spoke cautiously, as if afraid of upsetting her. Feng Ling was taken aback, quickly recalling the awkward incident from the previous night. Her heart tightened, and her face flushed instantly. Bang! Feng Ling hurriedly slammed the door shut, isolating herself in her room as quickly as possible, leaning against the door and taking several deep breaths. Why did he come so soon? Feng Ling, feeling frustrated, grabbed her hair, squatted behind the door, hugged her knees, and mumbled softly, I haven't figured out how to face him yet. Outside, Sasuke stood for a moment listening to the complete silence from within and sighed heavily. As expected, she's still angry. Sasuke murmured to himself, his face filled with worry. Remembering Feng Ling's flushed face and angry silhouette from last night, he felt both guilty and anxious. He stroked his chin and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right. Doesn't she love the three-color dango? With that thought, Sasuke's eyes lit up. That's it. If I buy some dango, Feng Ling will definitely forgive me. Without wasting another moment, Sasuke turned and rushed towards the most famous snack shop in the village. Back in her room, Feng Ling pressed her ear against the door, listening to the footsteps outside gradually receding, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he's gone. Gently pushing the door open to peek outside, she confirmed that Sasuke was really gone before completely relaxing. But why did he come so early? That really scared me. Feng Ling patted her chest, feeling a bit annoyed. How should I talk to him? No, wait, why am I the one thinking about what to say? Clearly he was the one in the wrong. Remembering Sasuke's inexplicable guidance from last night, Feng Ling's face flushed again, mumbling to herself, indeed it's better for me to keep my distance from him. But then she frowned again, thinking, is he looking for me for something? Forget it, I'll wait until he comes back to talk about it. With her head drooping, Feng Ling shut the door and flopped back onto her bed, curling up in her quilt. However, images of Sasuke's serious yet clumsy demeanor from last night kept resurfacing in her mind, and she shook her head vigorously. I don't want to think about it. Time to sleep. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fall asleep. On the streets of Konoha, the morning sun bathed the shops, filling the air with a warm fragrance. But Sasuke was too preoccupied to appreciate it. Arriving at the three-color dango shop with high hopes, he found the door tightly shut. Closed for today, the bold letters hung in front of the door like a cold bucket of water dumped over Sasuke. Not open. Sasuke squatted at the door, his hands resting on his knees, looking utterly dejected, as if the world were filled with malice towards him. At that moment, a lazy voice came from beside him. Hey, young man, feeling lost on the road of life? Sasuke looked up abruptly and saw a familiar figure. Silver hair, half-covered mask, and a small pink book. It was obvious who it was. Stalker Kakashi. Sasuke frowned, his tone filled with wariness. Kakashi flipped a page of the book, not taking his gaze off it, and replied casually, why do you say that? Sasuke stood up coldly, looking at him. Feng Ling said you were stalking her. Kakashi's lips curled up slightly, as if he had been caught in something serious, and he readily admitted that's true. Sasuke was at a loss for words, even somewhat speechless. This guy really had no limits. Ignoring Sasuke's complicated expression, Kakashi casually squatted down beside him, flipping through the book, while pretending not to care, and said, I remember you don't like sweets, right? That dango is for someone else, right? Sasuke shot him a glance, his tone still cold. It's none of your business. Kakashi looked up, studying him for 2 seconds, then a meaningful smile crept onto his face. What a reserved little boy. Sasuke frowned in annoyance, just as he was about to stand up and leave. Kakashi added nonchalantly, I guess you're buying it for Feng Ling, huh? Sasuke paused in his tracks, glancing sideways at Kakashi, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. How do you know? Are you spying on me? Kakashi shrugged, lazily replying, just a casual observation. Sasuke's expression was filled with confusion, clearly thinking, what does that even mean? Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, his gaze still focused on the book Intimate Heaven, seemingly unconcerned. That's not the point. The point is I can help you solve your problem. Sasuke squinted, a hint of disbelief in his voice. You can help me. Just by being you. Although he was skeptical, his ears were perked up, clearly intrigued by Kakashi's words. Kakashi patted Sasuke's shoulder, speaking as if he were a seasoned veteran. Listen carefully, Sasuke. There are skills to making a girl happy, especially with someone like Feng Ling, who is both shy and stubborn. Sasuke looked at him with suspicion. Skills? What skills? Kakashi flipped open Intimate Heaven, lazily pointing to a page in the book, wearing an expression of I have plenty of experience. Listen well, Sasuke, these are the essentials from the manual. If you miss a step, don't expect Feng Ling to forgive you. Sasuke looked up, puzzled. Manual? What manual? Kakashi shook the book, speaking mysteriously. Intimate Heaven, a book every man should have. Even though you're still young, it won't hurt to learn a bit in advance. Kakashi cleared his throat, opened a page, and looked up seriously, saying, Step 1, a cute nickname. A cute nickname? Sasuke frowned, completely confused. That's right. Kakashi nodded, continuing, as we all know, close relationships have special names for each other. You need to give Feng Ling a little nickname that belongs solely to the two of you, so she feels unique. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. For Feng Ling, can I call her Ling-chan? Kakashi immediately shook his head, tapping Sasuke's head with the book. Too ordinary. It needs to be more creative, something that makes her heart race. Sasuke rubbed his head, muttering in dissatisfaction. Then what should I call her? Am I supposed to call her Little Bell? Kakashi's eyes lit up, giving him a thumbs up. Not bad. That's the spirit. Sasuke's face turned beet red. Are you kidding? How could I ever say that out loud? Kakashi laughed heartily. What are you shy about? This is the first step to success, don't forget. So what's the second step? Sasuke tried to calm himself down and continued asking. Kakashi flipped through the pages, seemingly searching for the answer. The second step is to create a bit of physical contact. For example, casually patting her head, or ruffling her hair. Pat her head. Sasuke frowned, picturing Feng Ling's frizzy hair, hesitantly asking, wouldn't she think I'm mocking her? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. That depends on your technique. Remember, be gentle like soothing a little kitten. Sasuke replied half-heartedly, alright, then what's the third step? Upon hearing this, Kakashi suddenly closed the book, his tone turning serious. The third step, and the most crucial one. Make a bold move. Sasuke was startled by the sudden tone. A bold move. What do you mean? Kakashi stood up, striking a typical wall push pose with one hand pressed against the air and leaning slightly forward, speaking in a low magnetic voice. Push her against the wall. Make it so she can't escape locking eyes with her. Then you just need to say one simple thing. Don't be mad, my heart only has room for you. Sasuke's expression turned completely shocked, staring blankly at Kakashi. Are you joking? Of course not. Kakashi said earnestly. At that moment, girls usually blush and awkwardly say, I wasn't mad at all. What you need to do next is to seize the moment and follow up with a killer move. Maybe a gentle head pat or a light hug, guaranteed to make her forgive you. Sasuke was dumbfounded, the blush spreading to his ears. That's way too bold. What if Feng Ling just punches me? Kakashi shrugged. Then that just means your wall push failed. Don't be discouraged. Oh, practice makes perfect. Kakashi added confidently. Intimate heaven is an authority. It's definitely reliable. Sasuke stroked his chin, feeling a bit strange, but seeing Kakashi so serious, he couldn't completely dismiss it. Hesitantly, he asked Feng Ling, will she really like this approach? Kakashi nodded vigorously. Trust me, it won't go wrong. Be decisive. Hesitation means defeat. Though Sasuke still had some doubts, he eventually nodded, secretly deciding to give Kakashi's advice a try. Beside him, Kakashi wore a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, hee little Sasuke, the road ahead is tough, but take your time to figure it out. Sasuke silently recited Kakashi's three-step method, his face reflecting seriousness. This time he had meticulously prepared a beautiful little cake topped with a small candle, and even the packaging appeared particularly exquisite. Everything is ready, it's all up to whether this will succeed. Sasuke encouraged himself internally as he approached the door of Wind Bell's room, once again gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. A lazy voice came from inside. Annoying here again. Wind Bell clearly expressed some displeasure, yet there was a hint of anticipation in her heart upon hearing the knock. Forget it, it's already the third time, I might as well open the door. The door was gently pulled open a crack and Wind Bell's little head peeked out cautiously, wearing a hint of wariness. What do you want? Seeing Wind Bell finally open the door, Sasuke felt a surge of joy. This is promising. He raised the carefully prepared little cake, high, presenting it to her, as if offering a treasure, his tone soft. This is for you. Wind Bell glanced at the cake, then at Sasuke, wearing an unwilling yet hard to refuse expression, huffing, at least you know how to be considerate. Wind Bell reached out to take the cake, but deliberately maintained a cold expression while adding, but don't think this little thing can make me completely forgive you. Sasuke watched Wind Bell holding the cake, feeling relieved, then tentatively spoke. Wind Bell, can I come in? I want to talk to you. Wind Bell, holding the cake at the door, hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened the door wider for the sake of the cake. Come in. Sasuke stepped into the room and saw Wind Bell squatting in the corner with the cake, keeping her distance like a startled little rabbit. Wind Bell looked down at the cake, taking small bites while feigning indifference, saying, if you sit over there, don't come too close. Sasuke found Wind Bell's small figure hunched in the corner amusing, yet helpless. I guess this counts as halfway successful. He quickly recalled Kakashi's three-step method. The first step, an endearing nickname. Write the nickname. Sasuke took a deep breath, trying to appear calm, but his words still came out a bit stuttered. Wind Bell-chan. Wind Bell's action of eating the cake suddenly froze her small face, instantly turning red with her ears quietly tinged with a blush. Wind Bell shot a glare at Sasuke, but could not find words to refute him, thinking to herself, why is he suddenly calling me such a cheesy nickname? Is this a prank? Sasuke noticed Wind Bell didn't refuse or get angry, and secretly sighed in relief, feeling a bit proud. Looks like it had some effect. However, he suddenly remembered that Kakashi had said that a special and creative nickname would be more touching, so he tentatively took a step further. Little Bell. Sasuke said with a hint of a smile, his voice soft like a feather. Huh. Wind Bell abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with confusion, her face's redness becoming even more pronounced, her ears subtly tinted pink. Wind Bell looked down at the cake in her hands, her mind a flurry. Why is he suddenly calling me that? Is this guy out of his mind? Sasuke observed Wind Bell's reaction, secretly pleased. Indeed, Kakashi's first step worked. Next is the second step, appropriate physical contact. Sasuke encouraged himself, inwardly calming his nervous heart, and slowly approached Wind Bell, who was crouching in the corner. Wind Bell noticed Sasuke approaching and widened her eyes in wariness, shouting, hey, what do you want? Don't come closer. Wind Bell instinctively stepped back until her back was pressed against the wall. Sasuke paused for a moment, gritted his teeth, and boldly moved in front of her, gently ruffling her soft white hair with his hand, being very careful, as if afraid of hurting her. However, this action instantly set Wind Bell off her whole body, freezing in place, her mind blank, followed by a surge of anger and shame. This is it, he's gone mad. This guy must be crazy. He actually dared to touch my head. Wind Bell's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, her ears also tinged with pink, but this time it was clear that it was more from anger. Sasuke did not notice the warning signs of danger. Instead, he felt he had the situation under control. Kakashi's three-step method replayed rapidly in his mind, and he steeled himself to head straight into the most crucial step. The third step, aggressive approach. Bang! Sasuke decisively raised his hand and pressed it against the wall behind Wind Bell, leaning down slightly so that his face was only a few centimeters from hers. Don't be angry, you're all I think about. Sasuke lowered his voice, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze, even moving himself. Gazing at Wind Bell's flushed little face, Sasuke couldn't help but think, this is definitely going to work. Wind Bell will absolutely blush and forgive me. However, reality often diverges greatly from imagination. Wind Bell's face indeed turned red, but not from shyness. Rather, it was from anger. Wind Bell's little fists were already clenched and cracking, her mind echoing with a thunderous realization: Sasuke is actually pushing his luck this far. Does he think I'm easy to bully? What? At this moment, Sasuke was filled with confusion, watching Wind Bell's stillness, unable to grasp the situation. Wait, didn't Kakashi say she should blush and shyly forgive me next? Why is this not going according to the script? Just as he puzzled, Wind Bell suddenly raised her head, her little face sporting a strange smile, her gaze carrying a chilling aura. Sasuke. Wind Bell elongated her tone, a dangerous smile playing at her lips. Do you think you've gone a bit too far? Huh? Sasuke's heart tightened, beginning to sense that the situation was not quite right. Go to hell. Wind Bell shouted angrily, her little fist swinging out with fierce momentum, striking Sasuke hard in the abdomen. Bang! Sasuke was instantly sent flying like a kite, with a broken string tracing a perfect arc before crashing heavily onto the floor outside the door. He curled up, clutching his stomach, unable to utter a word due to the pain. Wind Bell stood angrily in the center of the room, fixing her disheveled hair, then raised her foot and forcefully kicked the door. Bang! She slammed it shut. Finally, it's peaceful. Wind Bell exhaled, leaning against the door, trying to calm her racing heart. Looking down at the cake Sasuke brought, she couldn't help but take a fork and stab a piece angrily. This can't go to waste. Outside, Sasuke struggled to get up from the floor, emitting weak groans, his face etched with pain and confusion. He looked up at the tightly shut door, muttering to himself, Kakashi, you bastard. How could you set me up? Wind Bell heard his complaints from inside and couldn't help but snort coldly, serves you right. The next morning, Feng Ling sleepily opened the door only to discover a beautifully crafted three-colored dumpling placed in front of her door alongside a neatly folded note. It's probably that trick of Sasuke's again. Feng Ling picked up the three-colored dumpling, casually unfolded the note, took a bite of the dumpling, savoring its sweetness while glancing at the contents of the note. The note was crammed with apologies, filled with phrases like, I'm sorry, and I apologize, in an exceedingly humble tone, even adding self-deprecating remarks like, I'm the biggest fool in the world, and Kakashi is quite harmful. After reading it, Feng Ling couldn't help but curl her lips. It does sound quite sincere, but I won't forgive you so easily. Perhaps I'll just ignore you for a few days. After all, free food keeps coming my way, why not enjoy it? The next day, Feng Ling opened the door to find a small paper bag on the ground filled with neatly peeled little oranges with another note beside it. The note had become more heartfelt, with Sasuke using different colored pens to write his apologies as a little poem. The bell of Feng Ling rings, so lovely and bright as light. Sasuke seeks forgiveness, eat oranges to ease the heartache. Feng Ling was amused by this clumsy poem. Although her face showed disdain, she still unceremoniously took the oranges inside. Quite creative. But forgiveness is out of the question, at least a few more days are necessary. She hugged the oranges and couldn't help but laugh again. On the third day, Feng Ling opened the door to see a brand new strawberry cake, beautifully packaged, seemingly bought just for her. The note beside it read, Miss Feng Ling, although the cake is small, it is filled with my apologies. If you can think of me a little while enjoying the cake, I will be satisfied. Feng Ling unwrapped the cake, scooped a spoonful into her mouth, and the sweetness of the strawberry slightly improved her mood, but she still stubbornly said, Dream on, even if it tastes good, I won't forgive you so easily. In the following days, Sasuke seemed to become even more diligent. The offerings varied every day. On the fourth day, there was a batch of handmade chocolates with a note detailing his process, stating, First time, making them a bit ugly, please don't mind. Feng Ling nodded as she ate. They are ugly, but not bad in taste. On the fifth day, there were 2 bottles of her favorite soda with a note saying, Please don't be angry while drinking this. On the 6th day, there was a bowl of hot noodle soup clearly cooked by Sasuke himself. Feng Ling thought while eating, Sasuke actually has decent cooking skills. On the 7th, 8th, and 9th days, Each day's surprise was different. Sometimes it was beautiful flowers, sometimes adorable plush toys, and there were handwritten short stories and humorous poems. Although Feng Ling didn't say anything, she eagerly opened the door every morning looking forward to what delightful surprise awaited her. On the 10th day, Sasuke seemed to have come up with a big idea. He placed a painting outside Feng Ling's door depicting a little fox that resembled her with the caption, "The fox is angry, but still the cutest in the world." Feng Ling picked up the painting and stared at it for a long time, unable to suppress a slight smile, but still softly huffed, This does show some sincerity." However, she decided to ignore him for a few more days after all the food he sent was quite nice. Thus, Sasuke's redemption journey continued. On the 11th day, the morning sun shone through the curtains onto the floor, but Feng Ling was already awake. Sitting cross-legged in her room holding the pillow Sasuke had given her yesterday, nibbling on the leftover chocolate from yesterday, she looked up at the wall clock, her ears perked up. What will it be today? Cake? Juice? Or perhaps the secret roasted meat mentioned in the book yesterday? Feng Ling licked her lips, filled with anticipation, banishing all sleepiness from last night. On the 11th morning, as dawn broke, Feng Ling opened her eyes. Lazily kicking off her small blanket and stretching, she noticed that it was unusually quiet today. Strange, that guy Sasuke wouldn't have forgotten today, would he? Feng Ling mumbled, hopping out of bed barefoot, tiptoeing to the door, pressing her ear against it to eavesdrop on any sounds outside. Outside the door, it was so silent that even the slightest breeze couldn't be heard. He really didn't come? Feng Ling frowned, a hint of disappointment swelling in her heart. Just as she was about to turn around to go back, a gentle sound of footsteps broke the silence, followed by a rustling noise, as if someone was squatting outside the door, putting something down. Feng Ling's ears perked up instantly, her heart filled with joy. He really came. Outside, Sasuke sighed lightly, carefully placing something down, his tone helpless. Feng Ling, I'm really out of money. I might not be able to bring you delicious food anymore. Feng Ling, crouching behind the door, was left speechless. What? This guy went bankrupt so quickly? Sasuke's voice continued, "This is a limited edition instant noodle I snagged from Naruto. It's not much, but I hope you won't dislike it." Hearing this, Feng Ling couldn't help but bite her finger, her face full of conflict. Sasuke has started stealing Naruto's food. Is it really that serious? Is it worth it to cling to this apology when he's already this broke? After a moment of internal struggle, Feng Ling finally sighed. Forget it, let's forgive him this time. She gently opened the door and saw Sasuke squatting on the ground with a steaming cup of instant noodles in his hands, seemingly freshly made. Feng Ling broke the silence. Is the instant noodle good? Sasuke abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with surprise, his voice rising an octave. Feng Ling, have you forgiven me? Feng Ling shot him a sidelong glance and stepped forward. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only doing this because of the noodles. As she reached for the noodles, Sasuke dodged her. It's freshly made. Let me feed you. Sasuke grinned, trying to ingratiate himself. Feng Ling blushed, her tone dismissive. I don't need you to feed me. I'll eat it myself. Snatching the instant noodles away, Feng Ling lowered her head and started eating. Sasuke scratched the back of his head, nervously asking, So Feng Ling, have you forgiven me? Feng Ling swallowed a mouthful of noodles, looked up, and said with a proud tone, Well, it's half and half for now. Half? Sasuke was taken aback, his expression freezing. What does that mean? Feng Ling bit her chopsticks, feigning innocence. It means I've forgiven you halfway. The remaining half depends on your performance. Today, the Uchiha clan appeared particularly quiet. As evening fell, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the rooftops of the clan in a golden hue. Before long, night descended slowly, the sky engulfed by deep darkness, and stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse. Sasuke stood in the courtyard, gripping a wooden sword, diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Each move was imbued with a stubborn intensity, as if he were venting every ounce of unwillingness to concede. At the entrance, Wind Bell sat on the steps, her hands braced behind her, her little feet occasionally swinging gently. Boredly watching Sasuke swing his sword, Wind Bell murmured, one to the left, one to the right. This is so dull. At that moment, a low conversation drifted in from within the house. Fugaku's voice was as authoritative and solemn as ever. Itachi, you should attend tonight's meeting as well. Do not forget you are a member of the Uchiha clan, and you have your responsibilities. Yes, I understand, Itachi replied calmly with a hint of detachment. Wind Bell tilted her head, listening to the conversation inside, unable to suppress her thoughts. A meeting? What kind of meeting? Before long, the door opened and Fugaku and Itachi stepped out side by side. Fugaku looked ahead with steady steps, while Itachi's expression remained indifferent, his gaze carrying a hint of complexity. They did not utter a word, walking along the path toward the clan grounds. Wind Bell watched them, leave her eyes filled with curiosity. With her small hand propped under her chin, she began to ponder. It's so late, what could be so important? Could it be a secret meeting of the Uchiha? No, I have to go see. Her curiosity clawed at her like a cat's paw, ultimately compelling her to rise gently, dust off her clothes, and cautiously follow behind. Windbell crouched low, trying to tread lightly, each step taken with the fear of making a sound that would alert the two ahead. The night was her best cover. Whenever she passed by a bright street lamp, she would quickly hide behind a tree, peeking out to confirm Fugaku and Itachi's direction. The further she went, the sparser the lights became, and the path turned increasingly secluded. The night wind rustled through the treetops, producing a whispering sound that added to the eerie silence. Windbell's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and her steps grew lighter. Suddenly, Fugaku and Itachi halted, both turning their heads almost in unison, their gazes fixated on a large tree behind them. Fugaku's voice carried a hint of resignation. Windbell, come out. Stop hiding. I noticed you long ago. As his words fell, a rustling sound indeed came from behind the tree. Windbell slowly emerged, a sheepish smile on her face, hands clasped behind her back, feigning calmness as she looked up at the sky, chuckling. The moon is really beautiful tonight. Itachi glanced up and calmly pointed out, Windbell, there is no moon tonight. Haha, is that so? I must have been seeing things. Windbell pretended to tap her head, acting as if she had misspoken, laughing awkwardly. Itachi observed her antics and shook his head helplessly, ultimately sighing, Windbell, you shouldn't be here. Windbell hurriedly waved her hands, earnestly declaring, don't worry. I won't cause any trouble. Ooh, I just want to watch. I promise to be good. Fugaku frowned, seemingly skeptical of Windbell's words. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a deep voice, just this once, and no more. Windbell's eyes lit up as if she had received a tremendous favor, and she immediately nodded enthusiastically, all right, absolutely, just this once. Itachi watched Windbell's excited little demeanor, slightly shaking his head, but saying nothing further. Not long after, Windbell followed Fugaku and Itachi to the Nana shrine. The ancient structure appeared particularly solemn in the night, dim lights seeping through the windows, as if signaling an important ceremony was underway. Upon entering the shrine, Windbell was instantly taken aback by the scene before her. The audience was filled with Uchiha clansmen, each face serious, exuding an overwhelming aura. The atmosphere was silent yet suffused with an ominous pressure, making even breathing feel cautious. Windbell stood behind Fugaku, initially a bit timid, not daring to look around. However, she soon noticed several familiar faces among the crowd. Iron Fire Brother, whom she had seen at the training grounds, Uncle Inaho, who often visited their home, and the always smiling 8th-generation grandpa. These were all her familiar clansmen. Her gaze swept across the crowd, and suddenly, she caught sight of an unexpected face, Shisui. Windbell's eyes brightened a bit. Shisui is here too. This discovery eased her previously tense mood significantly. So many familiar faces, how reassuring. However, even though she felt somewhat relaxed, she keenly sensed that the atmosphere was still terrifyingly serious. The clansmen sat straight, none whispering or showing any signs of laxity. This made Windbell realize that this meeting was extraordinary. She obediently restrained her curiosity, not daring to run about, let alone approach her acquaintances to greet them. After Itachi and Windbell took their seats in the front row, Windbell mimicked Itachi's demeanor and sat properly on his other side, right beside Shisui. Windbell covertly glanced at Shisui, intending to greet him, but was halted by the gaze he cast her way. Shisui slightly shook his head, signaling her to remain quiet. Windbell immediately shut her mouth and sat still. Though her heart was still filled with curiosity, she understood that now was not the time for recklessness. Windbell silently thought, this atmosphere is exceedingly tense. Oh, what are they discussing? Could it be a coup is about to happen? She glanced up stealthily at Fugaku standing on the stage. The man's silhouette appeared particularly imposing, as if bearing the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, all the clansmen below were waiting for him to speak. Windbell felt her heart tighten under the weight of the heavy atmosphere. Fugaku slowly began to speak, his voice deep and powerful. Everyone knows that the current situation of the Uchiha is not optimistic. Since the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha have been forced to relocate to the outskirts of the village, far from the core area. This was not just a geographical adjustment, but a blatant alienation and warning. Fugaku's gaze swept over each familiar face, carrying an undeniable weight. We were once the backbone of Konoha, the guardians of the village, yet now our power and status have swiftly declined, leaving us entirely marginalized. The suspicions of the higher-ups and the exclusion from the common people are the harsh realities the Uchiha face today. The clansmen below frowned, some murmuring softly, while others silently clenched their fists, their faces etched with resentment and anger. Fugaku raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. His voice remained low but conveyed firmness. Tonight we gather here, not to complain, not to evade, but to seek a way out. No matter how Konoha oppresses us, we Uchiha must have our plans. For the future of our clan, we must unite and absolutely cannot allow any division. Windbell listened to these words, feeling somewhat anxious. At that moment, Fugaku's gaze fell on her. He slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly considering how to proceed. Windbell felt uneasy under his stare and muttered softly, "I really won't cause any trouble. Why is he looking at me?" Fugaku then continued addressing the clansmen, speaking in a deep voice. "Next, I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. We must find a path for the Uchiha that truly leads to the future." Fuyu's final words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up ripples. The Uchiha clan members below began a heated discussion, voices rising and falling. Some were indignant, others anxious, while some calmly analyzed the situation. "We can no longer endure. The higher-ups in Konoha do not consider us one of their own. But if we completely tear our face from the village, how long can we Uchiha hold on? Unity is key. If we cannot stand together against outsiders, how can we talk about the future?" Feng Ling sat to the side, her gaze flickering. She did not participate in the discussion, but was quickly sorting out the current situation of the Uchiha in her mind. The Uchiha have three enemies. Firstly, there is Danzo, who eyes us covetously. That old man is full of dark schemes and does not wish to coexist with the Uchiha. Secondly, there is Obito, who stirs the pot. He had a hand in the massacre of our clan. Lastly, there is the indifferent third Hokage, who has never truly considered the Uchiha. Feng Ling bit her finger, carefully clarifying her thoughts, and continued to ponder. With the current strength of the Uchiha combined with Shisui's Konoha Tsukumi, we may not be without a chance. The odds are high. The key lies in whether we can stabilize the situation. Feng Ling's gaze subtly swept over Shisui beside her, and she silently resolved, "Brother Shisui must not die. He is the Uchiha's trump card. Moreover, his Konoha Tsukumi can turn the tide. That old fox Danzo will definitely target him, and we cannot take this lightly." Thinking of this, Feng Ling's gaze instinctively glanced at Shisui, only to find him still as calm as water, seemingly completely unaware of the dangerous fate that awaited him. Feng Ling frowned and turned her gaze to Itachi, secretly sighing. "And then there's brother Itachi. Although he is talented, he currently lacks awareness. I must help him awaken his potential. This is crucial for enhancing our combat power. What if I feign death to stimulate him?" As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Feng Ling was startled. No, I'm not ready to die yet. But if it comes to that, I can only cooperate with pain." Besides that, another name flashed through her mind, Hyuga. The Uchiha cannot turn the tide relying solely on our clan's strength. We must win over other forces. The Inazuka Nara and Akimichi clans have always been close to the Hokage, so we cannot count on them. But what about the Hyuga? Feng Ling tilted her head, recalling the serious face of Hyuga Hisashi and the tragic fate of his brother Niji. Hisashi died so unjustly. Wouldn't Uncle Hisashi harbor resentment? Would the Hyuga clan have no grudges? Feng Ling quickly formed a plan in her mind. First, we must not take the initiative. We absolutely cannot let the village label us as rebels. We must stabilize our position and uphold the greater good. Second, saving Shisui is the core of the plan. As long as Shisui can preserve his life and see through Danzo's true nature, he will definitely stand with the Uchiha. In this way, the Uchiha's internal situation will stabilize. Third, help Itachi awaken. Itachi has incredible potential. Once he awakens a higher power, the overall combat strength of the Uchiha will greatly increase, which will be crucial for victory. At that time, if Itachi has a Manjikyu Sharingan and Shisui has one too, you should also have a pair. No, I need to find an opportunity to ask. Fourth, contact the Hyuga clan. Although the Hyuga cannot openly act against the Hokage, as long as they can apply pressure to the third at a critical moment, the situation could turn around. Most importantly, Feng Ling clenched her small fist, her gaze gradually becoming determined. After completing the above plan, the Uchiha will transform from a passive position of being beaten to a direct confrontation of king against king, general against general. Feng Ling recalled the current strength and situation of the Uchiha, comparing it to the attitude of the third Hokage, and a sly smile gradually crept up the corner of her mouth. The indecisive third Hokage, does he really dare to confront the Uchiha Hiden? The answer is, he doesn't dare. Feng Ling's reasoning unfolded in an orderly manner. Firstly, the third Hokage is someone who considers the overall situation. He knows very well the formidable combat power of the Uchiha. If war were to break out forcibly, the outcome would only be mutual destruction. Secondly, the foundation of Konoha is not solid. The Uchiha are an essential part of Konoha. Once we are exhausted, the overall defensive capabilities of Konoha will inevitably weaken. At such a time, the other four great ninja villages will certainly not sit idly by. Feng Ling softly murmured, "The sand-hidden village of the wind country, the cloud-hidden village of the lightning country, the rock-hidden village of the earth country, and the mist-hidden village of the water country. These fellows will definitely seize the opportunity to stage a grand show of kicking someone when they are down." Feng Ling's eyes shone with a cunning light, and a scene appeared in her mind. The four great nations would mobilize their troops immediately upon receiving news of Konoha's internal strife, preparing to launch a full-scale offensive against Konoha. And at that time Konoha, under the heavy pressure of internal strife, would be unable to withstand the attacks of external enemies. The third would never dare to take that risk. He knows very well that once war breaks out, both the Uchiha and Konoha will suffer heavy losses, and the eventual winner will only be the other ninja villages. Thinking of this, Feng Ling smiled with satisfaction. So as long as we are prepared and stand firm in our righteous stance, the third would not dare to act rashly against us. Feng Ling became more excited the more she thought about it. Her mind had already laid out the entire chess game, clearly seemingly just waiting to be implemented. Having understood everything, a rare determination appeared in Feng Ling's gaze, as if she had found her mission. She immediately raised her small hand, ready to share her thoughts with her father. However, Fu Yu on stage was calmly watching the clan members below engage in intense discussion, completely ignoring Feng Ling's little hand, not even casting a glance her way. Feng Ling was taken aback, slowly lowering her hand, but then unwillingly raised it again, even shaking it to try to attract attention. Unfortunately, Fu Yu on stage seemed to have an automatic ignore function. He not only did not respond, but did not even glance in her direction. Feng Ling was stunned, her little face puffed up like a bun, and she muttered in her heart, "What do you mean, Fu Yu? You don't want to listen to such an important plan." Itachi glanced at Feng Ling, who was pretending to be serious beside him, and couldn't help but shake his head, whispering, "Feng Ling, don't overthink it. Clan meetings are not a joke." Feng Ling looked up, blinking her eyes innocently, and said, "I'm not overthinking it, I just think everyone's points are very reasonable." Itachi sighed, helplessly ruffling her hair. "Behave, don't cause trouble. Sigh, it's all this damn age. If I weren't so young, they wouldn't be able to silence me." Feng Ling thought unhappily in her heart, growing more and more frustrated, yet she became increasingly aware of her situation. "Forget it anyway, my plan has to be executed slowly, and I can't rush. It's also good to keep a low profile for now." Feng Ling silently comforted herself. With that thought, Feng Ling quietly exhaled, leaning against Itachi's side, continuing to pretend to listen earnestly. Though she appeared obedient, her mind had already begun plotting her next course of action. The sun was just right, and Feng Ling hummed a little tune as she walked briskly into the courtyard of the Hinata family. The two Hinata elders guarding the entrance were already used to her comings and goings, waving their hands and letting her in without a word. In the courtyard, sunlight spilled onto the bluestone slabs, a gentle breeze rustled the treetops, and the air carried a faint fragrance of flowers. It was a leisurely time, and Riji was slowly strolling in the courtyard, holding little Hua Hua. Little Hua Hua was giggling and reaching out to catch a butterfly fluttering by looking as cute as a porcelain doll. Feng Ling ran over quickly, grinning as she greeted, "Hello, Uncle Riji. Carrying a baby." Riji glanced down at her, his expression calm as he replied, "Hinata is at home. Go find her yourself." Feng Ling shook her head, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. "I'm not looking for Hinatakin today." Riji paused, his grip on little Hua Hua tightening slightly. His brows furrowed and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes as he seemed to contemplate Feng Ling's intentions. "Not looking for Hinata? What do you mean?" Riji glanced at little Hua Hua in his arms and suddenly spoke, as if facing a great enemy. "Do you want Hua Hua?" "No, no." Feng Ling quickly waved her hands. "Uncle Riji, I'm not here for Hua Hua. I'm here to find you." "Looking for me?" Riji's expression slightly froze, clearly a bit surprised. He stood there holding little Hua Hua, seeming somewhat confused. After a moment, he seemed to realize something and asked seriously, "What do you want to see me for?" Feng Ling mischievously blinked and said with a smile, "Of course it's for something important. Otherwise, how could I trouble Uncle Riji to come here?" Riji stared at her for 2 seconds, seemingly trying to glean something from her face, but Feng Ling's innocent and sincere smile left him perplexed. Eventually, Riji gently placed little Hua Hua in a nearby stroller, gave a few instructions to a family maid, and turned to Feng Ling, saying, "Come with me." The two of them walked through the corridor, arriving at Riji's study. The study was arranged in a quaint and elegant manner, with several portraits of the Hinata ancestors hanging on the walls and bookshelves filled with various scrolls and books, exuding a faint scent of ink. Riji sat down in the main seat and looked at Feng Ling. "The young lady of the Uchiha clan came to find me today. What is the matter?" Feng Ling casually found a place to sit, smiled slightly, organized her thoughts, and then said seriously, "Uncle Riji, I want to discuss the future of the Hinata and Uchiha clans with you." A hint of surprise flashed in Riji's eyes, and then his brows slightly furrowed as he seemed to realize the unusual nature of this conversation. "The future of the Uchiha and Hinata. What do you want to say, Feng Ling?" Feng Ling raised her head, her ruby-like eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness and sharpness. "Uncle, have you ever considered whether the current situation in Konoha is truly beneficial for the Hinata? In other words, do you want the Hinata to advance further?" Riji was momentarily taken aback by her words, his originally gentle expression gradually becoming serious. He leaned back in his chair, not answering immediately, but quietly observing Feng Ling, as if waiting for her to continue. Feng Ling felt a surge of joy in her heart, knowing she had successfully captured his attention. She slightly organized her thoughts and changed her tone, lowering her voice a bit. You haven't forgotten about Uncle Richa's incident from back then, right? This statement struck Riji's heart like a sharp dagger. His pupils constricted suddenly, and the hand resting on his knee unconsciously tightened, his knuckles turning pale. Riji stared at Feng Ling, his voice cool. How do you know about this? Feng Ling shook her head, her tone firm and calm. Uncle Riji, that's not important. What matters is, do you hate it? Riji's gaze instantly became complex. He closed his eyes, seemingly avoiding something, yet also suppressing a certain emotion within. The atmosphere in the room grew oppressive and tense due to his brief silence. Feng Ling, seeing this, did not give him a chance to breathe, and spoke firmly. Seeking peace through compromise leads to the demise of peace, while seeking peace through struggle preserves it. This is a truth even children understand, but Feng Ling paused, her lips curling up slightly with a hint of sarcasm. It seems the third Hokage does not comprehend it. Riji suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with complex emotions, appearing shocked, yet pained. He said in a deep voice, Feng Ling, you are too young. There are many things you do not understand. However, Feng Ling remained unfazed, taking a gentle sip from her tea, her expression calm. Third Hokage, is he fit to lead Konoha? Her words, though light, struck Riji like thunder, resonating deeply within him. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes, but ultimately he did not refute her. Feng Ling set her teacup down, leaning slightly forward, her tone more somber and determined. Uncle, you see clearer than anyone else. The indecisiveness of the third Hokage and his policy of compromise have not only harmed the foundation of Konoha, but have also gradually eroded the interests of the clan. If this continues, will the Hinata have a future? Riji's throat moved slightly, and he sighed deeply. Feng Ling, the power structure of Konoha is not as simple as you think. Even if we are dissatisfied, what can we do? A direct conflict with the village will only plunge the clan into deeper crisis. Feng Ling shook her head, her gaze unwavering. Uncle, I'm not asking you to act impulsively. I want you to see the reality. If the Hinata and Uchiha join forces, we will have enough leverage to stand firm in this game. Riji frowned slightly, seemingly considering Feng Ling's words seriously. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table. Joining forces? That's a very dangerous idea. Feng Ling nodded, speaking candidly. It is dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. Uncle, you know Uncle Richa's sacrifice was not for the family, but to satisfy the interests of the higher-ups. If such things continue to happen, will the Hinata still have a future? Riji frowned slightly, his tone calm, yet probing. Feng Ling, why do you have the confidence to confront Konoha? This is not something two clans can easily bear. Feng Ling did not answer immediately, but took a gentle sip from her tea, then set the cup down, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. 3 cage-level shinobi, is that enough? Feng Ling's words were neither hurried nor slow, yet they rippled through Riji's mind like a stone thrown into a calm lake. His pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of shock and disbelief flashed in his eyes. He asked in a deep voice, the Uchiha. When did they become this strong? Feng Ling smiled slightly, tapping her finger lightly on the table. Her voice, though youthful, carried a sense of steadiness and confidence. The Uchiha have never been weak, Uncle. It's just that no one took this fact seriously before. Now we are stronger than you think. Riji fell into deep thought, his fingers slowly gliding along the edge of the table, his expression becoming complex. He was the head of the Hinata clan, as well as a father. He knew well the methods and hidden dangers of Konoha's higher-ups, and he understood that this struggle would have no winners. After pondering for a moment, Riji finally sighed. I am indeed the head of the Hinata, and that is true. But I am also a father of 2 children. Riji's voice softened a bit, yet his gaze remained firm as he looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling, I can promise to support the Uchiha and fight for some leverage for you. However, I will not personally intervene in this struggle. To me, Hinata and Huahua's future is more important than any clan interest. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding passed through Feng Ling's eyes, but she did not show any signs of disappointment. Instead, she chuckled, her face returning to its usual innocence. I know, Uncle. Isn't that quite normal? I also have a foolish dad who tells me every day not to cause trouble. Riji was taken aback by her words, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. He shook his head, looking at Feng Ling with a hint of complicated emotion in his eyes. You girl are smarter and bolder than your father. I hope your cleverness won't bring you trouble. Feng Ling turned around a couple of times, deliberately speaking in a light tone. Uncle, I'm actually quite scared. After all, I'm still young and know nothing. But if I don't do something, the road ahead will only become harder. Riji sighed helplessly and rubbed Feng Ling's head. You remind me of the stubborn Uchiha from back in the day. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia, but also a touch of emotion. Feng Ling did not shy away, instead she smiled obediently. Uncle, I'll take that as a compliment. The conversation seemed to reach a conclusion, but suddenly Feng Ling's eyes lit up as if she remembered something. She chuckled and nimbly spun around before heading into the house. Alright, I'm going to find Huahua and Hinata to play. Riji's expression instantly froze upon hearing this. He suddenly stood up, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. You come back. Don't go taking care of the kids. However, Feng Ling had already dashed away, waving her hands behind her with a smile. No way. I'm going to tell little Hua Hua's story. Hinatakin is mine too. Riji chased after her for a couple of steps, but ultimately stopped, shaking his head and sighing forget it. Feng Ling spoke of going to find Xiao Huahua and Hinata, yet her footsteps led her directly out of the Hyuga clan's gates. She looked up at the sky, a gentle breeze brushing against her cheeks, but it could not calm the turmoil in her heart. Feng Ling let out a soft sigh. How could it be fun? This is a crucial moment. Calculating her next steps in her mind, Feng Ling suddenly clapped her hands. I need to go find QB to strengthen our bond, and maybe borrow some chakra while I'm at it. QB's chakra is a strategic resource. With this thought, Feng Ling's eyes lit up, but then her brows knitted together. However, that guy Naruto mustn't think I'm specifically seeking out QB. After all, she had to consider Naruto's feelings. I might as well buy something to bring along. Feng Ling thought for a moment, unable to suppress a facepalm. Speaking of which, my older brother is really infuriating. He actually stole Naruto's limited edition instant noodles. How could he bear to touch such a precious item? Sai, as his sister, I guess I have to compensate Naruto. Without further ado, Feng Ling swiftly turned and headed to the market. Picking a large basket of fresh fruits, Feng Ling thought, eating instant noodles every day isn't good. More fruits would benefit Naruto's health. Then she intentionally packed a fragrant portion of barbecued meat, muttering to herself, this will serve as a meeting gift for QB. To capture the heart of a fox, one must first capture its stomach. With everything ready, Feng Ling rushed towards Naruto's home. Standing before that familiar shabby wooden door, she raised her hand and rang the doorbell. In no time, the door creaked open and Naruto peeked out, looking surprised at the sight of Feng Ling standing outside. Sunlight glimmered on Feng Ling's silver hair as she held several bags, smiling brightly at him. Naruto blinked, his face betraying uncontainable joy. Feng Ling, is it really you? Feng Ling stood at the door with a smile, a smug expression curling at the corners of her lips. Who else could it be? Yeah. Naruto, catch this. My hands are about to break. Feng Ling casually shoved 2 bags into Naruto's hands, then stepped inside, glancing around and silently lamenting, sigh, such familiar chaos. The table inside was scattered with scrolls, clothes half-washed lay on the floor, and several empty instant noodle containers were in the corner. Feng Ling showed no disdain, plopping down on the sofa and propping up her legs. Naruto curiously looked at the bags in his hands, carefully opening them, his eyes lighting up. Wow, so many fruits and barbecued meat. His face radiated excitement and happiness as he looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling, are these for me? Yes. Feng Ling leaned back on the sofa, lazily hugging a cushion. Naruto, eat up. Let QB have a taste too. Upon hearing this, QB in Naruto's stomach snorted, the tone proud, yet unmistakably pleased. Humph, this little girl Feng Ling knows how to be considerate, bringing me good stuff. Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning like a fool. Thank you, Feng Ling. You're really too good to me. Feng Ling turned her head, pouting in mock disdain. Humph, this is just compensation for the instant noodles Sasuke stole from you. Don't think too much of it. Mentioning the noodles, Naruto became agitated, crossing his arms in anger. That guy Sasuke is truly despicable. That was limited edition instant noodles. I wouldn't dare to eat them myself, yet he didn't leave me a single bite. Hearing Naruto's outraged tone, Feng Ling finally couldn't help but laugh, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Actually, I was the one who ate those instant noodles. Naruto paused for a moment, then scratched his head, revealing a silly smile. You ate them? Well, that's good, that's good. If that guy Sasuke had eaten them, I'd be furious. Seeing Naruto's bashful demeanor, Feng Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, teasing. Naruto, you're really a good person. You can even distinguish between good and bad when your instant noodles are stolen. You're truly the gentlest limited edition good guy in the world. Naruto scratched his head, sporting his signature bashful grin. It's because it's you, Feng Ling. You're different from Sasuke. You. Feng Ling was momentarily speechless, feeling her cheeks flush, quickly waving her hands to interrupt him. All right, no more of that. Let's eat, starting with the fruits. Naruto chuckled foolishly, obediently stopping his touching speech, and grabbed a piece of apple to bite into. However, just as the atmosphere became harmonious, QB in Naruto's belly voiced its discontent. Hey Naruto, eat the barbecued meat first. Are you stupid? With such fragrant barbecued meat right there, you're actually starting with those cold, hard fruits. Naruto retorted dismissively. Shut up, you stinky fox. I'll eat the barbecued meat later. Eating should follow a sequence. QB was so angry that it flipped over in Naruto's belly, huffing. Foolish human, you can't even understand priorities. Seeing Naruto argue with the air, Feng Ling couldn't help but laugh. Naruto, it seems QB knows how to enjoy life more than you do. That's not true. Naruto puffed his cheeks, stuffing an apple into his mouth. while muttering, "Stinky Fox is just greedy, just wait, he'll feed it plenty later." Before long, Naruto had devoured all the fruits and barbecued meat, satisfied as he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly and letting out a loud belch. Ah, that was so delicious. Feng Ling tilted her head, looking at Naruto with a playful smile. "Naruto, are you full now?" Naruto wiped his mouth and nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I'm full. What you brought is definitely the best." Feng Ling squinted her eyes and smiled, but her tone suddenly turned serious. "That's good. Naruto, now let me see QB." Naruto was taken aback, scratching his head. "See QB? Feng Ling, what do you want to do? What's so special about that guy? It's just a stinky fox." As soon as he said this, QB in Naruto's belly exploded in rage. "You little brat, say that again. Who's the stinky fox?" Accompanied by this furious roar, a massive red tail shot out from behind Naruto and landed with a loud smack on his head. Naruto crouched down, covering his head, gritting his teeth. You stinky fox, if you have the guts, don't sneak attack me. Let's settle this onion on." QB scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, with those little arms and legs of yours. Don't even think about it. I could take you down with just one tail." Feng Ling raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of earnestness, her hands joined together in a pleading gesture. "Naruto, please. This matter is really important to me." Naruto was taken aback by her serious demeanor, then scratched his head awkwardly. "Feng Ling, you don't have to be so serious. Since you asked, I will definitely help you. However, if that stinky fox dares to bully you, make sure to tell me. Just wait and see how I deal with it." Following the familiar steps, Feng Ling smoothly entered the sealed space of the Nine Tails. The surroundings remained the same, dim marsh echoing with a deep resonance. Behind the huge iron bars, the Nine Tails lay lazily, its massive tail swishing back and forth languidly. Feng Ling approached the bars, tilted her head, and greeted with a cheerful smile, "Master Nine Tails, it's been a while. Did you miss me?" The Nine Tails, still lounging half hidden in the shadows, twitched its ears slightly upon hearing her voice, but couldn't be bothered to look up. "Humph, no." Feng Ling feigned a hurt expression, clutching her chest as if on the verge of tears. "Master Nine Tails, you are making me so sad. I came specifically to see you." Seeing this, the Nine Tails' tail flicked twice, clearly not immune to her act. It coughed lightly, turned its gaze away, and pretended to be indifferent. "Ahem. Just a little." Feng Ling instantly brightened up, proudly declaring like a mischievous child, "I knew it. Master Nine Tails surely likes me the most." The Nine Tails glanced at her and lazily remarked, "Don't get too smug, little one. However, your mood seems off today." Feng Ling was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Master Nine Tails, how did you know?" The Nine Tails' enormous red eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a smile with a hint of authority. "Don't forget, I am the embodiment of hatred, the nine-tailed fox. Your little worries can't be hidden from me." Feng Ling paused for a moment, then displayed an admiring expression, as expected of Master Nine Tails. "You can even sense such things. Truly impressive." The Nine Tails flicked its tail gently, seemingly indifferent to her praise. "Stop flattering me. Speak, what do you want from me? From the looks of your expression, you must be here to ask for my help, right?" Feng Ling scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Master Nine Tails. "I do have some worries, could you please help me?" The Nine Tails did not answer immediately, but lay their eyes closed, seemingly ignoring her. Feng Ling blinked, staring at the massive body of the Nine Tails, suddenly noticing its ears twitching slightly, seemingly impatient, yet it remained silent. "I see." Feng Ling understood in her heart. This fox was exhibiting its bad habit. Its head was itchy and wanted someone to scratch it. She smiled as she walked to the iron bars, gently pushed the door open, and stepped into the Nine Tails' cage. The Nine Tails slightly opened its eyes, glanced at her, but did not stop her. Feng Ling gently raised her hand and patted the fluffy top of the Nine Tails' head. Her small, soft hand was like soothing a petulant child. "Master Nine Tails, you are still as adorable as ever. Even at this size, you still enjoy being pampered." The Nine Tails let out a light snort, seemingly too lazy to argue, yet its ears unconsciously leaned towards her hand. All right, Feng Ling continued, scratching gently, her tone becoming serious. "Master Nine Tails, I really need your help. This matter concerns very important people and events, so I beg you." The Nine Tails closed its eyes, enjoying her touch, its tail swaying slightly, its tone deep, yet tinged with compromise. "Humph, it's rare for you to be so obedient. I suppose I can reluctantly hear about your troubles. But let me make it clear first, whether I can help depends on my mood." Feng Ling revealed a bright smile. "Thank you, Master Nine Tails. I knew you were the best." The Nine Tails softly snorted in its heart, seeming pleased with her compliment, but reluctant to show it, silently perking up its ears, waiting for her next words. Feng Ling's voice seemed particularly soft in the dim sealed space, yet it resonated firmly. "Master Nine Tails, I might die." Her tone was calm, but it carried a complex emotion, as if joking, yet hiding seriousness. The Nine Tails, originally lounging on the ground, instantly sat up, its massive form shaking the entire space. its golden red eyes fixed intensely on Feng Ling, its tone filled with anger. "Little one with me here, who dares to harm you?" Feng Ling was momentarily stunned by this sudden display of dominance, then looked up at the Ninetales, her eyes slightly red, the corners of her mouth tugging into a mischievous smile. "Hee, it's just a possibility. Don't be so tense, Master Ninetales, it's not like I'm really going to make a heroic sacrifice." The Ninetales' tail slammed down hard on the ground, splashing water everywhere, its tone low, yet full of authority. "Don't joke. You are still young, not yet at the age of risking your life. Listen well, my chakra is not only a weapon you can use at any time, it's also your talisman. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you a hair." Feng Ling felt warmth in her heart looking at this seemingly threatening, yet protective big fox, revealing a sincere smile. "Master Ninetales, you are so kind. Even though you always act tough, you really care about me, right?" The Ninetales snorted, its tail tapping the ground, seemingly a bit embarrassed. "Don't be overly sentimental, I just don't want my chakra to fall into others' hands." Feng Ling covered her mouth and chuckled, nodding. All right, whatever Master Ninetales says is right. But seriously, thank you." The Ninetales lowered its head, those crimson pupils fixating on Feng Ling, its tone softening. "Little one, since you know it's dangerous, why do you still want to take risks? This isn't like you." Feng Ling slightly lowered her head, silent for a moment, then lifted her gaze, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "Because if I don't do this, Shisui will die, my parents will die, Sister Quan will die, everyone in the family will die, Itachi will become a sinner, and foolish Sasuke will bear everything. But everyone is such good people." Feng Ling continued, her tone gradually softening, as if recounting warm stories closely related to her. "Although I love teasing Shisui, he has never found me annoying. Even though he retaliates, I know he is actually accommodating me. Sister Quan always buys me dango and helps me braid my hair, praising me that my hair is as smooth and beautiful as moonlight every time. Although Dad is always stern, he can't resist my acting cute. When I jump into his arms and say Dad is the best, he shows that unwilling yet doting expression. Mom is the one who spoils me the most. When I kick off the blankets at night, she wakes up in the middle of the night to cover me and makes a lot of delicious food. Itachi is the kindest. He practices ninjutsu with me and carries me home when I'm tired, even giving me his favorite dango. Sasuke, although he is a bit silly and always makes me angry, he knows he is wrong every time and constantly gives me gifts to appease me. Although these gifts are often strange, I know he truly puts in effort. The entire family. They are such wonderful people, always patiently teaching me ninjutsu, praising my talent, telling me, Feng Ling, you are the future of the Uchiha. Gradually, Feng Ling's voice lowered, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness, yet filled with determination. I just want to protect them, protect those who are good to me, and not let them be consumed by this cruel world. So even knowing there will be danger, I must do it. Feng Ling's voice gradually faded, eventually becoming a barely audible whisper. I don't want to lose them. The Ninetales remained silent for a while, then slowly raised a fluffy tail, carefully placing it on Feng Ling's head, the motion gentle, as if soothing a fragile little creature. Feng Ling felt this warmth, momentarily stunned, then her lips curled into a playful smile. She looked up, blinking her eyes at the Ninetales, then suddenly leaped onto its large head, hugging its face and rubbing it vigorously. He, Master Ninetales, is also very good to me. In my heart, you are also my family. The Ninetales was taken aback for a moment. When has this proud Ninetales ever been treated this way? The Ninetales lightly coughed, trying to maintain an authoritative tone. Listen carefully, little one, my name is not Ninetales, I am Kurama. Feng Ling raised her head, looking seriously at the Ninetales, nodding. Kurama. Nice name. However, I still prefer to call you Master Ninetales. It sounds so majestic and imposing. The Ninetales raised an eyebrow, feigning impatience as it snorted, call me whatever you want. While Feng Ling continued to playfully rub Kurama's fur, the Ninetales lowered its head to look at its disheveled fur, its tail twitching slightly. Hey little one, don't go too far. The Ninetales spoke somewhat helplessly. Feng Ling, however, chuckled and did not stop. Master Ninetales, you look so majestic, a little messiness is still cool. After giving Kurama a good grooming, Feng Ling left. No one knew how much chakra Feng Ling borrowed from the Ninetales that day. All they knew was that the Ninetales appeared thinner afterward. By the time they returned home, the sky had completely darkened and the night breeze gently brushed by, making the entire village appear exceptionally quiet. However, Feng Ling felt particularly relaxed, sensing the immense chakra bestowed by the Ninetales within her, and she revealed a confident smile. With so much chakra, I finally feel a little more assured. Upon returning to the Uchiha residence, the house was brightly lit. The family was gathered around the dining table enjoying dinner. Sasuke was wolfing down a bowl of rice, while Itachi elegantly picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, and Mikoto, while serving Feng Ling, kindly asked, Feng Ling, where did you go to play today? Feng Ling mumbled, Naruto's house. It was quite nice. As she lowered her head and took a big bite of rice. After dinner, Feng Ling licked the rice grains at the corner of her mouth, tugged at Fugaku's sleeve, and with a sly look in her eyes said, "Dad, I need to talk to you about something." Fugaku put down his chopsticks, raised an eyebrow, and replied, "I don't have any money, go find your mother." Feng Ling helplessly pressed her forehead and pulled Fugaku up from his chair, insisting, "I told you it's serious, come with me." Fugaku complained, "Always causing trouble, what kind of nonsense are you up to now?" but still followed Feng Ling into the room. After closing the door, Feng Ling leaned closer to him, mysteriously tiptoed to his ear, and whispered, "Dad, do you have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan?" Fugaku's previously indifferent expression suddenly turned serious. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Who told you about the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Feng Ling shivered under his gaze and quickly explained, "Don't be anxious, no one told me. I just wanted to ask to clarify." Fugaku stared at her sharply for a few seconds, suddenly closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them. What was once an ordinary 3-demo Sharingan began to spin and ultimately coalesced into a bizarre pattern resembling 3 overlapping sickles emanating a chilling aura. Feng Ling stared at the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, her eyes lit up with surprise as she patted her little chest, feeling even more confident. Fugaku asked, "So tell me, what have you done?" Feng Ling cleared her throat, straightened her back, and feigned calmness. "The Uchiha and Hyuga have formed an alliance. You heard me right, I successfully brought in an ally, and it's the prominent Hyuga clan in the village." Fugaku frowned deeply, his face filled with disbelief. "Feng Ling, as a child, how did you convince the Hyuga clan to ally with us? That guy Hayashi is notoriously conservative." Feng Ling scratched her head and stuck out her tongue, saying, Well, of course, it was my astonishing wisdom and beauty. Stop messing around and tell me the truth." Fugaku's tone became slightly urgent. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and he felt a hint of unease. Feng Ling couldn't have done something irreparable, could she? Seeing Fugaku's expression, Feng Ling hurriedly waved her hands. "Oh, Dad, don't be so nervous. I'm very sensible. Actually, a few days ago, I went to find Uncle Hayashi and discussed the situation of the major clans in the village. Then, we hit it off right away." Fugaku took a deep breath to calm his emotions. "Hit it off right away. What exactly did you discuss?" Feng Ling blinked and displayed a look of ingenious. "I told him that the higher-ups in Konoha have always been wary of our major clans and even sought ways to weaken us. But if the Uchiha and Hyuga join forces, not only can we break this oppression, but we can also gain a greater voice in the village." Fugaku couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, feeling both surprised and incredulous. Just those few words, and he agreed. Feng Ling proudly raised her chin. "Exactly." After hearing this, Fugaku fell silent. He looked at his young daughter with a complex expression filled with surprise, pride, and a hint of worry. He asked in a deep voice, "Did Hayashi really agree?" Feng Ling smiled brightly. "Of course. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he has already tacitly accepted it. He even said that I understand uniting people's hearts better than you, the clan leader." Fugaku rubbed his temples helplessly and sighed. "Feng Ling, you." He paused, the sternness on his face gradually replaced by a gentler expression. "Well done. But from now on, you need to tell me about such matters first, understood?" Feng Ling stuck out her tongue playfully, saying, "Got it, Dad." Fugaku looked at Feng Ling's serious demeanor, feeling extremely complicated. He rubbed his forehead helplessly, sighed. "All right, I'll visit the Hyuga clan tomorrow to discuss the specifics with Hayashi." Feng Ling's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, Dad. I knew you would support me." Fugaku shot her a glance, his voice still serious. "This time it was relatively safe, but you must not act on your own in the future. Did you hear me?" Feng Ling stood straight, raised her hand, and saluted. "I promise to complete the task." After saying that, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Dad, what abilities does your Mangekyo have?" Fugaku crossed his arms, staring coldly at Feng Ling, saying nothing, resembling a cold, unyielding statue. Feng Ling pouted, displaying an innocent expression. If you don't want to say, then fine, you're just stingy." After saying that, she stuck her tongue out at Fugaku and turned to run out of the room. Back in her room, Feng Ling plopped down on the bed, resting her chin on her hands, staring blankly at the ceiling, and began to seriously contemplate her next plan. "Dad won't say what his Mangekyo ability is, but I can confirm he has one. What should I do about Itachi next?" Feng Ling took out a piece of paper and a pen, starting to doodle and write, while mumbling to herself. "The Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan activates with intense psychological stimuli, that much is certain." Feng Ling nodded vigorously, drawing a circle on the paper with the words, "psychological stimulus," beside it. Then she drew a line beneath the circle and labeled it intense. But Itachi's psychological endurance is so strong, what kind of stimulus could be considered intense? In the original story, he activated his eyes after witnessing Shisui jump off a cliff. Feng Ling suddenly stopped writing, her brows furrowing. Could it be that I also have to create a scenario like that? Feng Ling bit the pen cap, envisioning a scene where she heroically sacrifices herself, leaving Itachi in tears. Imagine this, I bravely sacrifice myself for the future of the clan, and Itachi in his rage awakens his Mangekyo Sharingan. Sounds quite thrilling. But then she thought again, slapping her head in frustration. No. What if I'm not important to Itachi, and he doesn't even activate his eyes? That would be a pointless sacrifice. He might coldly say Feng Ling's death was necessary, and then continue with his tasks. Wow, that would be too tragic. Feng Ling shook her head vigorously, casting that thought from her mind. No, I can't take direct risks. It seems I need to figure out how much Itachi really cares about me first. Feng Ling stared at the drawings on the paper, beginning to replan. I can't hurt everyone, nor can I truly hurt myself. I can only cause a little pain, just to make a point. Feng Ling spoke, while drawing a little figure on the paper with the label "Pretend to be injured" beside it. However, I can't judge this by myself. Oh, I need a comparative experiment. Feng Ling's eyes brightened with excitement as she grabbed the pen. Who should I compare with? Shisui would be quite suitable. If I can be more important to Itachi than Shisui, then this plan will definitely succeed. Thinking of this, Feng Ling clapped her thighs, a sly smile spreading across her face. First, let's compete with Shisui and see if Itachi gets more anxious about me. This way I can accurately grasp Itachi's psychological state. She wrote the words "comparative experiment" on the paper, drawing 2 arrows beside it, one pointing to Feng Ling and the other to Shisui, with 2 hearts drawn below the arrows. Feng Ling looked at her plan document and nodded in satisfaction. This plan is simply perfect. Next, I need to think of a reasonable scenario to implement the plan involving both Itachi and Shisui. Feng Ling's excitement grew as she thought about it, her smile widening. Itachi, you must choose me. Feng Ling's laughter gradually faded, ultimately drifting into sweet dreams with a smile. As the curtains were drawn, warm sunlight instantly flooded the entire room. Feng Ling stood with her hands on her hips by the bed, shouting at Shisui, who was lazily lying under the covers. Get up now. The sun is already shining on your backside. Shisui pulled the blanket over his head, his muffled voice coming from inside. How could the sun shine on my backside if you don't pull back the curtains? Feng Ling was momentarily taken aback, then pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't argue with me. It's already 10 o'clock and you're still sleeping. Don't you think you're being lazy? Shisui poked his head out from under the blanket, his eyelids half open as he let out a long yawn. Feng Ling, you must know that working in the dark department is very exhausting. I finally have a chance to rest. Can you let me sleep a little longer? Feng Ling looked at Jishu's lazy appearance, stomping her feet in frustration. If you don't get up soon, I'll take action. With that, she lunged forward, grabbing Jishu's arm and using all her strength to pull him out of the warm bed. Shisui was forced to sit at the edge of the bed, rubbing his hair with a helpless expression. All right, I'm getting up. But Feng Ling, you didn't come to find me this early in the morning just to have me practice, did you? Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's face revealed a hint of a mischievous smile. She leaned down and whispered into Jishu's ear, lowering her voice in a mysterious manner. Actually, I need your help with something. You have to cooperate with me like this, and then like that. I want to see how Brother Yao will react. Listening to her plan, Shisui couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Feng Ling, you want to know if you're more important to Yao than I am, right? Feng Ling was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, her tone serious, as if discussing an important family meeting. Yes, exactly. You have to help me. Shisui raised an eyebrow, looking at Feng Ling's earnest and expectant little face, unable to stop himself from chuckling. Feng Ling, you dragged me out of bed for such a childish question. Hearing Jishu's blunt summary, Feng Ling couldn't help but blush, but she still puffed out her chest and nodded. That's right. Exactly. Shisui looked at Feng Ling's serious expression, his own expression somewhat complicated. Feng Ling, do you know how childish that sounds? It's like a child vying for affection. Feng Ling's face instantly flushed red, and she exploded. It's not vying for affection. This is a very serious experiment, and it's a meaningful plan. Shisui smiled more helplessly, reaching out to flick Feng Ling's forehead. All right, don't get too excited, I'll cooperate with you. But I must remind you, this kind of test carries risks. If Yao's reaction isn't what you expect, don't come crying to me. Feng Ling clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Don't worry, I'm mentally prepared. Shisui shook his head, unable to suppress a laugh. Fine, since you asked, playing along with you isn't a problem. But how do you want to do it? Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled Jishu's hand and walked outside. Let's talk as we walk. With you as the instant, Shisui, I don't believe we can't figure out Brother Yao's true thoughts. Shisui followed her out the door, helplessly, secretly thinking this girl is really creative. But it would be interesting to see how Yao reacts. Feng Ling excitedly began to explain her plan, while Shisui occasionally shook his head. A plan full of flaws. Shisui supported his chin with his hand, his tone revealing a hint of disdain. Feng Ling's eyes widened instantly, her tone dissatisfied. What do you mean? How is my plan flawed? I took a long time to come up with this idea. Shisui shook his head, crossing his arms as he spoke. Your plan is for us to pretend to be injured and see who Yao cares about first. That does sound somewhat reasonable, but in reality, it's completely flawed. Do you think Yao won't see through such clumsy acting? Don't forget he is a genius. Feng Ling looked unhappy, pouting as she retorted, then what do you suggest? I can't just go directly to Brother Yao and ask who do you care about more. That would be brainless. Shisui sighed, helplessly stroking her head. Alright, I think we need to find a more direct and impactful method to resolve this. What method? Feng Ling blinked her eyes and asked. Shisui smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of mischief. For example, we could design a scenario where Yao thinks I accidentally hurt you. Feng Ling's eyes widened in an instant, her mouth forming an O shape. Wait, what did you say? You hurt me. Brother Shisui, that's too malicious of an idea. Shisui shrugged, wearing a look of see, I told you so. I'm not saying it's not the simplest and most direct method. Just think about it, one of the closest people accidentally hurting the other closest person. That scenario would definitely be stimulating enough for Yao. How he reacts at that moment will naturally show who is more important to him. Feng Ling stepped back, her expression wary. No. Your method is too extreme. What if Brother Yao tries to fight you? At that point, don't even think about testing him. You would be the one suffering first. Shisui twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing at her. Do you really think Yao would go all out against me? Feng Ling nodded seriously. Of course he would. I'm Brother Yao's precious darling. If he truly thinks you've hurt me, he'll definitely be the first to rush up and take you down. Shisui tapped Feng Ling's forehead, his tone half joking. Then let's downgrade it to serious injuries. But this depends on our acting skills. Feng Ling covered her forehead, muttering it hurts. Then she immediately perked up, looking serious. That sounds better. Shisui revealed a slight smile. Don't worry, I'll control the intensity. However, you must remember a key point. You have to pretend to cry. The more tragic, the better. It would be best if Yao sees it and can't help but shed tears for you. Feng Ling placed her hands on her hips, raising an eyebrow. I have top-notch acting skills. This little thing won't stump me. But you must cooperate and not mess up. Shisui spread his hands helplessly. Just rest assured, him from the dark department. Feng Ling looked at his confident expression and suddenly smirked. Then show me your guilt, to the point of heartbreak expression. Shisui was taken aback for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitching. Then he seriously covered his chest, whispering, I really didn't mean to. Why did it turn out like this? Feng Ling, I'm sorry. With that, he squeezed out a few drops of tears, looking utterly pained as he raised his head. Feng Ling watched in awe. Impressive. Brother Shisui, you're too professional. Shisui raised an eyebrow. It's the result of daily training in the dark department. Feng Ling nodded repeatedly, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly reliable. The two exchanged glances, high-fived with mutual understanding, and then burst into laughter. The two arrived at an open training ground. Feng Ling looked around and pointed at the scratches and marks on the ground, saying, Usually Itachi and Sasuke train here, and Sasuke often complains that it's too shabby. Shisui nodded, surveying the surroundings. This place is quite suitable. The environment is realistic and convenient for practice. Well then, let's choose this spot for our sparring tomorrow. Feng Ling frowned with some worry. But Sasuke often comes here too. What if something goes wrong? If he catches us, won't our plan be exposed? Shisui crossed his arms and chuckled. Don't worry, deliberately avoiding Sasuke would make Itachi suspicious. It's more natural to do it here. Besides, there might even be unexpected gains. Feng Ling thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. But to enhance the realism, should I prepare some ketchup to simulate blood? And maybe make my clothes all torn up so it looks more tragic? Shisui couldn't help but laugh at this idea. Ketchup. You really are creative. But remember, moderation is key. Don't overdo it. Feng Ling puffed up her cheeks, looking indignant. Who says? I think realism is crucial. The more blood, the more Itachi will feel sorry for me. Shisui helplessly shrugged. Alright, just keep it within limits. But don't forget, being too fake will backfire. Feng Ling pondered and muttered to herself. Shisui, remember to go easy on me. I'm afraid of pain. Shisui, amused yet exasperated, replied, Don't worry, I won't really hit you. Feng Ling smacked her forehead. Shisui, how about we run a rehearsal first? Shisui raised his hand to ruffle her hair, speaking with a mix of exasperation and affection. Alright, enough of the antics. We'll find our measure when it's time to face the reality tomorrow. Feng Ling looked up at Shisui with a mischievous smile. Shisui, you actually enjoy acting, don't you? Shisui raised an eyebrow, smiled silently, and waved as he turned away. See you tomorrow. Feng Ling waved her hand, her eyes filled with anticipation. See you tomorrow, Shisui. The next morning, sunlight poured over the training ground and Itachi and Sasuke began their daily training as usual. Itachi's movements remained precise as ever, while Sasuke diligently tried to mimic his brother's actions, albeit with occasional clumsy mistakes. At this moment, Feng Ling stood on the other side, winking at Shisui, her lips curving into a sly smile. Shisui sighed with resignation and spoke softly. We'll start with the taijutsu spar first, then I will use a jutsu, and you pretend to be accidentally hit. Remember to act convincingly. Feng Ling nodded lightly, playfully replying, Got it, but Itachi knows my strength is pretty good, so we need to make it intense enough not to raise his suspicion. Shisui, and nodded, his expression turning serious. Don't worry, I'll cooperate with you. But don't get too cocky, or remember to hold back a bit. Feng Ling stuck her tongue out at Shisui. Humph, just watch my performance. Sasuke noticed their antics, paused his training, and looked up asking, Feng Ling, are you training today too? Shisui is sparring with you. Feng Ling clapped her hands, brimming with confidence, of course. Shisui said, I'm improving quickly, so this time I'm challenging him. Sasuke scratched his head, somewhat skeptical, murmuring, is Feng Ling really that strong? Itachi glanced over at Shisui and Feng Ling, who were getting into position, his expression calm, clearly not surprised by their sparring. He gently said, Sasuke, focus on your training, don't get distracted. Sasuke mumbled, got it, and continued to diligently mimic Itachi's movements. At this point, Feng Ling and Shisui had officially begun their spar. Feng Ling was agile, her movements swift as lightning, deftly evading Shisui's attacks, while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Shisui, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, closing in steadily, his expression calm, yet not exerting himself fully. Shisui, don't underestimate me. Show me what you really got. Feng Ling taunted while dodging. Shisui chuckled softly. Alright then, I'll take this seriously, be careful not to cry. The sparring between Feng Ling and Shisui intensified, with shuriken and short blades clashing, creating sparks all around. Feng Ling skillfully avoided Shisui's onslaught, occasionally attempting counterattacks, but every move Shisui made was effortless, keeping Feng Ling nearly out of breath. Suddenly Shisui leapt back a step, swiftly forming hand seals, and shouted, Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing flame roared forth, heading straight for Feng Ling. Feng Ling's eyes widened, and in a flurry she began to form hand seals, intending to use water release to defend herself. However, just as she completed half of the seals, her movements suddenly faltered. One seal went wrong, and the jutsu failed. A flicker of panic crossed Feng Ling's face as she quickly dodged to the side. But in doing so, she inadvertently ran towards Itachi. Feng Ling stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, her face was covered in dirt, her hair was in disarray, and her dress was not only dirty, but also torn, with several holes burned into the hem. A smear of red ketchup was still on her lips, giving her a rather tragic appearance. Feng Ling lay on the ground, frowning as she rubbed her knees, silently complaining in her heart. This should be realistic enough, right? However, with her dress in such a state, she would definitely get scolded harshly by Mama Meichin when she got home. Upon hearing Feng Ling's cry, Itachi immediately halted his movements, his expression changing as he quickly turned to Feng Ling on the ground. He almost instantly dropped the shuriken in his hand and rushed over in a few quick strides, squatting beside Feng Ling with an unmistakable look of anxiety and concern on his face. Feng Ling, are you all right? Feng Ling took the opportunity to lift her head, her small face scrunching up, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried out, Itachi, it hurts so much. Am I going to die? Shisui stood aside, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently thinking, this acting. Could you be any more exaggerated? But in Itachi's eyes, Feng Ling clearly seemed to have suffered great injustice and harm. His brows furrowed tightly as he reached out to gently wipe the dirt off Feng Ling's face, his tone filled with guilt and concern. It's okay, Feng Ling, big brother will take you to the hospital. You won't be in any danger, don't be afraid. As he spoke, Itachi swiftly picked Feng Ling up, cradling her gently, as if afraid of hurting her any further. At this moment, Itachi felt an immense ache in his heart. He knew Feng Ling was a genius, but she was still a child, just a few years old, and now she had sustained such a serious injury. Thinking of this, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Sasuke hurried over to Feng Ling, his eyes filled with worry. He clenched his fists tightly, anxiously asking, Feng Ling, how are you? Feng Ling looked up, squeezing out a few tears, and pitifully said, brother, it hurts so much. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face instantly flushed red with anger, and his eyes welled up with rage. Sasuke suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Shisui, his voice filled with fury. Shisui, how could you be so careless? Feng Ling is hurt like this. At this moment, Sasuke's originally dark eyes suddenly turned blood red, and strange patterns emerged, revealing the double Tomo Sharingan. Shisui noticed the change in Sasuke's eyes, feeling both shocked and pleased. This kid actually awakened his eyes in such a situation. I thought he was just fooling around, but there's an unexpected gain. However, Shisui quickly concealed his emotions, lowering his head with a guilty expression, his tone filled with remorse. I'm sorry. I really didn't expect to hurt Feng Ling, and I'm very sorry. Sasuke's expression didn't soften. He tightly clenched his small fists, clearly very dissatisfied with Shisui's mistake. Feng Ling lay in Itachi's arms, secretly glancing at Sasuke's eyes, feeling a surge of surprise. Sasuke actually awakened his eyes. And it's the double Tomo. This effect is too amazing. But she didn't dare show her joy, only continuing to feign weakness, burying her head in Itachi's arms and softly sobbing, "Itachi. It hurts so much, Shisui is too mean." Hearing this, Itachi felt even more distressed, lowering his head to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, big brother is here. We're going to the hospital right now." Itachi held on to Feng Ling, flying swiftly, his expression focused and his steps steady, each stride filled with urgency and concern. In his arms, Feng Ling was unusually quiet, unlike her usual lively self. She slightly turned her head, eyes closed, the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth appearing particularly striking. "Feng Ling, just hang in there a little longer. We'll be at the hospital soon," Itachi gently comforted, his tone soft yet tinged with urgency. Feng Ling leaned against Itachi's chest, slightly opening her eyes to sneak a glance at his expression, feeling a bit gleeful. My act is really working well. This performance has been quite good, hasn't it?" Yet she feigned weakness, mumbling incoherently, "Itachi, I feel so cold and in pain." Upon hearing her weak moans, Itachi's face grew even more anxious, his pace quickening as he used body flicker technique to reach Konoha Hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital, Itachi shouted loudly, "Doctor, come quickly to save her." His normally calm voice now carried a hint of urgency, startling even the nurses at the station. A nurse rushed over, spotting Feng Ling in Itachi's arms, immediately calling out, "Hurry, get the patient onto the stretcher." Itachi nodded, gently placing Feng Ling onto the stretcher. His movements were cautious, fearful of causing her any more harm. Feng Ling lay on the stretcher, seeing Itachi's anxious expression nearly made her stifle a laugh. But recalling her serious injury act, she quickly clutched her stomach, squeezed out a few tears, and started to moan and sink. "Itachi, it hurts so much." The nurse, pushing the stretcher towards the emergency room, comforted Feng Ling, "Don't worry, little sister, you'll be fine soon." Itachi kept close by the stretcher, his gaze never leaving Feng Ling, his expression exceptionally serious. He occasionally whispered reassurances, "Feng Ling, don't be afraid, your brother is here." The doctor quickly appeared at the emergency room door, frowning. "What happened?" Itachi swiftly replied, "She was injured accidentally during training, or it might be a burn. Please take a look." The doctor nodded, "Understood. Family members, please wait outside. We will handle it quickly." After that, the doctor and nurses pushed Feng Ling into the emergency room, the door slamming shut. Outside, Itachi stood in place, fists clenched, his face filled with guilt and anxiety. Images of Feng Ling falling flashed constantly in his mind, and he thought, "I was too careless. How could I let her participate in such dangerous training?" Not long after, Sasuke rushed to the hospital. He ran to Itachi panting and asked, "How is Feng Ling?" "What did the doctor say?" Itachi shook his head, his voice low, still being examined. Sasuke's brows furrowed tighter, his eyes filled with worry. "It's all Shisui's fault. How could he let Feng Ling get hurt?" At that moment, Shisui hurried over. Hearing Sasuke's accusation, he didn't defend himself, but only bowed his head and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, it's my responsibility. I will reflect on it seriously." The hospital corridor was quiet, the three of them waiting anxiously for results. Inside the emergency room, Feng Ling was leisurely lying on the hospital bed, watching the doctor treat her injury. When the doctor discovered that the blood at the corner of her mouth was actually ketchup, he was momentarily stunned, then understood and smiled. "Little sister, are you okay?" the doctor asked, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Feng Ling blinked, smiling as she leaned closer, whispering, Don't expose me. Please, please." The doctor was at a loss, but still cooperated, checking her over to ensure she was truly unhurt before saying, "All right, little actress, you can go out and report your safety now." Feng Ling jumped off the hospital bed, adjusted her tattered dress, took a deep breath. "All right, now it's time for my shining moment of acting." Then the emergency room door slowly opened. Feng Ling limped out, one hand clutching her stomach, looking extremely weak. "Itachi, Sasuke, I'm still alive." Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes instantly turned red, rushing over to support Feng Ling. "Feng Ling, are you alright?" Itachi also quickly stepped forward, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. "Feng Ling, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well." Feng Ling was secretly laughing inside, but still pretended to be pitiful on the outside, clinging tightly to Itachi. "It's okay, Itachi, I'm just a little hurt. The doctor said I'll be fine after a few days." At this moment, Shisui, standing aside, covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. "This child, she's incorrigibly dramatic." However, Shisui's current role was that of the bad guy who accidentally hurt Feng Ling. So Shisui stood in the hospital room, his expression stiff and full of helplessness. He looked down at Feng Ling, his tone carrying a hint of guilt. "Feng Ling, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not controlling my jutsu, causing you to get hurt." However, before Shisui could finish, Feng Ling suddenly leaped into Itachi's arms, bursting into tears. "Itachi, I never want to see him again. He's too scary." "Wah, Shisui." Itachi gently patted Feng Ling's back to comfort her softly, saying, "It's okay, Feng Ling, your brother is here. We'll go home now, and you won't have to see him." "Shisui, huh?" Shisui was completely stunned, standing there dumbfounded, internally roaring, "What the hell? Feng Ling, have you gotten addicted to acting? This script isn't written this way." Just as Shisui was about to facepalm Sasuke, angrily stepped forward, clenching his fists, glaring at Shisui. Feng Ling, don't be afraid. I will definitely help you get revenge. Shisui was completely dumbfounded. He pointed to himself, unable to believe it, saying, Sasuke, you've got to understand. This is a misunderstanding. But Sasuke didn't give him a chance to finish, waving his hand indignantly, saying no need to explain. Feng Ling is my sister. I will never let her be wronged. Shisui, you've disappointed me greatly. Feng Ling, buried in Itachi's embrace, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Sasuke's resolute voice, struggling to bite her lip to maintain her pitiful act. Sasuke, you must help me. He almost roasted me into a crispy. Feng Ling. Hearing this, Shisui was so enraged that he almost spat out blood, glaring at Feng Ling and shouting, Feng Ling, stop talking nonsense. I clearly. But before he could finish, Itachi raised a hand and calmly said, Shisui, that's enough. Shisui. Itachi looked down at Feng Ling, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear, his tone gentle, yet unyieldingly firm. Feng Ling needs to rest well now. I don't want to hear her scared voice anymore. Shisui was completely speechless, covering his face and stepping back, feeling utterly powerless. Feng Ling, you're really something. Are you trying to shift all the blame onto me? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have helped you with the plan. After returning home from the hospital, Feng Ling was gently carried on the back of Itachi, who walked slowly, afraid of jostling her. Along the way, Feng Ling lay on Itachi's back, her small face pressed tightly against his shoulder, a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, secretly delighted in her heart. This time, I've really struck gold. Brother Shisui, thank you for your sacrifice. From now on, it will be my days of enjoyment. After returning home, Feng Ling's injury incident had evidently become the family's top priority. The moment Itachi carried her back from the hospital, Makoto was already quite alarmed. Seeing Feng Ling's tragic appearance with her tattered dress bearing scorch marks, she rushed forward and hugged Feng Ling tightly, her eyes filled with concern. My precious daughter, who did this? This is simply too much. Feng Ling sobbing, Mom, it's brother Shisui. He didn't mean to. Makoto's eyes narrowed instantly, turning to Shisui with a tone that was gentle, yet laced with coldness. Shisui, if you don't clarify this, don't come to my house again. Shisui looked helplessly, waving his hands repeatedly. Auntie, it's a misunderstanding. I truly didn't mean to. Makoto, however, gave him no chance to speak further, snorting coldly, Humph, as an older brother, how could you be so harsh on Feng Ling? Shisui, I thought you were quite reliable. How could you be so confused this time? Feng Ling, listening to her mother standing up for her, felt secretly pleased, but still put on a pitiful look. Mom, don't blame brother Shisui. It was my fault for accidentally forming the seal incorrectly. Hearing this, Zishui's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, hurriedly agreeing, yes. Feng Ling is right, it was her own. That's why you shouldn't use such dangerous ninjutsu. Makoto interrupted Shisui directly. Feng Ling is still a child. How could you have no sense of proportion at all? Shisui. Itachi, watching this trial, said nothing, merely holding Feng Ling's small hand quietly, softly, saying, Feng Ling, brother, will help you back to your room to rest. Feng Ling nodded, snuggling in Itachi's embrace softly, saying, thank you, brother Itachi, I'm so tired. In the days that followed, Feng Ling completely fell into a life where everything was taken care of for her. In the morning, Makoto would come early with a warm breakfast to her bedside, gently waking her. Feng Ling, hurry up and eat. Today, Mom made your favorite red bean rice cake. Feng Ling rubbed her sleepy eyes softly, saying, thank you, Mom. During training, Sasuke took the initiative to assume the responsibility of protecting Feng Ling, always kindly handing her water and towels after each session. Feng Ling, don't tire yourself. Brother will help you. Itachi was even more diligent, almost every night personally checking her injuries, gently asking, is there anywhere uncomfortable today? As for Shisui, he became the focus of attention for the entire Feng Ling family. Every time he came to the house, he could feel Makoto's sharp gaze and Sasuke's avenger-like aura. Despite his various explanations, no one was willing to believe in his innocence. Feng Ling snuggled under the soft blanket, eating the fruit handed to her by Sasuke, secretly laughing. This wave is really a big win. Brother Shisui, I'm sorry, however, I will remember this favor. Meanwhile, Shisui sat gloomily at his own doorstep, hugging his knees, staring blankly at the ground, much like a salted fish beaten down by life. Shisui mumbled to himself, why did I agree to this little demon's words? I clearly knew her head was filled with all sorts of twisted ideas, yet I still foolishly collaborated with her. Now not only was he scolded by Sasuke, but he was also treated as the villain. Life was unbearable. Just as Shisui lamented his painful life, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shisui suddenly raised his head to see Itachi standing at the door. He blinked, his tone tinged with fatigue. It's you, Itachi. Are you here to comfort me or to demand an explanation? Itachi's expression remained as calm as ever, but with a hint of depth. He looked at Shisui and slowly spoke. Shisui, I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Zishui's expression instantly froze. He was dumbfounded. He suspected he had misheard and asked blankly, "What did you say?" Itachi solemnly repeated, "I said I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Shisui instantly jumped up from the ground, his face filled with shock. "You were joking, right? Doesn't the Mangekyo require immense mental trauma to awaken? How did you awaken it?" Itachi pondered for a moment before explaining, "It's indeed quite strange. It was the night Feng Ling was injured. That night, I lay alone in bed reflecting on what had happened during the day. At that moment, the more I thought about my guilt, the more I felt afraid. The image of Feng Ling collapsing on the ground kept surfacing in my mind. Her small body was so fragile, and her pained expression made my heart ache like a knife." At this point, Itachi's brow slightly furrowed, seemingly still immersed in that emotion. "I couldn't help but wonder, what if something really happened to Feng Ling? What if she could never stand up again? What would I do? Could I accept such an outcome?" The answer was no. The more I thought, the more afraid I became, until that moment when my eyes suddenly stung, and then I awakened it. "Shisui, is that it? You just awakened it like that?" Itachi nodded, his expression still calm. "Yes." Shishui's expression turned complex, his mouth twitching. "I say, Itachi, is this because your talent is too monstrous, or because Feng Ling is truly special in your heart? She was only slightly injured that day, at most. She just scraped her skin, right?" Itachi sighed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and emotion. "Regardless, I was genuinely scared at that time. By the way, I should thank you, Shisui." Shishui's lips twitched even more, nearly rolling his eyes in frustration. "Thank me? Forget it, as long as you can understand my efforts. By the way, you knew all along that this was all staged by Feng Ling, right?" Itachi smiled slightly. "I knew." Shishui's eyes widened. "Then why were you so serious? Did you really let yourself be moved to awaken your eyes?" A hint of softness appeared in Itachi's gaze. "Even knowing it was acting, I was still afraid. Feng Ling is my sister. Whether it's real or not, I would feel heartache if she got hurt." Shishui's eyelids twitched, taking a deep breath. Enough. "You awakened the Mangekyo. That brat Sasuke awakened the two Tomo, and Feng Ling, that little demon, is now enjoying her carefree life at home, living better than anyone else. And what about me? I took the blame and was met with cold stares from you all. You three siblings have enjoyed all the benefits, while I, the behind-the-scenes contributor, what do I get?" Itachi fell silent for a moment, pondering something, then a faint smile appeared on his lips. With a calm tone laced with humor, he said, "How about I let Feng Ling apologize to you?" Shisui was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand helplessly, smiling bitterly. "Forget it. Even if she apologizes, it probably won't be sincere. That little brat is enjoying a good life right now. How could she remember the pain of me, the victim?" Within the Uchiha compound, sunlight bathed the stone path of the courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred the cherry blossoms, sending petals drifting softly downward. Sasuke stood at the center of the courtyard, gazing proudly at Furin, his eyes gleaming with the Twintomo Sharingan. "Furin, look at my Sharingan. Am I not magnificent?" Sasuke declared, chin lifted high, his voice brimming with uncontainable self-satisfaction. Furin lounged lazily against a veranda pillar. At his words, she raised her head, cast a glance at his smug expression, and inwardly sighed, "A mere Twintomo, and already he's strutting like a sage." Truly, the dawn had broken, the rain had ceased, and Sasuke had once again convinced himself he was invincible. Outwardly, however, Furin suppressed her amusement and flashed an exaggerated, perfunctory smile. "Magnificent, magnificent, magnificent. My beloved brother is the most dazzling being in all creation," she gushed, then plucked an orange from the nearby fruit basket and added with a sly glint in her eye, "Since you're so extraordinarily capable, would you kindly peel this for me?" Sasuke's face had been radiant with pride, until that request struck him like a sudden gust. He paused, blinked, then instantly straightened his spine and nodded firmly yes. He took the orange and bent his head to peel it carefully. Furin accepted the peeled fruit, took a bite, and closed her eyes in blissful delight, her voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. "You truly are the best big brother ever. Oh, but could you also fetch me some milk? It'll go perfectly with the orange." As Sasuke handed her the glass, he spoke with solemn earnestness, "Yes." Furin watched, stifling laughter. "How effortlessly he's tamed. You truly are the best big brother ever. Oh, this weather's grown rather warm. Would you mind fanning me?" She rested her chin on her palm, feigning nonchalance. Though puzzled, Sasuke fetched a folding fan and stood beside her, waving it steadily. "Yes. You truly are the best big brother ever. Could you also?" Before she could finish, Sasuke interrupted without hesitation, "Yes." Furin blinked slowly, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips as she resolved to test just how long this obedient mode would last. "You truly are the best big brother ever. Would you please knead my shoulders? I've been sitting too long, my back aches." Sasuke dutifully stepped behind her and placed his hands gently upon her shoulders, massaging with focused care. "Yes. You truly are the best big brother ever. Oh, could you bring me those sweets as well?" Furin nearly burst into giggles. Sasuke had fully slipped into the role of an omniscient little brother. already dashing off for the treats, calling over his shoulder without turning yes. Leaning against the pillar, Furin cradled the sweets and milk in serene contentment, her inner voice murmuring wryly, this Sasuke truly obeys to an absurd degree. Still, such doting devotion must mean I'm simply irresistible, right? Ah, how taxing it must be bearing the burden of elder brotherhood. Just then Itachi emerged from the house and froze at the sight before him. Sasuke, what exactly are you doing? Sasuke turned his head toward Itachi and replied utterly unapologetic, Furin told me to. Itachi glanced first at Furin, radiating smug satisfaction, then at Sasuke, flustered yet earnest, and a faint twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Finally he murmured, you two are quite amusing, before turning and retreating indoors. Furin reclined comfortably against the veranda pillar while Sasuke bustled about her, obedient beyond measure. At that moment a long-absent voice echoed suddenly within Furin's mind. Host, cease your play. Per the original narrative, Danzo will move against Shisui tonight. Furin stiffened, her thoughts snapping alert, when precisely. The system's reply was terse, tonight. Furin furrowed her brow, then broke into a confident, resolute smile. No matter. I am prepared. With Kurama's chakra and Susanoo at my command. Danzo, brace yourself. Her tone rang with unshakable authority, yet a subtle shift crossed her features. Still, I ought to warn brother Shisui first. Wouldn't do for that fool to get injured by accident. With that, Furin sprang lightly from the pillar and strode toward the gate. Before stepping out, she glanced back with a playful lilt. Brother, I'm stepping out now. Oh, and I'll return tonight. Sasuke, still peeling an orange, looked up perplexed. Where are you going? I won't tell you. Stay safely at home, nowhere else. Or I shall be cross, she chirped, light and teasing. At the word cross, Sasuke tensed, then hurriedly nodded. Oh, all right. Satisfied, Furin gave a small nod and pushed open the gate, stepping out into the sunlit lane. Soon Furin arrived at Shisui's doorstep. She drew a deep breath and rapped firmly, brother Shisui. The door swung open. There stood Shisui, arms crossed, brows knotted, his face etched with unmistakable irritation. He scoffed. Well, if it isn't the esteemed young lady herself. So, you finally graced us with your presence. Furin instantly summoned a winsome, apologetic smile and skipped inside. Brother Shisui, don't be angry. This time I truly have urgent business with you. Shisui lifted his gaze, his voice edged with lingering skepticism. Urgent business? What possible urgency could you possibly have? Unless it's another scheme requiring me to take the fall. Furin pouted indignantly and waved a hand. Take the fall? Not at all. I'm here for your safety. Danzo will seek you out tonight. Be vigilant. Shisui's brow furrowed deeper, his expression growing grave. I may not understand why you hold such animosity toward Danzo, but I'll be cautious. Furin leaned in, voice hushed. Remember, he possesses Izanagi. That is Danzo's ultimate trump card. He'll use it to cheat death. Keep your distance when you fight him. If victory seems impossible, do not force it. Flee. I'll await you at the Nank River. Shisui's eyes flickered, thoughtful, while Furin pressed on. Above all, protect your eyes. Do not let Danzo succeed. That wily old fox covets your Sharingan. When necessary, activate Susanoo without hesitation. Never underestimate him. Shisui exhaled softly, a wry, affectionate smile tugging at his lips. All right. I've heard you. So, Furin, you do care about me after all. Furin ignored his teasing, her expression hardening into sober resolve. Brother Shisui, I am not jesting. Not a single mishap may befall you. Shisui fell silent for a long moment, then gave a quiet, firm nod. Understood. I'll be careful. Furin breathed easier. Brother Shisui, you must keep your promise. What I see tonight must be you whole and unharmed. Shisui studied her, serious yet undeniably childlike, and chuckled warmly. Rest assured, having heard you speak with such gravity, I could never disappoint you. The twilight of dusk spilled over the streets of the village, and the figure of Feng Ling had long vanished from sight. Shisui, I sat silently in the room, his gaze thoughtfully fixed on the window as Feng Ling's words echoed in his mind. Danzo will come to find you. Remember to be careful. Suddenly a faint sound of wind reached his ears. Shisui abruptly turned his head only to see a ninja wearing a mask and dressed in root uniform silently appearing in the center of the room. Shisui asked coldly, who? The root member replied in a low voice, Uchiha Shisui, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Shisui frowned slightly, a sense of alarm rising in his heart. He hadn't expected Feng Ling's words to come true. However, he maintained his composure and simply replied, understood. Under the guidance of the root ninja, Shisui remained silent as he followed him out of the Uchiha territory, heading toward a secluded direction. As the sky darkened, the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate, devoid of any passersby. Eventually, they arrived at an empty, abandoned training ground. In the center of the training ground stood an old man leaning on a cane, none other than Shimura Danzo. Shisui halted, his expression grave as he focused intently on Danzo, speaking seriously. Lord Danzo, may I ask why you summoned me? Danzo narrowed his eyes, his voice low, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Shisui, this matter has dragged on long enough. Have you not yet taken action against Fugaku? Shizui's heart tightened, yet he appeared calm on the surface. The clan leader is also striving for opportunities for peace, I believe. Opportunities for peace. Danzo interrupted Shisui with a cold laugh, his tone suddenly sharp. The Uchiha clan will not simply acquiesce to being suppressed by Konoha. They are dangerous. Shisui, can you not act, or do you simply not want to? Or perhaps your Kodo Amatsukami is intended for me. This statement struck Shizui's heart like a sharp thorn. Shisui fell silent for a moment, his mind racing to devise a strategy. However, in that brief moment of distraction, a fierce glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he suddenly struck his left hand, imbued with powerful chakra, reaching for Shizui's eyes. This is bad. Shizui's heart jolted, but he was already on guard. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly retreated, simultaneously casting an illusion on Danzo. Danzo's movements froze instantly, his gaze becoming vacant as his entire being came to a standstill. Seizing the opportunity, Shisui quickly created distance, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, Feng Ling's reminder from when she left echoed in his mind. Remember, he has Izanagi. If you can't win, run to the South Haga River, it'll be waiting for you there. Shisui took a deep breath, swiftly assessing his surroundings, vigilantly scanning for any hidden route members. Without hesitation, he turned and fled the training ground at the fastest speed, heading towards the South Haga River. Behind him, Danzo gradually emerged from the illusion, his gaze dark and a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Shisui, truly worthy of being the Uchiha clan's most exceptional genius. But do you think you can escape? The moonlight cast down on the ground, outlining Shizui's swift figure. A gust of wind surged at his feet, resembling a shadow darting across the night sky. However, amidst the sound of the wind, urgent footsteps were faintly intermingled, the pursuers hot on his trail. The hidden route ninjas have emerged in full force. It seems Danzo is determined to take my eyes. Shizui's heart tightened. He formed hand seals with both hands, activating the body flicker technique, his speed surging again as he attempted to create distance. However, the number of pursuers hidden in the darkness far exceeded his expectations. With a sudden whoosh, several shurikens and explosive tags struck from all directions, sealing off his escape route. Shisui had no choice but to roll back, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The scorching flames erupted forth, temporarily pushing back the pursuers. Despite averting the immediate crisis, Shizui's mood grew increasingly heavy. As he advanced swiftly, his gaze coldly scanned his surroundings, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. Izanagi, this forbidden technique, can only be performed by those of the Uchiha clan who possess Sharingan. But where did Danzo obtain his Sharingan? The answer was evident, yet it sent a chill down Shizui's spine. Danzo has actually deprived clan members of their eyes, using their power for himself. Such actions are simply unforgivable. Shisui gritted his teeth, a surge of anger swelling within his chest, chakra gradually condensing in his hands, ready to counter the next wave of attacks. Yet beyond anger there lay a profound conflict. Shizui's mind conjured images of Uchiha clan members, their eyes filled with pain, resentment, and struggle deeply piercing his heart. I love Konoha above all else. This had been his unwavering belief since he became a ninja, and he took pride in it. Yet the current reality tore his faith apart. The upper echelons of Konoha were not the symbols of the village's protection. Their actions were gradually pushing the Uchiha clan towards the abyss. The higher-ups of Konoha are persecuting the Uchiha, and the Uchiha's resentment is brewing. This is an inevitable tragedy. Shizui's gaze turned cold, his steps unceasing, yet his heart wrestled with turmoil. I am loyal to Konoha, not these parasites. Shizui's fists clenched slightly, memories of Feng Ling's innocent face, Itachi's worried eyes, and Sasuke's stubborn expression flashed in his mind. He suddenly understood his mission. If Konoha has been corrupted, I am willing to eliminate these parasites myself, clearing the path for a true Konoha. At that moment, a resolute determination shone in Shizui's eyes. He had made up his mind to protect true Konoha at all costs, safeguarding Itachi and Feng Ling's future. Danzo, you have made me see the hidden shadows of Konoha. Tonight marks the beginning of my counterattack, Shisui said coldly. Shisui closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, the crimson light burning like flames in the night. Chakra erupted suddenly, and the skeletal frame of the green Susanoo materialized from the void, resembling a colossal guardian standing tall in the darkness. The giant arm of Susanoo swept across, imbued with destructive power, sending the attacking root ninjas flying. The ground was instantly torn apart, the rising dust enveloping the entire battlefield. Several root ninjas had not even had time to react before being smashed into the ground, howling in pain as they lost their ability to move. After driving back the root ninjas, Shisui no longer lingered in battle. He turned into a shadow, swiftly darting into the depths of the forest. Soon he arrived at a cliff. The night wind howled, and a white-haired girl stood at the edge of the cliff with her back to him, her slender figure seemingly ready to be swept away by the wind. That familiar white hair and red eyes sent a jolt of shock through Shisui's heart. He immediately halted in his tracks, his pupils narrowing. Feng Ling! Shisui exclaimed, his voice laced with undeniable urgency and concern. Feng Ling slowly turned her head, wearing her usual innocent smile, yet it chilled Shisui's heart. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Shay stepped forward quickly, his tone betraying an unprecedented anxiety. Where's Itachi? Where's the clan leader? Why are you alone? Where are the reinforcements? Shisui's questions came in rapid succession, and before Feng Ling could respond, his expression grew increasingly grave. Feng Ling had no backup as she had come alone. Shisui's mind raced with various possibilities, even starting to regret not having insisted she stay home. However, before he could continue questioning, a sharp sound of breaking air interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw dozens of root ninjas had already caught up, their expressions cold and filled with murderous intent. Fire release, dragon flame song. Wind release, great breakthrough. Lightning release, earth walk. Multiple high-level ninjutsu came crashing in one after another, flames sweeping in like a roaring dragon, violent wind blades engulfing the surroundings, and lightning striking like a tearing sky, weaving into a devastating offensive, charging straight at Shisui and Feng Ling. Shisui's pupils constricted sharply, his reflexes swift. Almost instinctively, he turned tightly, shielding Feng Ling behind him, and shouted, Susanoo. The green Susanoo erupted instantly, its skeletal frame rapidly taking shape, forming an impervious barrier that enveloped both of them. The number of root ninjas continued to increase, and heavy footsteps along with the rustling of fabric echoed through the dense forest. As night fell, despite the absence of moonlight, a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped the surroundings. Shisui remained vigilant, observing the area around him as the air outside his Susanoo appeared to freeze. Suddenly the crowd parted, revealing an elderly man leaning on a cane as he slowly stepped forward. His single eye glimmered with a cold light in the darkness, resembling a cold-blooded venomous snake as it fixed its gaze intently on Shisui. Danzo halted, supporting himself with his cane, slightly lifting his chin and speaking in a hoarse, deep voice. Uchiha Shisui, is this what you call reinforcements? His gaze swept over the petite figure behind Shisui, laced with obvious disdain and mockery. If this is all there is, then tonight your eyes will belong to me. Shisui's eyes burned with intensity, his voice as cold as ice. Lord Danzo, are you really planning to openly attack a leaf ninja? Danzo let out a cold laugh, his tone revealing his unmasked ambition, the protector of the leaf. Shisui, you are too naive. Protecting the leaf does not rely on your naive dreams of peace, but on absolute power and control. Your Konoha Matsukami can only truly stabilize the leaf when it falls into my hands. Shisui felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had long anticipated that Danzo would covet his eyes, but hearing it stated so bluntly still filled him with anger and sorrow. The skeletal form of Susanoo trembled slightly, reflecting Shisui's inner turmoil. He spoke in a low voice, Lord Danzo, you claim this is for the leaf, but your actions are truly for yourself. The leaf does not need parasites to control it. Danzo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and as he tapped his cane against the ground, the root ninjas behind him stepped forward in unison. Killing intent surged like a tidal wave, making it hard to breathe. Shisui, don't waste any more time. I must have your eyes. Danzo raised his hand and coldly commanded attack. As his order was given, dozens of root ninjas sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of jutsu that surged towards Shisui. Meanwhile, Susanoo's green glowing skeletal frame trembled slightly under the impact of the jutsu. However, at this critical moment, a soft little hand quietly grasped Shisui's. Shisui paused in surprise, looking down at Furin. She lifted her head, a naive yet determined smile gracing her face as she confidently said, Big brother Shisui, don't be afraid. I'm here. Before her words could finish, an indescribably immense chakra erupted from Furin's body. This power surged like a colossal wave, sweeping through the surroundings and pressing down on Danzo and his root ninjas, making it hard for them to breathe. The chakra gradually transformed into a dazzling orange filled with a wild and powerful aura, as if the entire world was dominated by this energy. Shisui felt his hand filled with a searing power, the chakra flowing from his wrist into Susanoo. The once imposing figure of Susanoo now seemed to be infused with life, beginning to change. The translucent skeletal form quickly became enveloped in orange chakra, and a pair of massive beastly eyes opened in the air, sharp claws and 9 swaying tails gradually taking shape. This is Shisui's pupils constricted as he looked at the enormous being taking form before him, unable to contain his exclamation, "The Nine Tails." Furin playfully blinked at Shisui and softly said, "Big brother Shisui, I am the reinforcements." She then turned to face the immense chakra, her tone as lively as ever. "Please, Lord Nine Tails." A low and imposing voice responded, "Oh." With this reply, the orange chakra fully condensed, revealing the tall and powerful figure of the Nine Tails. Nine Tails swished through the air, creating gusts of wind, and the ground trembled and cracked under its might, as if whispering in agony. Danzo's expression finally changed, his cold demeanor now revealing shock and fear. He stared furiously at Furin and Shisui, gritting his teeth and shouting, "The Nine Tails is under control. The Uchiha clan is indeed born evil, destined to destroy the leaf." Furin paid no mind to Danzo's shouts, turning to Shisui and softly saying, "Big brother Shisui, release your Susanoo onto the Nine Tails and combine it with its power." Shisui hesitated for a moment, then nodded and began to channel chakra into his Susanoo. Layers of thick green armor grew from Susanoo's skeletal frame, covering the surface of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails' previously wild and ferocious appearance instantly transformed into one of majesty and lethal intent, the armor radiating a chilling light, while its claws gripped a massive sword and a drill-like weapon crackling with electricity. Furin clapped her hands in satisfaction, smiling brightly. "The Nine Tails is now armored." Success. The Nine Tails lowered its head to examine the green armor, casually swinging its weapon. The blade sliced through the air, crackling with electricity, creating a deep fissure in the ground nearby. The Nine Tails grinned, revealing sharp teeth, its tone laced with mockery. "This weapon, while it can't compare to Madara's, it's still decent enough to deal with these small fries." Before its words were finished, the Nine Tails suddenly swung the massive sword in its hand, unleashing terrifying power that swept forward. The root ninjas were instantly sent flying, screams echoing around. The drill-like weapon in its other hand began to spin, emitting a deafening whirring sound, shooting like a beam of light straight into the crowd of root ninjas. In an instant, the ground was blasted into countless deep craters, trees collapsed under the onslaught, and dust rose into the air. Faced with this nearly invincible combination, Danzo could no longer maintain his composure. His face turned completely pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone charge. All of you go. Even if it costs your lives, block them." Under Danzo's orders, the root ninjas had no choice but to charge forward with gritted teeth. However, their attacks seemed as ineffective as paper against the combined power of the Nine Tails and Susanoo. Every time the Nine Tails swung its sword, a group of ninjas would be swept away, and with each strike of the drill, a small explosion would erupt. Seeing the battle spiral out of control, Danzo's expression grew increasingly furious. He quickly formed Seal's chakra, surging forth wind-style vacuum sphere. With Danzo's roar, he swiftly spat out several rapidly rotating wind projectiles, which flew towards the Nine Tails like a torrential storm imbued with sharp wind power. Each projectile that struck the ground left a massive crater, showcasing their immense power. Yet against Danzo's attack, the Nine Tails simply snorted child's play. Its nine tails swung fiercely, effortlessly deflecting all the projectiles. The shockwaves from the collisions sent surrounding root ninjas flying. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Danzo's eyes as he retreated again, his gaze darting around, seemingly searching for an escape route. Furin discerned his intentions and softly said to the Nine Tails, "Lord Nine Tails, we can't let this old man escape." The Nine Tails nodded, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across its face. "Rest assured, this old fool won't get away today." With that, the Nine Tails leaped into the air, its enormous form obscuring half the sky as the sharp Susanoo blade charged towards Danzo. Bang! The Nine Tails swung the massive sword that enveloped Susanoo, the blade slicing through the air, directly targeting Danzo. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Danzo was drenched in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed Hand Seal's roaring summoning technique, Dream Baku. In the thick smoke, a gigantic Dream Baku emerged, its massive figure opening its mouth, filled with sharp fangs. Danzo shouted, "Stop it." The Dream Baku emitted a low growl, spewing forth a powerful wind-release chakra, forming a storm-like barrier in an attempt to withstand the Nine Tails sword. However, when the blade met the wind-release barrier, in just a moment the strength of the wind-release was torn apart, like paper, utterly ineffective. The Nine Tails grinned coldly, its voice dripping with disdain. "Is this your trump card? Too weak." With a bang, the massive body of the Dream Baku was cleaved in two by the blade, dissipating into a puff of smoke. The summoning technique was completely dispelled, and the Dream Baku didn't even manage to block for a second. Seizing the brief moment of delay, Danzo quickly retreated, rapidly forming Hand Seals, and unleashed three wind release techniques. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. 3 massive high-speed air bullets shot out from Danzo's mouth, striking directly at the head and chest of the Ninetales, creating a wind pressure that cracked the ground. After the air bullets collided, a large amount of dust and smoke erupted instantly, enveloping the entire area in a gray-white mist. Danzo panted heavily, his gaze fixed on the direction of the smoke. He sneered inwardly. Though the Ninetales are strong under this concentrated onslaught, they should have sustained some injuries. However, the next moment, a low chuckle came from the smoke. This little wind can't even scratch me. As the smoke cleared, the Ninetales figure reappeared, its armor shining like new, showing no signs of damage. The Ninetales extended a massive hand, moving with lightning speed, grabbing Danzo off the ground. "I've got you now." The Ninetales' deep voice was filled with coldness as its giant hand gradually tightened, emitting a cracking sound. "Oh." Danzo's face turned pale in an instant as he spewed out a mouthful of blood. He struggled with all his might, but could not escape the Ninetales' grasp. As he gasped for breath, he glared at Furin and Shizun, his tone filled with resentment and unwillingness, threatening the safety of Konoha. "I truly regret not making a move against you sooner. If I had eliminated you earlier, Konoha wouldn't be facing today's disaster." Furin stood on the Ninetales' shoulder, coldly observing Danzo, and retorted mercilessly, "What qualifications do you have to talk about Konoha's safety? Your so-called protection is merely satisfying your personal desires under the guise of Konoha." Danzo's eyes turned cold, a hint of resolute sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. "The interests of Konoha come above all else. Even if I die, I will not let you threaten it." He suddenly stopped struggling, rapidly forming hand seals, and shouted angrily, "4-symbol seal." Thick black spell symbols surged from Danzo's abdomen like a flowing river, instantly enveloping the surroundings, carrying an aura of destruction towards Shizun and Furin. Shizun's Sharingan suddenly widened, the crimson light flickering as the black sealing patterns seemed to be suppressed by some invisible force. Danzo's body shook violently, and then he slumped down weakly, his eyes rolling back, his head drooping helplessly. The Ninetales looked down at Danzo, a cold smile creeping at the corner of its mouth, its voice dripping with disdain. "No more jumping around." However, Shizun frowned, his tone filled with restraint. "Ninetales, don't be too hasty in killing Danzo." The Ninetales lifted its massive fox-like eyes, casting an impatient glance at Shizun. "Why should I listen to you? A little brat dares to point fingers at me." Furin gently patted the Ninetales' ear, her movements affectionate, like coaxing a pet. "Lord Ninetales, be good, don't be so fierce." Her voice was soft and sweet, yet carried a hint of natural authority. The Ninetales rolled its eyes, let out a long sigh, and finally shook its massive paw, casually tossing Danzo to the ground like trash. Bang! Danzo's body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The Ninetales snorted coldly. "Forget it, I'll let him off this time." Shizun looked at Danzo on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief, but at the same time cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He gently dispersed Susanoo, swaying slightly, a stream of blood and tears sliding from his Sharingan. Shizun quickly wiped his face with his hand, bracing himself to stand firm, and whispered, "Ninetales, thank you." The Ninetales turned its head, impatience evident in its tone. "If you're going to thank someone, thank Furin." Then the Ninetales looked at Furin. "If you need anything, remember to call me." As soon as the words left its mouth, its massive form began to fade, ultimately transforming into a dazzling chakra that slowly flowed into Furin's body. Furin tilted her head, watching the Ninetales figure disappear, then patted her little chest and replied, got it, Lord Ninetales, don't be so fierce next time." Furin turned her head and saw Shizun looking exhausted, quickly walking over to support him, concernedly asking Shizun, "Are you alright?" Shizun shook his head, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. We must leave here quickly. I have some things to ask Lord Third." However, just as they prepared to leave, 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows in the distance. A man wearing a red vortex mask stood in front, arms crossed, exuding a chilling aura. Behind him, a black and white figure resembling a carnivorous plant revealed a sinister smile. Zetsu broke the silence with a low laugh. "Abito, the battle is over. Aren't you going to make a move?" His voice carried a hint of mockery and taunt. The man referred to as Abito replied coldly, "Call me Madara." Zetsu was slightly taken aback, then sneered, "No matter what you call yourself, it seems you're planning to sit this one out, aren't you?" Madara snorted softly, his gaze deeply fixed on Furin and Shizun, his voice deep and filled with confusion. "The Sage of the Six Paths is a huge problem. I cannot take the risk. Moreover," Madara's voice paused slightly, seemingly filled with doubt and vigilance, "why is that Uchiha Furin involved with the Ninetales? This is beyond my plans." Zetsu's expression became meaningful. "That indeed raises an interesting question. The existence of Uchiha Furin seems to be a variable in itself." Madara remained silent for a moment, slowly turning around, his tone carrying a cold determination. "The plan has temporarily failed, but everything is not over yet. Observe them, gather more information. As for Furin," he said coldly, "perhaps it's time to revise the strategy." As his words fell, his figure gradually melded into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Zetsu stood in place, his gaze still fixed on Furin, in the distance a hint of a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A variable, is it? Things are indeed getting more interesting. Then his body slowly merged into the ground, completely disappearing into the shadows. Jishu's figure carrying Danzo stood out distinctly against the night, with Feng Ling following closely behind, her expression relaxed and joyful. Feng Ling looked up at the Hokage building under the moonlight, unable to suppress a surge of accomplishment in her heart. Finally dealt with that old coot Danzo. Although I don't know why Obito didn't take action, we at least won the first hard-fought battle today. As they reached the outside of the Hokage building, the atmosphere on the scene was already tense and confrontational. In front of the Hokage building, the Uchiha clan was facing off against the family forces behind the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan leader Fugaku stood at the forefront of the crowd, his expression stern, while the third Hokage maintained a serious face, seemingly trying to control the situation. The third Hokage asked in a deep voice, "Fugaku, why did you bring the Uchiha clan here so ostentatiously to the Hokage building? What do you intend to do?" Fugaku calmly looked up, his tone steady yet filled with pressure. "Lord Third, our Uchiha clan means no harm. We have come only to ask you to bear witness." As soon as he finished speaking, the family ninjas behind the third Hokage began to whisper and murmur. "Witness? What does that mean? How dare the Uchiha clan say they mean no harm? Fugaku, are you stalling for time, preparing to launch a rebellion?" One hot-headed ninja even pointed directly at Fugaku's nose and shouted, "You Uchiha clan can never stay quiet. How dare you come here to provoke us? Are you tired of living?" Faced with these aggressive remarks, Fugaku remained calm, showing no signs of being disturbed. At that moment, Hinata Hizashi, standing in the crowd, spoke up, "Everyone, let's calm down. Fugaku's meaning is quite clear. If the Uchiha clan truly intended harm toward Konoha, why would they come here to reason with us? That would be utterly redundant." His words slightly quelled the noisy scene, as everyone exchanged glances, seeming to find some sense in it. Fugaku glanced at Hizashi, a hint of gratitude in his eyes, then spoke firmly, "Thank you, Hizashi. I, Fugaku, have come today with the Uchiha clan, not to fight nor to provoke, but to prove to everyone in Konoha that we, the Uchiha clan, are not enemies. We are a part of Konoha." Fugaku then said in a deep voice, "The true betrayer of Konoha is Danzo." Without finishing his words, Shisui stepped forward and mercilessly threw the unconscious Danzo onto the ground. The dull sound echoed across the scene, and all eyes were focused on the unconscious figure. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo, his expression complex and heavy. He knew that Danzo had always harbored hostility toward the Uchiha clan, constantly plotting in the shadows, but now that Danzo had been subdued, the situation had become exceptionally tricky. Just as everyone fell silent, Shisui spoke up. His voice was not loud, but each word struck like a hammer. "Danzo attempted to seize my Sharingan and mobilized root ninjas to attack me. At the same time, his right eye is a Sharingan. I suspect that before this, some Uchiha clan members have already fallen victim to his schemes." These words were like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up turbulent waves. What? Danzo actually dared to strike against the Uchiha. He actually killed our clan members. This is absolutely unforgivable. This bastard deserves to die. Angry shouts surged forth, igniting the emotions of the Uchiha clan members, with some unable to contain themselves and activating their Sharingan, their crimson eyes glaring at the third Hokage and Danzo, with murderous intent evident. Fugaku shouted sternly, "Quiet. Let Shisui finish speaking." The crowd gradually quieted down, but still wore expressions of anger and resentment. Shisui continued, "Now that Danzo has been arrested, his root has also been dismantled. Lord Third, this matter involves the very foundation of Konoha, and we hope for a fair resolution. I would like to hear your opinion." Jishu's gaze was like a torch staring at the third Hokage, without yielding, his tone carrying unshakable determination. The Uchiha clan members stood behind him in formation, each with piercing eyes, their anger boiling within, but restrained from erupting. The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, his complex gaze falling on the fallen Danzo. Danzo was known for his toughness and ruthless methods, yet now he lay on the ground like livestock awaiting slaughter, devoid of any power to resist. This was not only Danzo's failure, but also raised another layer of concern in the third Hokage's heart. Shisui. Danzo's strength was certainly not weak, especially with the elite ninjas of Root backing him, and now Shisui stood here almost unscathed, which indicated many issues. Just how strong is he? Moreover, he might not have even used the strongest Genjutsu Kodoemetsukami. The third Hokage suppressed his complex emotions and spoke slowly. "This matter requires further investigation. Shisui, I will ensure justice for the Uchiha clan." He deliberately maintained a calm tone, attempting to soothe the agitated Uchiha members. However, a loud shout from the crowd instantly shattered the surface peace. Further investigation. Isn't the matter already clear? Just execute him. The one who spoke was the hot-tempered Taihuo, his face filled with fury, fists tightly clenched, seemingly ready to rush forward and finish off Danzo. Exactly. Execution. Someone like Danzo does not deserve to live. The Uchiha clan members were harmed, so he should pay with his life. Angry voices surged forth, and some Uchiha members had already activated their Sharingan, their crimson pupils flashing with dangerous light. The third Hokage frowned, his gaze shifting to Fugaku, as if hoping he would say something. Fugaku's face remained serious, arms crossed, but he did not immediately express his stance. After the Uchiha clan departed, the atmosphere in the Hokage building remained tense. The third Hokage watched the last clan leader's figure disappear into the darkness before turning around, his gaze cold as it fell upon the unconscious Danzo. He waved his hand, commanding others to take Danzo to the interrogation room. The air in the interrogation room was stagnant, and under the dim light, the third Hokage lowered his head, holding a pipe, with smoke curling up, shrouding his face in a haze. His face was lined with weariness and pain, his gaze deep and complex, as if an immense burden weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Sitting opposite him, Danzo's hands were bound, his clothes torn, yet his expression remained stubborn. His eyes were calm, even carrying a hint of indifference, like a wolf that had lain in wait for years in the shadows, refusing to bow even in death. The third Hokage slowly lifted his head, looking at the comrade who had walked alongside him for most of his life, his voice low. Danzo, why didn't you consult me before taking action? Do you truly distrust me that much? Danzo scoffed softly, slowly raising his head, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. Hisashi, do you still remember our oath? You are the leaf bathed in sunlight, while I am the root buried underground. I have always guarded Konoha in my own way, never swaying from my path. The protection you speak of is slaughter, conspiracy, and betrayal of those who trust you. The third Hokage's gaze flashed with pain as he shook his head, softly rebutting. Danzo, your protection has become corrupted. Danzo seemed not to hear, continuing. Hisashi, the only regret I have now is that I didn't act sooner. If I had done it earlier, I could have completely eradicated the hidden dangers posed by the Uchiha clan. These words struck like a knife, piercing deep into the third Hokage's heart. He suddenly yanked Danzo's collar, his eyes aflame with anger and sorrow. Don't you realize your mistakes yet? Danzo, you are about to die. Do you understand? Danzo remained calm, even a hint of a cold smile playing on his lips. He stared into the third Hokage's furious eyes, his voice icy and resolute. Hisashi, do not pity me. I simply lost. It's nothing more than death. The third Hokage was taken aback, involuntarily loosening his grip on Danzo's collar. He took a step back as if something had hollowed him out. He knew that with Danzo's character, uttering those words meant he had given up all struggle, seeking only death. Danzo, the third Hokage murmured, his voice laced with deep resignation and pain. Did you truly do all those things? Danzo's lips curled slightly, his eyes showing no sign of retreat. Yes, Hisashi, I did. Those experiments, those assassinations, those sacrifices. They were all real. The third Hokage's hands trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the turmoil within. His voice was hoarse and low. Why? Why did you have to go this far? Why? Danzo chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Because you are too weak, Hisashi. The threat of the Uchiha clan is right before us, yet you choose to compromise. I cannot tolerate your weakness, nor can I allow Konoha to fall into crisis due to your hesitation. Saying this, he looked directly at the third Hokage, his eyes filled with a sense of resignation. After my death, I hope you will continue to guard Konoha and not let the Uchiha clan succeed. The third Hokage paused, complexity flashing in his eyes. He looked at this old friend who had fought alongside him for many years, filled with pain and struggle, finally, just giving a slight nod. I understand. Danzo's gaze was deep and steady. His face bore a hint of fatigue, but his tone remained calm. Uchiha fury, she is a threat. She can control the power of the Nine Tails, and such a person must be guarded against. Also, Shisui's Kodoamatsukami should not have been used. Be careful. The third Hokage frowned slightly, responding quietly. After explaining everything, Danzo leaned back, slightly resting against the chair's back, and slowly closed his eyes. His voice grew low and hoarse, yet carried a rare softness. Monkey. The third Hokage paused his steps to leave, slowly turning back, quietly watching him. Danzo's lips curled into a rare smile as he softly said, I also love Konoha. Tears glimmered in the third Hokage's eyes. He clenched his teeth, his tone heavy, yet gentle. I understand. After speaking, he turned to leave the door to the interrogation room, slowly closing behind him with a dull thud. The light remained dim as Danzo sat quietly in the chair, the smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth. His eyes gradually dimmed, and the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Outside, the third Hokage stood in the corridor, the embers in his pipe faintly flickering. He looked up at the ceiling, the tears in his eyes finally falling. He knew this was not only Danzo's end, but also his unfulfilled responsibility. They both loved Konoha yet chose entirely different paths. After a long while, the third Hokage let out a slow sigh, his gaze turning towards the quiet starry sky outside the window. Why didn't the Uchiha take advantage of the chaos to initiate an impeachment against me or pressure me for benefits, instead directly handing Danzo over to me? The third Hokage rubbed his temples. Everything that happened tonight made him reassess the Uchiha. All along he had viewed the Uchiha as proud, indifferent, and aloof, but tonight they were filled with rationality and restraint, even revealing a hint of a sincere desire for peace. Perhaps there is still a turning point. The third Hokage murmured to himself, feeling a long-lost glimmer of hope and anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, inside the Uchiha clan, it was a scene of great celebration. Clan members gathered in the hall, their spirits high, enthusiastically discussing the recent victory. Haha, as expected of our Uchiha clan's genius. One clan member excitedly patted Shisui's shoulder, his tone filled with pride. Indeed, Shisui and Itachi certainly did not let us down. Another person chimed in, their eyes brimming with admiration. But to be honest, I was worried before that Shisui and Itachi joining the Umbu would. Before he could finish, Tetsuhana interrupted urgently, nonsense. Shisui and Itachi are our pride. Joining the Umbu will only make them stronger. Shisui was showered with praise from everyone, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head and smiled. Actually, this time's success was all thanks to Furyu. Nearby, Itachi nodded as well, gazing gently at Furyu, his tone full of recognition. Yes, Furyu is the biggest contributor this time. Furyu, suddenly being called out, showed a proud smile, grabbing Sasuke's hand and raising it high, and Sasuke and Ayasen. He is also one of the contributors. Sasuke suddenly panicked, his cheeks turning bright red. I didn't do anything. Furyu blinked, saying with conviction, who said that? Aizen is the one who stabilized the rear. Sasuke looked at Furious' radiant smile, feeling a bit of warmth in his heart. He secretly held Furious' small hand tightly, a thought floating in his mind. Furyu is really great. She even shares the credit with me, and her small hand is so soft. Seeing this, Shisui gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, smiling. All right, actually everyone contributed. This victory is the result of our unity. Eighth Elder stroked his beard, his face full of satisfaction. Shisui is right. As long as we Uchiha are united, who in all of Konoha can compare to us? The hall was filled with laughter and joy, the hearts of the clan members tightly bound together, each person's face radiating an unprecedented pride and happiness. In the adjacent study, Fugaku sat across from Hayashi, each holding a cup of hot tea, the fragrant steam wafting through the air. Hayashi lifted his cup, taking a gentle sip, a hint of seriousness in his gaze. He slowly spoke. It seems I have somewhat changed my view of your Uchiha clan. Fugaku smiled slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Though, to change the view of Hayashi Hyuga is not an easy feat. Hayashi set down his cup and shook his head. To be honest, I did hold some prejudices towards you Uchiha in the past. The pride and stubbornness of your clan members always made me feel distant. But this time your actions made me see a different side. Fugaku did not rush to respond, but instead picked up his cup leisurely, savoring a sip of tea. His gaze was calm and profound, as if contemplating something. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Hayashi, in fact, your Hyuga clan carries the same honor and responsibility as our Uchiha. We may walk different paths, but our ultimate goal is the same: to protect Konoha and everything we hold dear. Hayashi set down his teacup, pondering for a moment, then smiled. It seems I need to rethink the relationship between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Perhaps we can try to take a step further. Fugaku's gaze shifted slightly, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then it depends on your attitude, Hayashi. The future of Konoha may also depend on this. The two exchanged smiles, as if a silent understanding had been reached in the air. The next day, in the bright morning of Konoha, the atmosphere on the streets was unusually tense and eerie. Hey, did you hear? A big shot is going to be executed today. Who is it? I don't know, seems like an old guy who has done a lot of bad things. It's said that the third Hokage is personally presiding over it. The discussions rose and fell, with almost everyone in Konoha village talking about this matter. People's curiosity was piqued, and they gathered in droves at an open space outside the Hokage Tower. Outside the Hokage Tower, a temporary platform was set up in the center of the open space, surrounded by villagers. Many ninjas stood guard around, maintaining order to ensure the situation wouldn't spiral out of control. The crowd was filled with various faces, including ordinary villagers, merchants, and representatives of ninja clans, all gathered in groups, discussing, their eyes reflecting both anticipation and unease. I heard he's a truly wicked person. With the third personally presiding, he must have committed a grave crime. Exactly. It said he was a high-ranking official in the past. What exactly did he do? Who knows? Anyway, since the third has pronounced the sentence, we just need to enjoy the show. Just as the discussions grew louder, several Umbu members escorted a disheveled Danzo out from the Hokage tower. Danzo was tightly bound, his face covered in dirt and fatigue, yet his gaze remained sinister. Although captured, he showed no signs of submission, coldly surveying the surroundings. Upon seeing Danzo, the crowd erupted in excitement. That's him, the one who did all those bad deeds. Throw things at him. Led by someone, rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables were hurled at Danzo. Do you even know what bad things he did? No idea, but if everyone is throwing, I would be at a loss if I didn't. Exactly. What good can come from a bad person? Danzo's clothes were tattered and covered in filth, making him look utterly miserable. He coldly looked at the civilians before him, his eyes filled with disdain, muttering, "A bunch of foolish commoners who don't even realize who truly wants the best for them." Hearing this, some people became even angrier. What did he just say? How dare he insult us? This guy truly deserves what he gets. Throw him down, let him know what's coming. More rotten eggs, stones, and even shoes were hurled at Danzo, but his expression remained unchanged, as if he was indifferent to it all. At this moment, the third Hokage standing on the platform rose to his feet. Although his figure appeared somewhat aged, the authority he carried was still impossible to ignore. Clearing his throat, he said loudly, "Silence." The crowd gradually quieted down, all eyes focused on the third Hokage. His expression was grave and dignified as he slowly walked to the front of the platform and proclaimed, "Villagers, today, I will personally judge Shimura Danzo. He was once a Konoha elder and my longtime comrade, but the crimes he has committed are heinous. Under the guise of protecting Konoha, he has actually caused destruction to the village's stability. This is something the beliefs of Konoha cannot tolerate." Taking a deep breath, the third began to read out the charges against Danzo one by one. Shimura Danzo, former elder of Konoha, abused his power to conduct illegal human experiments and stole the cellular powers of the first Hokage. He coveted the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, persecuting them and instigating family conflicts within Konoha. He colluded with Orochimaru in secret, endangering the stability of Konoha. For his own selfish desires, he instigated multiple internal conflicts, committing numerous crimes that are intolerable by heaven. The third paused for a moment, scanning the crowd with his gaze, and continued, "According to Konoha's laws, his crimes warrant capital punishment. Today we will demonstrate through action to all, no one can be above justice." The third articulated each word clearly, and the villagers below listened in shock. Some began to curse quietly, while others displayed expressions of outrage. Such a person should have died long ago. Exactly, he harmed so many people, he shouldn't be forgiven. The third raised his hand, suppressing the villagers' emotions. His gaze turned to Danzo, and he said sternly, "Shimura Danzo, according to Konoha's laws, you are to be punished for your crimes. Do you have anything to say?" Danzo raised his head, staring directly at the third, showing no hint of remorse. He let out a cold laugh, his voice chillingly calm. "Go ahead, monkey. Don't be soft-hearted this time." The third closed his eyes for a moment, his fingers trembling slightly. He raised his hand, signaling the Umbu. "Execute it." An Umbu ninja drew a sharp, long knife, the cold gleam flashing in the sunlight. Danzo closed his eyes, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth, as if in mockery or farewell. His voice was barely audible. "I have never regretted my life." With a flash of cold light, the long knife descended, and Danzo's life came to an end at that moment. A cacophony erupted from the crowd below, cheers and curses intertwining. "A person like that deserves to die. Such a villain should perish. Living is a disaster." Konoha is finally at peace. Yet the third Hokage standing on the platform appeared exceptionally silent. He gazed at the fallen Danzo without a hint of relief on his face. His figure seemed overwhelmingly lonely in the sunlight, as if he had aged many years in an instant. Standing on the high platform, the third's pained gaze swept across the crowd, and he sighed softly, "It's over, go home." The third wobbled away, his back appearing desolate and weary. "Danzo, I don't know who was right and who was wrong between us. But perhaps all of this was destined from the start." The streets of Konoha remained lively. The shouts of vendors echoed, children chased and played in the alleys, and women gathered with their shopping baskets to discuss today's grand event, the death of Shimura Danzo. Some laughed heartily, some cursed the deceased scourge, while others exclaimed, "The third Hokage is truly just and fair." Laughter and cheers swirled through the streets, as if deliberately proving that this village had never paused its rhythm for any event. But as one moved further away, the fallen leaves at the corner went uncleaned, and the stray cats nestled in the shadows dozed off. Within the territory of the Uchiha clan, the atmosphere was unusually relaxed and harmonious. The previous aura of hostility had long vanished, replaced by a peace tinged with a hint of sorrow. The clan members gathered together, discussing how to integrate into Konoha, how to bridge the gap with ordinary villagers, and even pondering how to make their smiles appear more approachable. Taihua sat under the corridor holding a cup of tea, yet his expression remained troubled, Alas, what should we do? When I smile, they get scared, making me seem even more intimidating than when I don't smile. Beside him, Dao Hua leaned against a pillar, nodding in agreement, indeed. The other day, I passed by the market and just greeted the shop owner, and he dropped what he was holding, even giving me a free bag of rice. To be honest, I felt quite embarrassed. Tai Hua slapped his thigh. This is just it. The clan leader wants us to improve relations, but we are born this way. What can we do? This task is too difficult. Just as the two were frowning, Shisui walked over from the backyard and overheard their conversation. He couldn't help but chuckle. Are you two having trouble? As soon as Tai Hua saw Shisui, he quickly spoke up. Shisui, don't tease us. You and Itachi must be doing just fine, right? Itachi followed closely behind and walked over as well. He nodded, his voice calm. Shisui and I are indeed doing well. Perhaps it's because we interact with the villagers more often, they don't reject us as much. Upon hearing this, Tai Hua and Dao Hua both sighed, as if lamenting the unfairness of fate. Meanwhile, in another room, the atmosphere was equally delicate in the clan leader Fugaku's chamber. Fugaku sat upright in the main seat, his expression tranquil, but his gaze held a hint of contemplation. Across from him, Hyuga Hizashi, leader of the Hyuga clan, was drinking tea, appearing particularly relaxed. At the small table between them, Feng Ling sat straight, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Dad, why not disband the Uchiha security team and let Uncle Hizashi take over? Feng Ling's sudden remark nearly made Fugaku spit out his tea. He furrowed his brows slightly, looking at his little daughter before finally saying, Feng Ling, do you know what you're saying? Feng Ling, undeterred, nodded earnestly. Of course I do. Look at us Uchiha, we naturally have a cold face buff. Being in the security team, constantly catching and punishing people, aren't we just a thorn in everyone's side? Hizashi, who had been leisurely enjoying his tea, twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. After all, we are fierce by nature, and this job is just meant to offend people, right? Feng Ling continued. Hizashi hesitated for a moment, then set down his teacup. Feng Ling, that sounds a bit strange. Feng Ling, however, paid no mind and continued. But Uncle Hizashi, your Hyuga clan is different. You have the Byakugan, which makes you look upright and powerful. Plus your relations with the villagers are good. Handing this task to you would be a bonus. Fugaku's expression grew increasingly complex. He contemplated for a moment before turning to Hizashi. Hizashi, what do you think? Hizashi smiled, appearing calm on the surface, yet feeling somewhat helpless inside. Although the work of the security team may offend people, at its core it is a tangible symbol of power, firmly controlling the village's security management. Back in the day, the Uchiha fought hard to obtain this position, why would they now willingly give it up? However, seeing Fugaku's gaze, he nodded. If this is your Uchiha clan's decision, then we Hyuga clan are more than happy to oblige. Fugaku remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. All right, well, talk to the third Hokage tomorrow morning and finalize this matter. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's face lit up with joy as she tugged at Hizashi's sleeve and said, Uncle Hizashi, you must perform well this time. Hizashi smiled wryly and nodded, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why does the next generation of Uchiha all have such eccentric personalities? Then Feng Ling walked out and saw everyone with furrowed brows looking dejected, as if the sky were about to fall. She tilted her head in confusion, her eyes darting around, and pulled Sasuke aside to whisper, What happened? Why does everyone look like they're about to lose a battle? Sasuke sighed, his face filled with helplessness. We've been looked down upon. Feng Ling raised an eyebrow. Is that it? It's such a simple matter, why be so downcast? I have a plan. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around, including Tai Hua and Dao Hua, who had been daydreaming nearby, now looking at Feng Ling with eager expressions. You all just need to use your brains. If not, we can give some gifts. Feng Ling clapped her hands, looking as if it were the most natural thing. After all, our Uchiha family is large and prosperous. We have everything. Whatever the commoners like, we can give. That makes sense. Dao Hua was the first to nod. Giving gifts is indeed a good method. Of course. Feng Ling smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight. Also, we should perform ninjutsu. There are hardly any ninjutsu performances in the village, right? These rare things are what everyone loves the most. Moreover, our Uchiha's ninjutsu isn't something anyone can see. Furthermore, Feng Ling paused, the corners of her mouth curling up into a sly smile. Our Uchiha are all handsome. This in itself is a characteristic. Perhaps a single performance would win us a large number of fans. Upon hearing this, everyone began to murmur, quietly, finding it increasingly reasonable. It seems we can give it a try. Tai Hua nodded, slapping his thigh. Indeed, every one of us is a face card. Shisui. Feng Ling suddenly turned her head to look at Shisui, who was standing aside. Shisui was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. What is it? This matter will be left to you. Shisui was stunned. Me? Why me? Because it's you. Feng Ling stated confidently, her eyes filled with determination. You're handsome. If you don't go, who will? Shisui fell silent, rubbing his nose. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Itachi beside him. Shisui, Feng Ling is right, you are indeed the face of our clan. Itachi said seriously, if you take the stage it will definitely have a good effect. Everyone nodded in agreement, making Shisui feel as though he was being put on stage, and he had no choice but to harden his resolve. Alright then, he'll give it a try. However, just as everyone was elated, Feng Ling did not forget to target her brother, her eyes darting lightly, saying, Itachi, you should go too. Itachi, are you also putting me in a tough spot, little sister? Internally, Itachi was roaring, but he remained calm on the surface. He was immediately locked in by Feng Ling's gaze, feeling somewhat helpless. This time, however, he did not refuse, but sighed lightly, speaking in a slow tone. All right. Feng Ling clapped her hands, her face beaming with pride. That's more like it. Just wait and see, this time it will definitely succeed. The Uchiha clan members felt their spirits lift and began to take action as if the gloom of usual days had been swept away. Thus, various parties began to take action, with some responsible for buying rice, oil, and eggs directly carrying back several large bags, not hesitating to spend extra for the best rice. Others specifically rushed to the snack shop to procure a pile of treats and toys that children loved, even picking up several boxes of colorful candies, hoping to attract more kids. Meanwhile, the rest were busy setting up a stage in a clearing in the village, the ropes, pulled taut lanterns hanging high, and colorful flags fluttering in the wind. The arrangement of the venue had begun to take shape, resembling a grand performance set to unfold. At the same time, several clan members were walking through the streets, distributing thick stacks of flyers. The flyers clearly stated Uchiha Ninja Performance free admission participants will receive a bag of rice and a can of cooking oil, and there's a chance to enter a lottery. This immediately piqued the curiosity of many villagers. Some who received the flyers reacted with confusion. The Uchiha are holding an event. Is this for real? Some even scratched their heads and muttered, could it be a wanted notice? But it looks so festive, surely it can't be a wanted notice. What if it's fake? Who cares? We're just idle anyway, let's go take a look. Even if we don't get the rice, watching a free ninja performance is worth it. As the flyers were distributed, more and more people began to notice this sudden Uchiha event, many of them approaching the performance venue with a tentative attitude. At the performance venue, Feng Ling stood at the edge of the stage, shouting excitedly, her voice filled with an undeniable thrill. Andy, free rice and oil are available. Come and see. An aunt who was picking vegetables on the roadside paused for a moment upon hearing this, leaning on her cane as she walked over. Huh? Is it true? I'm coming to see. Feng Ling quickly nodded with a smile, pointing to the stage. It's definitely true. There's also a free performance. Then she spotted a child standing nearby and waved with a smile. Little brother, do you want to see a cool ninja performance? The little boy's eyes lit up, cheering, I wanna. He turned and eagerly pulled his parents over. Feng Ling continued to enthusiastically call out, the handsome guys from the Uchiha clan are performing. Sister, come and see, they're really cool. A young woman passing by paused at this remark, asking with some skepticism, really? We can see handsome guys? Of course it's true. And the ninja performance is super exciting. Feng Ling replied, pride evident in her tone, discreetly pointing to Shisui and Itachi, who were preparing. Look over there, those are the elites of our Uchiha clan. The woman followed her pointing finger and immediately felt a stir in her heart, unable to resist joining the crowd. Then I'll go take a look. With Feng Ling's enthusiastic calls, more and more villagers gathered toward the performance venue, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Children excitedly rushed to the front row, while elders curiously observed the exquisitely arranged venue, helping each other along. Even some villagers who usually held slight biases against the Uchiha clan could not resist the temptation of the flyers, discreetly blending into the crowd, thinking that even if they didn't watch the performance, getting some free rice and oil to take home was still a gain. The third Hokage was originally handling official business in the Hokage building. Upon hearing a report from the Umbu that the Uchiha clan had suddenly organized a large-scale gathering in the village, he immediately felt suspicious, furrowing his brows, and decided to go see for himself. When he arrived at the event site, it was already bustling with people full of excitement. Among the audience, there were men and women of all ages, each wearing a smile. As soon as the third Hokage appeared, Uchiha Fugaku immediately approached him with a beaming smile and respectfully said, "Third Hokage, you've come in person. It's just a small event for the children. There's no need for you to worry." The third Hokage nodded, scanning the scene with a hint of confusion. An event by the Uchiha. It does seem lively. Fugaku smiled slightly, stepping aside to make way for the third Hokage. "Please feel free, third Hokage, to observe our children playing." Guided by Fugaku, the third Hokage found a spot to sit. His gaze swept over the crowd in front of the stage and the arrangements on the stage, pondering to himself, what kind of scheme is the Uchiha up to? This is the first time I've seen such an open gathering. Before long, a young man dressed in Uchiha clan attire, Shisui, walked onto the stage. He stood in the center of the stage holding a microphone, a shy smile on his face, and said, "Welcome everyone to our Uchiha clan's performance event. I hope you all enjoy it." His voice was clear, carrying an innate warmth and friendliness, especially when he smiled slightly at the young women in the audience, causing many to blush instantly. "Wow, Shisui-kun is really handsome. This is just too heart-throbbing." Hearing the waves of exclamations from the audience, Shisui's smile appeared somewhat shy, yet he stood steadily on stage and began directing the performance flow. The first act was a physical skills sparring performance. Several Uchiha ninjas engaged in an extraordinary display of physical combat on stage. Their movements were as swift as lightning, each clash of fists and feet eliciting waves of applause and cheers from the audience. Next came the even more thrilling barehanded shuriken catch performance. One Uchiha ninja stood at the center of the stage, allowing several shurikens to fly toward him at high speed, yet he caught each one effortlessly, his movements fluid like water, stirring up thunderous applause from below. Following that, the Uchiha clan showcased their mastery of fire-style ninjutsu, performing a mini fire-style fireworks display. They swiftly formed hand seals, and bursts of flame shot up like fireworks, exploding into colorful brilliance that illuminated the entire night sky. As the performance reached its climax, the Uchiha ninjas all took the stage together, shouting, "Fire style! Great fire dragon technique!" In an instant, 9 fire dragons soared from the stage into the sky, rolling and spiraling in midair, creating a magnificent sea of flames. "Do it again. This fire style is so cool. It's simply art." The cheers from the audience surged higher and higher, with many villagers even standing up to wave their hands and shout. Finally, Itachi slowly walked onto the stage. His expression remained calm, yet there was a hint of tenderness as he faced the audience, saying, "Next is our final program, a Jinjutsu performance. Please do not resist. This will let you see the most beautiful things in your hearts." With that, he gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a mysterious light emanated from his crimson Sharingan. Accompanied by a wave of deep chakra fluctuations, the Jinjutsu enveloped the entire venue. "I see my father, who has already passed away. Mom, I miss you so much." Many villagers felt deeply moved by the Jinjutsu, some filled with joy, while others shed tears. As the performance concluded, the audience all looked up at Itachi, their previously wary gazes toward the Uchiha clan, now filled with gratitude and respect. The third Hokage witnessed all of this, feeling an indescribable complexity in his heart. He had never thought that Jinjutsu could be used to convey warmth. The powers that had always felt dangerous in the past now seemed to transform into a form of healing art. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Feng Ling suddenly jumped onto the stage, grinning as she shouted, "The performance is over. Don't rush to leave, there are gifts to collect. Everyone gets a share." Hearing this, the audience erupted again. Many villagers exclaimed, "The Uchiha clan is really down to earth. Yeah, we misjudged them before." Meanwhile, many young girls were secretly glancing at Shisui and Itachi on stage, their eyes filled with affection. "Shisui-kun and Itachi-kun are really handsome. I think that Tetsuhan is also great. Those muscles give such a sense of security." The children surrounded Feng Ling, chattering, "Little sister, you're so cute." Feng Ling crossed her hands on her hips, unsatisfied. "What little sister? Call me big sister." At this moment, Sasuke rushed over, protecting Feng Ling behind him, his face slightly red as he glared at the children. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Ling laughed, "Don't play with me and my brother will play with you." The third Hokage stood up at this time, walking to Fugaku, his tone unusually filled with praise. "Fugaku, your event this time was well done." Fugaku humbly smiled, glancing down at Feng Ling, his eyes filled with pride and affection. "This was all the little girl's idea. It's nothing worth mentioning." The third Hokage nodded, taking a final look at the lively scene. He sighed, "It seems I still don't know enough about the Uchiha." The next day, the high-level meeting of Konoha was held as scheduled, the atmosphere in the conference room as solemn as ever. After the third Hokage finished reviewing the last document, he was about to rise when he heard a soft knock at the door. "Lord Third Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi request an audience." The third Hokage was taken aback for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly, then said, "Let them in." Before long, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi entered the office side by side, both wearing clan leader robes, appearing particularly composed. The third Hokage glanced at them, a hint of confusion rising within him. It was rare for these two to appear together. What could this be about? "Lord Third." Fugaku and Hayashi nodded in greeting, then stood in front of the desk. The third Hokage set down the document in his hand, gently stroking the tabletop, his voice calm and soothing. "Gentlemen, what brings you both here today?" Fugaku's gaze was steady as he spoke directly. "Lord Third, our Uchiha clan has a decision we need to report to you." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, his voice slightly low. "Oh. What decision?" Fugaku's tone was steady yet firm. "Our Uchiha clan has decided to no longer take on the responsibilities of the Konoha Guard." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's hand suddenly halted, clearly taken aback by this unexpected news. He looked up at Fugaku, his gaze revealing a hint of inquiry. "Why is that?" Fugaku smiled, slightly a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. Lord Third, you should know that our Uchiha clan has always appeared proud and aloof in the eyes of the villagers. Although we have devoted ourselves to the duties of the guard over the years, we have also offended many people because of it. Over time, not only do the villagers harbor prejudices against us, but even our own clan members have gradually become weary of it. He paused for a moment, turning his gaze towards Hayashi. In contrast, the Hyuga clan has maintained high prestige in the village. Their Byakugan abilities are more suited for law enforcement and maintaining order. We believe it would be more beneficial for the village to have the Hyuga clan take over the responsibilities of the guard. Hayashi nodded slightly, adding, I also considered this suggestion carefully when Fugaku proposed it. Indeed, the Hyuga clan has certain advantages in intelligence gathering and order management. If the Uchiha are willing to relinquish their responsibilities, we Hyuga would naturally be willing to take over and contribute to the village. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment, his gaze passing between the two, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as if weighing the pros and cons. After a brief pause, he slowly said, The Uchiha Guard has been an important responsibility for your clan since the village was established. It is your right. If you truly wish to relinquish it, I will not interfere. However, his gaze lingered on Fugaku, his tone taking on a hint of scrutiny. Do all your clansmen agree with this decision? Fugaku maintained a calm expression, his tone steady. Rest assured, Lord Third, our clansmen have long had opinions on this matter. They believe that the duties of the guard are both laborious and thankless. They are busy every day, yet have to endure misunderstandings and dissatisfaction from the outside world. In fact, this position has become a burden for our clan. The third Hokage's expression relaxed slightly upon hearing this, nodding. In that case, I understand. I will promptly inform the other high-ranking officials of the village about this matter, and we can finalize the specific handover arrangements later. Fugaku and Hayashi both nodded in unison. Thank you, Lord Third. After the two left, the third Hokage leaned back in his chair, his gaze deep as he looked at the documents on the table, murmuring to himself, the Uchiha's voluntary relinquishment of their guard duties is truly unexpected. But perhaps this might not be such a bad thing. Since the Uchiha Guard's responsibilities were handed over to the Hyuga clan, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan has become unprecedentedly relaxed. The once busy clansmen had more time to enjoy life of Shisui, and Itachi no longer had to worry about family issues. One spent his days napping while the other stayed home to accompany Wind Bell and Sasuke. One morning, Uchiha In was strolling leisurely down the street with a lazy cat in tow. He bumped into Itetsu, who was walking with a sword on his shoulder, looking spirited. Hey, and out for a walk with the cat. Itetsu greeted him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yeah, nothing else to do, the cat's getting bored at home. Uchiha In replied, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. What about you? Where are you off to so early? Itetsu proudly patted his chest. Me. I've taken on a few drank missions, bringing along some fresh graduates. You wouldn't believe it, those little guys all shout big shot when they see me. It makes me feel really good. And couldn't help but laugh. Taking drank missions, you don't find it troublesome? How could it be troublesome? That's a sign of respect from the little kids. Unlike you just walking around with a cat all day. Itetsu said, proudly turning to leave with a face full of pride that read mission big shot. At the other end of the street, many clansmen had also begun their own retirement life. Some played with their children in the park, some couples strolled together to buy groceries at the market, and there were even people sitting in their yards with steaming teapots, basking in the sun and enjoying a long-awaited leisurely life. And the most noticeable was our Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku. Fugaku was now completely living for himself, spending his days either shopping or being with family, entirely shedding the serious demeanor of a clan leader. Windbell, don't bother your brother Shisui. Come on, Dad will take you out to play. Let's call your mom too. Fugaku changed into casual clothes, looking relaxed and joyful, his face less stern than before, now showing a hint of affection. Windbell, clutching a small pillow, looked up at Fugaku and blinked. Dad, you seem a bit too free. Fugaku raised an eyebrow and cheerfully replied, I've retired, can't I take a few days off? Let's go whatever catches our eye on the way today, Dad's treating. Windbell's eyes lit up instantly, and she shouted into the house, really? Mom, hurry up. Dad said he wants to buy you a necklace and ring. Mikoto emerged from the house, raising an eyebrow, looking at Fugaku with a half-smile. Really? Husband? Fugaku, initially wanting to show off his generosity, suddenly felt a bit uncertain under Mikoto's gaze. He patted his chest and coughed lightly. Of course it's true. Mikoto's lips curved into a smile, her gaze shifting to Windbell, gently saying, then Windbell should buy a few more clothes. Windbell was taken aback. I don't want to. I already have enough clothes. I have no place to put more. Mikoto calmly retorted, not enough. At your age, it's the time to love dressing up. Oh, I think it's not too much at all. Fugaku suppressed a laugh, feeling delighted inside. You wanted to put me in a tough spot. Now it's your turn to face the consequences. One peak is higher than another, and there are always people who can handle you. Wind Bell pouted, tugging at Makoto's sleeve in a small voice of protest. Mom, you can't pick on me like this. Makoto ruffled her hair, lovingly smiling. It's not picking on you, it's for your own good. And so the three of them happily stepped out, ready to enjoy the rare leisure time. In that moment, Fugaku felt that this kind of life was the ordinary happiness he had always yearned for. In the days that followed, Feng Ling's life was smooth sailing, so comfortable that it evoked envy. Since the Uchiha clan had been liberated from the security force, the atmosphere within the family lightened significantly, and Feng Ling seized this opportunity to embrace a carefree attitude. After all, in her own words, the grand events of the future are still far away from me. The Konoha collapse plan, pain, carrying rice, the fourth great ninja war, alien invasions. None of these are part of my script. I just need to live well in the present. Thus, Feng Ling thoroughly embraced her laid-back lifestyle. In her free time, her favorite thing to do was to annoy Shisui, and the reason was simple: she saved Shisui, so she found it amusing to pester him. Shisui, I'm hungry. Shisui, can you help me with my homework today? Shisui, I heard you've been learning a really cool ninjutsu lately, teach me. At first, Shisui was patient, but soon he became a bit helpless. Feng Ling, I'm not your brother, stop making me do what your brother should do. Feng Ling retorted justifiably. Who told Itachi to be so gentle? I feel embarrassed to annoy him. You're different, you have strong pressure resistance. Shisui rubbed his forehead, but he had no way of dealing with Feng Ling. As for Sasuke, she unabashedly played her sister privilege. Feng Ling discovered that no matter what request she made, no matter how strange, Sasuke would get it done without a word of complaint. For instance, one time, she had a sudden idea. Sasuke, go grab Shisui's sword for me to play with. Sasuke blinked. Why? Feng Ling earnestly babbled. Because I need to study its balance and combat feel to become a better ninja. Sasuke found it quite reasonable and actually went to do it. Although Shisui looked at Sasuke with a face full of confusion, he still said, what did your sister make you do this time? In the end, he handed over the sword. Holding Shisui's sword, Feng Ling was overjoyed and turned to annoy someone else. Every time she watched Sasuke busying himself, a hint of guilt would arise in Feng Ling's heart. Am I being a bit excessive? Of course, this feeling of guilt lasted about as long as it took her to eat a piece of dessert. After all, having a brother willing to spoil her to the heavens, isn't it a waste of resources not to make a request? Feng Ling would occasionally go to the Hyuga clan's territory to play with Hinata. Hinata was obedient and shy. Every time Feng Ling teased her, she would blush like a boiled shrimp. Hanabi was even more direct, always wanting to tug at Feng Ling's clothes and run around. Hanabi, you are a little kid, you can't be too mischievous, Feng Ling said seriously. Yet in the next second, she sneaked Hanabi into Hisashi's study. Feng Ling also loved to find Izumi to play, but every time they met, Izumi would find ways to pinch her little face. Izumi, stop pinching me. Feng Ling pouted, trying to protest. If you pinch me again, I'm going to have a bun face. Izumi smiled gently and mischievously, but Feng Ling's little face is just too cute. I can't help it. Feng Ling sighed. I want come next time. But in reality, she would happily run to find Izumi every few days. Besides, she didn't forget to take care of Naruto and the Nine Tails. Every time Feng Ling went to find Naruto, she would always bring a big bag of snacks, and especially remind him, these are for you, and those are for Lord Nine Tails. Naruto looked at the pile of food, moved to tears. Feng Ling, you are so nice. Feng Ling waved her hand. Alright, eat quickly. By the way, can I rub Lord Nine Tails' head? The Nine Tails fell silent for a moment inside Naruto, then muttered in a low voice, do as you wish. So Feng Ling happily started rubbing the Nine Tails' big head. Wow, this feels great, so fluffy. As for Feng Ling's terrible grades, since Fugaku found out, he surprisingly wasn't angry at all. Instead, he waved his hand and earnestly said, Feng Ling, grades aren't important, what matters is that you are happy. This statement shocked not only Feng Ling, but also Sasuke and Makoto. Dad, are you feeling unwell? Feng Ling touched Fugaku's forehead, looking doubtful. You used to get mad when I didn't do well in exams, didn't you? Ahem, Fugaku cleared his throat and said with righteousness, that was in the past and now I've come to terms with it. In life, isn't the pursuit of happiness what matters? What if your studies aren't good? Your personality is the most likable. From then on, Fugaku completely embarked on the path of being a daughter slave. As long as Feng Ling was happy, he turned a blind eye to everything else. This also made Feng Ling increasingly unruly at school. For this, Irika was extremely angry and helpless. Looking at the innocent-looking Feng Ling in front of him, he slammed the podium. Feng Ling, do you know what your score was in last week's exam? Feng Ling tilted her head, looking innocent. I don't know, Iruka Sensei, you tell me. 0 points. Irika's voice rose in anger. You are the only one in the class who handed in a blank paper. Tell me, does this make sense? Feng Ling blinked and said pitifully, but I think the questions were too hard. The questions you gave are simply torturing people. Torturing people. Irika was almost amused by her anger. Other students can answer, why can't you? Even Naruto scored 60 this time. Is it the same, Feng Ling muttered, "My dad said that grades don't matter, what matters is that I'm happy." Irika rubbed his forehead, now doubting whether this child would surpass Naruto and become his most troublesome student. At least Naruto knew how to make up for it, while Feng Ling seemed to have no intention of improving at all. Feng Ling may have caused a ruckus among the villagers of Konoha, but she had no way of doing the same to Itachi. After all, big brother Itachi was too gentle. Every time Feng Ling wanted to play a prank, Itachi would gently pat her head. Feng Ling stopped messing around. Then Feng Ling would immediately lose heart, changing to obediently help Itachi organize his ninja tools, and even reflecting on whether she was being too troublesome. After a day of leisure, Feng Ling curled up in bed, with a big white rabbit pillow resting her head on her arm, her legs swinging restlessly. The warm yellow light illuminated her, and the room was peaceful. Feng Ling squinted her eyes, starting her daily routine of planning for what to do tomorrow in her mind. "What should I do tomorrow?" she murmured to herself, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing. "I should first go find Shisui, that's a must. But Shisui seems very alert lately. Every time he sees me, he walks in the opposite direction. If I need to think of a new way to approach him." Feng Ling chuckled to herself under the covers. Then she began to ponder, or should I go find Izumi to play? But she's going to pinch my face again. Every time I get pinched, it hurts for half a day. No, I need to think of a way to fight back. Right? She's ticklish. When she pinches me, I'll scratch her, it will definitely work. The more Feng Ling thought about it, the more excited she became, shaking her little head like a rattle. However, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Lazy host, I am ashamed of you." The voice carried a tone of disdain, as if a superior were extremely dissatisfied with a subordinate's work attitude. Feng Ling was taken aback and immediately displeased. "Shut up." She turned over, pouting, and vented her anger at the air. The system's voice continued. "Others who have crossed over are all working hard to cultivate and improve their strength, but you, every day you either slack off or think about how to trick others. Host, I think you're just one step away from writing handed to you on your forehead." "Am not handed anything." Feng Ling slapped the bedspread, her face turning red. "I call this strategic laziness. There are still Naruto and Sasuke in the ninja world, right? What do I need to do? Besides being able to slack off is a skill, don't you understand?" The system snorted coldly. "Still strategic laziness. In your current state, I bet you'll be the first to run when faced with danger tomorrow. Do you want me to give you a few more tasks so you won't waste your time in bed? Don't do anything rash." Feng Ling sat up alertly. "Every time you give me a task, it's unreliable. Aren't we like family system? What about your conscience, won't it hurt?" The system coldly replied. "Aren't you the same, tricking your own family? Besides, I don't have a conscience, so what hurts?" Feng Ling huffed angrily. "Forget it, I won't waste my breath with you. I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow I'll arrange everything myself. Tasks are off the table. Lazy, one day you will regret it." The system coldly threw out a remark and then fell silent. Feng Ling pouted and disdainfully curled back into her blanket, hugging the big white rabbit pillow, mumbling, "What a joke, clearly just jealous that I'm living so leisurely." As she muttered and closed her eyes, a hint of a mischievous smile graced her lips. The moon outside slowly moved, and the room was quiet and warm. Feng Ling's little head tilted gently to one side, her hair scattering on the pillow, making her appear incredibly relaxed. What interesting things would happen tomorrow became unimportant, for in her dreams, she was already living a life even more bizarre and joyful. In the classroom, sunlight streamed in through the window where several girls were gathered, chattering excitedly about Feng Ling's special treatment. Ino tilted her head and said enviously, "Feng Ling, what does your dad think? He doesn't care about your grades at all." Hanabi whispered in agreement, "I'm so envious of Feng Ling. I wish I could be like that too." Sakura frowned, pondering, as she said, "It seems like your dad really dotes on you. This kind of thing would never happen in my family." Feng Ling, feeling quite pleased, placed her hands on her hips and said smugly, "Want to learn? Come, I'll teach you how to slack off without getting scolded. This is my exclusive secret." Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately perked up and huddled closer. Feng Ling coughed lightly, pretending to raise her chin. "It's actually very simple. You need an exceptionally outstanding older brother. And it can't just be any ordinary brother. He should be like mine, one brother who can fight and another who is exceptionally strong." The three exchanged glances, displaying expressions of disappointment as they shook their heads. "We don't have older brothers." Feng Ling waved her hand, wearing a "let me generously teach you one more trick" expression. "Having no older brother is fine. There's another trick. Listen closely. First, cry. A second, throw a tantrum. Third, hang yourself." "Oh," Ino exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. "Won't you get beaten?" Feng Ling shook her head confidently, saying, "Get beaten? That means you aren't professional enough. You need to cry louder, throw a more genuine tantrum, and hang more fiercely." The three looked on in shock. It can be done like that. Just as Feng Ling animatedly shared her slacking off manual, the classroom door was pushed open. Irika walked in with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the misleading Feng Ling, and he immediately felt a headache coming on. He coughed heavily, saying, Feng Ling, be quiet. Feng Ling was startled and immediately sat up straight, raising her hand. Oh, got it. Irika shook his head helplessly, then turned to face the entire class, announcing, today, we have 2 new students in our class. Let's give them a warm welcome. The classroom immediately erupted into scattered applause as everyone curiously looked towards the door. Feng Ling eagerly leaned forward, her eyes filled with curiosity. Irika's heart sank as he saw the glimmer in Feng Ling's eyes, secretly lamenting, oh no, the new students are probably going to be targeted by this little troublemaker. 2 children walked into the classroom, one wearing a turtleneck almost identical to Shino's with goggles on their head, exuding a cold aura. The other wore a gentle smile, with skin so pale it was blinding, clutching a small sketchbook. Feng Ling was momentarily stunned, then her eyes widened as she clapped her hands. Ah, isn't that oil girl Tana? And sigh. Upon hearing this, Ino, Sakura, and Hanabi turned their heads in unison, their faces filled with confusion. You know them. Feng Ling pretended to clear her throat. Of course they are from the root. Now that the root has been disbanded, they must have been sent here by the third. As she spoke, Tsuna suddenly stood up, a rare expression of shock on his face. His voice trembled slightly. Brother. Everyone instantly erupted into an uproar, incredulously staring at the 2 new students on stage. What? Suina actually has an older brother. No wonder they are dressed alike. They are brothers. But Suina has never mentioned this. On stage, Oil Girl Tsuna nodded, his voice deep. I am Tsuna. I like insects. I'm 2 years older than you, and I am Suina's brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a louder whisper erupted from the crowd, many students gaping in surprise. Standing beside him, Sai smiled slightly and continued in a gentle tone, I am Sai. I enjoy drawing. Please take care of me. After their self-introduction, the 2 did not return to their seats directly, but walked straight towards Feng Ling's desk. Feng Ling blinked, looking puzzled. What are you doing? Before she could react, Sasuke suddenly stood up, blocking Feng Ling, and coldly said, stay away from her. Don't disturb Feng Ling. Surprisingly, Tsuna and Sai both knelt down together, bowing their heads respectfully, and called out benefactor. The classroom fell into complete silence. Even Irika was stunned. What's going on? Feng Ling was completely confused, scratching her head. Benefactor, did you make a mistake? Suina raised his head, his expression serious. Miss Feng Ling, we did not make a mistake. You are our true benefactor. Sai added, his voice filled with deep gratitude. Yes, without you we probably would never be able to escape our past fate. This statement left Feng Ling even more bewildered. Wait, first tell me what's going on. Tena took a deep breath and began to narrate. That day, most of the elite ninjas from the root were dispatched by Danzo on a mission, leaving us weaker members behind in the base. At that time, we thought it was just an ordinary day until Lord Itachi appeared. He glanced at Sai with a complex expression and continued. Lord Itachi told us that Danzo had been captured, the root was disbanded, and we were free. Sai nodded, adding, we were so shocked at that time that we didn't know what to do, not even how to express our gratitude. We wanted to thank Lord Itachi, but he stopped us with one sentence. He said all of this was due to your merit. The people in the classroom were astonished. Danzo was captured. The root was disbanded. Was this Feng Ling's doing? Suina and Sai spoke in unison. You have returned our freedom. You are our benefactor. Tena bowed his head, his voice somewhat choked. If it weren't for you, I fear I would never see Suina again. Hearing this, Tena looked at Feng Ling with a complex expression, his eyes filled with gratitude. Sai also said, if it weren't for you, I might forever be just an emotionless machine. Suina raised his head, looking intently at Feng Ling. There are many children like us, and they are all grateful to you. You are not only our benefactor, but also theirs. Just like my partner Yamanaka Fu, he used to only follow orders like a machine, and now he can finally have his own life again. Sai added, yes, my brother Shin, he is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Without you, he would probably be dead by now. The entire class was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Each person was stunned by the story. Feng Ling felt a bit dazed, but seeing the admiring looks from her classmates, she felt a bit elated. She waved her hand and said, all right, I get it. But you don't have to kneel anymore. Quickly find a seat and sit down. Yes, Lady Feng Ling. Both replied in unison, and then like loyal bodyguards, they sat in the back row behind Feng Ling. Feng Ling's mouth twitched, muttering softly, what is this? Bodyguards. Seeing this, Sasuke snorted coldly, turned around, and glared at the 2. Stay away from Feng Ling. However, the 2 completely ignored him, their eyes fixed on Feng Ling, filled with admiration, as if she were truly some kind of savior. Irika stood on the podium, helplessly rubbing his temples, and inwardly sighed. Sigh, now there are 2 more problematic students. The atmosphere in the classroom was incredibly eerie. Yun and Zwiji stood guard on either side, posing as loyal protectors, their eyes fixed on Feng Ling with vigilant respect, as if ready to draw their blades at any moment. Feng Ling had been lazily resting her head on the desk, intending to take a short nap, but the heat of those 2 piercing gazes made her feel uneasy all over. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Feng Ling lifted her head and quietly protested, "Hey, can you stop staring? I'm not a national treasure." Zhuji smiled faintly, his tone respectful, yet firm. "No matter where you are, Your Excellency, Feng Ling's safety must always come first." Yun's gaze was intense, as if he were meticulously inspecting even the dust in the air. "Yes, we must ensure your absolute safety." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's face was filled with despair. "Don't call me Your Excellency, Feng Ling, it's too strange." Zhuji smiled slightly and immediately corrected himself. "All right, young lady." Feng Ling nearly choked. This is even weirder. Just as she felt utterly disillusioned, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata gathered nearby, whispering to each other. Sakura quietly said, "Don't you think Feng Ling's current demeanor resembles that of a young lady from a wealthy family?" Ino nodded. "Exactly. Having 2 bodyguards at school is so enviable." Hinata softly echoed, "Feng Ling-chan is really amazing." Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What if we joined Feng Ling's little group? Wouldn't that let us experience the treatment of a wealthy young lady?" Sakura blinked. "Huh? Really?" Ino nodded vigorously. "Sticking with Feng Ling is a sure thing. She's a treasure girl." Hinata nodded as well. "I agree." While they were enthusiastically chatting, Irika on the podium suddenly cleared his throat, and the classroom fell silent. He adjusted his forehead protector and looked at Feng Ling. "Feng Ling, can you tell us what the trajectory of this ninjutsu is?" Feng Ling was dozing at her desk, and upon being called, she became flustered of this. "That." Zhuji stood up from the back row, smiling. "The young lady needs a moment to think. Please wait a moment." Yun quickly opened the textbook, glanced through it, and quickly organized the answer, then handed the book to Feng Ling. "Young lady, here is the correct answer." Feng Ling looked down at the annotations in the book and immediately blurted out, "It's like this. The trajectory of the ninjutsu is as described in the book." Irika, watching this scene, twitched his mouth. "Feng Ling, isn't this cheating?" Feeling guilty, Feng Ling scratched her head. "Teacher Irika, can't this be considered team spirit?" Irika sighed helplessly but didn't say anything more, continuing with the lesson. During the break, Yun kindly asked, "Does the young lady need something to drink? Should I get you some water?" Feng Ling waved her hand, her face full of helplessness. "You two don't always have to follow me. Look, isn't Sheena watching eagerly? Go accompany your brother." At this moment, Sheena indeed walked over, taking off his sunglasses to reveal a pair of rarely emotional eyes. "Brother, long time no see." Yun's expression softened, his tone carrying a hint of guilt. Sheena. Sheena lowered his head in silence for a moment, then lifted his head and said seriously, "Let's raise insects together in the future." Yun was slightly taken aback, then gently nodded. "All right." Seeing the touching scene of brotherly affection, Feng Ling couldn't help but show a comforting smile. "That's right. Exactly, this is how it should be." Just then, Zhuji suddenly took out a drawing and handed it to Feng Ling, his tone filled with a bit of pride. "Young lady, this is a portrait I just drew specially for you." Feng Ling took the drawing and focused her gaze. The picture depicted a woman wearing a colorful robe, ethereal and graceful, looking like a fairy descending from the heavens. Feng Ling's eyes widened, pointing at the drawing, and exclaimed, "This isn't me at all. You clearly drew a fairy." Zhuji smiled faintly, his tone firm. "The young lady is a fairy." Feng Ling was momentarily stunned, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Although her skin had thickened considerably since being scolded by teacher Irika every day, she still couldn't help but feel shy when praised so earnestly by Zhuji. Ino couldn't bear to watch any longer and directly covered her face, exclaiming, "Wow, I'm so jealous." Sakura sighed wistfully. "I suddenly want 2 bodyguards like that too." Hinata looked up and said softly, "I think this is actually quite nice." After school, just as Feng Ling planned to sneak away while everyone dispersed, Zhuji and Yun suddenly moved closer, saying in unison, "Young lady, we'll escort you home." Before Feng Ling could refuse, Sasuke stepped forward with a stern face, his tone leaving no room for discussion. "You don't need to. Feng Ling has me, and that's enough." Naruto immediately jumped in. "I want to escort Feng Ling home too." Sasuke shot him a cold glance. "No way." Naruto protested, "Why not?" Just as the two were about to argue again, Feng Ling quickly raised her hand to stop them, but before she could speak, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino also gathered around. Hinata blushed and softly said, "Feng Ling-chan, let me take you home." Sakura boldly added, "That's right, Feng Ling, as a girl it's safer to have more people protecting you." Ino looked at the people around, directly joining the excitement. "Let's all go together, it'll be quite impressive." Feng Ling looked up at the gradually expanding escort team, her mouth twitching. "Wait, do you really need to make it this extravagant?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, everyone was already rolling up their sleeves, planning the escort route. In the end, 7 people grandly surrounded Feng Ling as they set off together, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Along the way, Feng Ling found herself surrounded, the atmosphere comparable to that of a noble young lady going out. Passers-by turned to look, many unable to help but comment, "Whose young lady is this traveling with so many people to escort her? It seems to be from the Uchiha family, a wealthy family. I know that little girl from the ninjutsu performance some time ago." Feng Ling felt embarrassed, her toes digging into the ground internally, shouting, oh no, I can already imagine tomorrow's news headlines. Feng Ling seriously suspected that if it weren't for Shikamaru disliking trouble, Choji needing to go home for dinner, Kiba needing to walk his dog, and Shina wanting to feed the insects, this entourage might have grown even larger. Finally reaching her doorstep, Feng Ling was so tired her head drooped down. What awaited her was a shocked Fugaku. Fugaku scanned her from head to toe, noticing the guard team lined up behind Feng Ling. He couldn't help but exclaim, Feng Ling, have you made new friends again? With such an impressive presence, you look like the leader of a gang. Feng Ling opened her mouth, but hadn't had the chance to respond when Zhuji politely bowed. Young lady, Feng Ling is approachable. We all admire her. Young nodded in agreement. Yes, the young lady is our benefactor. Fugaku raised an eyebrow, patting Feng Ling's shoulder with satisfaction, as expected of my daughter. After everyone politely greeted Fugaku, they reluctantly left. Sasuke watched the crowd disperse, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Inside the house, Feng Ling collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a muffled groan. It's all Itachi's fault. Itachi, who was helping out in the kitchen, heard her call and walked over, handing her a glass of water, gently saying, all right, it's all my fault. But what does that have to do with me? Feng Ling snatched the glass from him, rolling over and spilling out the full story. Fugaku laughed heartily after hearing it, slapping his thigh. As expected of my Uchiha, Fugaku's daughter making friends is indeed impressive. Itachi did well this time, cultivating two good helpers. Feng Ling looked distressed. Dad, did you misunderstand something? I just wanted to quietly slack off by myself. Sasuke, sitting nearby and having been gloomy since entering, muttered with his head down, I feel annoyed too. It's already rare for me to be alone with Feng Ling, and now there are two more people. Itachi smiled slightly. It's okay, having two more people won't affect anything. Sasuke, you can be friends with them too. Sasuke scoffed and turned away. No need, I just want to be with Feng Ling. Looking at her father's proud expression of my daughter is amazing. Itachi's calm smile and Sasuke's childish, sulking Feng Ling couldn't help but sigh deeply. None of you are reliable. Feng Ling brushed them aside and headed straight to the kitchen. Mom is more reliable. Mom, I'm sad, I want something delicious. Feng Ling clung to the door frame, loudly acting cute. Mikoto turned around, gently looking at her with a tone full of affection. Okay, Mom, we'll make your favorite dish, don't be sad. Feng Ling couldn't help but smile, acting cute. Mom is the best, can I taste it first? Open your mouth. Feng Ling opened her mouth, eagerly waiting, and Mikoto gently fed her a bite of delicious food, and Feng Ling's eyes lit up. Ah, so tasty. Are you happy now? Mikoto asked with a smile. Feng Ling couldn't help but nod, her smile returning. Yes, much better now, Mom is so good. It was noon, with the scorching sun overhead. In an open space in Konoha village, 10 children gathered in a circle, passionately discussing. Feng Ling sat lazily on a stone in the center, holding a blade of grass in her hand, which she casually chewed while squinting her eyes as if basking in the sun. Feng Ling's mind was still pondering whether she could ask her mother for some desserts at noon, preferably almond tofu or red bean cake. Just as she was about to drift into thoughts of sweets, a sudden remark from Naruto interrupted her musings. Feng Ling, what should we name our organization? Sasuke chimed in, showing a humble yet serious demeanor. Naruto is right. Now that we've gathered so many people, we need a catchy name. Agreed, replied Tsuga, nodding. Soon Sakura, Ino, and Hinata also echoed. Yeah, an organization can't be without a name. Names are important, they can determine our momentum, Ding Ci said while munching on chips. I'm so excited. Shaoli stood up, striking his signature youthful pose. Without a name, how can we convey the passion of youth? The other children quickly agreed, and the atmosphere became lively. How about calling ourselves the Konoha Vanguard? Too ordinary. What kind of vanguard is that? It lacks any momentum. Then how about Feng Ling's Guard Corps? That sounds like working at a security company. I think Young Lady Alliance is pretty good. What a joke. The name is both tacky and long. How about Feng Ling's Knights? Feng Ling doesn't need knights, she only wants a quiet life where she can relax. Listening to everyone arguing passionately, Feng Ling felt her head was about to explode. She had originally wanted to relax, but how did she end up being pulled into the position of leader by this group of little rascals? Feeling overwhelmed, she waved her hands and shouted, Stop, stop, stop. No more noise, it's giving me a headache. Instantly the group fell silent, all eyes fixed on Feng Ling. Naruto couldn't help but urge, then hurry up and come up with a name, young lady. Feng Ling sighed, propping her face with her hand, lazily saying, Let's call it Xuanwu Gate. The others exchanged glances and Hinata quietly asked, Why Xuanwu Gate? Well, you see, Feng Ling replied seriously. You guys are like cockroaches that won't die. The more setbacks you face, the braver you become. Stronger than a cockroach is a turtle, and tougher than a turtle is the Xuanwu. She paused, proudly lifting her chin. Xuanwu is a divine beast, sounds impressive. Naruto's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Sasuke nodded in agreement. The name has momentum. The young lady truly has foresight. Tsugen analyzed seriously. Indeed, Xuanwu is tough, symbolizing our indomitable spirit. Shaoli jumped up shouting, Xuanwu Gate sounds very strong. I agree. The remaining children nodded in unison. Let's call it Xuanwu Gate. Then what are our roles? Right, we need some division of labor. Naruto continued eagerly. Hearing the word division of labor, Feng Ling felt her head throbbing even more. She grabbed her hair a bit overwhelmed and shouted, Stop. He'll assign the roles. After Feng Ling's command stop, the scene fell silent. The 15 children who had been making a racket immediately held their breath, their eyes all focused on Feng Ling, as if what she said next would determine the future of the entire ninja world. Feng Ling felt her scalp tingle under their intense gazes, waved her hand, and cleared her throat. Ahem, then I will assign the roles now. You guys are too noisy. Standing on the large stone, Feng Ling felt somewhat like an emperor being crowned as the whole atmosphere suddenly changed. Sasuke excitedly stepped forward, his eyes shining. Young lady, can I go first? Sasuke, you will be left protector. Feng Ling leaned on her chin, speaking seriously. Your duty is to draw my portrait recording our heroic deeds. From now on you are my my royal painter. Sasuke immediately knelt on one knee and sincerely bowed. At your command. Young lady, I will make sure to paint you as beautiful as a fairy. Feng Ling felt her scalp tingle again, waving her hand. Alright, just make it look somewhat like me, you don't exaggerate too much. Then she turned to Tsugen. Tsugen, you will be the right protector with the title of Deadly Poison Master, since you are good at poisoning. Tsugen nodded solemnly. At your command, young lady. Feng Ling then looked at Shino. Shino, your little bugs are amazing, so I give you the position of Intelligence Director. You will be responsible for gathering intelligence, which is a very important position. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly replied, Inuzuka, you will be the Beast Master, specifically training various ninja beasts, including Akamaru. Feng Ling pointed at Akamaru and Inuzuka's arms, who barked excitedly at her. Inuzuka smiled broadly. Sure. I will definitely train the strongest ninja beast in the village. Nijii, you will be the Golden Hand. Feng Ling looked at him seriously. Nijii raised an eyebrow, asking lightly, Is that the only title? Feng Ling scratched her head, hurriedly changing her words. Then how about Vanguard General? You will be responsible for leading the charge. I can reluctantly accept that. Nijii nodded, seemingly agreeing to the title. Shaoli, you will be the training instructor, responsible for our daily training. Has the fire been ignited? Ah, it's ignited. Shaoli clenched his fists, his whole being radiating a passionate energy. Don't worry, young lady, I will make sure everyone's taijutsu improves dramatically. Feng Ling smiled and nodded, turning to Sakura. Sakura, would you like to be the medical team leader, responsible for everyone's safety? Sakura scratched her head, but I don't know any medical ninjutsu. No problem. Feng Ling patted her chest. Another day, I will bring you some medical ninjutsu scrolls. You will definitely become the strongest medical ninja. Then she leaned close to Sakura's ear and whispered, And if my brother gets sick or injured, you can heal him. Isn't that impressive? Sakura's face flushed at the mention of Sasuke, her eyes sparkling. I will study hard. Next, Feng Ling looked at Ten. Ten, you will be responsible for weapon supplies. Your scrolls have so many good things, making you the best fit for this position. Ten nodded. No problem. Ino, you will be the publicity minister, responsible for recruiting new members and expanding our organization. Haha, I am definitely the best fit for this position, Ino said while tossing her hair. Leave it to me. Feng Ling turned to Hinata. Hinata, how about you be the mascot? Hinata hesitated and quietly asked, Feng Ling-chan, do you think him useless? No. Feng Ling hurriedly waved her hand. I mean, you are cute and have great healing power. But if you don't like it, you can be a scout instead. Your Byakugan is an unbeatable reconnaissance tool. Hinata nodded seriously. Thank you, Feng Ling-chan. Ding Ci, you will be responsible for food, the logistics minister. Feng Ling smiled. Everyone will rely on you when they are hungry. Ding Ci beamed. Leave it to me. Shikamaru. Feng Ling looked at Shikamaru, who was lazily leaning against a tree without even opening his eyes. How about you be the strategist? Whatever, Shikamaru flipped over. As long as you don't make me do too much work, it's fine. Finally, she looked at Naruto. Naruto, what about you? What do you want to be? Naruto's eyes sparkled like stars. I want to be the commander-in-chief. Isn't that above me? Feng Ling widened her eyes. No way. Naruto thought for a moment and settled for second best. Then he'll be the general, responsible for clearing all enemies. Feng Ling smiled helplessly and nodded. All right, Naruto, you are our general. Sasuke remained silent for a few seconds before speaking lightly. What about me? Feng Ling waved her hand casually, saying, You can continue to serve me. Ooh, I really can't get used to another person. Sasuke smiled slightly. All right. With everyone appointed, Feng Ling stood up and waved her hand. Okay, the roles have been assigned. Dismissed. The children cheered, Long live the young lady, then excitedly dispersed, and the square finally returned to calm. Feng Ling let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Being the leader is really tiring. Morning light bathed the training ground in golden warmth, and the crisp air carried the delicate scent of dew. From the distance, Furin came running, her arms laden with thick ancient scrolls of ninjutsu. A radiant smile lit her face and fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, evidence of her hurried sprint. She halted, catching her breath, and gently set the scrolls down upon the earth where they piled into a modest, weathered mound. Brushing dust from her palms, she unfurled the topmost scrolls and selected several with deliberate care. Turning to Sakura, she beamed. "Here you go, Sister Sakura, just as promised, medical ninjutsu scrolls." Sakura blinked in surprise, then her eyes shimmered with delight as she eagerly accepted the scrolls, cradling them reverently in both hands. "Thank you, Furin. These scrolls mean everything to me." Furin waved dismissively, her tone light and warm. "No thanks needed. We're family. Helping one another is only natural." She then gestured cheerfully to the others. "I've brought simpler ninjutsu scrolls too. Everyone's welcome to learn. Whether it's ninjutsu taijutsu or even foundational jinjutsu, there's something here for every one of you." At those words, Naruto sprang up first. "Really? Can I finally learn real ninjutsu?" His voice brimmed with exhilaration, as if he were already lunging toward the scroll pile. "Do you have taijutsu scrolls?" Lee asked eagerly, his gaze alight with anticipation. "I'd love to take a look too." Choji added, crunching potato chips while stretching his neck forward. Even Shikamaru, who usually lounged in languid indifference, rolled onto his side, plucked a scroll from the pile, and flipped through it with quiet curiosity. "Huh, not bad." Furin watched her excited friends and burst into soft laughter. "They're all here. No need to rush. One at a time, everyone gets their share." At that moment, Sai emerged from nowhere carrying an elegantly carved lounge chair. He placed it before Furin with graceful precision and bowed deeply. "My lady, please be seated." Furin paused, then accepted the gesture without hesitation, sinking into the chair with a long, contented sigh. Togen appeared beside Sai, and the two stood flanking her like silent, unwavering sentinels. In truth, these scrolls had been borrowed, with considerable persuasion, from Lord Fugaku. Initially, Fugaku had refused outright, insisting these scrolls were irreplaceable clan treasures, not meant for outsiders. But Furin had simply declared, "These are for my little brothers and sisters." Fugaku froze. "You mean, those children, the heirs of our allied clans, are all your little brothers?" His expression turned incredulous, like a man hearing myth spoken as fact. Furin nodded vigorously, her voice firm and utterly unshaken. "Exactly." After a long silence, Fugaku exhaled slowly and gave a quiet, resigned nod. "Very well. Do as you see fit." His tone held both weary resignation and the faintest unmistakable pride. Recalling this, Furin couldn't suppress a quiet inward smile. Mission accomplished. Though some children already inherited clan techniques, these scrolls were priceless, for Lee, for Naruto, and for countless others who lacked such legacy. Her goal was unwavering. Every one of them would grow stronger than their canon selves, strong enough to protect themselves and each other. Furin glanced around at her companions, now absorbed in studying the scrolls, and murmured gently, "Togen-sai, you too should learn too. No slacking." "Yes, my lady," they replied in unison, their voices earnest and respectful. As the group immersed themselves in study, Furin finally relaxed, leaning back into the chair, whispering to herself, "At last, peace." She stretched lazily, closed her eyes, and let the sun's gentle warmth wash over her. Golden light softened her features, lending her sleeping countenance an almost ethereal serenity. The chair swayed ever so slightly as she drifted deeper, her lips curved in a faint, dreamy smile, as if savoring some secret, joyful vision. At first, the open field buzzed with lively chaos, the rustle of unfurling scrolls, Naruto's occasional bursts of excitement, Lee's fervent training energy, all filling that small, sunlit world. Gradually, however, the noise softened. One by one, their gazes drifted toward the chair, and Furin fast asleep. Naruto lowered the scroll in his hands and leaned toward Sasuke, whispering, "Is Furin asleep?" Sakura nodded softly, her voice hushed. "She must have spent hours preparing these scrolls. Let's keep our voices down, don't wake her." Instantly, everyone stilled. Movements grew quieter, even Shikamaru silencing his habitual complaints. Shikamaru sat cross-legged, reading intently, then glanced up at Furin's tranquil face. And for once, a rare, sincere smile touched his lips. "She's done so much for us. We owe it to her to learn well and honor her trust." Sasuke stood apart, his gaze fixed upon Furin, quiet, steady, as though observing a masterpiece carved from stillness and light. Before him, she lay utterly unguarded, breathing slow, and even her delicate breath rising and falling with the breeze. Unbidden, a soft, warm smile lifted the corners of Sasuke's mouth. Just then Sai pulled out a stack of paper and a fine brush from his pocket, crouched beside the chair, and began sketching with intense focus. Naruto caught sight of it and crept closer, whispering, "Sai, what are you doing?" Without looking up, Sai continued drawing. "This moment is rare. My lady so peaceful, so unguarded. As her official artist, it is my duty to preserve it." The others gathered instantly. "What a—" Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Can you draw more? I want one too." "Me too." Sakura chimed in. "Make it beautiful, detailed, and exquisite." "Count me in." Ino joined eagerly. Niji approached calmly, arms crossed, but curiosity gleamed in his eyes. "If possible, I'd like a copy as well." "And me," Lee declared, his voice fervent. "Furin is our spiritual pillar. Such a treasured portrait must be preserved with reverence." Others voiced their own requests, and Sai flashed a confident thumbs up. "Rest assured, I'll render my lady flawlessly, radiantly beautiful." Sasuke, who had remained quietly apart, stepped forward and said coolly, "Draw her well, or you'll redraw it." Sai glanced up, one brow arched. "Don't worry, Sasuke. I'll paint her as an angel descended from heaven." Everyone gathered close, watching in hushed awe as Sai's brush moved with practiced grace. Each stroke flowed with certainty. Her sleeping face emerged with tender fidelity, serene expression, gently upturned lips, even the stray strand of hair drifting across her temple rendered with lifelike delicacy. Yet as the group leaned in rapt and silent, Furin stirred faintly in her sleep, her brow furrowing though her eyes remained closed, as if sensing a subtle disturbance. In her dreams, strange images flickered, figures encircling her in hushed conversation, glimmers of light, sharp and rhythmic, like brushstrokes flashing across her mind's eye. An instinctive unease prickled her intuition. "Something feels off," she murmured drowsily, shifting slightly, but did not awaken. Sasuke swept a cool, commanding glance across the circle. "Quiet. Don't disturb her." Instantly, all fell silent. Yet beneath their stillness pulsed shared mischievous excitement. Breath-held movements, still the silent understanding settled among them. Sai quickened his pace, and minutes later lifted the finished sketch with quiet satisfaction. Complete. They crowded around. And there she was, Furin, deep in peaceful slumber, her innocence luminous, her smile tender and true. "Absolutely stunning." Ino breathed. "So adorable," Hinata whispered, covering her mouth. "Sai, you're wasting your talent, not being a master painter." Shikamaru nodded. "Rare praise indeed. I'm taking mine straight to the Hokage Tower to show off." Naruto declared, grinning wildly. Sasuke took the sketch, studied it intently, then folded it carefully and tucked it into his chest pouch. "This one is mine." "Hey, we want copies too," Naruto protested. Sasuke cast him a brief, indifferent glance, then asked him to draw more. As the group erupted into playful bickering over the sketches, Furin rolled onto her side and mumbled sleepily, "No sharing, no giving away." Her voice was barely audible, yet it silenced them all at once. Naruto clapped a hand over his mouth. "Careful, don't wake her, or we're doomed." The children nodded solemnly, then quietly reassembled around Sai, watching him create one exquisite portrait after another. Furin's sleeping grace captured again and again. Sunlight bathed the small clearing. Laughter and quiet joy warmed the air, and Furin slept on, blissfully unaware that her gentle, dreaming image had already begun its quiet, cherished circulation among those who loved her most. In the season of mid-spring, sunlight filtered through the clouds and bathed the village of Mai in warmth, illuminating the courtyard of the Uchiha clan. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, Feng Ling stood gazing at each falling petal. The cherry blossoms had bloomed 3 times, with each bloom marking the passage of time, and she seemed to be quietly changing as well. Feng Ling looked at the height scale before her, gestured with her hand, tilted her head back to view the tall markings. She slightly rose on her toes, trying to appear taller. "Hey, why have I gotten shorter?" Feng Ling frowned, a hint of confusion in her eyes. The system's voice drifted in lazily. "Host, you are so foolish. That is Sasuke's height scale, not yours." Feng Ling's eyes widened. "Oh, it's my brother's. I thought I wasn't growing taller," and almost panicked. She turned and walked to another height scale, her brow furrowed as she once again rose on her toes, looking up at the markings, wanting to confirm whether she had really grown taller. Then Feng Ling made a mark with determination. Looks like 1.3 meters. Progress." The system's calm voice followed suit, mercilessly stating, "According to this system's rigorous calculations, it is 1.21 meters. Feng Ling was instantly petrified, frozen in place for a few seconds before she spoke. "No way." The system leisurely responded, "Lying around every day without exercising, it's already quite good that your height is this tall." Feng Ling looked dazed, then couldn't help but mumble to herself, 1.21 meters is just 1.21 meters, who cares, it's just a bit short." Feng Ling paused for a moment, suddenly remembering something, and waved at the air. "You are the short one. Lies are not sharp blades, truth is the swift knife. Host, you are emotionally compromised." The system's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Feng Ling was so furious, she almost stumbled, stamping her foot angrily and saying, "Don't slander me." Just then Shisui walked over, a gentle smile on his face, looking at Feng Ling with curiosity. Why is Feng Ling so angry? Feng Ling instinctively glanced at Shisui, finding that he seemed to have grown quite a bit taller, and felt a sudden imbalance in her heart. She couldn't help but feel a bit depressed, quickly turning her head away. "Go away, I'm annoyed." Shisui raised an eyebrow, seemingly unaffected by her mood, and gently said, "I have good news for you. Do you want to hear it?" Feng Ling's eyelids twitched as she tried to remain calm, and muttered softly, "Go ahead." Shisui paused, seeming to organize his words, clearing his throat. "From now on you will call me Hokagesima." Feng Ling was taken aback, her eyes widening. "What?" Shisui wore a smile that was hard to conceal, casually recalling that fateful morning. "Ahem, it was a sunny morning, and I had never been so happy before, you know." It felt like he. Shisui paused, a hint of joy in his eyes. "It felt like the entire world smiled at me in a single day." Feng Ling shot him a glare, frustration evident. "Get to the point." Shisui reminisced about that day, waves of emotion rising within him. That day he was handling some trivial matters at home, when he suddenly received a summons from the third Hokage. A sense of unease stirred in his heart as he quickly organized his attire and headed for the Hokage office. Upon arriving at the office, Shisui noticed that the third Hokage seemed even older than before, his white hair more withered, and the wrinkles on his face deeper. He looked like an old tree that could fall with the wind. "Shisui, have a seat." The third Hokage's voice remained steady but contained a barely perceptible weariness. Shisui sat cautiously, feeling the oppressive and heavy atmosphere in the air. The third Hokage slowly began, "I have decided to appoint you as the fifth Hokage." Shisui's heart jolted, hardly believing what he heard. "Me? Lord Third, shouldn't there be better candidates? Whether it's Lady Tsunade or Senior Kakashi, or even Master Jiraiya, they are all far more capable than I am." The third Hokage gently waved his hand, seemingly unperturbed by Shisui's doubts, his tone still gentle. "They do not have this thought, Shisui. As for you, I have witnessed the efforts of the Uchiha clan over the years, and I have kept them in mind. In terms of strength, you are not lacking. In terms of prestige, your name, Shunshin Shisui, has resonated throughout Konoha. Especially in recent years, your reputation among the villagers has improved, and everyone respects you greatly. In terms of age, you are still young, at an age full of vitality. Moreover, you possess a sense of responsibility and love for Konoha. You are the most suitable candidate." The third Hokage paused, seeming to contemplate his next words. "Konoha has become better. The current Konoha is the future belonging to you young people." Shisui felt a surge of emotions well up in his chest, but found himself at a loss for words, finally asking softly, "Lord Third, do you really believe in me?" The third Hokage revealed a faint smile, his eyes filled with reassurance. "I believe. Haven't you used your Bietinshin before?" His tone carried a hint of humor, but more so a deep expectation. Shisui couldn't help but pause slightly. "What if I have already changed you?" The third Hokage chuckled dismissively. "If you really wanted to, you could have been Hokage when Danzo was around. Moreover, Konoha has become better. Everything is in the hands of your generation, and your future has just begun." Shizui's heart couldn't help but waver. A glimmer of tears sparkled in his eyes as he spoke in a low and determined voice. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Third. I am willing to bear this responsibility." The third Hokage gazed deeply at Shisui, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Konoha now belongs to your generation. The future belongs to you. Never forget that no matter what happens, the foundation of Konoha was built by us all together. Remember this responsibility." Shisui raised his head, his gaze resolute, as if he had already decided his future. The third Hokage suddenly spoke again, as if reflecting on his past, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "I took over the Hokage position from the second Hokage. At that time, I was full of vitality and hope, wanting to make Konoha better." He sighed softly. "I have been lost, made mistakes, and compromised. But now I entrust Konoha to you, Shisui. I can see that your feelings for Konoha run deeper than anyone else's. I trust you with Konoha." A glimmer of tears flashed in Shizui's eyes as he nodded silently, saying softly, "I will protect Konoha well, you can rest assured." The third Hokage smiled slightly, gently patting Shizui's shoulder. "Go carry my hopes and embrace the future of Konoha." Shisui turned and left, glancing back at the Hokage who had supported Konoha for decades. At that moment, the third Hokage stood by the window, gazing at the scenery of Konoha village. Sunlight bathed the streets and alleys, children laughed and played in the streets, and the people wore smiles, creating a scene of harmony and tranquility. A complex emotion flickered in the third Hokage's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Danzo, I did not fulfill your promise, but Konoha has become better now. You would be happy, wouldn't you?" Outside the window, a gentle breeze blew, cherry blossom petals floated down slowly, as if everything had entered a serene moment in time. After listening to Zishui's narration, Feng Ling's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "So does this mean I now have a brother who's the Hokage?" Shisui nodded, a proud smile appearing on his face. "Oh, what do you think? Isn't it impressive?" Feng Ling's expression instantly lit up as her eyes sparkled. "That's amazing. From now on, if I get into trouble, I'll just use your name. Don't mess with me, my brother is the Hokage sounds so impressive." Shisui was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry as he gently poked her forehead. "No way." Feng Ling tilted her head back and pouted in dissatisfaction. "If I'm going to hang out with you, you should at least give me some benefits. Otherwise, how about making me an official, like an assistant to the Hokage or something?" Shisui couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing her hair. "No way." Feng Ling, not easily dissuaded, continued, "If you won't make me an official, how about giving me some pocket money? You'll definitely have a high salary in the future, so I'm just asking for a little spending money." Shisui looked at her stubborn expression and sighed, his tone filled with helplessness, yet laced with affection. "No way." Feng Ling was completely exasperated, hands on her hips, accusingly staring at him. "Nothing is allowed. Shisui, you're too stingy. Being a Hokage, and yet so miserly." Shisui smiled helplessly, reaching into his bag and pulling out several bills to hand to her. "Public funds can't be given out arbitrarily, but I can share a little of my personal savings with you." Feng Ling's eyes lit up as she quickly accepted the money, her movements swift and practiced like a seasoned pro, counting while muttering, "It's about time. No need for all that authority nonsense." After counting the money, Feng Ling nodded in satisfaction, stuffing it into her pocket, then patted Zishui's shoulder. "In light of this compensation, I will reluctantly support you in being Hokage from now on." Shisui chuckled lightly, giving her head a gentle pat. All right. Being Hokage comes with its own pressures. Just don't cause trouble, and that will be my greatest support for you." That night, the news of Shisui about to become Hokage quickly spread among the Uchiha clan. The clan members sent their blessings and congratulatory gifts, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. At Zishui's home, Feng Ling was looking through the gifts sent by others when she suddenly noticed Shisui quietly sitting aside, his gaze seeming somewhat lonely. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. "Shisui, come eat at my house. Don't be all alone with no one to keep you company." Feng Ling spoke sincerely, her eyes filled with compassion. Shisui was momentarily taken aback, looking at her genuine expression, and nodded gently, "Sure." Feng Ling immediately perked up, casually bringing back 2 boxes of milk from Zishui's house, which left Shisui a bit helpless, but he said nothing further. During dinner, Feng Ling's family gathered around the table, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Shisui glanced at Mikoto, feeling a bit apprehensive as she had been a little angry ever since he had been tricked by Feng Ling last time. Shisui cautiously spoke, "Aunt Mikoto." Mikoto still looked somewhat displeased as she shot him a cold glance, saying, "Feng Ling forgave you, but I haven't." Mikoto's tone carried a hint of reproach, but soon she unconsciously picked up some food for Shisui, all of it meat. The affectionate concern caught Shisui off guard, and warmth surged within him like a tidal wave. Feng Ling watched this scene, unable to suppress a low laugh. Mom is all talk and no action. Mikoto, hearing this, directly placed a pair of chopsticks with green vegetables in front of Feng Ling, her tone serious. "Finish these first, and then you can eat anything else." Feng Ling immediately pouted, looking at Sasuke with a face full of grievance. "Brother, save me." Sasuke chuckled helplessly and passed his bowl to her. "Here, let me help you eat." Shisui observed the scene before him, feeling a wave of sourness in his heart. The steaming atmosphere at the dining table with family members gathered together laughing and chatting was warm and relaxed. Everyone's face radiated happiness. Even Sasuke, who occasionally chimed in with a few words, appeared more lively than usual. Watching all this, Shisui suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such familial warmth, as if he were forever a bystander, unable to blend in. However, just as Shisui was lost in this complex emotion, Fugaku's voice suddenly broke the silence. With a lighthearted tone, Fugaku smiled slightly at Shisui and said, "Shisui, be my son." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire dining table fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on Shisui, whose hand involuntarily trembled, almost causing his chopsticks to drop. At that moment, happiness came so suddenly, it was almost overwhelming. Feng Ling, with her keen eyes, noticed Jishui's wrist slightly quivering and immediately exclaimed, "Dad, you scared Shisui." Feng Ling turned to Shisui and gently comforted him. "Don't take it seriously, my dad is just like that, joking around." Fugaku maintained a calm demeanor, yet a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. "Shisui, don't be too tense, I was just joking." However, Zishui's expression did not lighten at this remark. Instead, he fell silent for a moment, his heart already in turmoil. Shisui looked at Fugaku, a complex light flickering in his eyes, and smiled gently. "Actually, I would like that." Feng Ling stared at Shisui in astonishment, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. The silence of that moment seemed to stretch on, as no one expected Shisui to answer like this. Itachi smiled faintly, seemingly having anticipated this moment, his eyes filled with warmth and understanding. After all, Zishui's heart longed for acceptance and for a family more than anyone else. Feeling the gazes around him, Zishui's eyes glimmered with a faint light as he lowered his head and cautiously spoke, his voice trembling slightly, even carrying a hint of humility. Would you all accept me? This question carried the fragility and expectation he had never shown before. Although he appeared strong on the outside, deep down Zhishui had always yearned for a warm reliance. Feng Ling readily agreed with a smile. I agree, Zhishui, the gifts are mine, okay? Zhishui nodded and replied with a smile, they're all yours, it's all yours. Itachi watched this scene, nodding faintly, a hint of relief showing in his eyes. He said nothing more, simply acknowledging the decision from the heart. Mikoto also displayed a warm smile, picking up her chopsticks to continue serving Zhishui, her tone still playful. All right, little Zhishui, since you're already one of us, you must enjoy this family meal treatment. Sasuke watched from the side, appearing somewhat helpless, yet the tenderness in his eyes was undeniable. Since Feng Ling agreed, then I agree too. Fugaka sat at one end of the table, a satisfied smile on his face, his tone playful. Having a Hokage son, of course, I'm very happy about it. His words seemed to make the atmosphere even more harmonious, and everyone's smiles became more radiant. Zhishui looked at these people, warmth surging in his heart, his eyes shimmering with gratitude and emotion. Thank you all, really. Feng Ling grinned proudly, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she cheerfully proclaimed, everyone, let's raise a glass to celebrate our new member. Cheers. The crowd shouted in unison, their glasses clinking together in the air, producing a clear sound. A long time has passed since Shisui became the Hokage, and the Hokage building remains as busy as ever. Today Shisui is still seated in the main chair, focused on dealing with the mountain of documents before him, his brow slightly furrowed and his expression weary. Beside him, however, there is an additional set of tables and chairs laden with various delicious snacks, milk and fruits. Furin is reclining in a chair, leisurely sipping milk, seemingly in no rush to do anything. Furin's presence has long since become a unique sight in the Hokage building. The Umbu members have grown accustomed to her occasionally coming to mooch food and drinks, even taking over the Hokage's chair as a sort of mascot. Furin lifted her milk glass and took a sip, suddenly looking contemplative as she gazed at Shisui. Speaking up, Shisui, could you do me a favor? Shisui glanced at her, not yet setting down the document in his hands, his tone tinged with fatigue. What is it? Furin licked her lips, gently swaying the milk cup in her hand, and said slowly, I've been thinking about Naruto. Shisui raised his head upon hearing this. Naruto. Yes, Naruto is actually the son of the fourth Hokage, you know. Furin held the milk cup further from her lips, gazing intently at Shisui. Shisui nodded, his gaze unwavering. I know. Lord Third has already informed me. Furin murmured softly. You know the Third knows, but the commoners don't. They call Naruto the son of the Nine Tails every day, and it drives me crazy. Furin set the milk down on the table, her brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Don't you think this matter should be shared with everyone? That Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage? Shisui remained silent for a moment, lifting his head, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Do you understand what the consequences might be if this information spreads? Furin tilted her head in confusion. What consequences? Shisui looked at Furin, his tone still calm, but carrying a seriousness that couldn't be ignored. You probably think that Naruto would gain the respect and love of everyone, right? Furin nodded, replying, without hesitation, yes. He is the son of the fourth. This should be a glory, and everyone should know his identity and give him the respect he deserves. Shisui sighed, the weariness in his brow seeming to deepen. That's possible. But there's another scenario. What if the commoners learn this truth and believe Naruto is unworthy of being the fourth son? Some might even think that Naruto's existence tarnishes the fourth's legacy, believing he cannot inherit his father's greatness, making his situation even more complicated, even more difficult. Furin was taken aback, staring blankly at Shisui, as if she had never considered this issue before. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to refute, but she couldn't find the words. This matter is far more complex than you imagine. Shisui gently set down his pen, sighing. You know how much Naruto wants to be accepted and recognized by everyone. But have you thought that if this glory from his father became a burden, how painful would that be for him? Furin lowered her head, falling into contemplation. Shisui continued, in fact, I believe that having so many friends is the happiest thing for Naruto. You all treat him sincerely, not because of who he is the son of, but because of who he is. Having your companionship and support is what he truly needs. Furin fell silent for a moment, the determination in her heart gradually rising. She lifted her head, smiling slightly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. So I shouldn't forcefully tell everyone this truth. Shisui nodded. I think Naruto would be happier, and everyone would pay more attention to his value as a person rather than just seeing him as the son of someone. Furin nodded, replying, You're right, Shisui, but there's one thing I must do, or I'll really regret it. Shisui looked slightly taken aback, then showed a hint of an encouraging smile. Go ahead, just remember to be careful. Furin nodded, turning to leave the Hokage building, her mind racing with plans. Her footsteps quickened, almost jogging to Naruto's doorstep. Skillfully pulling out a key from her pocket, she unlocked the door with a click. This key was one she had asked Naruto for earlier for convenience, when she occasionally bought meat and fruits for him. At that time Naruto had readily agreed without a second thought, even happily saying, "Having you take care of me makes me so lucky." As the door swung open, the room appeared as messy as ever. Naruto was lying on the floor staring blankly at the ceiling and quickly sat up upon hearing the sound. Furin, Naruto was somewhat surprised but quickly broke into a smile. Did you bring me food again today? Furin stood at the door, her hands clasped behind her back, appearing relaxed, but a hint of seriousness glimmered in her eyes. Naruto, I don't have any food today. Naruto paused for a moment, then smiled brightly. Just having you here is enough, or what I eat doesn't matter. Furin smiled, gently walked over, sat beside Naruto, and looked straight into his eyes. Naruto, I came today to invite you to do something with me. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What is it? It's not training again, is it? I just finished training, and I'm dead tired. Hearing this, Furin's lips curled slightly, but complex emotions stirred within her. Taking a gentle breath, Furin slowly said, Naruto, let's go see Lord Kyuubi together. Naruto's face immediately fell at the mention of that name, his expression unwilling. I think I'll pass. That stinky fox doesn't like me. Every time I see it I get scolded. I don't want to go. The will of the Nine Tails sleeping within Naruto suddenly flared up, vaguely sensing Furin's intention to mention it, and couldn't help but roar in Naruto's mental world. You little brat, I've already shown you enough respect, and you dare say I don't like you. Furin ignored Naruto's reluctance, stepping directly in front of him, reaching out to grab his wrist. Her gesture was small, but conveyed a strong determination. Furin raised her head, gazing seriously at Naruto. Naruto, please promise me, okay? Naruto was caught off guard. Furin's hand was small yet warm. He looked at Furin's earnest expression, his heart inexplicably racing, and his ears began to heat up. Naruto stuttered, okay. Don't look at me with that expression. I too agreed, okay. As soon as Furin saw Naruto agree, she immediately released his hand, revealing a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Let's get going. Naruto was moved by Furin's seriousness, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she had ulterior motives. So he asked, fine, but you have to tell me first, why is it so important to see the Nine Tails? Furin turned her back, whispering, you'll know once we go. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails, coiled within the ceiling space, lazily opened one eye. What trick is this little girl trying to pull again? The seal space has completely transformed, revealing a vibrant sea of flowers before one's eyes. The blossoms sway gently in the breeze, with sunlight cascading upon each petal, reflecting a crystalline luster. In stark contrast to the previous dark, damp, and oppressive prison-like atmosphere, the seal space now resembles a coveted paradise. However, upon closer inspection, one can find that although this space has become a blooming paradise, it appears somewhat empty, lacking the vibrant presence of small animals, the chirping of birds, and the fluttering of butterflies. Not even a single rabbit can be found here. This sea of flowers resembles a perfect painting, yet it feels less real, without the embellishment of living creatures. All these changes stem from a suggestion made by Feng Ling. That day, after surveying the seal space, Feng Ling said to Naruto, this is your inner world. Why make it so dark and gloomy? Why not make it a little more lively? Look, it could be transformed into something much more beautiful. Naruto scratched his head, somewhat confused, but can I really do that? This space is meant to seal the Nine Tails. Wouldn't changing it cause issues? Feng Ling confidently patted her chest, saying, don't worry with me here, nothing will go wrong. Besides, it's your space, you have every right to change it. Encouraged by Feng Ling, Naruto attempted to alter the seal space with his thoughts. Surprisingly, as Feng Ling had said, the space began to change gradually according to Naruto's thoughts. From its previously oppressive gray style, it transformed into the vibrant world of blooming flowers it is now. However, while this change made the space feel much cozier, it also made the Nine Tails feel somewhat out of place. Every time the Nine Tails looked up at the glaring blue sky above or the dazzling flowers beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. This formidable beast had ended up living in such a place. This place looks like a fairy tale. How can an old man like me stay here? The Nine Tails complained angrily, do you all want me to completely lose my dignity? However, no matter how many times the Nine Tails complained, Feng Ling remained steadfast, saying, Lord Nine Tails, this is Naruto's inner world. The inner world should certainly be beautiful and warm. As for you, Lord Nine Tails, your objections are in vain. The Nine Tails gritted his teeth. You little brat, you don't take me seriously at all. Thus the Nine Tails had no choice but to resign himself to this fate. Although he verbally resisted, he secretly acknowledged that this sea of flowers indeed relaxed his mood. At this moment Feng Ling stood in the flower sea with a gentle breeze, caressing her flower petals swirling around her. Her silver hair danced in the wind, and her red eyes sparkled like starlight. In this beautiful floral backdrop, Feng Ling appeared ethereal, like a fairy descended from the heavens, captivating all who beheld her. Feng Ling turned to Naruto and said softly, yet firmly, "Naruto, go ahead and uncover that seal." Naruto was taken aback, confusion etched across his face. "Uncover the seal? Feng Ling, won't that release the Nine Tails?" The Nine Tails could not help but interject, his large fox eyes wide with shock mixed with a hint of excitement. "Little brat, what are you planning to do? Are you really going to let me out?" Feng Ling met the Nine Tails' gaze, her tone resolute, yet lighthearted. "Just hold on for a moment, Lord Nine Tails. You'll come out when I say so. And remember, the area you're allowed to roam is only within the seal space. You can't run off outside. Also, if you ever want to go out for a stroll, you need to discuss it with Naruto first." The Nine Tails was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "All right, little brat, I agree to your terms. But you better not regret it." Feng Ling smiled mischievously. "Then it depends on whether Lord Nine Tails behaves or not." With that, Feng Ling gently took Naruto's hand, feeling his slightly trembling fingertips, her tone playful, yet comforting. "Naruto, if you're scared, he'll be with you." Naruto looked down at Feng Ling, his face slightly flushed. At that moment, her gentle voice and warm smile felt like a ray of sunshine, piercing through to his heart, inexplicably bringing him peace. In his memory, the line he first said upon meeting her, "Are you an angel?" resurfaced in his mind. Naruto took a deep breath, his throat tightening slightly. At this moment, he truly felt that Feng Ling was an angel who had descended beside him, bringing him light. Naruto nodded, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Yeah, let's do it together." Feng Ling chuckled softly, leading Naruto slowly towards the direction of the seal. The Nine Tails quietly observed this scene, its massive tail swaying gently behind it, revealing a complex mix of emotions in its eyes. This was the first time in many years that it had felt such a wonderful atmosphere inside the seal space. The two arrived before the seal, where the tall doors still bore the conspicuous seal talisman. Through the crack in the door, the gigantic silhouette of the Nine Tails was faintly visible, quietly lying inside, its eyes fixed on them without blinking. Feng Ling released Naruto's hand, taking a step back, and raised her small hand, gently pointing to the seal talisman. "Naruto, it's up to you from here." Naruto glanced at the seal, then at Feng Ling, feeling inexplicably nervous. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared, but then thought to himself, "Feng Ling is the person I trust the most, as she would never harm me." With this thought, Naruto took a deep breath, raised his hand, and gently grasped the seal talisman. "Go for it, Naruto," Feng Ling encouraged softly. With a determined bite of his teeth, Naruto clenched the seal talisman tightly and yanked it forcefully. A tearing sound echoed as the seal talisman was ripped off. In the next moment, the entire space trembled violently. The previously calm sea of flowers was suddenly swept by a strong wind, and petals flew everywhere. The prison emitted a piercing, cracking noise, and the iron door vanished into countless specks of starlight. "I'm free," the Nine Tails shouted in exhilaration, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Its gigantic form finally emerged from the prison, but curiously, it did not burst forth uncontrollably as Naruto had imagined. Instead, it stood calmly in place, its tail swaying gently, yet appearing remarkably obedient. Clearly, this notoriously ill-tempered fox was truly listening to Feng Ling's words. Naruto was taken aback, stammering, "Stinky fox, aren't you coming out?" The Nine Tails shot Naruto a glance with its enormous fox eyes, snorting, "Little brat, don't get carried away. She told me to stay put, got it." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the Nine Tails, his tone filled with anger and incredulity. "Stinky fox, you really do listen to Feng Ling, huh?" The Nine Tails' eyes flashed with annoyance, its massive tail swaying in the air, producing a whistling sound. It bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs, and coldly snorted, "Humph, don't put it that way. It's true I'm listening to her, but that's because she makes sense, understand?" Naruto was left dumbfounded, feeling as if lightning had struck his brain. He never expected the Nine Tails would respond like this. For a moment, Naruto was at a loss for words, his fingers trembling slightly, as he couldn't help but mutter, "Stinky fox, have you really become Feng Ling's pet?" Upon hearing the word pet, the Nine Tails widened its eyes in shock, nearly bursting out, "Say that again. Who's the pet?" As Naruto and Kurama bickered, a golden light erupted from the center of the seal, coalescing into a figure. It was a man with short golden hair, wearing a Hokage cloak, his eyes radiating a gentle smile, exuding a brightness akin to sunlight. It was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "I didn't expect this backup plan to be triggered so soon." Minato murmured, a hint of urgency on his face as his gaze swept through the surrounding sealed space. "What happened to Naruto? I need to repair the seal quickly." Kurama's enormous fox eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the familiar figure. His tail ceased its swaying, and he spoke incredulously, "Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. You're alive." Naruto stood aside, feeling a vague familiarity with the man before him, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen him. He asked in confusion, Who are you? Minato turned to Naruto, his eyes filled with affection, a smile gracing his lips as he softly called out, Naruto. He seemed about to embrace him, but held back, sighing, I'll explain later, right now I must repair the seal. Naruto was taken aback. That familiar voice and warm gaze stirred something deep within him. He widened his eyes, murmuring, that voice. I've heard it before. Just as Minato was about to perform a technique, a small, agile figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Wind Chime, her little face serious as she clapped her hands and shouted, Sealing technique, eternal existence. A golden sealing rune swiftly shot from her palm, firmly embedding itself on Minato's chest. Minato was stunned, clearly taken aback by the sudden attack from this seemingly harmless little girl. This is... Minato looked down at the rune with confusion in his eyes. Wind Chime giggled, her tone light and confident. Uncle Minato, no need to thank me. This is a new sealing technique I specifically developed to preserve chakra. Now your chakra won't just be preserved, it can last at least 50 years with consciousness. What do you think? Am I amazing, or what? Minato paused for a moment, then smiled appreciatively, softly saying, Little sister, thank you. This really helps me a lot. He then turned to Naruto, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. At this moment he realized he could witness Naruto's growth and truly be by his son's side. Wind Chime clapped her hands and tilted her head proudly, saying, But there's one more thing to remind Uncle Minato. Lord Ninetales has reformed, so don't think about sealing him away again. Minato's expression froze, turning to Kurama with a complex gaze. Are you saying the Ninetales, the one that almost destroyed Konoha, has reformed? Kurama, hearing this, flicked his tail and huffed in displeasure. Fourth Hokage, mind your wording. I am now the upgraded version of the Ninetales. Don't use your old perspective on me. To prove her point, Wind Chime playfully beckoned, calling out, Lord Ninetales, lay down. Kurama shot her a glare filled with discontent. You brat. Show me some respect in front of others. Despite this, he laid down obediently, his massive form sprawled among the flowers, appearing almost docile. Wind Chime proudly patted Kurama's head, showcasing her achievement. See Uncle Minato. Isn't he well behaved? Kurama grit his teeth, turning his head away, though his tail gave a slight wag, seemingly a bit shy. No need to praise me so much. Minato watched this scene, utterly shocked. His lips parted slightly as he struggled to articulate, You mean the Ninetales, which I risked everything to seal, is now trained as a pet by you? Kurama, upon hearing this, let out a disgruntled snort, his ears twitching. You brat. Who's the pet? I am the mighty Ninetales, feared throughout the ninja world. However, before he could finish, Wind Chime interrupted seriously. He's not a pet. Lord Ninetales is family. Right? Lord Ninetales. Kurama was taken aback, his enormous tail halting midair, his ears perked, looking at Wind Chime with a complex expression. After a few seconds, he gently turned his head, his tone unexpectedly softening. Yes, family. Minato observed Kurama's somewhat awkward demeanor and Wind Chime's innocent smile, suddenly finding it all hard to believe. Minato murmured to himself, This is simply beyond my imagination. Naruto stood there, his mind in a whirlwind. The Ninetales cage shattered, the appearance of the golden-haired man, combined with Wind Chime's various actions. All of this left him feeling inexplicably absurd. Finally, unable to contain himself, Naruto pointed at Minato, his face filled with confusion as he exclaimed, Wind Chime, who the heck is this guy? Why are you so calm? Am I the only one who doesn't know the truth? Wind Chime blinked, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Call him Dad. What? Naruto was taken aback, convinced he must have misheard. He stared wide-eyed at Wind Chime's serious little face, trying to find a trace of jest in her expression, but there was none. Naruto was completely stunned. His mind raced as he tried to decipher Wind Chime's words. Call him Dad. Why? Why does Wind Chime want me to call her Dad? Does she have a penchant for this odd game? But she's clearly a little girl. Is this her twisted sense of humor? Could it be that she wants me to call her Dad first before she'll tell me the truth? As he thought of this, Naruto's face involuntarily flushed as he stammered, Do I have to? Do I have to do it now? Wind Chime placed her hands on her hips, tilting her small face up with a serious and justified expression. Yes, right now? Quickly call him Dad. Naruto's mind was a flurry of questions, but Wind Chime's earnest demeanor made it impossible for him to refuse. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit shy and immensely confused, carefully looking at Wind Chime as he softly said, Dad. As soon as he said it, he felt incredibly embarrassed. He secretly glanced at Wind Chime, only to find Minato beside him, suddenly wearing a touched smile, his tone filled with warmth. Naruto abruptly looked up at Minato, whose kindly expression made him a bit irate. Naruto stomped his feet, anxiously shouting, Hey, I was calling Wind Chime, why are you responding? Wind Chime was taken aback, then immediately realized, covering her mouth as she chuckled, Oh. Minato was also momentarily stunned, awkwardly rubbing his head, his gaze revealing a mixture of helplessness and anticipation. Then, Naruto, could you call me once? Naruto looked up at this perplexing man, his demeanor as stubborn as a rock. No way. Minato's smile instantly froze, and he sighed helplessly as if he had been greatly wronged. Amidst this chaos, Kurama could no longer contain himself. His massive body shook as he lay on the ground holding his belly and laughing uproariously, his tail whipping about, producing a thunderous laugh. Ha! You're such a genius, Naruto. Listening to Kurama's laughter, Naruto grew increasingly displeased. Minato crouched down, his gaze gentle, yet filled with guilt as he looked at Naruto on the ground. He reached out and gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto. They all call me the son of the Nine Tails. Every time I pass by they point and whisper. I even thought I didn't have a father at all. Naruto's voice grew more agitated, his eyes gradually reddening as his emotions neared a breaking point. Why did you only appear now? If you truly cared about me, why didn't you stay with me back then? Each of these questions pierced Minato's heart like sharp needles. His throat tightened, his lips pressed into a straight line, and his gaze was filled with deep pain and self-reproach. He opened his mouth trying to say something, but it ultimately turned into a powerless sigh. I'm sorry. Minato's voice was low and hoarse as if squeezed out from deep within his heart. Naruto, I'm sorry. His eyes glistened slightly. He raised his hand as if to touch Naruto's face, but hesitated and let it drop. Minato closed his eyes in self-reproach. Back then, Kushina and I made a difficult decision to seal the Nine Tails within you because we believed you would grow strong, that you would become the hero to save Konoha. But I never expected this would make you endure so much pain. Naruto stared blankly at Minato, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness and struggle. What hero to save Konoha? I never wanted any of this. I just wanted a home, a family that could be by my side. Hearing this, Minato's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. His body trembled slightly, his voice heavy with choked emotion. Naruto, I understand. I'm sorry I owe you. I failed in my duty as a father. The atmosphere became unbearably heavy, the entire space quiet, as if even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Furin, watching this scene unfold, felt a pang in her heart. She gently walked to Naruto's side, reached out to hold his sleeve, her tone soft yet firm. Naruto, listen to me. Naruto lowered his head, not responding. Furin crouched down, cupping Naruto's face in her hands, looking directly into his eyes, her voice gentle, yet tinged with a hint of coaxing. You're not alone. You have me and the Nine Tails, and now Uncle Minato. Everyone is here with you, protecting you. We can make up for all the past grievances together, okay? Naruto looked into Furin's clear eyes, the anger in his gaze slowly dissipating, replaced by a complex emotion. He sniffled and spoke softly, but I really feel so wrong. Furin, upon hearing this, immediately hugged Naruto tightly, then cried out. Naruto, if you want to yell, yell. If you want to cry, cry. But don't keep it all inside, okay? This sentence struck the softest part of Naruto's heart. He could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down like a flood breaking through a dam. He embraced Furin and cried out loud. The emotions he had suppressed for years finally erupted. Why? Why did you make me endure alone for so long? Naruto's voice was broken and choked, unable to form complete sentences. Minato stood aside, watching his son's breakdown, his heart aching like a knife. He crouched down, gently placing his hand on Naruto's back, softly patting him. Naruto, I'm sorry. From now on, Dad will be with you. I won't let you be alone again. The Nine Tails watched this touching scene, unusually refraining from interjecting, instead quietly lying nearby with a hint of complex emotion in its gaze. After a long while, Naruto's cries gradually subsided. He looked up, his eyes red, gazing at Furin, then at Minato, his voice carrying a hint of stubbornness. Then you have to keep your word. Don't leave again. Minato nodded, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. I promise, Naruto. Furin gently patted Naruto's head, her tone soft. Cry as much as you need to, it's okay, but when you see Mom later you can't cry anymore. She will be heartbroken. Naruto lifted his head, confusion evident in his swollen eyes. Mom. Furin turned to Minato, a hint of a smile on her lips. Uncle Minato, please call out to Sister Kushina. Don't worry, you'll help reinforce the seal. There will be no problems. Minato nodded, casting a complex glance at Naruto, then formed hand seal's golden chakra surged forth, and the entire flower sea became brighter and warmer. In an instant, the figure of a woman with red hair slowly emerged. Her features became clearer with her smooth red hair cascading over her shoulders, her gentle yet resolute face radiating maternal warmth. As soon as she appeared, her gaze locked onto Naruto, mother and child connected by heart, recognizing him almost instantly. Naruto. Kushina's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with the longing and love of a mother for her child. Naruto stood frozen, his throat feeling as if it were blocked, and after a long moment, he tremblingly spoke, Mom. Mom. His voice mixed with disbelief and the eruption of delayed emotions. Furin watched the scene before her, revealing a satisfied smile. Furin gently raised her hand, her two fingers coming together, a golden rune appearing at her fingertips. She quickly formed hand seals, and then lightly pressed her hand on Kushina. Sealing technique, eternal existence. Furin murmured softly, a golden light enveloping Kushina's body, which then transformed into a soft golden mark imprinted on her wrist, shimmering with a faint glow. Kushina looked down at the mark on her wrist, turning to Furin with a hint of confusion. What is this? Before Furin could explain, Minato gently answered. Kushina, this is Furin's sealing technique, allowing us to preserve our chakra state and always be by Naruto's side. Although we can only remain in this sealing space, we can watch him grow and see him live a better life. Upon hearing this, tears glistened in Kushina's eyes. She placed one hand over her heart, taking a deep breath, then smiled softly. This is good. This is good. Thank you, little girl. Her gaze turned to Furin, filled with gratitude. Furin waved her hand. Sister Kushina, you don't need to thank me. I just think that the most important thing for a family is to be reunited, and I will help as much as I can. You're truly a good child. Kushina's smile grew even warmer as she spoke softly. At this moment, Furin looked over at the distant Ninetales and suddenly ran over to its massive paw, looking up and saying, Ninetales, let's step aside a bit and give this family some space. The Ninetales lazily opened its eyes, glanced at Furin, then at the warm scene of the mother and child, letting out a deep sigh. Humph, little one, I might as well become your dedicated tool fox at this rate. Despite its complaints, the Ninetales lifted its gigantic paw, carefully cradling Furin and placing her atop its head. Its massive body moved through the flower sea, and with a gentle leap it distanced itself from Minato and his family. After running a distance, the Ninetales paused, tilting its head with a hint of disdain. Humans are troublesome, wasting time on these emotional scenes. Furin gently patted the Ninetales' head, squinting her eyes and smiling. Ninetales, you're just envious, aren't you? Envious of how they have reunited as a family. Humph, envious. How could I possibly envy such things? The Ninetales scoffed, turning its head to the side. Furin tilted her head, noticing the Ninetales' large ears twitching slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Ninetales, you may say you're not envious, but deep down your heart is warm. The Ninetales rolled its eyes, but did not rebut further. Meanwhile, within the sealing space, the flower sea bathed in a gentle golden glow. Naruto nestled in Kushina's embrace, feeling his mother's warm hand gently stroke his hair. Minato stood by, silently watching this, seeing a smile of contentment in his eyes. A family reunited with time, standing still, as if all past pain and loneliness were dispersed by the happiness of this moment. For Naruto, this might be the most precious moment of his life. In the sea of flowers, Naruto wiped away his tears, lifted his head to reveal a broad smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction and happiness. Kushina looked at him tenderly, ruffling his hair, her voice carrying a hint of choked emotion. You've worked hard, Naruto. Naruto shook his head, smiling even brighter. I'm very happy now, Mom. In the past, I always envied others, but now I have both Dad and Mom, so I'm not struggling at all. Naruto stood up straight, patting his chest with a hint of pride, saying, If any bad kids say I'm a wild child without parents, I will tell them confidently my dad is Minato Namikaze and my mom is Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina felt a sharp pain in her heart as she listened to Naruto's casual remarks about envying others and bad kids. She knew that the more casually Naruto spoke, the deeper his past loneliness and grievances ran. Kushina took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and tried to soften her tone. Naruto, have you been eating well lately? Naruto nodded seriously. Of course. I haven't eaten instant noodles in 3 years. Windbell always steals my noodles and fills me with a bunch of meat and fruits, saying that balanced nutrition is the most important thing. Kushina's eyes brightened with a hint of laughter. Is it that little sister from just now? Naruto's face lit up with excitement. Yes, that's her. Isn't she super cute, super gentle, and super considerate? Kushina paused, slightly glancing at Naruto with a knowing smile. She is indeed a very cute girl. Have you been regularly bathing and sleeping on time? Naruto scratched his head. Windbell said if I don't bathe properly, I should keep my distance from her. Kushina couldn't help but laugh. It seems Windbell is quite a strict little sister. Naruto bashfully scratched his head, chuckling. Yes, she's even more nagging than Iruka Sensei. Kushina continued to ask, At school, have you made good friends? Naruto began to count on his fingers. Of course. My best friends are the boastful Sasuke and Sakura. Oh, and there are so many others. Actually, it's all because of Windbell. She knows a lot of people, and because I'm her friend, I've benefited quite a bit. Kushina held Naruto's hand, gently asking, Have you been studying ninjutsu and your homework well? Do you usually respect your teachers and elders? Naruto lowered his head in thought, then replied earnestly, Windbell often gives me some powerful ninjutsu scrolls to practice by myself. As for my grades, I'm always at the bottom, but at least I'm not dead last. Also, Iruka-sensei treats me especially well, often inviting me for Ichiraku ramen. Kushina couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration, thinking this little guy may not excel in academics, but he seems to be quite happy. However, what Kushina cared about more was that from just now until now, every word out of Naruto's mouth seemed to revolve around the name Wind Bell. As a mother, her intuition told her once again that Naruto definitely likes this girl named Wind Bell, and he likes her a lot. So Kushina lightly cleared her throat, revealing a mischievous smile. Naruto, let me ask you the most important question. Do you remember the 3 ninja prohibitions? Naruto suddenly became nervous, shaking his hands repeatedly. Of course I remember. I'm very frugal with money, I've never drunk alcohol, and as for women, that's even more impossible. Kushina looked at his nervous expression, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. Naruto, you did very well. Naruto scratched his head, shyly laughing. But just then Kushina suddenly turned to look at Minato, her eyes filled with playful intent. Minato, have you noticed that our son seems to already have someone he likes? Minato smiled, gently nodding slightly. Wind Bell is a good girl. Naruto exploded, his face turning bright red. How do you guys know? Kushina wore an expression of I've seen through everything, calmly saying, Naruto, you've exposed yourself. You mention Wind Bell in every 3 sentences, why would we need to guess? Naruto turned red in embarrassment, shaking his hands repeatedly. No way. You're just talking nonsense. Kushina, however, did not continue to tease him, but instead serious said, Wind Bell is a good child. Not only did she help our family reunite, but she has also been taking care of you. So Naruto, you must remember to treat her well, understand? Naruto was taken aback, then nodded earnestly, clenching his fists. Absolutely. She treats me so well, so I will definitely treat her even better. Kushina looked at her son's earnest and stubborn expression, revealing a gentle smile. She gently stroked Naruto's head, secretly sighing, it turns out my Naruto has really grown up. In the distance, Wind Bell rubbed her nose and couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Who is thinking of me? She muttered, her eyes showing a hint of confusion before returning to a relaxed expression. Beside her, Kurama lifted his eyelids and said, forget about those trivial matters, let's go, I want to go out and see the world outside. Wind Bell looked down at him, tilting her head slightly, the corners of her mouth curling up. Going out is fine, but Lord Ninetails, you need to shrink a bit. Otherwise, if you're this big, going out will scare people half to death, won't it? Kurama snorted, carelessly flicking his tail. All right, I'll listen to you. But hurry up and get ready, don't waste time. Wind Bell narrowed her eyes and smiled, taking the chance to pat Kurama's head. Lord Ninetails, your attitude has changed quite quickly, you're surprisingly cooperative. Kurama rolled his eyes. Of course. It's not easy to go out and stroll around. Don't say, I need to shrink. Even if you ask for something more ridiculous, I won't bother about it. His tone was filled with a hint of impatient excitement, his tail swaying slightly. Hearing this, Wind Bell immediately laughed, clapping her hands lightly. Okay, we have a deal, but don't go back on your word. Suddenly, Kurama emitted a faint golden light, and in the blink of an eye, his massive form shrank down to a small fox. His fluffy body appeared soft and cuddly, paired with a pair of lively big eyes, instantly melting Wind Bell's heart. Wind Bell's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and she couldn't help but bend down to gently hug Kurama, rubbing her face against his fur. Lord Ninetails looks so cute after shrinking. This feels so good. Kurama, feeling annoyed from the rubbing, raised his paw to block Wind Bell's face. Enough, stop rubbing. If you keep rubbing, I'll lose my fur. Hurry up and get going, or I'll change back. Wind Bell held him, deliberately teasing. Oh, is Lord Ninetails shy? Look at you, you're really super cute. As she spoke, Wind Bell intentionally patted his head again, provoking Kurama to puff up in anger, but the result only made him look even cuter. Wind Bell, stop saying that. Kurama growled, but now that he had shrunk, his voice lacked the previous authority, sounding more childish, which only made Wind Bell laugh even more. Wind Bell held him tightly. All right, listening to Lord Ninetails, let's go. But now that you're small, it's quite convenient to carry. Kurama's ears twitched, grunting uncomfortably, but deep down he secretly mused, being called cute doesn't seem too bad. However, he would never admit it. Wind Bell, holding the petite version of Kurama, stepped out with light strides toward the world beyond the ceiling space. Kurama lay in her arms, continuously complaining, but his tail wagged cheerfully, clearly in a good mood. The figures of the girl and the fox gradually faded away at the end of the sea of flowers. In the outside world, Kurama and Wind Bell quietly appeared in Naruto's room. Just freed from the ceiling space, Kurama immediately took in deep breaths of fresh air, as if he had never inhaled such a refreshing scent before. Is this what freedom feels like? It's exhilarating. Kurama's 9 tails swayed joyfully from side to side, completely immersed in excitement. Wind Bell chuckled. It's not that exaggerated, Lord Ninetails, it's as if you've never been out before. Kurama huffed defiantly. What do you know? I have been trapped for decades. Decades? Do you have any idea how I endured all those years? alone in total darkness with an annoying sealing technique. Wind Bell shrugged helplessly, clearly not wanting to continue listening to Kurama's complaints. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Lord Ninetails, now that you're out, where would you like to go? This is a rare opportunity for you. Kurama narrowed his eyes, though he still had a stubborn look on his face. He was evidently intrigued. I will follow your lead. But don't take me to any boring places. Wind Bell smiled slightly. Since Lord Ninetails is being so obedient today, let me take you for a stroll around the market. Upon hearing this, Kurama immediately showed a look of disdain, slapping his tail on the ground. Shopping? What's the point of shopping? I am a tailed beast, who I don't care for your noisy human markets. Kurama paused momentarily, seemingly reluctant to miss out on this rare freedom. However, today, I am in a good mood, so I suppose I can accompany you just this once. Wind Bell carried Kurama out of the room, strolling along the street, with warm sunlight bathing them both. The pair, a human and a fox, instantly became the center of attention on the street. Passers-by stopped to gaze curiously. Many whispered, "Wow, what is that little thing Wind Bell is holding? It looks like a little fox." However, Wind Bell seemed completely unconcerned, humming a little tune, while carrying Kurama towards the snack street. Arriving at the snack street, the stall owners greeted Wind Bell enthusiastically. "Little Wind Bell, come try my freshly fried tofu. It's crispy and delicious. I just grilled some steaks. They smell amazing. Come have a piece. Takoyaki Wind Bell, the freshest octopus. Matcha cupcakes just out of the oven. I saved one especially for you." Kurama lay in Wind Bell's arms, his originally proud demeanor slightly faltering, his gaze lingering on the flurry of greetings, secretly astonished. This girl is surprisingly popular. A sense of pride swelled within Kurama. It's only natural. My judgment is indeed impressive. Wind Bell, on the other hand, smiled brightly, occasionally waving back at the stall owners. Thank you, thank you. They'll take one of everything, thank you. The stall owners quickly handed over the food while Wind Bell carried a bag full of treats, still holding an expressionless Kurama in her arms. During this time, many people couldn't help but point at Kurama and curiously ask, "Little Wind Bell, where did you find this little fox?" Wind Bell cheerfully replied, "I found him." Upon hearing this, Kurama's ears perked up in anger, his tail fiercely swishing in Wind Bell's arms. "Found? What kind of esteemed being do you think I am to be referred to as found?" However, Kurama also knew he couldn't reveal his identity now, so he had no choice but to put on a cute act, scratching Wind Bell's arm with his paw, feigning innocence. Wind Bell stifled her laughter, her heart filled with joy. Lord Ninetails has his moments too, looking quite adorable while pretending. After Wind Bell returned to Naruto's house with a large bag of food, she shut the door and locked it, cutting off all external disturbances. Wind Bell placed the bag on the table, raised an eyebrow, and smiled at Kurama. "Lord Ninetails, with so many delicious treats, why don't you pick one first? Which one do you want?" Kurama stared at the table full of food, his eyes nearly sparkling with excitement, unable to contain himself. "I want them all." Wind Bell pulled out a freshly bought takoyaki from the bag, skewering it with a stick and waving it in front of Kurama like a little cat fishing. "Lord Ninetails, come on, try this flavor." Kurama focused on the round takoyaki, swallowing his saliva, slightly crouching his body like a little beast ready to pounce, and suddenly lunged forward. However, Wind Bell swiftly lifted her wrist, deftly pulling the takoyaki away. Missed it. Kurama paused for a moment, unwilling to give up, and lunged again, but Wind Bell raised her hand once more, and the takoyaki vanished again from Kurama's view. Another miss. For the third time, Kurama's anger surged, his fur bristling as he mustered all his strength to leap towards the takoyaki, but Wind Bell's hand seemed to be deliberately opposing him, lifting it away again, keeping the takoyaki just out of his reach. A triple miss. Finally, unable to contain himself, Kurama jumped onto the table, glaring fiercely at Wind Bell as he shouted, "Wind Bell, what are you trying to do?" However, before he could finish, Wind Bell kindly handed the takoyaki to him, smiling radiantly. "Lord Ninetails, don't be angry, here you go." Kurama snorted coldly, still sulking, but his eyes remained fixed on the takoyaki, his little head inching forward. Just as he was about to take a bite, Wind Bell twirled her wrist again, lifting the takoyaki away while wearing a smug smile. "Oh dear, didn't get it again, sorry." Kurama. His ears began to twitch, his paws slammed angrily on the table, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, clearly on the verge of exploding with rage. Wind Bell finally couldn't hold back her laughter, looking at Kurama's furious expression. She chuckled as she handed the takoyaki over. All right, I won't tease you anymore this time, it's really yours. Eat up." Kurama huffed in annoyance, opened his mouth to grab the takoyaki, biting down hard, as if it were Wind Bell herself. As Kurama chewed noisily, he couldn't help but reflect, so delicious. Just as he felt a sense of victory, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. A smaller version of the Ninetails, quite adorable, huh? Upon hearing this, Kurama's brow shot up as he turned around, sharply spotting Naruto, who looked quite happy. "Who are you calling adorable?" Kurama exploded in rage. The frustration he had previously suppressed because of Wind Bell's teasing now erupted. He leaped up and pounced at Naruto, delivering a powerful kick that sent Naruto flying. Naruto exclaimed, "Whoa." In the land of the Hyuga clan, the afternoon sun warmly bathed the courtyard, while a gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms. A silver-white figure swiftly darted through the corridors of the Hyuga clan, closely pursued by a delicate little girl panting as she chased after. "Sister Feng Ling, give me a hug." Little Waha's round bright eyes were wide open as she ran with her short legs calling out and reaching out her small hands, her face full of anticipation. Feng Ling nimbly circled around a pillar, lightly leaping onto the stone steps beside her, looking back with a playful grin and teasing, "No hugs, no hugs. If you want a hug, you have to catch me first." Upon hearing this, little Hua grew even more anxious, her fair little face puffing up like a bun as she ran and pouted. "Humph. Sister Feng Ling is so mean. Hua wants a hug." Standing nearby, Hinata gently watched the scene, a warm smile gracing her lips. Watching her sister chase after Feng Ling, she softly reminded, "Hua, be careful not to fall." Hua stopped in her tracks, stamping her feet in a pitiful manner, then suddenly had a bright idea, turning to Hinata with pleading eyes. "Sister." Hinata chuckled softly and walked towards Feng Ling, gently saying, "Sister Feng Ling, Hua really wants a hug." Feng Ling looked at Hinata's tender gaze, and then at little Waha's watery eyes, suddenly feeling a bit overwhelmed. All right. Feng Ling sighed, opening her arms with resignation. "Little Hua, come here quickly." Hearing this, little Waha's face lit up with joy, blushing as she leaped into Feng Ling's embrace, holding on tightly, while happily exclaiming, "Sister Feng Ling is the best." Feng Ling gently patted little Waha's back, smiling helplessly. "Oh dear, you little rascal, once you hug me, you won't let go." Little Hua giggled, clinging tightly to Feng Ling's waist like a little koala hanging from a tree. "No, I want to hug Sister Feng Ling forever." Feng Ling helplessly patted little Waha's head. "That what do I have important things to attend to. Be good, and let your sister keep you company." Little Hua pouted, visibly displeased, her big eyes blinking, her expression clearly saying, I want to stick with Sister Feng Ling." "If I want to go too," little Hua declared defiantly. Feng Ling raised an eyebrow and pretended to be mysterious, asking, "Wow, I'm going to find your father. Are you sure?" Upon hearing the word father, little Hua froze for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, but the next second, she firmly nodded yes. "I want to go." Feng Ling smiled as she picked her up, gently shaking her. "All right then, let's take you along to find your father and get some delicious treats." Little Hua tilted her head, innocently asking, "Will father give us some?" Feng Ling winked knowingly. "That depends on me." In the study of Hisashi. Inside the study, Hyuga Hisashi sat at his desk reviewing the family archives. Hearing footsteps at the door, he looked up and saw Feng Ling entering with little Hua in her arms, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Feng Ling, do you have something to discuss?" His tone was calm, carrying the unique authority of a clan leader. Feng Ling approached the desk with a cheerful demeanor, casually sitting down on a chair while holding little Hua on her lap. "Uncle Hisashi, little Hua wants to buy some treats. Can you spare some money?" Hisashi's gaze swept between Feng Ling and little Hua before finally settling on his obediently seated little daughter. Little Hua shyly lowered her head, tightly gripping Feng Ling's sleeve, stealing glances at her father. "How much?" Hisashi asked in a calm tone. Feng Ling, as if it were the most natural thing, held up one finger and smiled brightly. "Not much, it should be at least 10,000 ryo." Hisashi's face darkened for a moment, but he eventually fell silent, taking a stack of money from the drawer and handing it over. Feng Ling accepted the money and casually stuffed it into little Waha's arms, gently patting her head while smiling. "Hua, hold on to this and go buy some food with your sister." Little Hua looked down at the heavy stack of bills in her arms, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Feng Ling with admiration, as if looking at a miraculous figure who could summon the wind and rain. "Sister Feng Ling, you are amazing." She excitedly clutched the money as if it were a priceless treasure. Feng Ling winked and waved her hand. "Hurry along, but don't let your sister be too surprised." "Yes." Little Hua eagerly nodded and dashed out, unable to wait to find Hinata to share this fortune. Hisashi watched little Hua run out the room, returning to tranquility. He then turned his gaze back to Feng Ling, looking at her with a hint of inquiry. "Feng Ling, do you have something else?" Feng Ling did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment, as if weighing how to broach the subject. Her brow slightly furrowed, and a complex light flickered in her eyes. After a long pause, she looked up at Hisashi, her tone calm, yet carrying a hint of probing. "Uncle Hisashi, is there any precedent for unbinding the caged bird in the Branch family?" The room immediately fell silent. Hisashi's pupils slightly contracted, and although his expression did not change much, his fingers lightly tapped on the table. His gaze sharpened a bit, as if contemplating Feng Ling's intentions. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Do you want to help that child Niji unbind the caged bird?" Feng Ling nodded candidly, her gaze resolute, not a trace of hesitation. Yes. Hisashi did not respond immediately, but silently regarded her, seemingly weighing the gravity of the question. After a moment, Hisashi sighed, his tone still steady, yet carrying a hint of helplessness. I have high hopes for Niji. He is a rare genius in the branch family, even more outstanding than the children of the main family. But the caged bird cannot be unbound. Feng Ling's eyes flickered slightly, the corners of her mouth curling up in a subtle smile, as she did not directly refute, but instead asked in another manner. Uncle Hisashi, is the caged bird unbindable, or is it simply not allowed to be unbound? At these words, Hisashi's hand paused slightly, a complex color flashing in his eyes. He fell silent for a full half-minute as if weighing something, and finally, he closed his eyes and gently uttered 3 words, "It cannot be unbound." Feng Ling's heart trembled slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Cannot be unbound and not allowed to be unbound are 2 completely different concepts. If Hisashi had answered not allowed to be unbound, it would mean that as the clan leader, he would absolutely not permit anyone to lift the caged bird, even if it were possible. But he said cannot be unbound, which implies that Hisashi implicitly acknowledges Feng Ling's actions. If she can do it, then she is indeed capable. A slight smile crept onto Feng Ling's lips, confidence glimmering in her eyes. Unfortunately, Uncle Hisashi, over the past 3 years, I haven't learned much other than to study sealing techniques. Initially, she learned sealing techniques to help Naruto reunite with his parents, but later she discovered that sealing techniques were far more profound than she had imagined, and part of the principles could be applied to the caged bird. Rather than saying it is unbinding, it is more accurate to say it is sealing. The caged bird is essentially a curse mark, and curse marks are not irreversible. As long as a specific sealing technique is applied to seal the curse mark, a similar effect to unbinding can be achieved. For Feng Ling now, this might not be a difficult task. Feng Ling smiled slightly, as if the seriousness of the previous moment was merely an illusion. Her tone lightened. I see. Then Uncle Hisashi, I understand now. With that, she gently turned around and confidently stepped out of the room, her steps light, as if the serious conversation had never occurred. However, just as she was about to step out of the study, Hisashi's voice suddenly came from behind her. Wait. Feng Ling's footsteps halted abruptly, alarm bells ringing in her mind, as she instantly became alert. This must not be a change of heart. She slowly turned around, watching Hisashi warily, afraid that the clan head would suddenly change his mind and retract what he had just said. But Hisashi's expression showed no change, and it could even be described as somewhat uncomfortable. The dignified head of the Hyuga clan slightly turned his head, as if feeling a bit embarrassed, and asked, I want to know. How can I make Hinata and Huahua like me a little more? Feng Ling blinked, momentarily caught off guard. After a second of silence, she instantly understood Hisashi's meaning. Feng Ling's expression turned subtly ambiguous, her bright red eyes appraising Hisashi, her lips slowly curling into a smile that carried a hint of undisguised disdain. So just now you were so authoritative, and now you're asking for parenting advice. Feng Ling crossed her arms teasingly, saying, Uncle Hisashi, want to learn. Hisashi's face flashed with rare embarrassment as he cleared his throat to mask his discomfort, awkwardly nodding slightly. Yes. Feng Ling immediately broke into a mischievous smile, exaggerating her tone. Oh, just now you were so fierce, and now you want me to teach you. Not teaching. Feng Ling huffed, turning to run, while sticking her tongue out at Hisashi. Hisashi's lips twitched as he watched her dart away, letting out a deep sigh, filled with mixed emotions. After playing for a while with Xiao Huahua and Hinata, Feng Ling suddenly dashed to the training ground of the Hyuga clan. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the area, casting intertwining shadows, while the air was filled with the mingling scents of sweat and the dull thuds of wooden posts. Niji was focused on his practice, delivering precise punches and palm strikes against the wooden posts, each blow steady and accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but it did not affect his concentration. Feng Ling stood at a distance, hands clasped behind her back, smiling as she waved Nijini. Niji halted his punches, breathing slightly heavier as he looked at Feng Ling with confusion. Feng Ling, why are you here with me? In his memory, Feng Ling always preferred to stick with Hinata and Hikari. Why was she suddenly seeking him out today? Niji stepped forward, his expression calm, but with a hint of speculation. Feng Ling, do you want to spar with me? Upon hearing this, Feng Ling took a step back, her face filled with shock. Oh no, Nijini must have been infected by Shaolini. Otherwise, why would he think of a match the moment they met? Her expression was vividly animated, as if Niji was about to throw her into the training ground for a duel. Niji's lips twitched imperceptibly. This girl was truly exaggerating. But Feng Ling offered no further explanation. Instead, she grabbed Niji's wrist and mysteriously dragged him under a large tree, lowering her voice. Nijini, can I see your forehead? Niji paused for a moment, his expression subtly shifting. Why does she suddenly want to see this? Feng Ling's tone was cautious, even tinged with a barely noticeable tension. She understood that the caged bird was a shackle, a source of pain, and an inescapable burden for Niji. Therefore, she did not want this question to become a new wound for him. Niji instinctively wanted to refuse, but when his gaze fell upon Feng Ling, he halted. Her expression was so serious and a little anxious. He had never seen her like this before. The usually quirky girl was now displaying such earnestness, even showing a hint of caution. After a moment of silence, Niji's eyes held a flicker of hesitation, but ultimately, he slowly raised his hand and untied the cloth that bound his forehead. As the cloth fell away, an emerald green mark appeared on his forehead, like an invisible cage symbolizing the shackles of fate. Feng Ling gazed quietly at it, her eyes soft and filled with compassion. She gently extended her hand, cautiously touching the mark with her fingertips. Niji's body instinctively stiffened for a moment, wanting to pull away, but when he met Feng Ling's focused and pained gaze, he forcibly held himself back. Feng Ling lightly caressed the cursed mark as if to soothe him, while also carefully sensing the flow of chakra within. Feng Ling whispered, "Nijinia's forehead is so beautiful. If only it didn't have these green patterns, it would be even more beautiful." If it were the Niji of the past, hearing such words might have made him feel embarrassed or even intensified the pain within him. But at this moment, as he looked at the girl before him awkwardly, trying to comfort him, his heart felt surprisingly calm. She was not pitying him, she was earnestly observing him. She truly believed that Niji would look better without the caged bird mark, rather than thinking that the mark diminished his worth. Niji lowered his gaze, his feelings complex, his lips slightly pursed, as if he wanted to say something, but did not. Meanwhile, Feng Ling's fingertips continued to lightly trace the mark of the caged bird. Her chakra quietly seeped into the mark, carefully analyzing its structure, attempting to deconstruct this long-standing cursed seal. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time quietly passed, and Feng Ling's fingers remained gently pressed against Niji's forehead. And Niji's face unexpectedly began to redden slightly. Has it been 5 minutes already? Niji's heart started to struggle. Was Feng Ling getting addicted to touching it? Should I remind her? But it actually feels quite nice. Just as Niji was caught in this inner turmoil, Feng Ling suddenly lowered her hand, nodding in satisfaction. "All right, Nijini, I see you tonight." Niji was taken aback for a moment, asking in confusion why. However, Feng Ling had already turned and skipped away, showing no intent to explain. Niji. He stood still, staring blankly at Feng Ling's retreating figure, as if the warmth of her earlier touch still lingered on his forehead. What on earth was this girl thinking? Meanwhile, Feng Ling exited the Hyuga compound, reaching down to rub her ankle, muttering, "Ouch. Standing on my toes for 5 minutes really hurts." Feng Ling pouted discontentedly. "Nijini, I really could have squatted down a bit." Unacceptable. After saying this, she shook her legs and continued on her way with a light-hearted stride. Upon returning home, Feng Ling slapped the drawings onto the table, picked up a pen, and focused her gaze on the blank rune design area. In truth, she was not contemplating how to undo the caged bird. She already had a plan. After all, for the past 3 years, she had nearly consumed the art of sealing. What truly troubled her was what kind of seal to leave on his forehead once the sealing was complete. Simple sealing symbols are too ugly. Feng Ling wrinkled her nose in disdain, randomly sketching a few traditional sealing symbols on the paper. No matter how she looked at them, they seemed too rigid and uninteresting, completely unbefitting Nijinia's handsome image. Feng Ling raised her hand, twirled her pen, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How about drawing a bagua? As she said this, she waved her hand and quickly sketched a draft of a bagua seal on the paper. Looking at the smooth lines, she couldn't help but nod. No. Although the bagua is indeed cool, it seems a bit off if it's on his forehead. Feng Ling quickly flipped the paper over to rethink. How about drawing a little cat? Feng Ling eagerly sketched a cute cat design on the paper. The round little cat had big eyes and a tail raised high, looking both adorable and soft. However, after staring at the draft for a while, she suddenly shook her head. Forget it. Nijini will have to wear white cloth for the rest of his life. Imagining Niji sporting a little cat mark, she envisioned him being surrounded by the girls of Konoha tomorrow, wildly discussing the rumor that the genius ninja of the Hyuga clan has such a girlish heart, and Feng Ling couldn't help but shiver. She quickly crossed out the cat design and continued to think then. How about drawing a Feng Ling? As soon as this idea popped up, Feng Ling burst into laughter, snorting with amusement. Ha, no way. That's even more outrageous than the little cat. Imagining Niji with a little Feng Ling design on his forehead, she instantly felt that if she did that, Niji would surely beat her from the Hyuga compound to the Uchiha compound. Moreover, Feng Ling rested her chin and thought, if this thing is drawn on, there will definitely be a bunch of people coming to me for custom orders. Who could it be? This must be pointed out. While drawing, Feng Ling muttered, "Although I don't want to say it, Uchiha Sasuke, you know it in your heart." Sigh. What should I draw that would be appropriate? Feng Ling propped her chin and turned to look out the window. The sky outside was gradually darkening as night fell, and the crescent moon hung cold and clear in the starry sky. Feng Ling raised her head, gazing at the crescent moon, her eyes suddenly brightening. I've got it. She slammed her hand on the table, excitedly picked up her pen, and started sketching on the drawing paper. How about a little moon? Nijinai already has a kind of cold aura. The moon not only suits him, but also symbolizes illuminating the darkness, which is quite meaningful. Most importantly, it wouldn't be too ugly, and Nijinai should be able to accept it. With this thought, a proud smile crept onto Feng Ling's lips as she quickly began to refine the design. In the quiet of the night, her pen danced across the paper, and a crescent moon quietly took shape, reflecting the dedicated and earnest gaze of the girl. Before long, Feng Ling set down her pen, stretching her arms with a lazy yawn, still wearing a proud smile, as if she could already see the moment Nijinai would lift the curse of the caged bird. See you tonight, Nijinai. Tonight the sky is devoid of stars, with only a solitary crescent moon hanging at the horizon, casting a cold, distant glow. The night wind carries a hint of chill, gently brushing past the treetops, stirring the silver-white hair of Feng Ling, who cannot help but wrap herself tighter in her clothes, shivering slightly. The training ground of the Hinata clan appears particularly quiet at night, with only one person standing silently beneath the great tree, as steady and calm as a sculpture. It is Niji. He stands with his back to the moonlight, his tall frame swayed slightly by the night breeze, his gaze deep and tranquil, as if he embodies the night itself. Feng Ling quickens her pace and runs over, her crisp voice ringing out in the silent night. Have you been waiting long? Niji turns his head, the moonlight softly illuminating Feng Ling's hair, casting a faint halo around her, making her appear somewhat hazy, even exuding an ethereal beauty. Not for long. Niji replies calmly, his voice steady though his gaze carries a hint of confusion. Feng Ling, what is it that you want? Feng Ling stands before him, tilting her head as she looks at him, a slight smile curving her lips. Niji, brother, do you want freedom? She asks gently. Niji is momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering, but he does not respond immediately. Without waiting for him to speak, Feng Ling continues, her voice soft yet imbued with undeniable strength. Your destiny from now on you will decide for yourself. Just like the birds soaring freely in the sky. Like the fish swimming freely in the water. She pauses, blinks, and ultimately smiles gently, like anyone you wish to become. In the quiet night, Feng Ling's words resonate clearly, as if echoing in the night breeze. Niji falls silent, his eyes downcast, his fists clenched. Freedom. Of course he desires it. How could he not? Since childhood, the word fate has bound him like shackles engraved on his forehead, like a caged bird, an invisible prison that confines him within an inescapable cage. He has imagined countless times what his life would be like without the caged bird. He could do whatever he desires rather than being constrained by the fate of the clan. He could drift freely in the sky like a cloud instead of being trapped in a small confined space. Yet this is ultimately just a fantasy. For he knows that in this world no one can escape their fate. His fate has long been decided. However, at this moment Feng Ling stands before him, looking at him with her bright and clear eyes, speaking those words in a lively tone, as if freedom is not an unattainable dream, but something within reach. Niji remains silent, not uttering a word. Seeing his lack of response, Feng Ling simply reaches out and grabs his sleeve, giving it a gentle tug. Hey Niji, brother, squat down. Niji comes back to his senses, frowning slightly. Why? Just squat down. Feng Ling pouts, her voice carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Niji sighs helplessly, ultimately bending down slightly as she urges him. Feng Ling seizes his wrist and pulls him down to the ground. Niji, all right, sit down. Feng Ling cheerfully claps her hands, sitting cross-legged beside him, gazing up at the night sky. The night is deep, the crescent moon hangs solitary, casting a faint clear light that reflects the two figures sitting side by side. Feng Ling hugs her knees, gently swaying her feet. Niji, brother, I know you think this is impossible. Niji turns his head to look at her, his eyes slightly flickering. Feng Ling smiles gently, her voice as soft as the night breeze. But do you know? I have never believed in fate. After all, I have rewritten quite a few destinies. Feng Ling tilts her head, her silver-white hair cascading over her shoulders, the evening wind bringing a hint of fragrance. Niji, brother, do you trust me? Niji is taken aback. Feng Ling does not wait for his answer, extending her little pinky and giving it a gentle hook. I will help you achieve freedom. Let's make a pinky promise. Niji stares at that delicate little finger, motionless for a moment. His finger trembles slightly before he slowly reaches out, intertwining it with Feng Ling's pinky. The night breeze gently blows, the moonlight quietly falls, and the two figures sit quietly beneath the tree, as if time has slowed down a bit. At this moment, the sky that had long been shrouded in shadows within Niji's heart seems to have gained a sliver of brightness. Just like this crescent moon casting a faint clear light amidst the endless darkness. Niji instinctively looks up at the crescent moon, hanging alone in the sky, his thoughts drifting. Just as he is momentarily lost in thought, Feng Ling has gently pulled the cloth band from his head. Niji is startled, not having time to say anything before a cool sensation brushes against his forehead. Feng Ling's palm gently covers his forehead, soft and warm, with a faint ripple of chakra flowing through her fingertips. Don't move now. The girl's voice gently rings out, carrying a hint of laughter like the night breeze caressing his heartstrings, silently stirring his emotions. Niji stares at her blankly. Her little hand is cold, yet warm, a strange feeling. He instinctively wants to say something, but when the words reach his lips, he does not know how to begin. 3 seconds later, Feng Ling slowly withdraws her hand, her lips curving into a satisfied arc. Feng Ling tilts her head slightly, her expression filled with pride. The moon tonight is beautiful, just like the one on your forehead. Niji's brows furrow slightly. The one on his forehead, shouldn't it be the caged bird? His heart suddenly skips a beat, and he quickly stands up, rushing towards the nearby pond in just a few steps. The water's surface ripples slightly in the night breeze, reflecting the crescent moon in the night sky. Niji holds his breath, slowly lowering his head, carefully looking at his reflection in the moonlight. On his forehead, the green mark, symbolizing the caged bird, has vanished. In its place is a small crescent clearly imprinted on his forehead, just like the crescent moon hanging high in the sky tonight. Niji is stunned. He reaches out, trembling slightly, as he gently touches his forehead. Is this real? He blinks, and the reflection in the water remains unchanged. That mark, heavy with hatred, loathe, and the source of countless nights spent gritting his teeth in endurance. Has it truly vanished? Niji's throat tightens slightly, his heart pounding violently, as if filled with an indescribable emotion. He suddenly turns his head, looking at Feng Ling, who still stands in place. The girl stands in the moonlight, her silver-white hair blowing gently in the night breeze, her ruby-like eyes shining brilliantly in the darkness, a self-satisfied smile playing on her lips. With her hands on her hips, the girl smiles with her eyes curved. Isn't it beautiful? Niji looks at her momentarily, at a loss for words. His gaze falls upon her face. In the night, her clear and radiant eyes sparkle with laughter, her brows and eyes curved like the crescent moon at the edge of the sky. He instinctively reaches out to touch the new mark on his forehead, feeling the gentle and no longer oppressive seal. Is this really not a dream? Niji gazes steadily at Feng Ling, and after a long moment, he finally speaks softly. It's very beautiful. Yet whether this remark is about the moon on his forehead or the girl before him, he himself is unsure. In the classroom of the ninja school, the air was filled with the excitement of impending graduation. Every student wore a forehead protector, symbolizing their official identity as ninjas, marking their farewell to their simple student days and their entry into the true ninja world. This year's students were significantly stronger than their predecessors. The reason was none other than the influence of Feng Ling, which had greatly elevated the entire class strength. After all, the availability of Feng Ling brand scrolls allowed everyone to access various practical ninjutsu at any time, even including some mid-ninja level tactics in their training schedule. This meant that the Naruto stealing scroll incident simply did not exist, as Feng Ling herself could access forbidden scrolls and directly handed over the multiple shadow clone technique to Naruto. Why could Feng Ling read forbidden technique scrolls? Because the Hokage is her brother. Not only could she read them, but she also learned quite a bit. As for Mizuki the Ambitious One, he had long been imprisoned due to Feng Ling's early report, not even given a chance to turn the tables. In short, this graduating class was exceptionally strong, and even Irika often marveled these students could probably participate directly in the mid-ninja exams. At this moment in the classroom, Feng Ling continued to occupy the center position as always. She lazily lay on the desk, her head resting on a specially brought small pillow, while Sasuke kindly fanned her, occasionally sketching on paper as if conceiving a new artwork. Meanwhile, another group of people in the classroom surrounded Feng Ling, vying for the best seat. Naruto frowned. Move aside, I want to sit in the middle. Sasuke let out a cold snort and retorted, without courtesy you get lost. Naruto immediately refused to back down. Ever since Kushina learned that Naruto liked Feng Ling, she had been passionately instilling love philosophy in her son. Boys should be bold. If you like her, go after her. Hesitating means you lose. Feng Ling is so cute, surely many people like her. If you don't act fast, someone else will snatch her away. Hearing this, Naruto was filled with righteous anger and decided to put his mother's teachings into action today. So in this moment, he and Sasuke were at loggerheads. Naruto stood on the desk with hands on his hips, glaring at Sasuke. Sasuke, unwilling to back down, stared fiercely at Naruto, his eyes filled with anger, even activating his Sharingan. Kurama fueled Naruto's fire in his mind. Naruto, go for it. While Minato spoke earnestly, Naruto, this is Feng Ling's brother. Are you sure you want to do this? Naruto remained undeterred, standing tall and ready to fight. However, just at that tense moment, an unexpected change occurred. Someone gently pushed Naruto from behind. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell straight toward Sasuke. Then pop. The entire classroom fell into a dead silence. Feng Ling, who had initially been watching the scene, widened her eyes and then burst into laughter. Ha! She laughed so hard that she almost fell off her chair, holding her belly, unable to straighten up. Ha ha! What a classic moment. Sasuke, Naruto. The two pressed their lips together, remaining silent for 3 whole seconds. The next second, Naruto jumped up, covering his mouth frantically, his face flushed red. Damn, Sasuke. You actually stole my first kiss. Sasuke's face turned pale, his Sharingan evolved to 3 tomo, emanating a terrifying, killing intent. Naruto, I'm going to kill you. Sasuke's anger had reached its peak. His first kiss. Just like that, lost. And it was taken by Naruto, the last in the rankings. This was obviously meant for Feng Ling. His mood was like a delicate porcelain object suddenly shattered by Naruto's clumsy hands, radiating a murderous rage. As for Naruto, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Originally, he planned to show Sasuke who was the future strongest ninja of Konoha. But in the end, not only did he lose his momentum, but he also lost his first kiss. This was clearly for Feng Ling. The two exchanged glances, the air charged with tension, ready for a ninja showdown at any moment. Sasuke, Naruto, both shouted angrily at the same time, their eyes burning with fierce battle intent. The air seemed to be searing, a grand battle was about to erupt. Sasuke, sneered Naruto, don't blame me for not warning you, I won't hold back at all. Naruto roared, arrogant Sasuke, I've long been unhappy with you. Kurama excitedly rubbed his hands in Naruto's mind. Naruto, give him a punch, let it out. Minato, Naruto, if you keep fighting, Feng Ling really won't like you anymore. Just as the two were about to start an all-out brawl in the classroom, a calm presence suddenly descended. Ahem. Iruka stepped in. In an instant, the classroom was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. However, Naruto and Sasuke's gazes still clashed in the air, as if invisible lightning crackled between them. The eye contact attack mode is ongoing. We'll settle this later. Who's afraid of whom? The two fiercely glared at each other, sparks colliding in the air. You are about to graduate and become real ninjas. At the podium, Iruka's voice was calm, yet solemn, sweeping over each student. Over the years, he had watched these children grow, strive, and compete against one another. Now they were about to become ninjas and step into a more brutal world. I hope you take good care of yourselves in the future. He spoke earnestly, his gaze gentle. But in his heart, these soon-to be ninjas were still just kids. Therefore, he couldn't help but remind them a lot. Finally, Iruka's gaze landed on the student who gave him the most headaches in the classroom. Feng Ling. Feng Ling, you. He rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress a sigh. You should study hard from now on. In the past few years, he had witnessed Feng Ling's various bizarre antics, sleeping in class, slacking off during exams, occasionally unleashing over-the-top ninjutsu on the playground that scared her classmates, and casually pulling out some forbidden techniques that she shouldn't know. If he didn't know Feng Ling was the Hokage's sister, he would truly suspect that the girl had secretly hacked something. Under the podium, Feng Ling was comfortably sleeping with her small pillow, and when her name was called, she groggily lifted her head, rubbed her eyes, and let out a lazy yawn. Got it, teacher Iruka. She smiled innocently. I will study hard. Iruka, I believe you, sure. He was too familiar with this dismissive attitude. But he also knew that continuing to speak would be in vain, so he helplessly waved his hand and said no more. All right, we will proceed to class assignments shortly. The entire class suddenly perked up. This meant their teammates would soon be revealed. However, Feng Ling, who was surrounded tightly, was currently resting her chin on her hand, thinking with boredom, it doesn't matter who comes. After all, I'm just a mascot. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto were still at a standstill, their eyes filled with hostility. As Iruka cleared his throat, the entire class fell silent in an instant. The class division. This is a crucial step that determines future team partnerships, directly influencing their paths ahead. Everyone's mindset varied. Some were eager, some anxious, and some indifferent, but almost everyone silently prayed for something. Sasuke thought as long as he is in the same class as his sister, nothing else matters. He crossed his arms, maintaining his aloof demeanor, but deep down, he had already set his goal, Feng Ling. As for the others, irrelevant, completely unimportant. Naruto clasped his hands together, eyes closed, silently chanting something devoutly, like he was making a wish to the Sage of Six Paths. Please let me be in the same class as Feng Ling, and definitely not with Sasuke. He really did not want to be paired with Sasuke, especially after the embarrassing moment of being forced to share his first kiss. Just seeing Sasuke made Naruto want to run away. Sai and Jugo's expressions were solemn, like loyal samurai protectors. We vow to protect the young lady at all costs. Their goal was clear. They must stay close to Feng Ling. Otherwise, how could the young lady manage without her loyal guardians? Shikamaru supported his chin, wearing a resigned expression that said as expected. So troublesome. He didn't even have the desire to pray. Logic told him that he would definitely end up in the same class as Ino and Choji. That was a certainty. Thus, he had no expectations about being in the same class as Feng Ling. Ino clenched her fists, her face filled with excitement, her heart brimming with hope. Sasuke. I must be in the same group as Sasuke. Of course, as a best friend, if I could also be with Feng Ling, that would be even more perfect. Sakura's eyes sparkled with dreams as she fantasized about her team. Sasuke, and one more Feng Ling. Feng Ling has helped me so much, I must protect her well. Hinata sat in the corner discreetly poking her fingers, her face slightly flushed as she silently wished it would be great if I could be in the same class as Naruto and Feng Ling. She secretly glanced at Feng Ling, then at Naruto, her heart racing. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his expression calm, but he already had the answer in mind. Be in the same class as my brother. With both of us together, how could we fail? Kiba grinned, appearing indifferent. There weren't any particular partners he desired. However, if he had to choose, it would still be Feng Ling. After all, the young lady always had various interesting scrolls. Maybe in the future, he could learn some extraordinary ninjutsu from her. Choji's eyes sparkled with endless anticipation. Feng Ling. As long as I can be in the same team as Feng Ling, I'll have endless snacks in the future. Of course, Shikamaru and Naruto weren't bad either. They were all people he could chat with. While everyone silently prayed, Iruka flipped through the list in his hand, cleared his throat, and the class immediately fell silent, all holding their breath in anticipation of the class division results. Class 7: Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Sasuke. His expression shattered in an instant, as if struck by lightning. Wait, this isn't right. This is absolutely wrong. The answer he needed was Uchiha Feng Ling. Where are the two characters Feng Ling? He looked at Iruka in shock, as if he had heard some absurd tale. How is this possible? Has Brother Shisui become senile after becoming Hokage? No way, I must properly teach him a lesson when I go back. Naruto. Why is it Sasuke? Naruto completely broke down, gazing up at the sky, his expression like he had lost his dreams. Oh heaven, are you playing with me? Where's Feng Ling? Why isn't Feng Ling here? Naruto suddenly grabbed Iruka's sleeve, his face filled with sorrow and anger, resembling a child whose lunch had been stolen. Iruka-sensei, did you miss any names? Please check again. Haruno Sakura. Yes. She swung her fist and nearly jumped up. I'm in the same group as Sasuke. I finally got to be in the same group as Sasuke. Although it was a bit regrettable not having Feng Ling together, that wasn't important. What's most important is Sasuke. Iruka ignored their emotional storm and continued reading. Class 8: Aburame Shino Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata. Hinata. After hearing her name, she slightly lowered her head, a hint of disappointment on her face. Feng Ling isn't here. Naruto isn't here either. Shino. What a pity, no brother. Kiba. It's a pity I couldn't be with Feng Ling. Iruka turned to the next page. Class 10: Nara Shikamaru Manaka Ino Akimichi Choji. As expected, Shikamaru was not surprised at all, rolling his eyes, continuing to support his chin. I knew it. So troublesome. I knew I couldn't escape this arrangement. This combination was almost fated. He had no hope. Ino wa. Why isn't it Sasuke? Ino covered her head, feeling like her beautiful future had shattered halfway. She's not satisfied. She had clearly prepared herself to fight alongside Sasuke. Choji, it's okay. Choji didn't feel particularly special. After all, with Shikamaru around, the tasks shouldn't be too troublesome. Iruka finally turned to the last page, cleared his throat, and glanced at the entire class. As for the special formation, Class 11. The entire class turned to look at him, and the air seemed to thicken with tension. Uchiha Feng Ling Jugo. Instantly, two uniform voices echoed in the classroom. Very good, perfect. Sai and Jugo exchanged a glance, their eyes determined, sharing an unspoken understanding. The young lad's safety still rests in their hands. Perfect. As long as they are there, Feng Ling will not be disturbed by any external factors. Naruto Yawawa. Why? He looked devastated, as if betrayed by the entire world, clutching his head in despair. Why do I have to be in the same group as Sasuke? Hokage, what are you thinking? Sasuke. Naruto, shut up. He was in a worse mood than Naruto, unable to accept this reality. How could Feng Ling not be in the same class as him? What if Feng Ling encounters danger? Where should his sense of responsibility as an older brother go? No way, he must request to switch classes with Brother Shisui. Meanwhile, Feng Ling remained calm, even enjoying the show beside her. Oh, I didn't expect the class division to create so much drama. It's quite interesting. Iruka cleared his throat, tapped the podium, trying to suppress the restless emotions in the classroom. Ahem. Alright, the class division results have been confirmed. Please don't complain. However, as soon as his voice fell, the classroom was still filled with various emotions. Some, like Naruto, were internally collapsing, some, like Sasuke, were resentful, some, like Hinata, were gloomy, and some, like Shikamaru, were calm. Iruka slightly furrowed his brow, but looking at these children who were about to officially embark on their ninja careers, he felt a bit emotional. He paused for a moment and continued, from today on you will officially become ninjas. I hope everyone can cherish their team members and work well together. Irika's gaze swept over each student, especially pausing for a moment on those clearly agitated children like Naruto and Sasuke. These two boys currently cannot see eye to eye, but in the future they will definitely fight side by side, and may even become the best of partners. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and added, "In a while your team leader will come to pick you up." With that, Irika turned and walked out of the classroom. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, his footsteps suddenly paused, and he took a deep breath, his eyes slightly reddening. These children are finally about to walk their own paths. Irika rubbed his eyes, quickly walked to the end of the corridor, silently turned away, and raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. He was a teacher and couldn't cry in front of the students. But, ugh, Irika quietly sobbed, tears still uncontrollably streaming down. These children must grow up safely in the future. Inside the classroom, as the teachers from other classes gradually led their students away, the classroom slowly quieted down. At this moment, only Class 7 and Class 11 remained waiting. The three members of Class 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, along with the eager Furin and her two ever-ready bodyguards Zoi and Tsugen. As for the teacher who would soon arrive, for Class 7 there was no need to elaborate. Being late was tradition, being reserved was his character, and the little yellow book was Kakashi's lifeline. But who was the teacher for Class 11? Furin was quite curious. After all, she was a member of the special organization, so theoretically her accompanying teacher shouldn't be too ordinary, right? However, that didn't matter much for now. The most important thing was, the waiting time for the teacher was utterly boring. Thus a certain blonde boy could no longer contain himself. "Ah, so slow." Naruto slumped over the desk, extremely impatient, as he complained, "When will they get here?" As he spoke, he rolled his eyes and turned to Furin, revealing a mischievous smile. "Furin, how about we pull a prank?" Furin, who had been lazily resting her chin on her hand, immediately perked up at his words, her eyes shining and a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Hehemin." Zoi and Tsugen immediately leaned in, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they had caught a whiff of conspiracy. "Pranking Kakashi. Let's do it." Sasuke initially intended to scold Naruto for potentially leading his sister astray, but he never expected that Furin would actually agree. "Sasuke." He frowned, remaining silent for a moment before finally letting out a cold snort. "He'll join in too." Sakura stood by watching as the group of mischievous kids reached a wicked consensus and couldn't help but facepalmed. "Hey, don't go too far," she sighed, reminding them helplessly, "Jonin aren't that easy to fool." However, in the excitement of the prank, her warnings fell on deaf ears. The plan was set in motion. Naruto ran to the door, skillfully placing a blackboard eraser on the doorframe, grinning mischievously. As soon as the door is pushed open, bam, he'll get a surprise attack. Tsugen then scattered a layer of almost invisible water at the entrance. Anyone who stepped in without caution would slip and fall flat on their face. Zoi quickly utilized the super beast imitation technique, swiftly drawing a living bomb disguised as an ordinary scroll. Once unfurled, the black ink beasts would spring out and bombard Kakashi. As for Furin, she stood aside, arms crossed, with a serious expression resembling a commanding officer. Naruto angled the eraser a bit more to ensure it hits his face. "Tsugen, don't make the water too obvious. Remember, it must be seamless." "Zoi, unleash your ink beast 2 seconds after he enters, so he won't have time to react." Under her precise guidance, everything was ready to go. Outside, Kakashi still looked lazy, holding his copy of Make Out Paradise, with one hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Itachi, you're actually here to teach too." Beside him, Itachi wore a gentle smile. "I had no choice. I have a very mischievous sister at home, and I can't relax if I don't keep an eye on her." Kakashi glanced at him, a knowing smile appearing. "Oh, then you should understand children's behavior better. For instance, they might have already prepared a surprise for us." Itachi's smile froze slightly as he looked up at the door. He knew his sister Furin all too well. Mischievous, playful, a drama queen who concocting these little pranks was entirely her style. However, Itachi smiled gently and gestured for Kakashi to go ahead. "Please, after you, Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi, unsuspecting, tucked away his little yellow book and reached for the door. Smack! A shadow struck down from the doorframe. In a flash, the blackboard eraser accurately hitting Kakashi on the head. The white-haired Jonin. Even worse. At that moment, his balance slightly faltered, and as he stumbled, he stepped right into the water puddle set up by Tsugen, causing his shoes to slip immediately. Thud! Kakashi stumbled and fell. Immediately after, Super Beast imitation, Ink Beast. Zoi shouted, holding a brush, and several monsters drawn in ink suddenly leaped out of the scroll, heading straight for Kakashi. One of them exploded in midair, turning into a splash of black ink that drenched Kakashi from head to toe. "Kakashi!" The room fell silent. The blackboard eraser rolled lazily to the entrance, ink dripping slowly from Kakashi's ninja headband, his dark vest completely stained, leaving him in a pitiful state. The scene looked exactly like a hapless uncle pranked by elementary school kids. Itachi stood outside, a slight smile on his face, a glimmer of secret delight flashing in his eyes. Kakashi slowly turned his head, glaring at Furin with a resentful gaze, his tone flat, yet dangerous. "You're still as infuriating as ever, Furin." Furin, arms crossed, retorted nonchalantly. "And you're still as useless as ever, Kakashi." "Uncle." The air fell silent for 3 seconds. "Kakashi." "Uncle." Furin lifted her chin defiantly. "Of course you're not that young anymore, right? Uncle." "Kakashi." A surge of unnamed fury welled up inside him. This little brat, how could her mouth be so insufferable? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then glanced at Itachi, standing beside him, thinking that with his sister being so disrespectful, Itachi, as her older brother, would surely discipline her. However, Itachi still wore his gentle and calm demeanor, looking softly at Furin, a slight smile on his lips, showing no intention of discipline. "Kakashi." "All right then, I'll give you that." Kakashi took a deep breath, waved his hand, forcibly suppressing his anger, deciding not to hold a grudge against the kids. He snorted coldly, crossing his arms, his tone meaningful. "Fortunately, I'm not your team leader." Furin smiled brightly at this, nodding. "Same here, I'm quite relieved too." This little brat. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, casually wiped off the ink stains on himself, stood up straight, and switched to a serious tone. "Ahem. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the team leader of Class 7, Hitaki Kakashi." However, damn Kakashi. Sasuke was the first to blow up. His expression darkened instantly, recalling his past painful experiences, and his anger skyrocketed. That was a long time ago. Back then, in his youth and naivety, he had actually believed Kakashi's slander and ended up being disliked by Furin for a whole 10 days. 10 days. He had never been ignored by Furin for that long in his entire life. He would never forget this grudge. Now that he saw Kakashi again, Sasuke's eyes burned with hatred and his fists clenched tightly. Naruto rolled his eyes disdainfully, muttering, "TCH, I thought it was someone important, but it's just a king of tardiness." Sakura crossed her arms, glancing thoughtfully at Kakashi, and softly uttered 3 words. "Stalker." "Kakashi." Goodness, no one seemed to be on his side. Kakashi rubbed his temples, letting out a soft sigh. "It seems I am not very popular." At that moment, Itachi finally spoke. "I am the team leader of Class 11. The next moment, Furin leaped forward, hugging Itachi's arm with glee, exclaiming, "Itachi, that's awesome." Her sparkling eyes brimmed with excitement, almost hanging off Itachi in a display of "brother is the best." Itachi looked down at her, a slight smile on his lips, and gently ruffled her hair. Still acting spoiled at this age. Tsugen and Zoi exchanged excited glances, and almost simultaneously exclaimed, "It's Lord Itachi." Itachi continued to look at them kindly, slightly nodding. "In the days to come, I hope to have your guidance." Furin happily nodded, completely unaware of the black-faced brother standing nearby. Sasuke squinted slightly, watching Furin hug Itachi, pondering silently for a few seconds. After a moment, he gently nodded, muttering to himself. Furin has Itachi protecting her. That's not too bad. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, he immediately sensed something was off. Wait a minute. When did he start thinking that Furin needed another man's protection? Sasuke frowned, feeling inexplicably irritable, crossing his arms and standing aside, sulking. Meanwhile, Kakashi. His mouth twitched violently as he helplessly watched himself being isolated by everyone. Class 7 disdainful of him. Class 11 all gathered around Itachi. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, quietly bowing his head to make out paradise, flipping through it in an attempt to seek comfort. Wasn't I quite popular back in the day? Why did it feel like now no one seemed to like him? Thus, the specially organized Class 11, along with the most legendary Class 7 in the ninja world, was officially established. Kakashi meaningfully touched his hair, casually stowing away intimate paradise into his ninja tool pouch, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze holding a hint of seriousness. He had suffered a severe mental blow this time. Not only was he left in a state of utter dishevelment, but he had also lost the glory of his past, with everyone surrounding Itachi and completely ignoring him, the copy ninja. This simply wouldn't do. Kakashi shoved his hands into his pockets, his tone brimming with confidence. "Itachi, how about we have both our classes participate in this test together?" As soon as he said this, the entire classroom fell into a sudden silence. This suggestion fell off in every way. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Shisui, Shuriken. Itachi paused, slightly looking up at Kakashi, his face still wearing that gentle and indifferent expression, but his gaze held a hint of contemplation. This guy seems to have some ulterior motives. Kakashi silently cast a glance at Furin. That little girl is slacking off every day and not training her strength. Must be half-baked. It'll take her down a notch today. Don't blame me for bullying the weak Furin. Itachi. He looked at Kakashi's face, which was filled with the expression of "I must take revenge," and his eyes couldn't help but shift slightly. Then he slowly shook his head. "Let's forget it. Itachi's expression remained calm, and he spoke in a steady tone. I believe Furin does not need to be tested, whether in terms of bonds or strength. She is impeccable. Kakashi. Kakashi's face instantly froze, feeling completely off-kilter. Impeccable. Bonds and strength are both impeccable. Itachi, have you been blinded by this kid, do you know? Do you know how lazy she is on a regular basis? He was internally roaring, feeling utterly helpless and wanting to sigh to the heavens. After all the effort to find a chance for revenge, he had it all planned out. As long as he could take advantage of today to make Furin suffer a loss, this little brat would never dare to be arrogant again. But if Furin continued to nest in the Uchiha clan protected by Itachi every day, who could lay a finger on her? No way, he absolutely could not let this opportunity slip by. However, before he could figure out how to retort, Furin suddenly brightened her eyes, raised her hand high, and smiled brilliantly. I think it's a good idea. The classroom immediately fell silent. Itachi tilted his head to look at Furin, his eyes flashing with surprise, while Kakashi also paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. This little brat actually took the bait. Why did Furin agree? What nonsense. She had been holding a grudge over the revenge on the parents' incident all along. This was a rare opportunity for revenge. Counting Kakashi's crimes, 1. He secretly taught Sasuke all sorts of weird love lines behind her back when they were younger, leaving her feeling utterly disgusted. 2. Once when she got into trouble, Kakashi directly reported it to her parents, and it became a big deal. The entire Uchiha clan knew about it. 3. The most unforgivable thing was that Kakashi had used Furin's embarrassing childhood stories as anecdotes in the Uchiha clan for several years. 4. How could she endure this? Today was her moment to strike back. Furin's gaze slowly fell on Kakashi, her smile growing ever more innocent and harmless. Uncle Kakashi, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Kakashi, this little brat really knows how to provoke. Furin looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi looked at Furin. Both had ulterior motives. Their gazes exchanged in the air, creating a strange sense of standoff. Meanwhile, the onlookers, Naruto, looked bewildered. Huh? Really? Sasuke frowned slightly, glancing between Furin and Kakashi, feeling that something was off. However, Kakashi really was annoying. Shisui Shuriken couldn't help but take half a step back, sensing a dangerous vibe in the air. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then suddenly a sly smile crept onto his face. All right, I was just planning to let you off easy, but since you came knocking, I can't be blamed. However, looking at Furin's bright red eyes, Kakashi's heart softened slightly. Forget it, it'll go easy on you later. If he went too hard, the Uchiha clan would definitely tear him apart. This wasn't cowardice, but a form of strategic art. Meanwhile, Furin was also thinking, Kakashi, just wait and see how I deal with you. Both were plotting their own strategies, secretly reaching a certain subtle consensus. On the side, Itachi watched their exchange of glances, suddenly face-palming, harboring a vague sense of foreboding. At the Konoha 7th training ground, a gentle breeze rustled through, causing the leaves to sway lightly. Kakashi and Itachi stood side by side, 4 bells shimmering slightly in the sunlight, producing a crisp, clinking sound. The rules are simple. Kakashi lazily spoke, shaking the bells in his hand. Itachi and I each have 2 bells. Your goal is to, by any means necessary, steal the bells from us. Remember, you must approach this with the resolve to kill us. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of laziness, yet his eyes were incredibly serious. If you cannot steal the bells, then you are not qualified to be ninjas. Naruto's eyes widened in protest, but there are 6 of us, and only 4 bells. That's completely unfair. Unfair? Kakashi shrugged, looking as if it was obvious in the world of ninjas, there is no such thing as fairness. Naruto pouted, wanting to protest further, but at that moment the spirit of Minato within him fell into a brief reminiscence. This feeling is so familiar. 20 years ago, he had said something similar to Kakashi. Furin yawned lazily, speaking, isn't this just testing for unity? She appeared nonchalant, causing Kakashi to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Itachi, hearing Furin's words, smiled slightly without retorting. Sasuke stood to the side, arms crossed, still wearing that aloof expression, disdainfully saying, 2 are enough, the rest don't matter. His goal was clear. As long as he and Furin could get the bells, he didn't care what happened to the others. Sakura bit her lip, looking troubled. Though she wanted to get the bells if it meant someone had to be eliminated, she couldn't help but start to hesitate. Shisui and Shuriken exchanged glances, their expressions calm, already having made up their minds. Whether to become ninjas or not was irrelevant. The young lattice bell had to be secured. Kakashi noticed Furin's unconcerned demeanor, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Arrogant little brat. The more pleased you are now, the harder you'll cry later. He had already envisioned a scene, Furin crouched on the ground, holding her head, tears in her eyes, pitifully muttering, why is this so hard? Just thinking about it made him feel delighted. However, Furin casually rubbed her eyes, glancing at Kakashi with indifference, mumbling softly, such a freak. Kakashi's smile suddenly froze. As Kakashi announced the start of the test, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Sasuke vanished into the shadows of the trees in a flash, his movements swift and ghostly, making no sound at all, as if he were just a breath of wind in the air, nearly impossible to capture. Sakura showed no hesitation, quickly hiding behind a nearby tree ready to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy at the right moment. Meanwhile, Naruto, of course, opted for his traditional tactic, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. In an instant, over 100 Narutos appeared in the arena, launching a frenzied attack around Kakashi. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's expression of helplessness seemed to become a standard feature. He sighed. Sure enough, there's absolutely no spirit of cooperation. Sasuke muttered under his breath, this laggard is really making things chaotic. He clearly did not regard Naruto's clones, his gaze sweeping towards Furin as he began to ponder the next strategy. On the other side, Furin watched the chaos before her and leisurely stretched, speaking to Sai beside her. It's time to use that technique. Sai immediately nodded, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Super Beast Imitation Technique, King's Throne. Boom. A magnificent golden throne crashed down, exuding an imposing aura, as if it bore the presence of a 1,000-year-old king. Furin elegantly sat down, crossing her legs, casually resting her chin on her hand, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the chaotic battle. Let's start with some appetizers. Furin's words were relaxed and languid, yet carried an undeniable aura of dominance. She took out several sealed scrolls from behind her, skillfully opening them to retrieve 3 bottles of orange juice. Here, young lady, have some orange juice first. Furin smiled slightly, accepting a bottle of orange juice, and began to savor it slowly. Her movements were graceful, devoid of any anxiety, making it seem more like she was enjoying afternoon tea rather than participating in a test. Sai and Tofu exchanged glances, then both placed their hands on their chests solemnly and said, "Young lady, enjoy your drink, and when we return, we will certainly present Kakashi's 2 bells to you." Furin raised an eyebrow slightly, yet felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu within her. What is this? Orange juice defeating Kakashi? Furin did not react much to this, instead saying more casually, go ahead, do as you please. However, everyone present was utterly bewildered. Furin's actions were simply too arrogant. She sat on the throne as if she were the sole ruler of this battle, completely disregarding Kakashi or anyone else. Kakashi, watching this sudden turn of events, felt a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. His gaze swept over Tofu, and Sai finally resting on Furin, his mouth slightly agape. Hey, why are you all attacking me? Isn't Itachi here too? Kakashi looked at Sai and Tofu in confusion, utterly perplexed by their thoughts. Since Itachi is also around, why not go look for him first? However, there was no change in Sai and Tofu's expressions. They still wore smiles, their demeanor unyieldingly firm. The young lattice orders are everything to us. Their tone was so natural, as if this battle had been destined from the very start. Furin took a gentle sip of orange juice, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, stop messing around, I'm busy here. Kakashi's current predicament could only be described as being in deep water and fiery flames. Naruto's shadow clones burst forth like they were free, surging from all directions using fists and feet, giving him no chance to breathe. At the same time, Tofu occasionally landed a sudden punch, each strike vicious, targeting Kakashi's openings. But the most dangerous part was not these two. Sai stood at a distance, his brush flying swiftly. Super Beast Imitation Technique, Ink Mouse. A multitude of ink mice leapt from the scroll, rushing towards Kakashi like a tidal wave. Even more outrageous was that these ink mice carried Tofu's poisonous insects. Kakashi's expression changed slightly. These little brats are getting more and more outrageous. He swiftly dodged a wave of shadow clones, intending to counterattack, only to suddenly find Naruto behind him, holding a blue chakra sphere in his hand. Rasengan. Kakashi, where on earth did you learn this Rasengan, you little brat? Naruto grinned widely, showing no intent to answer, and charged straight at Kakashi. Kakashi. Tisk, this is becoming increasingly difficult to handle. What added to Kakashi's mounting pressure was that Sasuke and Sakura had yet to make a move. Kakashi felt a wave of frustration. Clearly this was a testing exercise, yet he felt like he was being besieged. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shout to Itachi, who was leisurely watching from the side. Itachi, are you just going to stand by and watch? You should help out. Itachi smiled slightly, his tone calm, as if the situation was not tense at all. I'm on it. Yet just as he was about to make a move, a shadow shot out like lightning. Brother, your opponent is me. Sasuke suddenly emerged from the shadows, wielding a long blade and charging at Itachi. Sakura, your opponent is Kakashi. With Sasuke's command, the previously hesitant Sakura immediately sprang into action. She swiftly formed seals, leaping high into the air, aiming directly at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, don't even think about escaping. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already engaged Itachi. Itachi's expression shifted slightly as he pulled out a kunai, effortlessly blocking Sasuke's first strike. Not bad, you've grown quite a bit since we last met. Itachi's tone remained nonchalant as though Sasuke's ambush was of no concern to him. Yet Sasuke remained undeterred, his eyes narrowing as he activated his Sharingan. Today I will definitely defeat you. The two quickly clashed in midair blades, and kunai crossing, sparks flying. The battle was about to erupt, and the scene plunged into extreme chaos. Meanwhile, Kakashi was besieged by Sakura, Naruto, Sai, and Tofu, feeling the pressure mount, as he could only dodge flexibly on the battlefield. Whoa, Kakashi-sensei, check out this move. Naruto shouted loudly as dozens of shadow clones charged forward. Simultaneously, Saiya's ink beasts, Tofu's poisonous insects, and even Sakura's fists surged towards Kakashi. The onslaught from all directions overwhelmed Kakashi in an instant. He flipped to dodge Naruto's shadow clones, sidestepped Saiya's ink beasts, but nearly got grazed by Tofu's poisonous insects, his face darkening immediately. Tisk, it seems I can't hold back any longer. Kakashi formed hand seals, instantly completing the technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Boom. The water dragon roared forth, carrying terrifying impact, rushing forward to clear away Naruto's clones, Saiya's ink beasts, and Tofu's poisonous insects alike. But just then, earth release, earth flow wall. Suddenly, a solid earthen wall rose fiercely from the ground, blocking everyone in front. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, his gaze falling on Sakura, who stood in front. Sakura was catching her breath, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes filled with confidence. Don't underestimate me, I'm working hard to learn too. Kakashi forced a smile. Such perfect teamwork. Were you all just pretending before? Before he could finish, Sai launched another attack. Super Beast Imitation Technique. Bird in the Clouds. A gigantic ink bird soared into the sky with Naruto standing on its back, charging straight at Kakashi. At the same time, Naruto rubbed his hands to form a Rasengan, his gaze fiery. Kakashi-sensei, here it comes. This move is called Flying Rasengan. Minato silently commented, Naruto, I think the pitch-black shining Flying Rasengan sounds better. At that moment, the battle around Kakashi had completely spiraled out of control. On the left, Tofu had secretly unleashed his cursed insects, which swarmed like a tide, exuding a toxic aura. On the right, Sakura's fists were charged up, aiming directly at Kakashi's side, with Sakura Flow Punch. In front, Saiya's Super Beast Imitation Technique. Snake in the grass, coiled upwards like a living creature, instantly locking all of Kakashi's escape routes. With Naruto above Sai in front, Tofu on the left, and Sakura on the right. In that moment, Kakashi felt an illusion of having no place to retreat. Goodness. Boom. At the critical moment, Kakashi swiftly formed seals. Earth release, four corners, earth flow wall. Bang. The solid earthen walls rose from all sides, protecting him firmly in the center. Boom. All the attacks erupted outside the earthen wall, the violent impact shaking the ground slightly, dust swirling. But, bang. Kakashi's earthen wall was unexpectedly shattered. But, before he could react, he saw a figure had already appeared before him. It was Itachi. The battle is over. Clearly Sasuke had already lost the fight. Itachi's figure stood before Kakashi, casually pulling him away from the battlefield. Kakashi. He dusted off his clothes with a wry smile, shaking his head. That was close. I didn't expect these little brats to be so strong. Looking at the intimidating group of students before him, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. These little brats, surely they aren't planning to go against the heavens. Kakashi shrugged and said to Itachi, I believe her strength is more than sufficient. Itachi offered a faint smile, calm yet unwavering in certainty. Then find an opportunity to hand the bells to her. Kakashi nodded, then shifted his gaze toward the distance, where Uchiha Furin sat languidly atop the elevated platform, swinging her legs and sipping orange juice. Her demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a shinobi undergoing a rigorous test. Rather, she seemed to be attending an aristocratic tea party. A faint twitch tugged at Kakashi's lips. Still, there remains one who has yet to act. Itachi smiled serenely. Go ahead, I'll hold them off for you. Before the words had fully faded, Kakashi vanished in an instant, while Sasuke, Naruto, Sai, and Yamato instinctively lunged forward to intercept him. Yet, Itachi merely shifted his stance slightly, his gaze sharpening. In that split second, the air seemed to freeze, a palpable pressure descending upon the entire field, halting every movement as if time itself had seized their feet. Itachi's smile remained, but it now carried an edge of quiet danger. You'll humor me for a while longer, won't you? Sasuke, Naruto, we're doomed. Sai, Yamato. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kakashi advanced steadily toward Furin. Furin remained seated upon her throne, gazing down at Kakashi with a subtle, knowing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, choosing not to flee, but drawing closer instead. Uncle Kakashi. She swayed her legs lightly. Kakashi slid one hand into his pocket, lazily pointing the other at Furin, his eyes glinting with playful amusement. Furin, did you climb so high because you're short? Silence fell over the scene for precisely one beat. Itachi, silently lighting an incense stick for Kakashi. Sasuke, Naruto, Yamato, and Sakura, mentally counting down the seconds. Furin loosened her grip. The glass of orange juice slipped from her fingers, shattered on impact. Kakashi's inner voice, why does this suddenly feel ominous? Boom. Fire release, great fire annihilation. An inferno surged forth without warning, towering, all-consuming. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply, his heart lurched. A non-seal technique? No, that wasn't the issue. The real problem was the sheer, utterly unscientific scale of that blaze. Kakashi instantly formed hand seals. Water release, water encampment wall. A colossal wall of water erupted skyward, clashing violently with the raging fire, erupting into billowing clouds of white steam. Yet Furin's voice drifted calmly from beyond the flames, laced with teasing mirth. Oh, you blocked it. The next moment, lightning release, earth flow. A blinding arc of lightning tore through the air, surging along the damp ground, hurtling straight toward Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes snapped wide. He leapt backward in a flash, sweat already beading on his brow. What the hell? Is this really the same brat who naps through every mission? She's no ordinary genin. She's a seasoned tactician who masters elemental synergy. Furin smiled faintly, her gaze growing steadily sharper. Dare call me short. I'll make sure your backside remembers this. Let me raise the stakes just a little more, for you, Uncle Kakashi. She slowly raised her hand, her lips curving into a deeply suggestive smile. Lord Kurama, please step forward. The air turned leaden. Kakashi. Before he could react, a small compact figure burst forth from Naruto's chakra, a miniature version of Kurama himself. Whoa. Furin, who's the target? Furin casually pointed. That pervert. Kurama glanced at Kakashi and bared his fangs in a fierce, gleeful grin. Oh, Kakashi, haven't settled our last score yet. Perfect timing. Kakashi. He slowly raised both hands, his expression utterly blank. I surrender. Are you kidding me? This is supposed to be a genin exam. Am I seriously expected to fight Kurama? That's a legionin work. Better surrender. Staying alive is far more dignified. Hearing Kakashi's surrender, Furin chuckled softly. Hand over your 2 bells. Kakashi's lips twitched faintly as he lifted the bells, sighing in resigned defeat. Furin hopped down from her perch and strode toward Kakashi. Hey, you're holding them too high. Crouch down. She planted her hands on her hips, issuing the command with absolute authority. Kakashi's temple pulsed faintly. This child is ordering around a jonin. He cast a sidelong glance toward Kurama, still observing from afar, those crimson slit-pupiled eyes shimmering with pure unadulterated amusement, as if silently goading him. Go on. Resist her. Enough. He conceded. Kakashi took a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the pride of a seasoned jonin, and obediently crouched, offering the bells forward. Furin snatched them from his hands, and in one swift motion flicked off Kakashi's mask. Silence descended, sudden absolute. Kakashi's face emerged into sunlight. Chiseled contours, deep-set features, breathtaking, flawless beauty. 3 seconds of stunned silence passed. Then, whoa, Furin's eyes sparkled, her praise unrestrained. Actually quite handsome. Kakashi froze, utterly unprepared for the mask's removal, a rare flicker of fluster crossing his normally composed features. Yet upon hearing Furin's verdict, something unexpectedly complex stirred within him. He'd fully intended to reprimand her, yet now, your taste is impeccable. Kakashi cleared his throat lightly, then swiftly pulled his mask back into place. Meanwhile, the confrontation elsewhere was drawing to its close. Itachi stood effortlessly upon the earth, as if he'd merely returned from a leisurely stroll, his garments untouched by a single crease. Sasuke knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, yet clutched a bell tightly in his fist. Naruto lay sprawled face down, grass stem dangling from his mouth, equally gripping a bell with unyielding determination. All 4 bells had been secured. Kakashi swept his gaze across the group and gave a slow, deliberate nod, his lips lifting into a thoughtful, enigmatic smile. So, young Furin, how shall the bells be distributed? At those words, every pair of eyes converged instantly upon Furin. She paused, then lifted her gaze, scanning each of them in turn, her lips lifting ever so slightly. Clearing her throat, Furin's expression turned solemn. She spoke deliberately. We decline the bells. Huh. Naruto gasped aloud. Sasuke frowned. Sai and Yamato exchanged bewildered glances. Sakura's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Why, oi? Sasuke's voice was low, grave. A gentle smile played upon Furin's lips, but her eyes burned with unprecedented resolve. If someone must be denied the path of the shinobi. She paused, then swept her gaze across them, all her tone deepening steadily. Then tell me, who should be sacrificed? Brother? Naruto, Yamato, Sai, Sister Sakura, or me. The atmosphere thickened. Everyone fell silent. Furin drew a deep breath and continued, "Don't forget, we are one unit. If two must be excluded, then none of us will become shinobi." The moment her words settled, an eerie stillness blanketed the clearing. To underscore her conviction, Furin dropped the bells onto the ground. Naruto's grip on his bell trembled, then abruptly loosened. The bell clattered to the earth. "Forget it." Naruto locked eyes with Furin, his own blazing with fierce, unwavering light. "Even if I never become a shinobi, I will never abandon my comrades. I renounce this bell as well." Sasuke tightened his grip, his aloof composure cracking just once, before exhaling deeply and releasing the bell to join the others. "So do I." Yamato and Sai exchanged a single meaningful glance and nodded. Sakura blinked, looked down at her empty palm, and smiled softly, nodding in quiet affirmation. For bells lay motionless upon the earth. Not a single hand reached to reclaim them. Kakashi and Itachi exchanged a glance. Kakashi's lips curved into a warm, deeply satisfied smile. "Excellent." His voice was soft yet rich with quiet admiration. Itachi inclined his head, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable approval. Kakashi smiled faintly, his hands in his pockets, casually saying, "Congratulations, everyone has passed." Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly swung his fist, his face filled with excitement. "We finally made it." He almost thought he would be eliminated. This was the most crucial step in his life. Sasuke smirked slightly, letting out a haughty snort, as if it were only natural. Finally, no more messing around with the stragglers." Sakura waved her hand excitedly, her face beaming with a relieved smile. "Great. I thought I would be eliminated." As for Sai and Shikamaru, they displayed an extremely unified demeanor, casting admiring glances at Windbell. Sai began to flatter her seriously, his tone exaggerated, as if singing praises. All thanks to the young laddist's brilliant strategy, foresight, and wise planning, she orchestrated everything from within, achieving victory from miles away. Shikamaru added without hesitation, "All thanks to the young laddist's unmatched intellect, extraordinary talent, and ingenious calculations, she is simply the best in Konoha now, and will be the strongest in the ninja world in the future." Windbell's lips curled slightly, feeling pleased, but she still feigned seriousness and waved her hand, trying to appear stern. "Stop flattering me." However, her tone carried a hint of pride, and she couldn't help but let out a soft snort. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up, sounding rather indignant. "Mission accomplished. Rewards, perfect transformation technique, has been sent." Windbell had yet to react when the system began to rant frantically, "Post, you lazy bum. A rookie task actually took 6 whole years. I am ashamed of you." "Shut up, I am the master." The system responded, "Humph." Windbell couldn't be bothered with it, turning to Kakashi, her eyes sparkling with mischief as a cunning smile appeared on her face. "Hey, Uncle Kakashi." "My." Kakashi lazily replied, clearly unaware of the impending danger. Windbell smiled sweetly, leaning closer with bright eyes filled with anticipation. "To celebrate our passing, how about treating us to a meal?" Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Shikamaru all looked on expectantly. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then slowly reached into his empty pockets, letting out a sigh. "I have no money." Windbell, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sai, Shikamaru. Kakashi shrugged helplessly, speaking in a calm tone. "The latest limited edition of Intimate Paradise just came out, and all my money has gone to literary pursuits." "Huh," Naruto exclaimed with shock. "You actually spent all your money on that kind of book?" Windbell immediately showed her disgust. Uncle Kakashi, with no money and no girlfriend, your life is truly a failure." Kakashi's smile gradually froze. "You. Say that again." Windbell, unfazed, put her hands on her hips and repeated, "I said, you are a failure. No money and no one wants you. TSK, TSK, TSK." She feigned a regretful shake of her head, her eyes full of sympathy, almost as if she was ready to slap a loser label on Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi's lips twitched violently, taking a deep breath to calm himself, telling himself, "Can't argue with a child, can't argue with a child." However, the next second, Windbell added another jab, her tone heavily laced with provocation, "Trash, trash." Kakashi's sanity snapped instantly. "Windbell, this little brat was simply going too far." Windbell had already dashed away while Kakashi chased after her furiously. As the sun set, Windbell ran while Kakashi pursued. "Windbell, stand still." Kakashi roared, his feet swift as he vowed to catch the little brat who dared to mock his life failures. However, would Windbell easily surrender? She was agile, sprinting as if she were a frightened little rabbit darting through the streets of Konoha, raising a cloud of dust behind her. At that moment, "Yo, Kakashi, you are actually running." From a distance, Mike Guy, who was exercising, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at his old rival in astonishment. Kakashi paused for a moment, then suddenly had a brilliant idea, and a smile crept onto his face. Guy, let's start our 100-second match right now. Guy's eyes lit up instantly, his fighting spirit ignited. Oh, a match. Kakashi, have you finally understood the meaning of youth? Kakashi lazily extended a finger pointing at the fleeing wind bell, slowly saying, the rules are simple. Whoever catches wind bell first wins. Guy was instantly pumped, clenching his fist, his teeth gleaming with a terrifying white light. Even if it's such a simple match, I will give it my all. This is youth. Open the door, open. Close the door, open. Open the gate, open. Boom. A fierce wind suddenly erupted and Guy's speed skyrocketed, transforming him into a green lightning bolt racing toward Windbell. Windbell glanced back and felt her scalp tingle. She originally just needed to shake off Kakashi, but now there was also Might Guy. The scariest part was, Guy's expression was deadly serious. Don't come over. Windbell shouted in terror, sprinting for her life, her speed reaching the peak of her existence. However, behind her, Kakashi and Guy were even more astonishingly fast, closing in at a visible pace. Guy excitedly shouted, Kakashi, this is the first time I've seen you care about winning or losing. I absolutely will not lose this time. Kakashi sneered, his eyes sharp. You think you can win against me? Not so easy. All out. Open the gate, open. Boom. Guy's speed surged again, and the air was filled with a scorching wave, causing the entire Konoha village to be painted with a green shadow as he ran. Kakashi, hey, wait a minute, this is just an ordinary match, right? Why are you opening so many gates? Guy, of course I have to give it my all. This is youth. Kakashi, it's over, he's completely lost it. Windbell, it's even worse, completely hopeless. She gritted her teeth, accelerating madly, shouting while running, Itachi, help. However, at that moment Itachi was saying, let's go eat first, how about IRU ramen? Sure. Naruto raised his hand to express support. Whatever. Sasuke remained as indifferent as ever. Sounds good, Sakura said happily. Sai and Shikamaru following Itachi's orders. Kurama complained, hey, why are we eating such unhealthy stuff? I want grilled meat. Meat is the source of life. As the sun set, Windbell ran, Kakashi chased, and Guy sprinted. Ah, this is youth. In Konoha village, the passionate chase battle continued. Windbell exerted all her strength, chakra exploding beneath her feet, transforming into a silver blur as she dashed crazily across the rooftops of Konoha. However, the green figure behind her clung to her like a nightmare. Haha, little Windbell, your speed in fleeing the youth is not bad. Might Guy laughed heartily, his eyes blazing with intensity as he dashed forward like a beast on the hunt. Windbell was nearly going insane. What are you joking about? You're a living jonin, and you're chasing after a child with all 8 gates open. Who taught you this? She turned back and was struck with fear. Might Guy's entire body was engulfed in blue chakra flames, his speed comparable to the body flicker technique. This was no mere chase of a child. This was a battlefield-level deadly pursuit. It was beyond mere absurd to describe. Windbell clenched her teeth and quickly performed several body flicker techniques, attempting to shake off her pursuer. But it was futile. It was utterly useless. Might Guy's eyes burned with heat, and with a powerful leap, he transformed into a streak of green lightning, relentlessly chasing her down. Windbell? She finally realized that against the youthful body with all 8 gates open, her little tricks were nothing but a joke. Thus, 3 seconds later, I'm not running anymore. I surrender. Windbell crouched on the ground, hands on her head, completely giving up the struggle. Might Guy victory. Windbell was grabbed by the collar and lifted high as if he were catching a cat that was caught stealing. She struggled wildly, her limbs flailing, but Guy's muscles were as hard as stone, and she couldn't budge him an inch. What a joke. This was Might Guy in the state of all 8 gates. Windbell's heart screamed, her eyes unwittingly brimming with tears. She thought she had mastered the art of fleeing, yet she was still overwhelmed. Might Guy proudly flashed his gleaming white teeth. Kakashi, this time it's my victory. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Windbell as if only she mattered. Guy, just hand her over to me. Might Guy laughed heartily and grandly handed Windbell over. This is the victory of youth. Kakashi, the score is now 52 wins, 50 losses. I look forward to your challenge. Oh, this is youth. Kakashi replied, dismissively nodding slightly. Might Guy, again with this attitude. I've challenged you so many times, can't you show a little enthusiasm? However, Kakashi was already too lazy to pay him any mind. He held Windbell with one hand and stepped forward. Windbell, being carried, swung her legs in dissatisfaction. Now that you've caught me, what do you want to do? Kakashi looked down, a hint of a smile on his lips. Of course, I want to treat you to a meal. Windbell. She was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion. What kind of absurd turn of events was this? Wasn't she supposed to be interrogated, scolded, or even punished with physical training? Why had it turned into treating her to a meal? Windbell doubted she had misheard, and immediately struggled to jump down from Kakashi's grip. Wait, shouldn't you punish me? Kakashi turned to look at her, a hint of a half-smile in his eyes. Is that what you want? Wind Bell, oh no, no, no. Kakashi sighed helplessly. The little girl was too clever, and he couldn't fool her. But he knew very well that this girl held grudges. If he disciplined her today, tomorrow she would come up with even more outrageous things. It would be better to retreat and turn hostility into friendship. Wind Bell crossed her arms, swaying her feet in the air, and after a moment of thought, she glanced sideways at Kakashi. Are you serious? Kakashi replied without hesitation, of course. Wind Bell's eyes lit up, and without hesitation she stated her conditions. I want to eat salt-grilled mackerel. The kind you make. Kakashi nodded, sure. Wind Bell, and a bowl of miso soup. Kakashi, all right. Wind Bell, and takoyaki. Kakashi. Wind Bell looked up at the sky, her tone leisurely. Sigh, thinking about how I was just chased to the ends of the earth. My body and mind have endured tremendous trauma. If I don't have some good food to comfort me. Kakashi interrupted lazily. All right, I'll buy everything for you. Wind Bell's eyes instantly sparkled, and she changed her expression, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Then let's go. Uncle Kakashi. Tonight we feast. Kakashi. He looked at the triumphant smile on her face and felt a bit of regret. At Kakashi's home, Wind Bell swung her legs while staring at the kitchen direction board. After waiting so long, she could already visualize frying mackerel 10 times in her mind. Her patience reached its limit, and Wind Bell slammed the dining table angrily, saying, Can you hurry up? I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted. Kakashi lazily stir-fried in the kitchen and slowly brought out a plate of fragrant grilled mackerel, placing it in front of her. Try it, the Kakashi special version. You can't find this anywhere else. Wind Bell smelled the aroma, and though she was still on guard, she picked up a piece of fish and took a bite. Then her eyes widened slightly. It was delicious. The skin was crispy, the fish tender, and the cooking was perfect, complemented by a subtle grilled flavor that perfectly highlighted the fish's sweetness. Wind Bell chewed silently, unable to resist picking up another piece, occasionally making sounds of mm and delicious as she ate. Kakashi rested his face on one hand, his gaze falling on her, a hint of a faint smile emerging in his eyes. Her chubby little face, chewing while making sounds, looked particularly satisfied, occasionally squinting her eyes with delight. How to describe it? Quite adorable. Pleasing to the eye. However, just as he felt this appreciation, Wind Bell suddenly raised her head, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Hey, why are you staring at me? Are you a pervert? Kakashi. All right, not adorable anymore. Kakashi lazily averted his gaze and asked, Hey, how does it taste? Wind Bell pouted and stubbornly replied, It's far worse than what my brother Itachi makes. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh. Wind Bell proudly lifted her chin, her eyes filled with pride. He uses his Sharingan to make heart-shaped fried eggs for me. Can you do that? Kakashi. Is that how you use the Sharingan? Wouldn't your ancestor be furious if he found out? Kakashi pondered for a moment, shrugged, and said slowly, I can try. Wind Bell. Her alarm bells rang, and she paused with her chopsticks, staring at Kakashi suspiciously. From the earlier treat to the current unexpected compliance, what on earth did this guy want to do? He wouldn't be scheming something bad, would he? Wind Bell furrowed her brows, her mind racing. Was he trying to let her guard down and then push her into the Hokage's office? Or had he simply conceded and was now trying to please her? While she imagined countless conspiracy theories, Kakashi had already assumed a helpless expression, shrugging and saying, Anyway, I can't turn off the Sharingan, so I can give it a try. Wind Bell? Kakashi had completely changed his strategy. This little girl, not to mention beating her, even making her suffer a little, she could come up with 100 ways to retaliate. He couldn't beat her, nor could he provoke her. Since that was the case, he might as well try to win over this mischievous child with love. Kakashi poured himself a cup of tea and lazily asked, Want some more? Wind Bell, munching on the fish, mumbled, No more. Kakashi calmly pushed a bowl of dessert toward her. How about some dessert after the meal? Wind Bell stubbornly shook her head. No thanks. However, despite her insistence, Wind Bell's body was very honest. Every time Kakashi offered her something, she would effortlessly take it and contentedly pop it into her mouth. Kakashi rested his chin on one hand, watching Wind Bell chew on a sweet red bean dumpling, his expression subtle. Matsunder, a little brat, I can handle this. Feng Ling slowly put down her chopsticks, patted her round little belly, and sighed contentedly. I really can't eat anymore. She leaned back in her chair, squinting her eyes like a cat that had overeaten. Kakashi propped his chin on his hand, watching her, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Are you full? Feng Ling lazily nodded. Kakashi casually replied, If you want to eat, come back next time. Feng Ling responded absent-mindedly. Oh, wait, what? Her mind seemed to stall for a second, slowly blinking her eyes. Then she suddenly raised her head, staring at Kakashi's face. What did you just say? Kakashi shrugged, repeating casually, I said if you want to eat, come back next time. Feng Ling was stunned.